what's going on.
The sounds of darkness. Lee Masters, FBI, who wages relentless war against crime. Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges the sounds of darkness. Sounds of Darkness. Tonight, the Niemann Principle.
You know, Lee, something's missing.
Hmm?
From the coffee, I mean.
I know. Sam.
Yep. It doesn't taste the same somehow. Boy, will I be glad when she gets back from France.
She needed a vacation, Johnny.
Who doesn't?
Anyway, what does Russell say on that G25 report?
Oh, yeah. Pretty routine, I guess. Nothing to get steamed up about.
So?
3 more guys to be mother hen.
Johnny, will you kindly speak English?
Oh, you know, security rap, real tight.
Mm-hmm. Names?
1 scientist, 2 from the military.
Names?
Colonel Rutherford and Captain Long, they're from the military. Professor Niemann, University of Pennsylvania. So they're being watched, top level, big deal.
Yeah, you're right, Johnny. It is a big deal. Have you ever asked yourself just why these people are tagged 24 hours a day?
Well, they're important men, doing a vital job for the West.
Yeah. Take this Professor Niemann, for example. Now, this man's worth would be difficult to assess.
Well, let's see Professor Oddly.
Biodynamics.
Bio what?
Come in.
Mr. Bradley?
Yes. Professor Niemann. Come in, won't you?
Thank you.
Please, sit down.
Yeah.
Cigarette?
No, thank you.
You seem a little nervous.
Well, there's this terrible death of a student, Harold Peterson. And then, of course, I just can't seem to get used to all the security around me from you people here at the Central Intelligence.
Well, you know how we feel about inconveniencing you, Professor, but I'm afraid that's how it's got to be under the circumstances.
Oh, yeah, I understand.
You know why I called you here, of course?
Yeah? To help with the murder investigation?
No, Professor. The FBI will take care of that matter.
Oh.
They're on their way to Pittsburgh now. What I'd really like is for you to fill me in on the developments of your experiments. Just how far have you...
Well, Mr. Bradley, I don't know if you've been following my work closely, but there's many things that you would not understand, not being a qualified man. Briefly, the situation is this. For the past 2 years, I have been experimenting with a new synthetic food substance, which I've called glucose. This superfood is in solid form, but it can be ground into a powder. It would look rather like the cereals that everyone eats for breakfast all over the world. The only difference is that glucose has the power to double a man's energy and stamina. You can see for yourself the amazing potential of such a foodstuff, especially where our armed forces are concerned.
Most of this, Professor, I know already. I'm one of the very few who do, but at what stage now are your experiments?
It has been decided, as you probably know, that after my successful experiments with animals, it is now time to go on to human beings, or rather a human being.
The Pittsburgh Athletics meeting.
Exactly. That is our testing ground, when our Pennsylvania University meets the University of California on the athletics field. It is proposed that a measured quantity of glucose is administered to one of the athletes from Pennsylvania to observe exactly what the reaction will be.
Well, it's been decided then to go ahead with the human experiment.
Yeah, I'm sure it cannot be dangerous, even if it fails.
I sure hope not. We don't take chances. Have you decided which athlete will be the first to take the glucose?
Yes, a young student named Bobby Nichols. He's in excellent shape. As a matter of fact, he is one of the best runners that the university has at the moment, and I think he would be an ideal subject.
I see. Well, that seems to be in order.
Well, I suppose I must be getting back to my kitchen, if you can call it that, huh?
Don't worry about anything, Professor. You got the CIA and the FBI in on this.
Well, here we go again. Another day, another dollar. Why Pittsburgh, though, Lee?
Will you keep your eyes on the road?
How'd you know I wasn't?
When you can't see, you just hear good, that's all. When you turn your head, the sound increases. Now you just keep your eyes on the road, Johnny.
I'm watching. So?
Well, apart from the killing of the student, Hal Peterson, there's been quite a storm of student unrest at Pennsylvania University over the last few weeks. At first, the authorities didn't pay much attention to it, but it seems to have gotten out of hand lately.
And all over the world's the same, Lee. Just seems to be a wave of this kind of thing at the moment. Well, what's this got to do with us?
Johnny, the point is that the authorities have now pinned it down to an extremely fractious element of the student community. They feel there's a nucleus of students who are making it bad for the rest. And these students are communist-inspired.
Communist-inspired? Or trained? Is that what we're going to find out?
There's something you don't know, Johnny. Even I only found out about it this morning. Strictly top secret. You see, there's this Professor Niemann.
The guy whose name was on the report I read to you this morning?
Yeah, this guy is Professor of Biodynamics.
Here we go with that word again.
Well, actually, it's not that complicated. The definition, anyway. Biodynamics is a branch of biochemistry dealing with the study of vital force or energy on living organs.
Now he tells me.
This Professor Niemann, who's head of the Faculty of Biochemistry at Pennsylvania University, has apparently developed a synthetic foodstuff which is called glucose. Now, this glucose had the effect on animals of producing double the amount of stamina and energy that a normal man already possesses. So, there it is, Johnny. That's the story of Professor Niemann and his principle of dynamic energy. Central Intelligence have got enough on their plates keeping Professor Niemann under surveillance without the threat of a communist-inspired revolt.
Now I understand. So we got to get down there to keep the scene happy, huh?
Something like that, Johnny. Step on it, will you?
Well, Lee, looks like a particularly nasty killing.
Although instantaneous. A double chop to the right carotid artery.
Yeah, not the way we train our boys.
Well, what do you think actually happened, Lee?
Well, there's not much to go on. Professor Niemann's papers on the glucose formula left untidily on the desk. Student Hal Peterson found dead on the floor beside them. Laboratory, obviously the scene of some kind of struggle, didn't you say, Johnny?
Yeah, but not much of one. Must have been over in a few seconds.
Yeah, and then there's the flash bulb, cube shape, apparently from a mini camera of sorts, used.
Identified as Russian manufacture.
Yeah, the lab report on it definitely said, as near as can be ascertained, this flash could be of Russian origin.
Okay. Well, let's assume that whoever it was somehow entered the professor's laboratory, took out the glucose papers, knowing exactly where they were kept, and then with his mini camera started to photograph each page. But someone, probably Hal Peterson, interrupted him. Now, he didn't like that at all, so he pitched in and killed Peterson. Then he panicked and blew. End of assumption.
Inside job, Lee?
It has to be.
Why?
There's one thing worries me. Just how did the intruder enter the lab?
He just unlocked the door and walked in.
Let's examine that lock once more, shall we, Johnny?
Just to your right, Lee.
Yeah, just take a look here, Johnny. I can feel scratches on the metal.
Yeah, and the lock's busted. Kind of twisted.
Yeah, but the door frame isn't touched. Not splintered in any way.
That figures. It was the lock he was concerned with. Just picking the lock.
Then why the scratches and the metal all twisted?
Well, I'm with you. If he was just picking a lock, then why the necessity to twist the metal?
To make it look like forced entry.
Exactly. This lock was tampered with after entry. In other words, the guy had a key, opened the door, and walked in, as you say, Johnny, in order to make it look good. He tampered with the lock afterwards.
Skeleton key?
Johnny, the make?
It's a Schwanzheiser 5-lever action.
5-lever. You still think it's a skeleton key, Bradley?
I guess not. Then it was a duplicate, huh?
Or the original key itself.
What?
Professor Niemann, I'm concerned at the moment with one particular aspect of this whole case.
I would be glad to help in any way I can.
Thank you. The key to your laboratory. Where is it now?
Where it always is, on my person.
May we have it just for a moment?
Oh, certainly. Here.
I got it.
Johnny, you notice anything unusual?
No, just a pretty complicated pattern. Heavy, expensive to make, and definitely the original, because it has the maker's name on it. All duplicates just carry a number, no name.
Yeah, there's no use taking fingerprints. 10 to 1, the guy wore gloves anyway. Okay, give the key back, Johnny.
There's something wrong with the key.
Professor, has anyone else, other than yourself, access to this very important key?
No one. Only myself.
So, nobody ever enters that room without your presence?
I'm always alone when I work in there.
I understand. Well, thank you, Professor Niemann. That'll be all for now.
Very well, Mr. Masters.
Oh, Professor, one more thing.
Yeah?
This, Plucrose, I understand that you have a guinea pig. One of your students has been training for the intervarsity track meeting. Been on the stuff for some weeks now. Is that right?
Yes, it is correct, young Robert Nichols.
Yeah. How's he making out?
Extremely well. I'm sure he will impress everybody at the athletics contest.
Okay, Professor Niemann. You may go now.
Thank you, Mr. Masters.
Well, where do we go from here, Lee?
Good question.
Only 21,000 or so people on this campus, including staff.
Okay, now, what do we got? One dead student, an obvious attempt to photograph the professor's formula, a track meeting tomorrow, and 21,000 suspects.
Figure there's a link?
Link?
Well, yeah. Between these events and the so-called communist-inspired unrest here at the university.
Could be, Johnny.
So what do we do now? Interrogate 21,000 people?
No, I think it's reasonable to start with the central characters in this burlesque.
Beginning with... Bobby Nichols?
Yeah, who wants it?
I'm Johnny Bridges. This is Lee Masters.
FBI?
Right. You finished your workout? Can you take 5?
Sure, I'm just about through. I guess it's about Hal Peterson, huh?
Tell me, Bobby, were you one of his buddies?
We used to work out together quite often.
And, where exactly were you last night?
Me? Well, I was pretty bushed after training. Been Pretty tough these last few weeks. Did a little studying up in my room, and I hit the sack.
You didn't hear anything unusual? No sound of a fight, maybe?
No?
Bobby, how you feeling after being trained on the Plucrose substance?
Oh, great. Just great. I'm going to show those babies at UCLA just what speed is.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. How was it that Professor Niemann chose you to be the first human subject?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I was in pretty good shape anyway. I don't mind. Kind of fun, really. No side effects.
Where you from, Bobby?
Seattle, Washington.
Long way from Pennsylvania. How come?
Oh, well, you see, I'm studying cosmonautics, and...
How's that again?
Huh? Oh, that's the science of aerial navigation in space.
You were saying, Bobby?
Yeah, well, that's why I'm here at Pennsylvania University. Seattle's not so good for that sort of thing. Besides, it was all full up. At Washington University, I mean.
Who's in your team in the relay race tomorrow?
Well, there's a guy named Maddox. He runs first, then he hands over to Bennett. Bennett takes it to, well, it was going to be Hal Peterson, but now it'll be Jim O'Grady.
So you're the final burst man, the fourth runner?
That's right. It's got to be that way. It's the final stretch that counts.
Okay, Bobby, that'll be all. You better go back to training. You want to be fit for tomorrow, remember?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Masters. You want any help, you know where to come.
Bye, Mr. Bridges. Ciao.
To do.
Yeah, I got 6 in all. 2 are playing timekeepers, the rest sort of background boys.
Good. Johnny, I want you to pay particular attention to the relay race. I want a running report on that event.
But why the relay?
Well, you see, I'm working on a hunch, Johnny. At the moment, it's just a hunch. But I'm hoping for the best.
Well, I hope you know what you're doing, Lee. I can't see the light at all at the moment.
I may be wrong, but I'm pretty certain something is going to happen. And it's got to happen soon.
But why, Lee?
Well, for one thing, the guy who photographed that formula, he's now in possession of a very valuable microfilm. He's got to get rid of it, but fast. How? That's the question. Now, he has to pass it on. That's the way they work. Someone's the middleman, and there's a third and final contact, too.
Will the competitors for the final event of the afternoon, the 4x100 relay race, please assemble at the start? Thank you.
You think Bobby Nichols, even with Plucrose, can beat Anderson in the final burst?
Anderson?
UCLA's final runner. Anyway, it looks like they're lining up, Lee. We'll soon find out.
And there they go, everybody. The first 2 are Maddox for Pennsylvania, Ford for UCLA. And Ford just slightly ahead. Maddox is going through.
Ford's heading over the back room. Now. Maddox. Now.
And it's Grant from UCLA. Grant from UCLA, only a yard clear of Bennett for Pennsylvania. This could be anybody's race, ladies and gentlemen.
Grant hands over. Now. Bennett to O'Grady. Now.
Grant has just handed over to Richards of UCLA, and the gap has widened with O'Grady for Pennsylvania about 3 yards behind. Now a lot is going to depend on Nichols if Pennsylvania want to take the shield.
Richards is handing over to Anderson. Now. Here comes O'Grady. Now.
Anderson's going ahead slightly in this final burst. Nichols, he's catching Anderson. Yes. I've never seen anything like this in 20 years. It's Nichols. Nichols, he's up to Anderson. He overtakes Anderson without any effort at all. Anderson seems to be standing still. It's Nichols all the way. Bobby Nichols of Pennsylvania University has won this race in what must be record time.
Phew. Boy, some race.
Watch him, Johnny. What's he doing?
Well, he's just talking to Anderson of UCLA.
How close are they?
Oh, they're just talking to each other.
What's he doing?
Nothing, Lee. He's just handed over his baton to Anderson. At least I think so, but...
Okay, Bradley. Get it going.
Right.
Call him, Johnny.
Professor Neiman? Professor Neiman?
Try the door.
Okay. Hey, it's open.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Let's go in.
All right.
Well, Johnny, what do you see?
Wow, what a mess. Bottles, jars all over the place. Hey, what's that?
There's been a fire here.
Yeah. Papers. Burnt.
The Blue Crow's formula.
I don't know, Lee, but someone's... Gee.
What is it, Johnny?
The professor, under the bench.
Dead?
I'll say. Head nearly blown off. There's a revolver in his hand. Suicide?
That's what I was afraid of. Well, let's start at the beginning, shall we? Professor Neiman discovers Blue Crows here at Pennsylvania University. Now, this is dynamite. He knows it. We know it. And so do the Russians. Or at least they don't, right off. The Russians, like the Chinese, are very thorough when they go in for subversive activity. This Bobby Nichols, to all intents and purposes, is a clean, good-living, all-American boy from Seattle. But in reality, he's as Russian as vodka.
Trained in Russia?
Not only trained, he is Russian. Brainwashed and fitted out with a new psyche, a new personality, a new background. They get him into the States with a whole history built in, even with parents for good measure. His job? To create unrest among the students of the university. Yeah, there may be 100 other such Bobby Nichols scattered around campuses all over America.
But how did he find out about Blue Crows? I mean, it was supposed to be top secret.
He found out the same way he got into Professor Neiman's laboratory. That was the one thing worrying me. Now, as you know, Nichols won't talk. He just clammed up. But we can be pretty certain that Neiman not only told him about Blue Crows, but actually gave him the key of his room.
Gee, but why?
Scientists are a strange breed, Johnny. To them, science crosses the boundaries of mere politics.
So Neiman was a double agent.
Not strictly, Bradley. He wasn't working for the Russians and the Americans. He let it be known among foreign embassy circles that he was interested in sharing his scientific discoveries with any country. China, too, if necessary. Yeah, the Russians soon put Nichols onto him.
And they formed an alliance.
Right. Now we come to the athletics meeting between Pennsylvania and California universities. If you recollect, Johnny, during my interrogation of Nichols, he made a perfectly innocuous slip. He said he was majoring in cosmonautics. Do you know the difference between astronauts and cosmonauts?
Oh, yeah, Lee. We Americans call spacemen astronauts, but cosmonauts is what they're called in Russia.
Yeah, precisely. I assumed Nichols was the guy we were looking for and who'd killed Peterson, but I couldn't prove it. Then at the sports meeting, I knew something had to happen, and it did. When you told me that Nichols was talking to Anderson at the end of the relay race and then handed over his baton to Anderson, that's when your boys jumped in, Bradley.
Gee, what a place to hide microfilm. And a hollow baton yet. Anderson was the third man. Oh, he was an ideal contact, living in at the University of California. Berkeley, near San Francisco, right on the coast.
And from the coast over the seas to the Soviet Union or anywhere. Huh?
Yep.
So Professor Neiman panicked when he saw what went on with the baton and shot himself. So I guess that takes care of that.
Well, we've still got the microfilm, Johnny. At least Niemann left that behind. And what's more, Plucrose works.
It sure does. I think I'll get hooked on that stuff. After all, in this business, you need to be a Superman. Believe me.
You have been listening to The Sounds of Darkness. Join the world of Lee Masters, the blind detective, next Tuesday in The Sounds of Darkness. The Sounds of Darkness is produced by Gerry van Beek.
Johnny, what's happened to New York?
I'm not with you, Lee.
Well, we've been here 2 weeks. 2 whole weeks. And no crime has come our way. I seem to remember statistics to the effect that a major crime is committed in New York every 75 seconds. Well, they certainly haven't been coming our way.
Well, for my money, it makes a nice change.
You know what I feel like? I feel like watching the boxing.
Watching? But Lee...
Yeah, I know. I can't watch. But that's what I've got you for, isn't it? You're supposed to be my eyes. Well, we'll combine a little business with pleasure tonight.
Okay.
I want to see the big fight at the Garden. So we'll go along. And you'll see how good you are at explaining to me exactly what's going on. I want a blow-by-blow description of the fight. And heaven help you if I miss a blow.
Goodyear presents The Sounds of Darkness. Good evening. The Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, makers of passenger, truck, and tractor tires for every requirement in South Africa's farming, commerce, and industry, bring you Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges the sounds of darkness. In tonight's Sounds of Darkness, you will hear Tony Jay as Lee Masters, James White as Johnny Bridges. Others in the cast are Louis Ife, Adrian Steed, George Carellin, and Hugh Rouse. Now let's join the world of Lee Masters in tonight's Sounds of Darkness, The Last Round.
Sailor Pavlovsky's coming down to the ring now, Lee. He's prancing around the ring, holding his hands over his head. They've made him favorite. He's 6-4 on the Sailor.
You fancy him?
Yeah.
Well, me, I reckon Tiger Jackson will stop him inside 6.
Oh, you gotta be joking, Lee.
No.
Tiger Jackson's well over 30. This guy's young in his prime.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes, you know, a couple of dozen fights under your belt stands you in better stead than 5 years the right side of 30. This Sailor guy now, he's had 9 pro fights, that's all.
Yeah, I know,
I know. He's won them all. 6 of them on knockouts. But I still like the Tiger.
Oh, here he comes now.
such a reception as the sailor, huh?
He seems kind of, I don't know.
Kind of what?
Well, he's not looking around and smiling the way the other guy was. He's walking kind of slow. His head's down. You know, sort of looking at his feet. He's getting into the ring now. He's not playing to the crowd at all, this guy. He's going straight to his corner. He's sitting down. He doesn't look much to me.
What's Sailor Powalski doing?
He's standing in his corner, hands along the ropes behind him. He's sort of leering at Tiger Jackson. His poleaxe sure looks confident.
Well, when you get a fighting Pole, he's usually pretty cocksure. You say Jackson doesn't look so good.
I've certainly seen better.
Ladies and gentlemen, a 10-round contest at the welterweight limit of 147 pounds. On my right, at 140 pounds, Tiger Jackson. On my left, at 146 pounds, Sailor Powalski.
Certainly with the pole, all right.
He's got them both in the center of the ring now. I give him the old routine about breaking clean and so on.
Quiet a minute, Johnny.
Huh?
I want to listen to that ref.
Oh, now, don't tell me you can.
Quiet.
Okay, so the horse didn't win. Well, can I help it if the horse I back robbed home by 20 lengths? Since when's a crime to back a winner?
Since you fixed it so the favorite would lose and doped your horse to make sure it won. That's when.
You're gonna have to prove that, Cubby. Me, I ain't saying nothing until I see my lawyer.
All right, you bums. Shake hands now, and when the bell goes, come out fighting.
That ref, Johnny. Who is he? What's his name? Look in the program.
Oh, now, don't tell me you could hear anything he was saying over the racket going on.
I heard. I can't remember the name, but I've heard that voice before at the wrong end of an interrogation session.
It says here his name is Lucas. Snowy Lucas.
In a pig's eye, his name is Lucas. I remember now. Yeah, his name is Bolt. Piggy Bolt, they used to call him on account that's just what he looked like. A pig. Yeah, this guy looked that way.
Yeah, now you come to mention it, he does.
Johnny, my little warning bell is ringing like crazy. You gotta keep your eyes peeled. Might be a false alarm, but I have a feeling that something crooked is on the program for tonight.
Quick lefts to the jaw. And Sailor really looks as if he's in trouble. He's down. Huh? Tiger Jackson's knocked him down. That's funny. They didn't look like knockout punches to me. Just two little taps to the mouth. At first, they didn't seem to do any harm. Then, all of a sudden, the guy drops like he's been poleaxed. Hey, how about that? The poleaxe was poleaxed.
You're out, ladies and gentlemen, the winner by a knockout in the first minute of the fifth round, Tiger Jackson.
What is it, Johnny? What's the matter?
Pavelski isn't moving. He's just lying there. They're trying to bring him round. Not a chance. Hey, that guy really is out. How do you figure that? A little tap and he's still unconscious.
If he is unconscious.
You don't mean he's...
I don't know. With Piggy Bolt around, it's only natural that things should smell. Come on, let's get moving. I want to be in the dressing room when they carry that guy in.
What are you doing here?
FBI. Put the guy down.
Over here, Snowy.
How is he?
My boy's hurt bad. I'm Sailor's manager. He's hurt bad.
I don't feel any pulse here. He's not breathing. Yeah. Somebody's got quite a lot to answer for. This was Powalski's last round.
He's dead? Are you trying to say my boy is dead?
He's dead. And just to make the party complete, his breath smells of bitter almonds. Potassium cyanide to you.
What is this? I don't... What's all this anyway? Who does this guy think he is?
Okay, you better sit over there.
Yeah, what is all this anyway?
To my way of thinking, the murderer must be one of you guys.
What are you getting at, Copper?
You're first, Tiger.
Oh, me? I don't know nothing. I mean, for why should I want to murder the bum? I had him beat anyway.
Sounded like a great fight tonight, Tiger.
Thanks, Copper, but I don't know nothing about it, honest.
You're next, Collie.
This is a lot of nonsense. Why would I want to harm my own boy? Why should I go to...
Name first. Who are you?
Collie Blake. I'm the sailor's manager. I was in his corner tonight, like I am every night. You was talking about whatever the name was. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Everything went like it usually does. I don't see how anybody could have slipped the guy a Mickey.
Well, we'll see about that. Tell me, Collie, the water bottle.
Yeah?
Did Sailor drink between rounds?
A fighter don't drink between rounds. Very, very rarely. He takes a swig from the bottle and he spits it out. He maybe gargles a bit. But not very often does a fighter drink between rounds. Well, that way he'd get sluggish, you know?
Yeah, I see. You got that water bottle, Johnny?
I got both of them here. One from each corner. And I got the buckets they used to sponge them down.
Good. All right, next.
Well, I'm Snowy Lucas. I was ref for the fight. I can't tell you nothing.
Yeah. Mr. Lucas.
That's right.
Would it have been at all possible, in any way, for anything to have been introduced into Sailor's mouth from Tiger's glove?
Come again. You mean could the guy, Tiger, could he have had this poison on his glove and pushed it in the Sailor's mouth?
That's what I mean.
Hey, now listen, I didn't do nothing.
I'm not asking you, Tiger. Well, Mr. Lucas, would it have been possible?
No, not a chance. You see, when they goes down onto the canvas, when their gloves touch the deck, before they start fighting again, it's the ref's job to grab the guy by the wrists and rub the gloves on his shirt, the ref's own shirt. Well, that way you get rid of the rosin, you know. They put some rosin on the canvas so the guy won't slip. Well, a dirty fighter will try to keep this on his gloves.
So that at the first opportunity, he can rub his glove in the other guy's eyes and temporarily blind him. Yeah, that I know.
Yeah, well, like I said, tonight's fight was clean. There was nothing like that. When Tiger did go down, I made sure he wiped his gloves clean.
Yeah, I see. Well, there's just one thing that worries me, Mr. Lucas.
Yeah? What's that?
The fact that your name isn't Snowy Lucas.
Huh?
It's Piggy Bolt. And the last time you and I talked, you were dodging a rap for doping a racehorse. Yeah, you won a lot of dough that time.
You know, wait a minute.
Maybe you also won a lot of money tonight. Maybe you backed Tiger Jackson to win. And maybe you made sure he did win by poisoning Sailor Powalski. Maybe somehow, when you wiped the rosin off Tiger's gloves, you managed to rub some poison on.
You must be nuts.
Maybe. Maybe not. But it's a possibility, isn't it, Piggy? It's a possibility that could send you right to the chair.
You're listening to The Last Round, tonight's Sounds of Darkness, brought to you by Goodyear, the greatest name in rubber.
Lab report on the gloves, Lee.
Yeah? What do they say?
No trace of cyanide, not a thing.
I told you was nuts.
So you did, Piggy. Well, it looks like it maybe lets you out for the time being.
Say, how long have we got to stay here?
Till I find the murderer.
Yeah, but it's 1 o'clock in the morning already.
Yeah, that's right. It is. All right, who's next?
My name's Wilkie, Jess Wilkie. I manage the Tiger here.
And you were in his corner tonight?
Sure, I'm his second, too.
What do you know about this?
Honest, Mr. Masters, I don't know nothing. My boy was doing good tonight, and he would have won anyway. I had nothing against this, sir. I mean, why should I? My boy was the better boy, and he was all set to win. So why should I follow it all up by giving him poison? Anyway, I was never anywhere near him.
So the lab reports show no traces of cyanide in either of the water bottles, or the buckets, or on the sponges, or the gloves. That right, Johnny?
That's right.
So how in the heck can somebody give a fighter in the middle of the ring, in Madison Square Garden, in the middle of the 5th round, a fatal dose of poison?
Can I talk to you a moment, Lee?
Well, I wouldn't leave this bunch alone with the body. All right, I tell you what. You got a guard outside?
Sure, I got 4 fellas from the Central Precinct.
Okay. Let them escort this bunch of beauties into the dressing room next door and keep an eye on them. They're not to talk to anybody. And while they're at it, they may as well search them.
Yeah, you can't search us unless you got a search warrant.
Well, now, you're quite right there, Piggy.
I know I am.
I tell you what the position is. Either you let us search you here and now without a warrant.
Huh?
In other words, you cooperate with the police for a change, or else I'll personally see that they tie a charge on you for resisting an officer in the execution of his duty, and you'll do 6 months before we even start.
Well, hang on, wait a minute.
And I'll search you anyway, by force if necessary.
Huh?
So, what do you got to say to that?
Well, look, I'm not beefing. Well, sure you can search me. I got nothing to hide.
That's mighty nice of you, Piggy.
I'll say this.
Open the door, Johnny.
Okay, Lee.
Officer, take this chorus line round into the dressing room next door. And keep an eye on them till I let you know.
Sure thing, Mr. Masters. Come on, you guys. This way.
Yeah, all right.
Well, Johnny, what is it?
I was thinking. Seems like the only way anybody could have poisoned that guy would have been to have given him the poison in the ring.
That, Johnny, is the problem. I know it sounds impossible, but that's just what must have happened.
But, Lee, I'm telling you, it didn't happen.
Look, think back. Think hard. In between rounds, between the 4th and the 5th rounds.
Yeah.
Anything happened? Anything at all?
Oh, Jeepers, Lee, I don't think so. I mean, you know the usual stuff. You know, like rubbing the guy's muscles, fanning him with a towel, giving him the water bottle, all that kind of jazz. Nothing special.
You sure?
If there had been anything, I'd have noticed. That I'm sure of.
Which leaves us right back where we started. Somebody poisoned that guy while he was in the middle of the ring, watched by 6,000 people. What did you get, Johnny?
Lucas or Bolt or whatever his name is was telling the truth. He backed a grand on Tiger Jackson to win. Nobody else had a bet. But I ran into Droopy outside.
Oh, is that who's with you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me, Mr. Lee.
Well, you might be just the guy I want to talk to. Guess there's not much goes on in the sporting world, either on the level or crooked, that you don't know about, is there?
Well, I keep my ear to the ground.
Now, what's the word on the killing?
Killing? Somebody dead?
Maybe. How was the money going? What was the betting like on the fight tonight? I mean, last night.
Ah, you mean Sailor Kowalski and Tiger Jackson? Yeah, there was big bread floating around on that one.
A lot of dough, huh?
You asked me, the syndicate climbed in on this one.
As big as that, huh?
Yeah.
And these guys don't open their eyes under $100,000.
The way I heard it, they stood to win $500,000.
And they won, of course.
Of course. When the syndicate bets, that ain't a gamble. That's a certainty. One way or another, they make sure of that.
Yeah. Okay, Droopy. Thanks a lot. See you around.
Here's something for your trouble.
Ah, gee, thanks, mister. It wasn't no trouble. For you, Mr. Lee, it's only a pleasure. You know that.
Sure. Have a drink anyway.
Yeah, okay, Mr. Lee. I'll see you around.
Well, very interesting, Johnny.
Yeah.
As I remember the fight the way you told it, Sailor didn't look as if he was losing until he dropped in the fifth. Is that right?
That's right.
And in spite of the fact that I fancied Tiger, Sailor was the obvious one to win, wasn't he?
He started out as unfavored.
Yeah, that's right. You know what I think?
What's that?
I think the Sailor was going to take a dive. I think it was all arranged that way. And for some reason, he changed his mind. By this time, it was too late. The syndicate had already laid out close to $250,000. He had to lose. That's why he was killed.
So now we know why, but we don't know how or who.
Just let me think a minute, Johnny. When you've eliminated every alternative, what you're left with must be the modus operandi.
Huh?
Yeah. Now, so far, we've eliminated the fact that he might have been given poison before he came into the ring.
Uh-huh.
He didn't pick up poison from Tiger Jackson's gloves.
Right.
He didn't get poison from the water bottle.
True.
And there were no traces of cyanide in the buckets. We've searched every one of these birds, and every one of them is clean. Of course. Why didn't I think of that before?
What?
I must be slipping. If I'd seen the fight tonight instead of you telling me about it, I'd have solved this thing before we got up from our seats.
What are you talking about?
Johnny, you know something? I think I know how this thing was done, and I think I know who did it. Trouble is, I haven't got the faintest idea how I'm going to prove it.
What is this guy trying to hang on?
Okay, gentlemen. I've called you all back in here to tell you that in any moment from now, you can all go home.
Oh, that's the nicest thing you've ever...
All of you, except one, that is. First of all, I'll tell you why Sailor Kowalski was murdered. And this isn't guessing. We've checked, and we know. About 2 weeks ago, the syndicate approached Sailor through a third party and offered $20,000 for him to take a dive. Sailor agreed. The third party clinched the deal and took the $20,000. When he went to give Sailor his share, the Pole had changed his mind. No amount of persuasion on the part of this third party could get the Sailor to throw the fight. Now, our friend, Mr. Third Party, was in trouble. The syndicate had laid out big money. Sailor had to lose. On his form, he was a cert to win. So, Mr. Third Party, the murderer, hit upon a bright little scheme. He got hold of some prussic acid. Yeah, and I know where he got it from. The poison was put into a soluble capsule, long and thin. And then The capsule was put into the sailor's mouth.
What are you talking about, copper?
Your brother-in-law develops photographs, Collie. Bet there's plenty of potassium cyanide lying around his darkroom.
Yeah?
You put the capsule in the sailor's mouth, didn't you?
You're nuts. When did I get that chance?
Before round 5 started. In the ring, in full view of 6,000 people, you slipped the capsule in his mouth.
Oh, the gum shield. Of course, the gum shield.
That's right, Piggy. Who handles a fighter's gum shield? Only his second.
Prove it. I'd like to see you prove it.
Just before the 5th round started, you slipped Sailor's gum shield back into his mouth. Only this time, the cyanide capsule was stuck to it. You knew with a couple of punches to the mouth that the capsule would burst and that the sailor would swallow the poison. And that's the way it happened.
Talk. Just talk. Prove it, copper.
I have proved it. That gum shield went to the laboratory. They found the traces that I need.
Why, you...
Get him, Johnny.
All right, I did it. What could I do? It was him or me. You know the syndicate. If Sailor had have won, they'd have rubbed me out for sure. I didn't have no chance.
Thanks, Collie. I got 3 independent witnesses to your confession apart from the police. Take him away.
Okay, come on, Collie. Come on now. Come on. Okay.
Well, maybe I'm not such a bad gambler after all.
A gambler? What are you talking about?
I didn't have that gum shield tested.
What?
It wouldn't have done any good. In the first place, all traces of cyanide would have been washed off it by the saliva in the mouth. And in the second place, it wouldn't have proved anything in the first place.
You were bluffing?
Yeah, I bluffed him into squealing in front of witnesses. He'll make a full confession down to the central precinct. That's the only way we could have got him, Johnny. Next time, I suggest a night off watching the fights. Just sock me one, will you?
So ends tonight's Sounds of Darkness, presented for your entertainment by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, makers of world-famous passenger tires, truck and tractor tires for every requirement in South Africa's farming, commerce and industry. Join us next Friday and every Friday night at 9:30 when Goodyear will again present the blind detective Lee Masters in The Sounds of Darkness.
Springbok? Yes, sir. Of course, sir. No, we realize that the President's life's in danger. Of course, sir. I can assure you, sir, we haven't been idle. No, sir. Very well, sir. I'll get my best man onto it. That's right, sir. Lee Masters. I'll send for him right away.
Goodyear presents The Sounds of Darkness. Good evening. The Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, makers of passenger, truck, and tractor tires for every requirement in South Africa's farming, commerce, and industry, bring you Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges The Sounds of Darkness. tonight's Sounds of Darkness, you will hear Tony J. as Lee Masters, James White as Johnny Bridges, and Elaine Lee as Samantha Darlington. Others in the cast are Bruce Anderson, Erica Rogers, George Carellin, Eric Egan, and Hugh Rouse. And now let's join the world of Lee Masters in tonight's Sounds of Darkness, A Friend of Uncle Sam.
What are you so on edge about, Fred?
Well, I'll tell you. Now, normally we don't pay any attention to 80% of the anonymous warning letters we get. You know that, Lee.
Sure. The other 20% you give a routine check over just in case. So
we've had an anonymous letter. But this time, for a couple of reasons, we've got to do something about it. Or rather, you two have.
What are the couple of reasons?
First of all, here's the letter. You'd better read it aloud, Johnny.
Sure. It's on ordinary rule paper. Looks as though it would have been torn from a kid's exercise book. You know the sort, Lee.
Yeah. Pen, pencil, or typed?
Printed in ink.
Not a pro crook, then. Okay, read it.
This is to warn you that they are going to kill the president. He mustn't undertake public appearances on the 19th or 20th. Signed, A Friend of Uncle Sam. Holy cow, is this for real?
We don't know. But we have reason to believe it might be. And, of course, with the life of the president involved, we just can't take any chances.
Pass me that letter, Johnny.
Sure, here.
Yeah. Well, go on. What are the reasons for believing that this might be on the level?
First of all, you remember this scare about the bomb aboard the Queen Elizabeth a few months back?
Yeah, you've got a warning note. Investigated. Found the bomb as mentioned in the note. Right?
That's right. Here's the note we received that time.
Yeah, I see what you mean, Mr. Harris. It's the same paper, Lee.
Mm-hmm.
And at a guess, I'd say that the same person wrote both letters.
I'll give it over here. Yeah, I see. Anything else?
Another note. Here it is. This one we got just before General Rickenoff was due to take off for Vietnam. I'll read it to you. When General Rickenoff's plane lands, they have arranged things so that it will blow up. It's also signed, like the other two, A Friend of Uncle Sam.
Well, hand it over, Fred. So these 3 notes were written by the same person. And as the other 2 warnings were for real, you can't afford not to do something about this one, huh?
That's simply. Why, don't you agree?
I didn't say that. Sure seems like it. How did these letters get to you?
They were addressed to the FBI, Washington, and they were mailed.
Oh, they came through the regulation U.S. mails.
That's right.
Postmarks?
All different. The first one, warning us about the bomb aboard the Queen Elizabeth, was posted in New York. The second one about the plane and General Rickenoff was posted in Dallas, Texas. And this one came from Portland, Oregon.
Right across country, huh?
Yeah. Now, you see the reason for the panic. This last letter arrived yesterday. Today's the 15th. 4 days to the 19th.
4 days. Doesn't leave us much time, does it? Tell me, what engagements does the president have on the days in question?
On the 19th, there's a formal ball at the White House with dozens of foreign VIPs. And on the 20th, he's launching a new nuclear submarine.
In the Navy Yard at Portland, Oregon, I bet.
That's right.
Yeah, that figures. Is that all, Fred?
That's all. Here are the 3 letters in the envelopes. They came in. Do you think you can do something?
Well, we haven't missed yet, have we?
No, but we can't afford to have this one for your first timer.
Well, Johnny, what did we learn from those letters?
Well, the English wasn't too bad. All the notes refer to they, so presumably a gang is involved.
The printing? Was it a good adult hand? Or was it childish or uneducated looking?
No, not uneducated. Pretty neat. All in capitals.
So, what do you deduce, if anything?
Well, there's nothing to deduce, is there? Neat printing, pretty good English. I mean, that doesn't tell us anything.
Notice the perfume?
No, I didn't.
Well, I did. It's not a regular perfume or even a cologne. More like a hand lotion. You know, keep your hands soft and young-looking, that kind of stuff. Which means a woman handled those letters. Most probably wrote them. A woman who uses hand lotion. All 3 of those letters smelled the same. The other 2, not so strong. But it was still there.
Most women use hand lotion.
Sure. Before they go to bed, that sort of thing. But those weren't the kind of letters a woman writes just before she goes to bed. Obviously, a woman who's involved with saboteurs against her will. Maybe her husband's involved. Yeah, that would figure. My guess is that this broad is married to a guy who's mixed up with this gang. She doesn't want to go to the police because that would put her man inside. Or worse. She can't talk him into giving the whole thing a miss. So she does it this way. When they plan something which she just can't go along with, then she drops the FBI an anonymous line. She writes the letters late at night. Then she slips out and posts them while hubby's sleeping. No, that I don't like.
Why not?
Unless she drugged him, what's to stop him waking up and finding she's not there? You can never be sure, no matter how heavy the guy sleeps. It's a much safer bet that she wrote them while the guy was out. So, why the hand cream?
Maybe he works nights.
Yeah, could be. No, it still doesn't figure. If he goes off to work, and she knows she's going to write this letter and then slip out and mail it, why the heck bother with hand lotion?
Yeah.
You see what I mean, John?
Yeah, I'm with you. What about the postmarks, Lee? What do you make of them?
3 different places. Could be just a cover. Somehow I don't think so.
Why not?
Well, like I said, those letters weren't written by a pro. They were mailed in 3 different cities because they happened to be in those cities at the time. Looks like Our Lady travels around quite a bit.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, they're going to do a job on a plane that takes off from Dallas, so they go to Dallas. The Queen Elizabeth docks in New York, so they go to New York.
I don't think so, Johnny. These birds would have a cover. They wouldn't just move into a town, do their little bit, and then move out. Sooner or later, the pattern would show and they'd get picked up. Spies, saboteurs, these people are usually trained operators, and they always have a front.
Yeah, that's true.
Nope. They were in those towns at the time on business, which would have appeared to be strictly legit.
Like traveling salesmen, that sort of thing, huh?
Maybe. Maybe. I wish I could figure that hand lotion. There's a big fat clue there, I'm sure. Sam.
Hi, Lee.
Book 2 seats on the next flight to Portland, Oregon. We'll stay at the Phoenix Hotel. Fix that, too, will you, please?
Sure. Anything else?
Yeah, you smell anything on this letter?
No, Lee, not a thing.
Yeah, I didn't think you would. Seems like I'm the only one with educated nostrils. How far is the nearest drugstore?
Well, there's one right across the street.
Get hold of Johnny on the blower and tell him I want him to take me shopping.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning. What can I do for you?
Hand lotion, hand cream. You stock that?
Why, yes, of course. What brand does your wife prefer?
Well, that's the point. You see, she asked me to buy some for her, and I forgot the name.
Oh, now we have Kiss of Dawn, Snowdrop, Lilac
No,
Time.
I wouldn't remember the name, but I would remember the smell, or at least my uncle would.
Look, I know this is a nuisance for you, but I wonder if it wouldn't be possible for me to take a sniff at the various ones you do stock.
With the greatest pleasure, my dear sir. If you just walk this way.
If I walk that way, I'll just look at my hip.
Now, sir, now here we have Quaker Girl. I'll just take off the stopper for you. There. Now, that's by far our most popular line.
No, not that one.
Mm-hmm. Then, oh, yes, perhaps Ziegfeld Folly.
No, not that either.
Oh, well, perhaps it must be Sweet Sue. Do try this for me.
If I never smell another hand cream in my life, it'll be too soon.
But you finally tracked it down, huh?
Yeah, after sniffing our way through 3 beauty salons and 2 hairdressing establishments. It's an Italian hand cream called Madonna Mobile. Very, but very expensive.
Oh, I never heard of it.
Tells us that Our Lady isn't short of dough. A small bottle sells at $14.
Wow. For that money, I'd never wash it off.
For that money, I wouldn't use it in the first place. Flight 14 at 6 o'clock, you said.
Uh-huh, that's right. Give my love to the Beaver State.
Touching down in Portland in approximately 15 minutes. The weather in Portland is cold and drizzling.
Oh, great. Thousands of miles we travel to get caught in the rain.
Whose meeting is this then, Johnny?
A guy called Reuter, local police chief.
Did you tell him to get onto those things I told you?
Sure, but it's a pretty long shot, isn't it, Lee? I mean, just because she uses Italian hand cream doesn't necessarily mean she's Italian.
No, it doesn't. But look at it this way. Spies, saboteurs. They gotta keep in touch with head office, don't they?
Sure.
Well, take it from me. The shortwave radio bit you very seldom find outside novels. They use the mails. Now, letters going direct behind the Iron Curtain would be very liable to come under our scrutiny, wouldn't they?
I guess so.
But we couldn't keep a check on every letter that went to Italy, for instance, could we?
Yeah, I see. You're gabbling that this dame is Italian and she still uses the hand cream she used back home?
Women are even more creatures of habit than men are. That's why I want a list of all Italians at present in Portland who are not normally domiciled there. And I hope Reuter's got it ready for us when we land. Because checking to see if anybody on the list was in New York at the time of the Elizabeth bomb scare and Dallas when the general's plane was due to take off is going to take quite a couple of the 4 days that we have left.
You are listening to A Friend of Uncle Sam. Tonight's Sons of Darkness, brought to you by Goodyear, the greatest name in rubber.
But, Lee, you do realize that today is the 19th.
Sure, Fred. I know that today is the first of the danger days. But I also know that the odds against them trying anything in the White House are longer than 1,000,000,000 to 1. One place our security doesn't worry me is the White House.
Yeah, sure, that's true. I know, but tomorrow...
Well, obviously, they're going to make the attempt here at the Navy Yard tomorrow, if the warning is for real. Look, I got a force of over 1,000 cops, security agents, and FBI boys at the ready. Tomorrow, from the time the president lands at the airport, they'll be on duty. They'll be mingling with the crowds at the Navy Yard.
Listen, Lee, at the risk of being obvious.
Relax, Fred. I know it's the president, but boil it down. It's a security job, and it's an investigation. Those 2 little chores I've been doing successfully for the past 20 years. There's no reason to suppose that just because the personnel involved is star quality, I'm going to fall down on the job.
Yeah, I know, but...
But me no buts, Fred. I got work to do. See you later.
Worried, huh?
Wouldn't you be in his shoes?
I'm worried in my shoes, and they're a much smaller size.
Okay. Now then, what have you found out about Italians who've just moved here recently? And who were in Texas and New York on the dates in question?
Lee, I hate to say I told you so, but it looks like this Italian hand cream angle was just one hunch that didn't pay off.
Come again?
Nobody. But nobody. Oh, plenty that moved here recently. But New York, Dallas, forget it. And those that came in within the last 6 months, they all check out at AI on security.
Johnny, it's time you learned a very important lesson in this job of ours. When you're convinced your hunch is right, and they tell you it's impossible, then look for a way that makes the impossible possible. You'll be amazed at how many times you find that way.
Yeah, but Lee...
You can't get 2 pints into a pint pot. That right?
Sure, everybody knows that.
I don't. I've seen wildlife pictures showing a python swallowing a buck. An antelope whose girth is twice the size of the snake's. How about that?
Yeah, but listen...
No, you listen. There's something screwy about the fact that the doll had hand cream on when she wrote that note. Don't ask me what. I don't know. But the answer we're looking for lies in that hand cream. Somehow.
But how?
Let me think. How was the list of newly arrived Italians arrived at?
Every rooming house, hotel, apartment block, cottage house. In fact, every single dwelling in the city was checked.
So your answer to that set of facts is that I am wrong. Well, my answer is they must be living someplace else.
There is no place else.
There must be.
But Lee...
There must be, Johnny. We got about 18 hours to come up with the answer.
Lee, we have no vagrants in this city that aren't well and truly accounted for.
But trailer camps, Reuter. Caravan parks.
Yeah, all checked. Big fat zero.
Or what about the Army or Navy personnel? They move about.
No, I checked with every service chief within 200 miles.
Then there's an angle we've missed. Oh, let's go over things again. Say, that the Navy band practicing?
Huh? Oh, yeah, I suppose so. Now, look, Lee.
You know, brass bands always remind me of... Hey, that's it.
How was that? I'm not with you.
Circuses, my friend, circuses. Where people go all over the country. Where they live in the country. Where they live in caravans. But not in regulation caravan parks or trailer camps. You check on any circus folk?
Why, I don't think so.
Well, is there a circus in town at the moment?
I'm not quite sure.
Okay, listen. You go on ahead with this check over the sub that's going to be launched this afternoon. Johnny and I got us some checking to do of our own. See you later. Getting someplace. Tingling Circus is in town. Has been for 3 weeks.
And they were in Dallas when the general's plane proved to be bugged to explode, and in New York when they found the bomb aboard the Queen Elizabeth.
We got 3 hours before the president arrives. How do we find out which one?
Which one what?
Which lady in the circus wrote us the letters?
You think she'll talk?
She's our best bet by a long chalk, isn't she?
Yeah, I suppose so. For your information, counting the different acts, the wives of the roustabouts, the office staff, etc., there are 53 women attached to the circus living in trailers on the show site.
53, huh? How many of those are Italian?
That I don't know. 2 or 3 obviously are. You know the names. But the one we want might have a married name that doesn't mean a thing.
Yeah. You know, who are the trapeze artists?
Here, the Flying Finns.
Finland, huh? That's interesting. That's very interesting.
You think the Delta one could be one of them?
I think it's more than likely, Johnny. And I'll tell you why. That hand cream.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I know. I keep harping back to it.
But, sure do.
Think a moment. What would really play heck with a woman's hands?
You mean swinging on that trapeze bar?
Sure. If a woman is at all concerned about keeping her hands soft and supple, and in that job she would have to from a point of view of safety, never mind personal vanity, then probably every moment she's not actually performing, she would use cream on her hands. What do you think?
Sure sounds reasonable.
Okay, then. Let's go see if Mrs. whatever her name is of the Flying Finns knows anything about Italy.
Saarinen, Oscar Saarinen. What did you want?
At the moment, we're not quite sure, Mr. Saarinen. Just a few questions to start with.
Saarinen. Finnish?
Oh, he's right.
You speak pretty good English.
Oh, been here quite a few years.
Just what does the act consist of, Mr. Saarinen?
The act? Oh, well, I thought you wanted
to...
Oh, something there. What about the act, huh?
Who's in it to start with? You and who else?
My wife and my partner. Oh, he's the catcher. I'm the flyer.
Your wife and partner. They also Finnish?
Oh, my partner, yes. My wife is Italian. She flies too. Has a bit of glamour.
Sure. What is your wife going to do when we take you away?
Take me away? What are you talking about?
I got no time for games, Saarinen.
What?
In exactly half an hour, the president arrives in Portland. But of course, you know that.
Oh, sure. Everybody knows that.
Johnny here is going to take you to headquarters and hold you there. I don't imagine for one moment that you're going to come clean.
I don't know what you're getting at.
Take him away, Johnny.
No, listen. I don't have to put up with anything from you. I'm a citizen.
Yes, you are. You're the kind of citizen I'd like to personally beat up. Now get out of here before I do.
On your feet, Saarinen.
I invoke the Fifth Amendment.
Great. Don't be too gentle with him, Johnny. I'll wait for his wife to arrive.
Every time I say to Oscar, please don't carry on with this thing. He don't listen to me.
Listen, Mrs. Saarinen. We've been over that atomic sub with a fine-tooth comb. There's nothing aboard. How did your husband plan to do it? Was there...
You mean you don't know?
How could I? It took me all my time finding you, let alone find out how you plan to assassinate the president.
Madonna mia. What is the time?
I'm afraid I don't have a watch.
No, of course I forget. You cannot see. Oh, we must hurry. Pray we are not too late.
Tell me, you mean holding your husband isn't going to stop the attack?
No. We have planned it when the president he throw the bottle of champagne, then it will happen.
The bottle?
The bottle, it will not be champagne. It will be nitroglycerin.
Out of the way there. Gangway.
Buddy, what
Move over, will you?
Hurry, Johnny. He's just about ready to launch the thing.
Sorry, I gotta get through. Excuse me. Sorry, man.
We of the United States do not seek conflict.
Excuse me.
But we
I gotta get
are
through.
ready.
Out of the way there.
More than ready to meet
Excuse me.
any threat.
I'm sorry, I gotta get through.
With measures such as this fine vessel.
Gangway. Move over, will you? Out of the way.
Is capable of adding out to would-be enemies. Stop, Mr. President, stop. Gives me pleasure to name this fine craft. Stop him, Johnny. Name this submarine.
I beg your pardon, Mr. President.
Lee Masters, FBI. Johnny Bridges, my assistant.
Like an explanation of his conduct, Mr. Master.
You'll have it, sir. That champagne bottle contains nitroglycerin.
You've taken leave of your senses, Mr. Masters?
Johnny, take hold of that bottle, but very carefully. Then throw it as far out into the bay as you can. Is there a clear space?
Yeah, there is, Lee.
Okay. Throw it.
Right. Here goes. Yeah.
I don't know.
And God bless all who sailed in her.
So ends tonight's Sounds of Darkness, presented for your entertainment by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, makers of world-famous passenger tires, truck and tractor tires for every requirement in South Africa's farming, commerce and industry. Join us next Friday and every Friday night at 9:30 when Goodyear will again present the blind detective Lee Masters in The Sounds of Darkness.
Yes? Who is this?
It's me, Sam.
Sam?
Samantha, your secretary, Lee.
I know, but what the heck are you calling for at this time of night? Don't you ever sleep?
Oh, Lee, they've picked up a boyfriend of mine on a charge of murder, and he didn't do it.
Well, if he didn't do it, what are you worried about?
The trouble is, although I know he didn't do it, he's confessed to the murder.
Goodyear presents The Sounds of Darkness. Good evening. The Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, makers of passenger, truck, and tractor tires for every requirement in South Africa's farming, commerce, and industry, bring you Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges The Sounds of Darkness. In tonight's Sounds of Darkness, you will hear Tony J. as Lee Masters, James White as Johnny Bridges, and Elaine Lee as Samantha Darlington. Others in the cast are Patricia Sanders, George Carellin, Gordon Mulholland, and Hugh Rouse. Now let us join the world of Lee Masters in tonight's Sounds of Darkness, learning the hard way.
All right, Sam. Tell me all about it.
Well, his name is Bruce. Bruce Skinner. He's an artist.
An artist? You mean the full bit? Greenwich Village, sandals and beard?
Well, he does live in the village, and he does have a beard, but, well, he's not a hippie.
What the heck's a hippie?
Oh, they used to call them beatniks.
Go on.
Well, apparently last night, he met this guy that he hasn't seen since they were in college together. They hung one on.
Where did this booze-up take place?
All over. They did a crawl. But they ended up in Skid Row.
Nice friends you have.
Oh, Lee, it sounds bad, I know, but Bruce isn't that sort of guy. But you know what a couple of fellows are when they get a bit high.
They were looking for dames?
Oh, no, I shouldn't think so. Well, not Bruce, at least. All he wants to do when he gets high is spout poetry and argue. He'll argue with anyone after a few shots.
So, how did they end up in the row?
I don't know. And neither does Bruce. He just doesn't remember. He came to, sleeping on a bench on the subway station at 51st Street.
And, who was killed?
It was a girl. Her name is Helen Scranton. A real no-good Nick, by all accounts.
A hustler?
I suppose. Well, most of them hustle when they get that low.
How was she killed?
Strangled. Strangled with a necktie.
And, how did your boyfriend Bruce come to be involved in all this?
Well, the old doll who runs the rooming house where it happened saw a guy answering Bruce's description leave Helen Scranton's room about 3:30 this morning. Well, the cops checked and soon ran Bruce to the ground. The thing is that the necktie that was used is Bruce's. And he's confessed. He's confessed to strangling her.
Okay, Johnny. Now, here's the score as far as I've been able to ascertain. Helen Scranton, vagrant. Practically a human derelict. Certainly no looker. Found strangled with a necktie. The necktie belongs to one Bruce Skinner. Artist, no permanent employ. But otherwise, no record. Seems to be a pretty regular sort of guy. Last night, he meets up with an old college chum. They go off on a bender together. Skinner passes out around 2 a.m. Wakes up on a subway bench. According to him, he clearly remembers strangling a skinny brunette.
Yeah.
A brunette who was wearing blue hipster slacks and a white sweater. A perfect description of Helen Scranton.
So, what's the problem?
The problem, Johnny, is feminine intuition.
Are you kidding?
Don't knock it till you tried it. I'm a firm believer in feminine intuition.
But who's had the intuition?
Sam.
Huh?
Our pretty little secretary, Samantha Darlington, whom you fancy like crazy.
How does she come into this?
She knows this Bruce Skinner. She's convinced he didn't do it.
How is she convinced?
Because he's not a guy like that.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. And I believe her.
Have you spoken to the guy yet?
No, not yet. I intend to right away. But I've spoken to Sam, and that's enough to get me interested in the case.
Where's he being held?
5th Precinct. Let's go over and have a word with my friend, Lieutenant Evans.
Well, here he is, Lee. It's against the rules, as you know, but I reckon our friendship will stand for you to have 10 minutes with him.
Thanks, Bertie.
Okay.
Take me in, Johnny.
Straight in, Lee. No step. Bunk 3 feet to your right when you're in.
Thanks.
Gee, do you have to slam that thing like that?
Got a head, boy?
Oh, you have to be kidding. Heads I haven't got, but delicately veined balloons filled with throbbing pain tissue. These I have 2 of. For want of a better word, we'll call them heads.
I'm Lee Masters.
Oh, yeah? I heard of you. You're the blind guy that Sam works for?
That's me.
She drag you into this?
In a way.
Well, it's no use. Don't ask me why I did it, but I did. I've never even set eyes on the broad before, so help me. But I must have done it.
Why?
Because I remember doing it, and I gave a perfect description of her, and they found my tie around her throat, so I have confessed.
So Sam tells me. Look, Buster, if you did it, you deserve to burn, and I wouldn't even ask for clemency for you.
Sure.
But there's something that smells here. That is, apart from your booze-soaked breath.
Oh, yeah, do I still smell of the stuff?
I have very sensitive nostrils. Tell me what you remember. I understand you passed out in the early hours of this morning.
Yeah, I don't know that I passed out. The last thing I remember is arguing with Red, the barman in Casey's bar just off Broadway.
Yeah, I know the place. You picked a fight with Red? You must have been looking for trouble.
Red knows me. I always look for trouble when I'm high.
Go on. Start from the time you first met this friend of yours.
Okay. Well, I get to exhibit in a little gallery in the village every now and so often. I've been around there, and they sold a painting of mine. I was very surprised, see?
Why? Are you a bad artist?
Oh, no, I'm a good artist. Very good. That's why I was surprised. The public isn't really ready for work of my caliber yet, you see?
Yeah.
Anyway, I got the dough, and I was walking out into the street when this guy calls to me. At first, I didn't recognize him. Hey there, Skinny, wait up, will you? Hold it.
Me?
Yeah. The beard had me fooled for a moment, but I know those legs anywhere, boy, believe me. Oh, don't tell me it's Bertie Wagner. Another Bert. You live in New York? No, I live down in Philadelphia. Oh, what brings you here, to the hub of the universe? Oh, a little business. Wow, this calls for a little celebration. That it does, friend of my youth. And it couldn't have come at a more opportune moment. Okay. I sold a picture, and I'm slightly loaded.
How do you like that? Look, I got a couple of things to do. Now, you pick me up at my hotel about 8:30 tonight.
Sure, yeah.
Skinny, we'll paint this town a delicate shade of pink.
Oh, it's a date. I'll be around about 8:30. 8:30, I picked him up, and we had a couple in the bar of the hotel where he's staying.
What hotel is that?
The Marlborough. You know it?
I know it.
Well, from there, we just sort of drifted from one pub to the other. The last I remember, like I said, was Casey's bar.
Apart from remembering the fact that you strangled the broad.
Yeah, apart from that. It's so real, you know, and I don't even know her, Mr. Masters. Do you think I did it?
Do you?
Well, I suppose I must have. The funny thing is, sometimes I feel like I must have dreamed it to them. The next minute, I know I did it.
And right now, how do you feel about it right now?
Right now, I feel I must be going out of my mind.
This the hotel?
Yeah, this is the Mulberry, where Brady Wagner lives.
Okay. Steer me through into the lobby, Johnny.
This way. Excuse me, could you tell me if...
Oh, yeah. So can I help you?
Mr. Wagner, what room number is he?
Room 1234. You want to see him? Well, I'll check if he's here. What name, please?
Hold it, Buster.
Huh?
Save the efficiency bit. We're from the FBI.
Oh.
Here's my badge. I just want to know if the guy's in.
Oh, I see. Well, yes, he's in, sir. No trouble, I hope.
None at all. Just don't announce us, that's all. Come on, Johnny. Room 1234, you said.
That's right, sir. Oh, the elevator's over to your right.
Knock again. Maybe he's also sleeping it off.
No answer. Must be out.
Funny. Hang on a minute. I got keys here for all kinds of locks. Here, try a couple of these.
Okay.
This one usually works on hotel rooms.
Hey, right first time, as usual.
Jealousy will get you nowhere, son.
Yeah? What is it? Hey, what's going on here?
FBI.
And we knocked. There was no answer.
I was learning. I'm busy learning Spanish. I got a job to do in Mexico in a couple of months. Something I can do for you?
Yeah. We're looking into a killing in which a friend of yours seems to be involved.
Oh, you mean Skinny? Bruce Skinner. Is that a federal case?
In a way. What can you tell us about it?
Well, I can't tell you a thing, really. Nothing is that I haven't already told the police. I know it sounds screwy. I mean, Skinny just isn't that type of guy, but for my money, he did it. He killed this Helen Scranton broad.
You are listening to Learning the Hard Way. Tonight's Sounds of Darkness, brought to you by Goodyear, the greatest name in rubber.
Okay, Mr. Wagner. Tell us your version of the story.
Yeah, sure. I'll just switch off and put this junk away. Well, you see now, what was like this? I met Skinny by accident.
You didn't know where he was staying? Where he was working? What he was doing?
No, I didn't. Not a thing. See, I've been living in Philadelphia ever since I left college, and that was the last time I saw Skinny in college.
You mean since, when was it you left college?
1962.
Since 1962, you haven't seen Bruce Skinner. That's 5 years.
Yeah, that's right. Something wrong in that?
No. Should there be?
Well, how do you mean, should there be? We both started our different careers in different states.
What is your career, Mr. Wagner?
Me? Well, I'm actually going into politics. I work for the DA's office in Philadelphia.
A lawyer, huh?
Well, at the moment, yeah. Like I say, I hope for a career in politics.
Yeah. Married?
No, not anymore. I did get married just after college, actually, but it didn't take.
So now you're divorced?
No, separated. We just parted. There are no kids, and I got no intention of getting married for a few years. You know, I'm far too busy making my career, that sort of thing, so I haven't bothered about a divorce.
And, of course, even in this so-called enlightened day and age, for a man planning a public career like a politician, having a divorce somewhere in the background isn't a good thing, is it?
No, I suppose not. I hadn't thought about it that way. Sooner or later, maybe Heather is going to want to get married to someone, and when she does, I've no doubt that she'll get on to me about making things legal.
That's your wife's name? Heather?
That's right.
When did you see her last?
Well, not since we broke up, back in 1963.
4 years, huh? And, what makes you think Bruce Skinner did the killing?
Well, you know how some guys are when they're high. They want to look for atmosphere. Well, that was Bruce. He thought we might meet some interesting characters in Skid Row. We went into a bar there, and he started talking to this broad. That's when I left.
By this broad, you mean Helen Scranton?
No, some other doll. I didn't know her name. Anyway, the party looked like getting a little too rough for me. Like you said, a guy can't be too careful.
Did I say that?
Yeah, you know, about divorce, scandals, that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's right. So you left.
Next, I heard they picked up Bruce this morning.
Now, Bertie, about this Skinner kid. How did you guys hear about the killing?
A phone call around 4 o'clock this morning. It came from a guy, anonymous. Just said that there was a stiff in Helen Scranton's room, then he rang off.
Didn't give you a tip to pick up Bruce Skinner?
Nope. Landlady put us on to him. Oh, what I mean is she gave us a description. Said he looked drunk, even at that time of the morning. She says she saw him leave at about 3:30 in the morning. Oh, we checked the bars for strangers, got a description that fitted the one the landlady gave us. Well, after that, it was routine. Oh, he's a guy, all right, he confessed. It was his necktie that was used to strangle her.
Yeah. I don't like it, Bertie.
Huh?
Not one little bit. What do you know about this broad, Helen Scranton? That her real name?
Well, no, as a matter of fact, it isn't her real name. Her name was Seymour, Heather Seymour.
Oh, hi, Lee.
Hi, Sam. Well, what did you find out?
This Bertie Wagnall seems to be all he says he is. Up-and-coming young light in DA's office in Philly. He's lived there since 62. He did marry, and they did split up with no hard feelings in 63. Oh, for my money, he's clean.
I wonder. Something smells in this case. You know that, Sam? And his wife's maiden name?
Archer. Her name was Heather Archer. All I know, Lee, is that Bruce can't have done it.
You know something? I've talked to the boy. I'm inclined to agree with you.
And what's the answer? Another Skid Row character did it?
Oh, I don't think so. You see, there's the landlady's description of the guy who left the room at 3:30 in the morning. I've spoken to her, too. And that was definitely Skinner that she saw. He was for sure in that girl's room at 3 in the morning.
But he remembers nothing about that.
No. The last he remembers is in Casey's bar, just off Broadway. I've spoken to Red, the barman there, and Bruce and his pal left at 1:30. Now, the funny thing is that Red says he didn't seem so canned to him.
Oh.
Yeah, he knows your pal, Bruce. And according to Red, the guy wasn't all that drunk. Odd, yeah, but not drunk.
Oh, what's that supposed to mean?
I don't know, Sam. One or two little things worry me about this whole business. Like, for instance, Bertie Wagnall saying that the dame that Bruce was talking to when he left him in the bar in Skid Row wasn't Helen Scranton.
So? What's wrong with that?
Well, how would he know that she didn't look like Helen Scranton? Unless he knows what Helen Scranton looks like.
Oh.
And according to him, he doesn't. Well, it might just be a slip of the tongue. I don't know. By the way, the other thing. Is there any rumor in Philly about young Bertie Wagnall wanting to get married?
No. He seems to be a confirmed bachelor by all accounts.
Yeah. Get hold of Johnny, will you, Sam?
Right.
I feel like taking a trip to Philadelphia.
Gentlemen, can I be of assistance?
FBI.
Oh.
Here's my badge.
Oh, I see. Yes, sir.
Now, look. I want you to find for me the original document registering the marriage of one Albert Wagnall, 1962. You got that?
Yes, sir. Right away, sir. One moment. I'll get it for you right away.
I still don't get it, Lee. Sam checked on this. Why do we have to come all the way to Philadelphia to check again?
Because, Johnny, this Wagnall guy is the guilty one in my book. I have a hunch he knows Helen Scranton. His wife's Christian name was the same as Helen Scranton's real name, Heather. But her maiden name was Archer. Helen Scranton's real name was Seymour.
Exactly, so why are we here?
When people change their names, they keep their same initials 9 times out of 10. That's one reason. 2, Wagnall knew Helen Scranton. 3, possible motive. It wouldn't look good for an up-and-coming lawyer to be married to a girl who lives in Skid Row. A no-good, a derelict, would it?
No, I suppose not.
Here you are, sir. Albert Wagnall.
Who did he marry?
Now, let's see. Here we are, sir. Heather Archer.
You're wrong this time, Lee.
I don't think so, Johnny. Not yet. Have a look at that entry. Does it look to you as if it might have been altered?
Just a second.
Oh, but that could never happen here.
Hey, you know something, Lee? I don't know how you do it, but I'd say yes. This entry has definitely been altered.
My word.
Yeah. It wouldn't be the first time either. All right, Johnny. It's a long shot, but maybe we'll hit pay dirt. Look, get the witnesses' names and addresses, and let's go and see them right away.
No, Mrs. Webley, we are from the FBI, but it isn't any sort of trouble for you.
Oh, well, what is it then?
Back in 1962, you were a witness down at City Hall. Young guy named Albert Wagnall, and a young girl. Remember?
Of course I remember. Heather particularly wanted me to be a witness since she has no brothers and sisters.
Was she a relative of yours then?
No, but I knew her from the first time she came to Philly. Her only friend, really.
And what was her name?
Her name? Why, before she married Bert Wagnall, her name was Seymour. Heather Seymour.
How long before we hit New York, Johnny?
30 minutes. But I got hold of Evans. They'll have picked up Wagnall by now.
You know, what worries me is this confession of Bruce Skinner's.
Huh?
I know Wagnall did it. We can prove that the dead woman was actually his wife, Heather Seymour, and that she was blackmailing him. He was paying her dough to keep quiet about the marriage. So, we know his motive. But how did he manage to get Bruce Skinner to confess? Wait a minute. See, when we first went into his room...
We knocked. There was no answer.
I was learning. I'm busy learning Spanish.
That's it, Johnny. How was Wagnall learning?
Well, he had headphones on. You know, listening to tapes. That's the way everyone learns languages these days. Sorry, I didn't think.
You're supposed to tell me everything that's going on. And when it happens, too. Not days later. If you'd told me about the headphones, I would have cottoned on to how Wagnall got Bruce to confess to a crime he didn't commit.
Gee, I feel real bad about this, Lee.
So you should. Anyway, it's over now. No harm done.
Yeah, but I still don't see.
Well, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Now, listen. First of all, Bruce said the last thing he remembered was being in Casey's bar, right?
Right.
Right. But Red, the barman, said he wasn't so drunk. Odd, he said, but not drunk.
Uh-huh.
Well, right then, I thought Bruce had been drugged. Maybe our friend Wagnall slipped him LSD or some other hallucinatory drug. Bruce blacked out.
Yeah.
Wagnall took him to his hotel room, and the night clerk confirms this. And he gave him a dose of suggestion over those phones.
Yeah.
Yeah, he suggested that Bruce killed Helen Scranton. Actually, it was Wagnall who did it, of course.
Mm.
And Bruce was probably in the room, too. But out. That's how his necktie came to be used. So, Wagnall left him there. At 3:30, Bruce comes to. But not enough that he remembers anything. Well, he leaves the room, is seen by the landlady, and the rest you know.
The rest I know.
No, it was Wagnall's slip that first made me suspicious. Of course, he'd had access to the records, working in the DA's office, and he'd changed them. Well, let that be a lesson to you.
A lesson?
Yeah. You're my eyes. You must tell me everything, even the obvious things. If I hadn't remembered the conversation and thought there was something funny about Wagnall from the first, we might never have cracked this one.
So ends tonight's Sounds of Darkness, presented for your entertainment by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, makers of world-famous passenger tires, truck and tractor tires for every requirement in South Africa's farming, commerce and industry. Join us next Friday and every Friday night at 9:30 when Goodyear will again present the blind detective Lee Masters in The Sounds of Darkness. The Sounds of Darkness. Lee Masters, FBI, who wages relentless war against crime. Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges The Sounds of Darkness. The Sounds of Darkness. Tonight, Georgia in her mind.
Reckon it'll work?
Works on television, doesn't it?
Very funny. The thing is...
Mind the incoming cars.
What are you talking about? Hey! Did you see that road hog?
Go on. Why don't you?
Why don't I what?
Ask me how I knew.
I'm not going to. I'm going to punish you. Because you've traveled with me before along this highway. You know there's a turnpike here, and you're being clever as all get out.
Just keeping in practice. Keeping that mental clock of mine working. Which side?
Of the bed?
Yeah.
The wrong one. I reckon we're wasting our time going down to Vermont.
I don't.
Sure, it's your idea. All we have to do is slip up on one item, and she won't talk.
Then we mustn't slip up.
Look, you take a dame, a woman called Andrea Krucheska. Lithuanian, works in New York. Is known to be a courier for the Reds. Has been fingered, but will not break. Can't be brought to trial. Can't be deported. No evidence. We want to break her because you and Curtis Blumenthal of CIA and Ames happen to think something's coming up in Canada. Okay? Canadian boys think the same. They want our assist. So we stage an elaborate bit of nonsense to get her to talk.
That's right.
Even if it works, what can she tell us?
What we want to know.
She is a courier.
No, she's more than that. Andrea Krucheska is a full-blooded Soviet agent.
Now she tells me. Okay, if we know that, kick her out. Put her inside.
No.
Why not?
Because she knows something's coming up, that's why. And we want her broken. Fast.
We're up against a wall shooter or pretender. Archaic, but effective.
This day and age.
Yeah, well, okay. Georgia, here we come. Georgia, USSR.
She's due to come to in about 5 minutes. You know the layout of this place? Back rooms. This place here, which is a kind of kitchen. And the room there, where she is. Andrew. At no time will you come into this anteroom until called. I'm sorry, gentlemen, but the game could be given away.
Sure, we know. No need to read us the Gettysburg Address. Come on in, Johnny.
Nurse Captain, from this point on, you are Maria Rudletskaya. I am Yuri Zatko, as in the epic hero, remember?
You can't catch me, Yuri.
Good. Well, let's go in.
Smoke? Oh, I'm giving it up.
Can't take it.
Trying to stay healthy.
Young boys like me can take it. Oh, 5 minutes almost over.
Embassy?
Mandrake, Korea 1 has disappeared. We suspect she has gone visiting.
Since?
This morning. We recover?
If we do not recover, Montreal does not take place. Blitz?
2 days. We will find her.
She must not dock. Recover and liquidate.
Good afternoon, Andrea Krucheska. Good afternoon, Andrea Krucheska.
Who are you?
I am Dr. Yuri Zatko. This woman is Maria Rudletskaya.
What am I?
You are not to fret. You are Andrea Krucheska. You are home, Andrea. Russia. Georgia, where you spent so many of your young years, where you met and married your husband, Anatoly Gregin.
He is dead.
Yes, of course, we know this. He died here. And that was when you joined us. You're intelligent and you need occupation. Remember? This was May 1970.
Yes, America. New York. New York.
Do not excite yourself, Andra.
Oh, what happened?
You were working for us in New York. The Americans realized this.
I know. They questioned me. And I was walking down the street.
Yes, that was 2 weeks ago. We know all about it. You were walking down the street. A woman bumped into you.
Oh.
You were scratched on the forearm on purpose. A drug. You collapsed. You were taken somewhere, but our embassy heard about it. You were recovered. There was an exchange of gifts, shall we say, between their nation and ours.
See, and I am now in Georgia.
I have said so.
You have been very ill. The Americans subjected you to many drugs.
Drugs?
Yes.
You have been most ill, comrade. And you have been indiscreet.
What? What do you say?
While you were in American hands, you told them of what was planned for Montreal, Canada. not your fault, although we did expect more control until we were able to find you.
I told them?
Yes, you told them everything. It is no matter now. Plans were changed. So you will not be punished, Andrei Kucheska. It concerns the current detente with Red China and the possibility of trade missions and perhaps arms exchanges with Red China. Do you remember any such thing?
No, I feel I'm sick.
Do not worry about that, then. But what you told them about Montreal, perhaps you will be punished for not standing up to routine questioning.
I do not... I feel sick.
Maria.
Here. Let me give you something to drink here.
Let us concentrate on Montreal, then.
But you know about Montreal.
Of course we know. But, Andrea, to work for us again, I must know your state of mind, your mental health. Now, Montreal. What did you tell them? What was the diversion planned for Montreal?
You know this. You know... I feel so sick.
Andra Krucheska, Montreal.
But you know this. I feel sick. Help me, please.
Nurse, let's attend to her. I will return in 10 minutes.
But, Johnny, you had no right to shove off like that. You know I turned down a date for you.
Yeah, I know. That's exactly why I'm phoning, Phoebe.
The name is Phoebe.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, look, do you forgive me, honey?
Hmm.
I'm away on business. Be back in 3 days. I'll look you up then, huh?
What?
Give me that telephone, please.
Well, who are you? You come bursting in here in my apartment. Who are you?
See this gun? You will come with me. Lead me to Johnny Bridges.
Like that. She hangs up on me.
What else?
That's what I like about this business. I don't even get time to tell all my broads that I'm leaving town.
Tough.
Phoebe is a lovely girl.
So you say.
Stacked like Venus de Milo, Lee, and she's got arms. I'll call her again.
No, Johnny, not too many calls.
Okay.
News?
It's going okay. Hey, you guys got any coffee in here? I could have made myself some, but...
Yeah, there's some here.
Well, how's it going?
Yeah, so far so good. I got around her to Montreal, but... You know, I don't want to press it yet. She's worried. And I am, too. You know, we could give ourselves away so easily. And we're supposed to know what's planned for Montreal, of course, and...
Here you are.
No, thanks.
Milk, sugar?
No, that's okay, thanks. But anyways, that's where we're at. Montreal. I've conditioned her to telling me about the diversion first before she gets into trying to talk about some of the other nonsense I put in her mind.
This diversion, it's planned for tomorrow.
Yeah, I know.
Then you better get her to talk, huh?
If I can, in my own time.
We don't have much time.
Now, you guys want me to blow it? I'll go in and give it a 3rd degree. You want that? She will not talk unless it's done my way.
You're a head shrinker by profession?
A psychiatrist, yes.
Oh, that's what I said. It's just that we have to know urgently what's planned up there.
I know that. I've worked with you guys before. Or at least, not you personally, but for Curtis Blumenthal and for other departments. Okay, I'll try her again. But I cannot rush her. I mean, you guys thought of this from A to Z. You must have known it would take time.
We have time. Until about 6 tonight, I guess.
It is now 3. Okay. Please don't forget to stay in this room.
We have to know, Lee. We have to know now.
Oh, for crying out loud.
You will not be heard. You have only to talk.
I don't know where he is. He said Georgia way, that's all.
Where we are now.
Shut your mouth. Ow!
I saw that. I saw what you did, young man. I'm going to report you to the police. I saw you lift your hand and strike that. I saw you. I'm going to report you.
Sure, this is the town.
No, I'm not sure. I only know that Johnny said something about... Well, he didn't say he was going away anyway. And that was why he called me, see? But 2 nights back he was going on about... Well, he said Georgia, and he said something... Oh, I don't know. Maybe his boss. Yeah, he said his name's Masters, and... No, he said Lee Masters will be coming here. I think he said this town. I just think he said this town.
You can go. Open the car door and go.
Can I? Oh, can I go?
Be careful not to walk on the road. The cars, eh? Walk on the side, the gravel.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Take the outside road, go back into town, and try trick. It may work. I have little time for anything else. I'm sorry to have shot such a woman. Good body, good arms and hands. A pity.
Excite yourself.
I do not understand why you must know about Montreal.
You dare to question me?
I'm most sorry.
That is better. Walk round a little. Breathe some air. Go to the window. The lovely air of our countryside.
It is indeed lovely. I do not know this part.
And you are not to know, my dear.
Of course not.
Andra Krzyzewska, we are...
Yes, I am not behaving.
Montreal.
But you know what happened in Montreal.
You are being impertinent.
I'm sorry. Pravda. So it was truly in New York 2 weeks ago that I fell ill.
That you were abducted, yes. Now put that paper down. Sit and answer my questions.
What time is it, please?
5 o'clock. Oh, you would like some tea? Some Georgian herb tea?
Please.
Nurse.
Of course. I'm sorry. My mind has not been clear, and I have been insolent. I do apologize. Montreal. Yes, of course I will tell you all.
Good. Cigarette?
Thank you. My favorite.
Of course. You are a valued agent, Andra Krzyzewska. We pander sometimes to the agents we value. But we have wasted time.
Yes.
The ashtray is next to you. Begin. Montreal.
Montreal.
Well, as you know, there was to be the attempt on the life of the Canadian Prime Minister. He was to be wounded, and evidence laid the blame, on the Commercial Trade Union Committee. The purpose, of course, to bring about government attention on the union itself, perhaps to disband it and allow a new union to form, which would be staffed, of course, by men owing allegiance to the communist cause. Now, this was to have happened...
Did happen.
Of course. This happened 2 weeks ago. What was the reaction?
Most favorable. Most favorable.
Bridges?
Well, Johnny Bridges, Hulkins in town here. You know a dame called Phoebe Watkins? Well, her body has been found just out of town. She has a bangle thing named of Johnny on it. Well, knowing you guys were in the vicinity, I thought, could it be you?
How was she killed?
Gunned down, side of the road. Well, has she anything to do with the jazz you're up to? The hills up there? Because you might have warned me. I have a job to do, and if your job involved throwing bodies all over the
Shut
place...
up! Where is she?
Well, in the morgue.
Look, I'll call back.
She was working for you?
I'll call back.
Okay. Oh, and I directed someone up to you. A guy called Chalice. One of your boys. Fed. Nice guy.
Chalice? Describe him to me. Fast.
Thank you, Andre Francesca. Extinguish your cigarette. You may burn your fingers.
Of course. Oh, most sorry. What is this? Made in New Jersey? USA?
Call the other guys, nurse. We're blown. Who the devil brought in an ashtray that's made in New Jersey? Johnny! Lee Ames, get in here!
She's dead. Broken neck.
Justify that I killed Andre Grujeska. Please to stand where you are, all of you. I am a good shot.
You killed Phoebe?
Phoebe? Oh, that rather gorgeous woman I brought with me from New York. Yes, I had no more use of her.
Why, Johnny?
So you called yourself Chalice and posed as a Fed. You got a helpful cop to direct you here.
Naturally. Andra Kucheska,
Yes?
to one side.
Listen, whoever you are.
You will not shoot me!
That, of course, is all I wish to accomplish. The death of Andra Krucheska before she could talk. Did she talk about Montreal? Very clever of you. To make pretend this a Russian house in Georgia, Russia. Why? What gave it away?
An ashtray. A damned ashtray.
And Andra reacted like a trained person she... was. And killed that woman, eh? 3 women dead. Your girlfriend, Bridges, that woman there, and Andra Krucheska. I am afraid I will have to add men to that list of the dead. You, did she talk of Montreal?
Yes.
I see.
I'm standing at the end of a loose carpet. He's about 4 feet from me. Maybe on the same thing. The floor, I felt as I came in, slippery. I had to duck, pull a carpet, get something going.
I see. But you will not get this information too, Canada gentlemen. Who wishes first to die? It does not matter to me.
You still got a gun. Duck!
I trust that was you shooting him, Johnny.
Sure was. That crud. He killed...
Easy on, boy. Easy on. Look, I'll phone through to Montreal. We have time, just. Doc, come on. Let's go. Okay.
dead people happen, boy, in our business. Okay, Johnny, let's go.
The Sounds of Darkness is produced by Brian O'Shaughnessy.
Past 9.
I'm sorry, Lee, but we have to go.
I'm not a socialite, and I'm not a politician. Why do I have to rub shoulders with the so-called elite?
Boss's orders. Senator Hardy is a personal friend of a guy right at the top of the FBI, or very near the top. Now, Senator Hardy has sent an invitation to you. You have to attend.
I'll send Johnny and you along.
No good, Lee. No, better get along home and change. Black tie. We're expected at Senator Hardy's home at 7 for cocktails. The 3 of us.
Goodyear presents The Sounds of Darkness. Good evening. The Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, makers of passenger, truck, and tractor tires for every requirement in South Africa's farming, commerce, and industry, bring you Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges the sounds of darkness. In tonight's Sounds of Darkness, you will hear Tony J. as Lee Masters, James White as Johnny Bridges, and Elaine Lee as Samantha Darlington. Others in the cast are June Seymour, John Hayter, and Hugh Rouse. Now let's join the world of Lee Masters in tonight's Sounds of Darkness for 2 pins.
Miss Samantha Darlington, Mr. John Bridges, Mr. Charles Masters.
Charles? Where'd you get that from?
Lee is short for Charlie. Charles. Where he got it from, I wouldn't know.
Good evening, Mr. Masters. I know you so well that I feel I should call you Lee. Know you by reputation, I mean. Do you mind?
Not at all, Senator. My secretary, Miss Darlington.
Hello, Miss Darlington.
Assistant, Mr. Bridges.
How do you do, Senator? May I present my secretary, Miss Duncan? She's acting as my hostess tonight. Unfortunately, my wife is not feeling well. She had to miss the party. She's most disappointed.
How do you do?
Senator and Mrs. Blackwell. If you'll excuse me, the bar's at the other end of the room.
Go right ahead, Senator. Miss Duncan. We'll look after ourselves.
I need to wait at the bar. Follow me, Lee. Something soft for you, Lee?
Please, but you go ahead. We're off duty for once.
I'll have a bourbon. You, Sam?
I think I'll be a real Southern belle and have mint juice.
I'll get the barman's eye.
What does this place look like, Sam?
Well, like I told you as we came out the drive, it's more like a castle than a private house. Built, well, I guess you'd call it Moroccan, Moorish style, you know. Pointed windows, big dome to the room, and on a very grand scale. We're in what is obviously the banqueting hall. Grand stairway curves down from the upstairs.
Really? How many stories?
Ground floor and 1 upstairs. Very, very expensive, the whole set.
Here you are. Mint julep for Madam and a root beer for you, Lee.
Oh, thanks.
Wow, see the band that's playing? Must have cost a fortune to lure them away from Las Vegas. Hey, Sam, would you care to...
Well, I don't know.
Oh, don't worry about me, children. Go ahead and enjoy yourselves. It's later than you think.
Well, how about it?
Oh, Johnny, I'd love to.
And I hope you put on your dancing shoes. Daddy's really going to jump tonight.
Jump by all means, Daddy, but not on my feet. Oh, hello, Mr. Matthews.
I'm enjoying the music and the company, Miss Duncan.
The company?
Yeah, I've been eavesdropping into some very interesting conversations. Lucky for the people concerned that I'm not a gossip columnist.
Senator Hardy was so pleased that you were able to come.
What's the shindig in aid of?
Oh, well, in the world of politics, nothing is done without a good reason. This particular reason is to introduce a man that the senator's backing for the district attorney of New York in the next election.
Oh, who's that?
His name is Meredith, John Meredith.
Yeah, I heard the name.
Oh, so now you know the reason for the party.
But I don't know the reason for inviting me.
Oh, why, Mr. Masters, you're a celebrity. That's the only reason. The price of fame, you know.
That's good for my ego, Miss Duncan. But I wonder if that is really true.
Why, what do you mean, Mr. Masters?
Oh, nothing. Maybe I just have a suspicious mind.
Thanks so much, Johnny. I enjoyed that. Whew, that's enough.
What do you mean enough? Not tired, are you, old lady?
4 dances in a row is enough to remind me that I'm closer to being an old lady than I was 5 years ago.
What's the time, Johnny?
5 after 10.
You think maybe we could make a duck for it? I've had enough socializing to last me for 10 years tonight.
Oh, I suppose we could.
Look, if you and Sam are enjoying yourselves, just find our host for me, and I'll make my apologies and phone for a cab. You two don't have to tag along with me.
Oh, here comes the senator right now.
Well, Mr. Masters, I'm sorry that I have neglected you all evening. Have they been looking after you?
Oh, fine.
No.
Everything's fine, Senator. But I think if you'll excuse me, I'll call it a draw. My bed is calling me.
You want to leave? Oh, I wouldn't hear of it. The party's only just starting.
Mr. Bridges and Miss Darlington will stay on, but I think if you don't mind, I'd prefer it if you'd excuse me.
But it can't be 10:15 yet. Have another drink.
I've had so many root beers that it's coming out of my ears.
Well, some more to eat then. The buffet is scheduled to run right through till breakfast.
Really, Senator, your hospitality overwhelms me, but I think...
What was that? What was that? It sounded like a shot. Good heavens, I hope... Well, it came from this side of the house, I think.
Let's follow him, Johnny. Don't lose him.
Okay, Lee. Hang on to me. I'll push now. Excuse me.
Good heavens, I hope I'm mistaken. That shot seemed to come from my wife's room. This is my wife's room. Celia! Are you all right, Celia? It's locked. She must have locked herself in. Oh, dear heavens, I hope there's nothing wrong.
Have you any reason to suspect that there would be, Senator?
Why, she was very depressed this evening. Has been for the last couple of days. And then the shot we heard, of course.
Yeah, of course, the shot. Johnny, take a look through the keyhole. Does the key seem to be on that side?
No, Lee, it's not there.
All right, break it down.
Okay.
Senator, I must ask you to allow my assistant to go into the room first.
Oh, very well.
Go ahead, Johnny.
Looks like she's been shot. She's dead, all right.
Right. Now the fingerprint boys have been over the place and the body has been removed. Let's start from the beginning.
Right. It's a smallish room compared to the others in this mausoleum. Just the one door which we came through. 2 windows, both in the wall opposite the door.
Open or shut? The windows, I mean.
One's closed, the other's open.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but these ain't ordinary windows. You know, this place is built sort of like a Spanish castle. They're very narrow pointed windows and they're burglar-proofed. Absolutely impossible for anyone to have got through either of those.
The body?
She was sprawled over her writing desk.
To the right of the door as you come in. A suicide note on the table. A gun found on the floor beside a chair. A .22 Italian pistol.
And the key to the door was found on a small ornamental table right in the middle of the room, huh?
Oh, that's right. Oh, look, Lee, what's bugging you? It must have been suicide. The key was on the table inside the room. The door was locked. No other way out of the room.
Yeah, I know. Classic sealed room. Like a darn detective novel.
But it must be suicide, mustn't it? I mean, unless it was an accident.
I don't like it, Johnny.
But it can't have been murder. If it had been, the murder would still have been in the room when we unlocked the door with the other key, wouldn't it?
Well, that's what we're supposed to think, Johnny. That suicide note. Where is it?
Oh, the fingerprints boys took it with them. Let's see if I can remember it. It was oddly worded, I remember. Yeah, hang on, it's coming back. Yeah, I remember now. I can't take it anymore. This is the end. Celia.
As you say, odd. Very odd.
But its meaning is very clear.
Is it? What couldn't she take anymore?
Well, life, I suppose.
Yeah.
Well, what is it, Lee?
This is murder, Johnny.
Huh?
I'm sure of it.
But how? I mean, a room locked and the key inside, no way out?
That shot. Did you hear it?
Well, sure, we all heard it.
Doesn't that strike you as odd?
No, should it?
Sure it should. This house is built like a castle, thick walls. We were in the ballroom, the other side of the place. There was a band playing, people shouting, talking. And the murder weapon is supposed to be a .22?
Yeah, now I get you, of course. Would we have heard it?
No, we wouldn't. For sure we wouldn't.
But we did.
Well, that's what first made me think there was something screwy. What we heard was a high-powered rifle shot, not a pistol. A rifle, Johnny. And it sounded to me at the time as if it was fired outside. How about that?
The open window?
Yeah, have a look outside. I'll bet you'll find a couple of footprints outside the window. And maybe, if we're lucky, a cartridge case. A cartridge case from a rifle.
You are listening to For Two Pins, tonight's Sounds of Darkness, brought to you by Goodyear, the greatest name in rubber.
You're right, Lee. You're absolutely right.
Cartridge case?
Yeah. And in the soft earth of the fire bed under the window, a couple of perfect footprints.
So, very interesting. How big are the footprints?
I phoned the lab boys to get down here again, but they look pretty small to me. Well, come to think of it, very small.
What size feet has the senator got?
Hardy? Oh, no, he's got pretty big feet, I think. He's a pretty big man.
Well, it doesn't always follow. Have a look next time you talk to him.
Yeah, okay. Now, wait a minute, Lee. The senator was with us when we heard that rifle shot. He couldn't have fired the gun.
That's right, Johnny. He couldn't.
So the suicide was a fake job. She was shot through the window. Is that the score?
It would seem like it, wouldn't it? But who? And why? Like you say, at the time the shot was fired, Senator Hardy was talking to us. You know something, Johnny? It struck me as a bit odd at the time. But didn't you think that the senator was very disappointed at the idea of me leaving?
Yeah, come to think of it.
I mean, what am I in his young life? Why the heck couldn't I go if I wanted to? But he was most insistent that I stayed. Unnaturally insistent, I thought. Didn't you, Johnny?
Yeah, I suppose you could say that, yeah.
I've been puzzled from the start as to why we were invited to this joint in the first place. I'm no politician. I'm no use to the guy or of no interest to the guy. Not in the normal course of events. But supposing he wanted to establish an alibi. How about that, then? What better alibi could he have than the fact that he was standing talking to me at the time the shot was fired?
You're right, of course. But it is an alibi, a perfect alibi. He was standing talking to you. So he couldn't have fired that shot, could he?
What did you get, Bob?
Oh, I got a couple of good casts from outside the window. Very small foot. Must have been a very small guy.
Or a woman.
Yeah. Could have been a woman.
From where you found the footprints outside the window, would it have been possible for someone to have fired and hit the woman where we found the body?
Oh, sure. It was in a direct line of fire.
Yeah, I see.
Oh, Lee, I just spoke to the police station.
Close the door, Johnny.
Oh, sorry. I spoke to the police surgeon.
Yeah, so you said. Let me make one of those inspired guesses that fill you with amazement, shall I?
Oh, you can't guess this.
The theory that she was shot from a rifle outside her window doesn't hold water anymore, does it? I mean, now that you've heard the doc's report.
No, that's right, it doesn't.
Because the doc has decided that the little 2.2 was the murder weapon after all. Am I right?
For Pete's sake, yeah. Yeah, you're right. She was killed by a bullet from the gun that we found on the floor beside her body. But how, Lee? How the heck did you work that out?
At the risk of sounding like that famous detective, it was elementary. You see, a rifle fired at that short range would have blown her head half off to begin with. Second, the bullet would have emerged from the back of the head, and we would have found it in the room. We didn't. The wound was small, so it couldn't have been a bullet from a rifle that killed her. You follow me?
Yeah. But where does that leave us? You mean it was suicide after all?
Oh, no, Johnny. It was murder, all right.
I don't get it. Then that shot you heard. I mean, the shot we all heard wasn't a rifle shot after all?
I didn't say that. I said she wasn't killed by a rifle shot. A rifle was fired, all right. And it was fired from outside this window. But Mrs. Hardy was killed by a bullet from the Italian revolver, which was found by her side.
But that's impossible, Lee. You're forgetting that the room was locked, and the key was found on that table over there. And there's no other key. We had to break the door down, remember?
I remember very well.
Then what you're saying proves that she committed suicide.
Johnny, at the moment, I don't know how. But Mrs. Hardy was murdered. Murdered with that 2.2 pistol which we found in here.
But how in the name of Judas's priest was it done? You trying to tell me that somebody shot her, faked it to look like suicide, locked the door, put the key on the table, and crawled through the keyhole?
The windows, you say, are too small.
By a mile. They're little more than slits. In any case, they got burglar-proofing on them. The bars ain't been touched.
Fanlight over the door?
Yeah, there is that, I told you. But that's also tiny. Also a little more than a slit. Horizontal one. But a kitten couldn't have climbed through there, let alone a man or a woman.
Why the rifle shot? That's what bothers me. Why the rifle shot?
Search me. Nothing makes sense to me in this business.
Hey, I've got it.
Huh?
The rifle. Wait a minute. The rifle was fired to establish an alibi, all right?
Yeah, but we've been through all that.
No, we haven't. No. Phone the doc. I want to know time of death. Exactly, I want to know it. And I'll tell you this before you phone him. What time did we hear that shot?
About 10, 15 minutes after 10.
Yeah. Yeah, we got to the party at 7. Let's see. The time of death must have been before 6 this evening.
Yeah, thanks, Doc. Bye. Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle.
Well?
Time of death between 4 and 6 this evening. That's what he figured. But how the heck did you know he was going to say that?
The rifle shot, Johnny. What other reason could there be for someone firing that shot? We had to hear it. That's why a rifle was used. We had to hear it over all the noise. And the reason was to establish a time of death.
Yeah.
So we would think. A time of death when the senator was talking to me. So he couldn't be the murderer.
That's right.
Again, we're supposed to think that. But it's him, all right.
Huh?
He's the murderer.
Well, I'll be...
He shot his wife. He shot her before any of the guests came to the party, and he rigged it to look like suicide. He couldn't shoot her too much before the party, otherwise rigor mortis would set in and everyone would know that she wasn't killed at the time she seemed to be.
Now, hold it, Lee. Hold everything. You're forgetting one important fact. The room was locked. The key was on a table in the middle of the room, and there wasn't another key. We had to break the door down to get in. So, Admitting your theory for the time being, Senator Hardy planned the whole thing, killed his wife, shot her early this evening, and then either took the body to her room or shot her there. It doesn't matter which at the moment. But then what? How then did he lock the door and leave the only key inside?
Well, that's just one little problem we have to solve. That and the suicide note. That table. The table where the key was found. Where is the key, by the way?
It's still there on the table, right where it was when we came in here. No prints on it.
Anything else on that table?
No, nothing. Oh, hang on, wait a minute. Yeah, a pin.
A pin?
Yeah, an ordinary pin. That's all, nothing else.
Wait a minute. Take me over to that table.
Well, it's right here. Here you are.
Thanks. Uh-huh. What do you see here, Johnny? Here. Right here where my fingers are.
Nothing. Oh, I see. Wait a minute. That looks like pinpricks.
Try again. They're not pin pricks.
No, that's right. They're deeper. Two little holes. I'll tell you what they could be. They could be the holes that would be made if somebody stuck 2 pins in the top of the table.
Or stuck 1 pin in twice, huh?
Of course.
That's it. 1 rehearsal. And 1 when he actually did the job. Johnny, I want you to get Senator Hardy and his secretary, Miss Duncan, here. They did it. He killed her, and she fired that rifle shot to establish a false time of death. Bring them here. And I only wish I could see their faces when I tell them that they'll go to the chair for this.
Now, look here, man.
Don't interrupt, Senator. I want to tell you a little story. But first, how long has the love affair between you and your secretary been going on?
Masters, you go too far. I'll see you're busted down so low that they won't even use you for garbage collection.
We found the rest of the letter. You should have burned it.
What are you talking about?
The letter that started the whole thing. The letter your wife wrote to Miss Duncan, telling her that she wouldn't put up with things any longer. She showed it to you, and you realized that the last page could be used for a suicide note. That's when you got the idea.
You can't prove a thing.
Oh, yes, I can. I knew that note was screwy from the start. You see, if a suicide leaves a note, then he's very much aware that this is the last thing he or she is going to write. They spread themselves a little. They always do. And they nearly always sign their full names. A note reading, "I can't take it anymore. This is the end, Celia," might have sounded like a suicide note to you, but not to me. Not even "forgive me" or "love." No, it stank from the start.
That's nonsense.
She wrote to Miss Duncan and told her she couldn't stand your love affair with your secretary any longer.
It's a lie.
This was the end of the marriage. But that didn't suit you at all. So you rigged the suicide. You shot her, left the gun and the note beside her, and locked the door of her room so that the body couldn't be discovered until you were ready.
You're talking nonsense. Anyway, you've got no proof.
I haven't finished yet. You arranged with Miss Duncan that at 10 after 10, she would fire a rifle shot outside your wife's window. At that time exactly, you would be talking to me. Your only reason for inviting me to this affair in the first place. No one would miss your secretary, and you hoped that no one would realize that the shot was a rifle shot and not a 2-2. It had to be a rifle so that we would hear it over the noise.
It's lies. It's all lies.
We found the shoes that Miss Duncan wore. They fit the footprints.
You're guessing. You're guessing. The key was inside the locked room. It was suicide. You can't prove otherwise. You can't even advance a theory.
You killed her, locked the room from the outside, and put the key back inside, and I can prove it. Take him away. And, Senator, I hope you burn for this.
How did he put the key back inside? It don't make sense.
The pin, Johnny. The pin and the slit over the door. That's how he did it.
I still don't get it.
Look, he shot her. He went out of the room and took the key.
Yeah.
He locked the door.
Uh-huh.
But before he did that, before he went out and locked the door, he took a pin. An ordinary pin, and he tied cotton to it, just below the head.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Then he stuck the pin in that table where we found the key. The other end of the cotton he led through the slit over the door.
Yeah.
Then he went outside the room, locked the door, stood on a chair or something, threaded the cotton through the handle of the key, and let it slide down.
Of course.
Through the slot and land on the table inside. Then he pulled the cotton free. But the pin was left behind on the table.
Yeah.
You know, if it hadn't been for that pin, I wouldn't have known how it was done. And our friend, the senator, might have got off.
So ends tonight's Sounds of Darkness, presented for your entertainment by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, makers of world-famous passenger tires, truck and tractor tires for every requirement in South Africa's farming, commerce and industry. Join us next Friday and every Friday night at 9:30 when Goodyear will again present the blind detective Lee Masters in The Sounds of Darkness.
The 9:30.
Maybe Paris, London, too. Great places for a honeymoon.
We can go any place we like, Brad.
You're cute, Mary. Yeah, I'd be happy if we stayed right here.
Life isn't all coasting downhill.
Yeah, you're sure right. I'm going to take this business of being married real serious.
Darling, you'd better slow down.
Yeah. Hey, the brakes, Mary, they won't work.
Goodyear presents The Sounds of Darkness. Good evening. The Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, makers of passenger, truck, and tractor tires for every requirement in South Africa's farming, commerce, and industry, bring you Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges The Sounds of Darkness. In tonight's Sounds of Darkness, you will hear Tony Jay as Lee Masters and James White as Johnny Bridges. Others in the cast are Melody O'Brien, John Hayter, Kerry Jordan, and Hugh Rouse. Now let's join the world of Lee Masters in tonight's Sounds of Darkness, Pressure Point.
Come in, Lee. This is Miss Bowers, Miss Mary Bowers.
How do you do, Miss Bowers? My assistant, Johnny Bridges.
Lee Masters, FBI agent.
How do you do, Mr. Masters?
Sit down, sit down.
Here, Lee.
Oh, thanks.
He's blind.
Oh, yes, Miss Bowers. Lee Masters is blind.
But...
Miss Bowers, we're often distracted by all we see. Lee isn't. His powers of concentration, deduction, and heightened senses, other than sight, are quite extraordinary. And I think in your case we might be able to make particular use of them. That's why I especially asked headquarters to send Mr. Masters here to help out.
I really don't see why, Mr. Bald. I mean, all I want is for somebody to talk to Brand and protect him for a while.
Well, whether you like it or not, Miss Bowers, you are an important person.
Mary Bowers. Only daughter of Len Bowers. Died in 46, leaving a fortune estimated at $26 million, made from marketing the package rather than the goods. Mrs. Bowers predeceased him by 2 years, and the entire fortune was left in trust to the daughter, Mary Bowers. The income to be enjoyed by her so long as she remains single. On marriage, a quarter of the fortune goes to her. The remainder will to the Bowers Foundation. The Denver News, February 24, 1946.
That's right. But, Mr. Masters, how? It's amazing.
Miss Bowers is thinking of getting married, Lee.
Uh-huh.
Oh, but there's nothing like that about Brand. Mr. Galway, I mean. Not what you're thinking. He'd be the last man to go fortune hunting. And as you know, he's the one these dreadful accidents have been happening to.
Accidents, Miss Bowers?
Oh, yeah. Brakes of his car tampered with, nearly fatally. An elevator door prized open. He nearly fell. An electric switch shorted, so he nearly electrocuted himself. Oh, and some more.
So you've got to protect him from the murderer.
Or the murdered, Miss Bowers.
I told Mary, I told her I didn't want a fuss made.
Not even when somebody tried to kill you?
They didn't succeed. Let's forget the whole thing, Mr. Masters.
Mr. Galway, your fiancée might have been killed. Do you want to forget that?
I want to be left alone.
For somebody to have a crack at you again, Mr. Galway? You like attempts being made on your life?
No, of course not. There won't be another attempt. Good day, gentlemen.
No, Mr. Galway, I don't think the next one will be an attempt. I think it might very well be successful.
Somebody's after this guy, you reckon? Somebody wanting to marry that fortune themselves?
I don't think they need worry. Mr. Galway is married already.
What? It gets me. How do you know Galway's married?
I can tell because I can't look at them. Faces change, but voices don't. His real name's Galowski, and he was up on a confidence trick charge years ago. I remember he made quite an impassioned appeal.
To you all, to try and understand why I did it. It wasn't for profit or gain. It was purely a friendly gesture. The fact is, I stood to lose more than the man who now accuses me. I don't plead for my wife, who even now is in hospital.
Having a baby, as a matter of fact.
Yeah? And what did he have?
6 months to think about it. Come on, Johnny. Brand is going to get some phone calls. Let's get the phone tapped and record all his calls.
Mr. Galway got this first call just half an hour ago, Lee.
Play it.
Got back and phoned you at once. I don't understand. Why on earth should the FBI be interested?
I don't know.
Well, it doesn't matter, darling. You know what?
No, Mary? What?
I think we should get married at once.
I think that's a great idea. Just great.
I always say great minds think alike. Funny enough, if you hadn't suggested...
Did they get anything else?
Yeah, there was
I'll
a call
go
right
right
after this
downtown
one.
and
Let's
book
hear
your
it.
tickets.
This time, there won't be a next time for you.
You said there wasn't
Ask Galway, all right, but I don't know who the other guy is.
Listen here, Robert. If you try anything like that again, so help me, I'll go to the police.
And tell them the beautiful story who I am. Don't make me laugh. How's dear Miss Bowers?
You'll leave her alone. You young idiot. You might have killed her.
Too bad. And I will next time.
Now listen, Robert. You do anything to her, and I'll kill you with my own hands.
Don't worry. When it happens to her, it'll happen to you at the same time. Nice, eh? Hello?
I've got nothing more to say to you.
And that's it?
Play it back. That bit right at the end. He said, nice, eh? And then there was a pause.
Yeah, sure.
With my own hands.
Don't worry. When it happens to her, it'll happen to you at the same time. Nice, eh?
Well, that's it.
Quiet.
Hello?
I've got nothing more to say to you.
You listen to silences, Lee?
Silences talk loudest. Pass me the directory.
We didn't get the caller's number that time. It came right after the first call and the engineer. Hey, you looking for something?
The business listed part. They use a lighter paper. All right, Johnny. Clocks and watchmakers.
Sure. Accountants, bricklayers, banks, carters. Yeah, here we are.
Read them out.
Adams, Burnside, DeVels.
The first names.
Reg Adams, Burnside and Fisher, David DeVels, Bruce Hallam, Rob Jackson.
That one.
Rob Jackson? Robert?
Address.
2230 Southside.
In that pause between him saying nice A and hello on the tape, I can hear clocks ticking.
More than I can.
Well, when we get there, you'll be able to see them.
And he called the man on the phone Robert. Gee, we make a great team. $22.28, $22.30.
Watchmaker?
Yeah, watches, clocks, rings, usual sort of place.
All right, let's go in and see if Robert's the usual sort of man.
Sure, the door's this way.
Yeah, this is the place.
And the counter's over this way. There must be Robert behind it. Young chap, pale, looks seedy.
Yeah? Is there anything I can show you?
It's a remarkably fine piece of craftsmanship.
Oh, you mean this porcelain, a figure of a shepherdess?
It's not so good. Well, you can have it for $20.
You might be giving away a fortune, Mr. Jackson. You see the eyes?
Made in Germany. Job lot.
Look closely.
I don't see anything.
Perhaps you're right. For a moment, I thought it was Dresden.
Well, it's made there. Martin.
Keeping a store, watching clock mending, requires a delicate touch, Mr. Jackson. Your hands are more like those of a mechanic's.
I've got a right to a hobby. Look, if I like mucking about with things, it's none of your business, is it?
We're from the FBI. And everything becomes the business of the FBI sooner or later. Because sooner or later, everything has some bearing on criminal activities.
Are you accusing me of something?
No, Mr. Jackson. Finding out about you.
Now, look, I've had enough. Now, go on. Get out. I know my rights.
Sure. Your rights are within the scope of the law. But when you step out of the law, you're walking into barred places.
Hey, that's good. Barred places, see, it means...
I'm sure Mr. Jackson knows what I mean, Johnny. Shall we go?
Yeah, this way.
You know, I'd like to be a clockmaker. Everything precise, everything fitting, wheels going round in perfect synchronization.
I gotta hand it to you, Lee. Neat. Very neat. Talk of the China shepherdess, and his hands get close enough for you to smell the oil and grease.
I smelled more than that.
Oh, yeah, the nicotine stains on his fingers. So, what do we know? He smokes too much. He's nervous. And those hands do car repairs more than watches.
Not bad. But I learned far more than that.
You did?
Yeah. The stains on his fingers weren't nicotine.
They weren't?
No. Picric acid.
Huh?
It's a strong dye, unmistakable smell.
A dye?
And it's used for other things as well.
Yeah? Such as?
Explosives, Johnny. Explosives.
I don't get it. Why? All right, we find Robert Jackson, but why do we have to find a private investigator?
If you were going to arrange an accident, wouldn't you have to find out his movements first?
Yeah, sure, but... Oh, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I see. Hey, so you think the Jackson's going to blow up Galway?
Tick-tock.
A time bomb?
It looks like it, doesn't it? He's got the time bomb. All we've got is the time before the bomb goes off.
Oh, Galway.
Right.
Yeah. We'll put 2 men onto it. It's a big case. Matter of fact, we've been called in to help the FBI out. Yeah, who are you?
FBI.
You understand, it's a gag. Just a gag to impress the customers. There wasn't anybody on the other end.
I'm Lee Masters. This is Johnny Bridges.
Hi.
Lee Masters? The famous Lee Masters?
We all have our afflictions, Mr. Shane.
Yeah, mine's at home. Well, what can I do for you?
Is Mr. Brand Galway on your books?
Galway? Well, he's not on our books. I mean, he's not a client.
The subject of investigation?
Yeah.
And the client is Mr. Robert Jackson, 2230 South Side.
That's right. Just a routine check. He wants to know what Mr. Galway's doing and so on.
And what is Mr. Galway doing lately?
Well, he's taken off 2 ways. First, he's taken off into matrimonial fields. Then he's taken off literally for the honeymoon. Just a moment. Yeah, he's booked himself and wife on Transcon Flight 208 to Los Angeles and on to Hawaii on a Pacific flight.
When?
Tomorrow.
Have you told your client, Robert Jackson?
About half an hour ago. Do you want I should contact him?
No, we'll do that. Now.
You are listening to Pressure Point. Tonight's Sounds of Darkness, brought to you by Goodyear, the greatest name in rubber.
Service! Anyone there?
Having trouble?
Oh, isn't it always the way? You're in a hurry, call for a package, nobody's there. Oh, here.
All right, I'm trying.
Oh.
I guess he's working on something out back.
Huh?
Oh, sorry to keep you, Mr. Buckland. A bit of repair work I couldn't...
Yeah, but...
Oh, it's you.
In person.
Now, look, mister, I was here first. I don't know what business you have with this man, but I'm here to pick up a package.
Go ahead, Mr. Buckland.
Oh, thanks. That package, Mr. Jackson, the one I ordered earlier, paid for it, too. Here's the check.
Yeah, Mr. Buckland. Here we are.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, well, I'll see you. I'm sorry to rush. Flying to Fiji first thing in the morning. Bye.
Well?
You're in touch with a private agent, Mr. Jackson. He's checking on the movements of Mr. Galway and passing the information on to you.
So? That's a federal offense, is it?
Mr. Galway's real name is Golofsky. And that's your name, too, isn't it?
Well, so what? You can use a name without being arrested for it.
And being Mr. Galway's son doesn't get you arrested either.
His son? How did you... Well, of course it was obvious, but I didn't know you were onto it too, Lee.
Your mother died 5 years ago. She died in a car accident. Your father was driving, and although no charge was brought against him, you believed he'd done it deliberately. And you decided to take the law into your own hands.
You can say it, but can you prove it?
You're using picric acid. Out in the back there, you're making explosives. You're a clockmaker.
All right. So, what do you want to do about it?
Take you in for questioning.
Suspicion's good enough, Lee. We could hold him for a few days.
Yeah, but not long enough.
How's that? We got him.
What you don't get is that he's already planted his bomb. It's the tone of his voice. You're watching his face. The boys in there are watching his face. I'm listening. He's sure of himself. Not that he'll be arrested, but that he doesn't care.
But to blow up his old man, I talk of the dead.
I will not have interference. My son is harmless. You can say he's psychotic if you like, but all his pranks in the past have been just that, pranks.
Pranks, Mr. Galway? Pranks?
Harmless. And you needn't think telling Mary about my past will make any difference. We love each other. Sure, I didn't tell her about my wife's death. You did, but it hasn't made any difference at all. She phoned, I explained, she's happy.
Mr. Galway, your son's a clockmaker. He knows about explosives. You're going on your honeymoon by plane. What does that suggest to you?
You told me yourself you've taken him in. All right, he's in. We're off on our honeymoon.
If he does get at you in a plane, that means your wife is with you and both of you get killed. Not to mention the rest of the passengers.
You're the FBI, Mr. Masters. It's up to you to see that the plane is safe.
We'll do our best. Well, we'll be seeing you, Mr. Galway.
I doubt it, but we're going to be on that plane.
So will we, Mr. Galway. So will we.
Oh, no.
Hostess gave me. What's it say, Johnny?
Code 660.
HQ? About Jackson? Yeah.
Reads, subject talking, boasting, quote, they can't do anything about it now, unquote. Ends. Oh, no. That means he's planted it.
Yeah. I'll have a word with Mr. and Mrs. Galway. Just received a message from headquarters. Your son, Mr. Galway, boasts, to quote, they can't do anything about it now. You realize what that means.
You took him in. How come he's got away with it?
Because he's clever. Even if he hasn't got away with it, he's going to put us through hell until we land.
What is it, Brad?
Nothing, dear. Just something that's come up. You're so clever, you do something about it.
I tried to, but you didn't cooperate.
What's that got to do with it? You're the FBI. It's your job.
What's your job, Brad?
That fool son of mine really has planted a bomb.
You're not going to do anything about it. You're going to sit there and let us be blown up, Mr. Masters?
Please, Mrs. Galway. Things are bad enough without having a panic on board. There are other passengers, you know.
I knew you were a fool. Now I know you're a blind fool.
Easy, darling.
Well, why doesn't he do his job?
Mr. Galway, he might have somehow got you to bring it aboard. Did he give you anything? Do you carry anything he could have planted it in?
No, I don't think so. Wallet and luggage, that sort of thing. I haven't got any hand luggage.
Mrs. Galway?
Don't ask me. Through your bungling, we're all liable to be killed.
Johnny.
What is it, Lee?
I may be able to hear. The jet noise might not drown out something ticking. You go along to the flight deck, tell the captain who you are and what's happened. Tell him to stand by.
Right.
Don't rush. Stroll.
Okay.
I'll wander down the aisle on my way to the washroom.
Well, good luck. Very good luck. And good listening.
What's happening now? Look at him. Wandering away as if nothing matters.
Well, he's blind. Blind people can hear better.
Rush there. Well, I lived in Denver all my life, and believe me, travel's not for me.
Pardon me.
Huh?
You're Mr. Buckland?
I don't know you, sir.
We met in the clockmakers.
Oh, did we? Well, I don't remember. When I travel, sir, I prefer silence rather than idle chatter with strangers. Silence, sir. It's golden.
Silence. Silence. Of course. The one thing that'll set it off that's silent.
I don't get you, sir.
A package. He gave you a package, the clockmaker.
Sure, a retirement presentation. I took it in to get the engraving altered.
Have you got it with you?
I don't see, sir, what that's got to do with you.
Have you got it with you?
Officially, the captain says...
That package this man collected from Jackson's when we were there. Is it here?
Sure, it's on the floor.
Here, I don't know what you think you're doing, but obviously...
FBI.
I got it.
Get the wrappings off. Unmistakable. Gelignite. Where would it be? In the base?
Yeah, it unscrews.
A barometer? Aneroid? The higher the plane goes, the lower the pressure. The needle moves.
Yeah, there's a wire across, but just wait a minute, Lee. The plane is pressurized.
Not the luggage hold, Johnny. That was the chance our friend Robert the clockmaker was hoping for. A bulky, awkward package like this will normally go in the luggage compartment. But Robert wasn't to know that we were going to search the plane and luggage. So with the delay, there was no time for Mr. Buckland here to send his package luggage freight. Instead, he took it as hand luggage.
And thank heaven for that.
Goodyear built...
L.A. Dear old L.A. and ground under our feet.
Everybody's got to come down to earth sometime.
I guess I owe you an apology, Mr. Masters. Sure, I knew my boy was after me, but, well, I guess like all fathers, you think he's a good boy, really.
Oh, it's over now.
But not for him. I didn't kill my first wife, you know. It was an accident, pure and simple.
But Robert didn't think so.
No. As a matter of fact, after the time I got engaged to Mary here, he didn't really mean me harm. Not harm.
But, afterwards?
I guess, well, he thought I was responsible for her death. It was just too much for him when I'd marry again. What'll happen? To him, I mean.
It'll be more treatment than penitence. But I think it'll be a long, long time before he can play any more pranks.
So ends tonight's Sounds of Darkness, presented for your entertainment by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, makers of world-famous passenger tires, truck and tractor tires for every requirement in South Africa's farming, commerce and industry. Join us next Friday and every Friday night at 9:30 when Goodyear will again present the blind detective Lee Masters in The Sounds of Darkness.
Well, Jane, this
is 9:30.
Lee Masters' office, Miss Darlington speaking.
Tell Lee to get down to the Met right away.
The Met?
The Metropolitan Opera House. Maria del Fuego is dead.
Hey, that's the opera singer. The soprano, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. She died of suffocation just before the curtain went up. The doctor there thinks it might have been murder.
Goodyear presents The Sounds of Darkness. Good evening. The Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, makers of passenger, truck, and tractor tires for every requirement in South Africa's farming, commerce, and industry, bring you Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges the sounds of darkness. In tonight's Sounds of Darkness, you will hear Tony J. as Lee Masters, James White as Johnny Bridges, and Elaine Lee as Samantha Darlington. Others in the cast are Gordon Mulholland, Patricia Sanders, George Carellin, and Hugh Rouse. Now let's join the world of Lee Masters in tonight's Sounds of Darkness, Murder Makeup.
All right, Doc. Give it to me.
I was in the audience tonight, just before the curtain was due to go up. Stage manager, I suppose he was, he came out of the curtains and asked if there was a doctor in the house.
Those immortal words.
Huh? Yeah. Well, it's the first time it's happened to me, actually. Anyway, I came around backstage, and Madame Del Fuego was in her dressing room there. And I haven't moved anything, by the way. I examined her. She was dead, and death seemed to be due to asphyxiation. But I don't see how...
So that's why we were called in. Okay, Doc. Stick around, will you? I want to have a look at that body.
Huh? But I thought...
That's right. But Johnny here is my eyes. Come on, Johnny. All right, Johnny. Give it to me.
Well, it's a bit of a mess. Her body's across the dressing table, as if she just collapsed while she was making up or something. Glass on the floor. Something's been broken. Looks like a bottle of something.
On the dressing table.
Oh, usual stuff, all kinds of makeup, and a box of chocolates, opened. It looks like there's just one chocolate being eaten out of it.
Look, just call the doctor, will you, Johnny?
Sure. Doctor, could you come here, please?
Oh, sure. Yeah, Mr. Masters.
Look, Doc, why don't you buy the suffocated angle?
Oh, there's no evidence of strangulation, no evidence of having been smothered, and no medical history of heart spasms or any disorder that would have caused paralysis of the respiratory system.
Oh, you've checked?
I checked. I phoned her family doctor. She was in perfect health, apart from her occupational hazard of being about 40, 50 pounds too fat.
Then how could she have died of suffocation?
Paralysis of the respiratory system. But the $64 question is, what caused the paralysis? Huh?
Know anything about South American Indian poisons, Doc?
No, I don't.
Curare. Used on darts from their blowpipes. Causes paralysis, so the victim dies of suffocation.
Say, that would fit the bill.
Yeah, it's a possibility. Well, now we have a possible theory. What we haven't got is motive, a modus operandi, and a suspect. In fact, the whole bill of goods we haven't got. So the understudy went on, Miss Harmer.
That's right.
Tell me, how long have you been dressing Miss Del Fuego?
Oh, for the last 10 years.
Didn't like her much, did you?
Why do you say that?
Your tone of voice. Tell me, would the understudy have had a motive for killing her?
Look, in this business, understudies are always keen to go on, but I don't think this one was that keen.
Did she like Miss Del Fuego?
No, she didn't. Nobody did. She was a
Yeah. I get the message. You have any reason for killing her?
Oh, I suppose in your book, yeah. I needed money badly. She wouldn't lend me any. I know that I was in the will for a couple of grand.
But you didn't do it.
How? I don't even know how she died.
She was poisoned. Doctors have established that.
Yeah? What about the chocolates? Could that have been how?
Who sent the chocolates? Do you know?
No, they came tonight. No card or name on them. Opening night present, you know.
I don't think so. No, we've had the box analyzed. The rest of the chocolates are okay. If the murderer did put poison in only one chocolate, how did he know that she would take that one?
Well, that's easy.
It is?
Yeah. The box she got tonight were assorted. She only liked one kind of chocolate. Cherry liqueur. And that's the only one she ate.
Signor Valero, isn't it?
Si, senor, that's right. My poor Maria. Always I say she sing like an angel. And now.
You liked her?
Nobody liked her. She's a terrible woman. But the voice of an angel. I am so sorry about my cruel little joke now.
Yeah? What was that?
The chocolate. I sent her the box of chocolate. I know that she likes them very much. But she's on a strict diet. It was very cruel of me, eh?
You sent them?
See, why? What's the matter?
She was poisoned. And the only thing she had to eat for 3 hours before the show was one of the chocolates that you sent her. Johnny, I'm stumped. She had nothing to drink. She had nothing to eat. Except that chocolate. How?
I can't begin to think, Lee.
Wait a minute. Yeah. That glass on the floor. She collapsed and knocked it off, right?
Well, that's what it looks like.
Throat spray. Opera singers are always using throat sprays, aren't they?
Yeah, that could be it. Just a minute. Yeah, that would fit. Here's a little bag thing that they squeeze to spray the throat.
So that could have been the way it was administered. Johnny, call the dresser, Miss Harmer, again, will you? So how come her husband brought the spray tonight?
She always used to carry the throat spray with her in her handbag. Dead scared of getting a sore throat, you know.
Yeah?
Well, this evening she forgot to bring it. She phoned her husband at home, told him where it was, and he brought it just before the curtain went up.
All right. Johnny, pick up those shards of broken glass with tweezers and rush them down to the labs. I want them checked for traces of curare poison. Right. Mr. Marchant. So you were playing Pinkerton tonight?
That's right. I've been singing with Maria for the past 2 years.
How was that?
Well, we sang well together, you know, and we, well, it's...
Yeah, I've heard all the gossip from the stagehands. I know that you and Miss Del Fuego have been having a love affair.
Oh? And you must also know that I have no motive for wanting her dead, then.
On the contrary. My office works 24 hours a day, and we've checked. We know that you've decided that you now love your wife since her father died and left her 20 grand.
How dare you say that?
I'm interested in the facts, Mr. Marchant. Just the facts. How you live your life is your own affair. I'm not condemning, I'm commenting, that's all.
Oh, yeah. I suppose I might as well admit it. I did want to end things, and she didn't. She wanted to go ahead and get a divorce, but if you ask me, it's her husband. He's the one. A real gigolo, that guy. Been living off her for years. He was the one who would have suffered if she'd got her divorce before she died.
And now?
Well, he stands to inherit the lot. That must be quite a bit of dough.
All right, Johnny. Now, give me the layout again, will you?
Right. Well, there are just 2 dressing rooms up here, Maria's and Marchin's, the stars. This is raised about half a floor above the stage level. The other dressing rooms are down below.
Yeah, I get it.
Hey, Lee, what about a cigarette? Couldn't you have been poisoned that way?
She was a non-smoker.
Did you find that out?
No, you told me when you were describing the dressing room and its contents. No ashtray, no cigarettes, no lighter or matches. Besides, singers usually don't.
Oh. So what's the answer?
Well, seems to me that everyone hated this doll. Everyone had a reason to kill her. And a lot of them had the opportunity. That husband could have been him with that throat spray. You haven't heard from the labs yet?
No, not yet.
All right. Now, let's go over this dressing room again, now that they've removed the body. Now, tell me again, anything that looks as if it shouldn't be here?
No, I don't think so.
On the dressing table itself?
Lots of jars of cream, sticks of makeup, false hair, that sort of thing.
Yeah, just go through them in detail, will you? All that makeup jazz.
Sure. Well, first, there's this... Oh. Hello?
Mr. Bridges?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, this is police laboratories here. Those pieces of glass.
Yeah, what did you find?
Oh, nothing. Absolutely nothing. If she was poisoned, she didn't get the poison from the throat spray.
You are listening to Murder Makeup. Tonight's Sons of Darkness, brought to you by Goodyear, the greatest name in rubber.
Well, that seems to let out the husband. Although he would also appear to have the strongest motive.
Looks like we're back on the chocolates, huh?
If she ate the one and only poisoned chocolate, how the heck are we going to prove it?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Besides, I don't like that. No, for my money, that Valero guy is no killer. Anyway, his only motive seems to be that he didn't like her. Hardly motive for murder.
Yeah.
Right, now where were we? You were giving me the rundown on the makeup.
Yeah, you want me to call them out?
Yeah, there should be numbers on each stick. Call out what numbers she has.
All right. These are all open sticks. 9, 8, 14, 13, 16, 20, thin black one, 2 red ones, carmine and lake, powder, cream. Now the full sticks. Well, it seems there's a full stick for every half one that she's using.
That's funny.
Huh?
I wonder... Call that dresser again, Johnny.
Okay. Miss Harmer?
Yeah, okay.
Miss Harmer. Was it part of your job to see that Miss Del Fuego's makeup was kept complete?
Yeah, that's right. Heaven help me if I forgot.
Did you forget? Tonight, for instance?
No, I didn't. Why?
It would seem that as well as one stick of each that she was using, she also had a full unopened stick of each number.
Yeah,
Is
that's
that right?
Very fussy she was about it, too.
So where's the number 5?
Come again?
The 5, the number 5. How come there's no half-used stick and no full stick?
But there is. Well, there should be. I mean, there was last night. That I know for sure.
You mean that the poison was in the makeup?
Maybe. But you see, that doesn't answer all the questions, Johnny. Curare has to get into the bloodstream, so it can be administered through the mouth, or, as the Indians do, into the bloodstream direct. A cut from an arrow soaked in the poison. Curare in the stick of makeup wouldn't do anything.
Oh?
No, the makeup would be cleaned off again before the pores could assimilate sufficient to do any damage.
And how?
That's what we're doing down in the morgue. We must find out. All right, open up.
Yep.
Right. Now, what do you see?
Oh, she's made up all right. Heavy makeup. Sort of yellowish color.
Yeah, Cho-Cho-San was Japanese.
Come again?
The part she was playing in the opera tonight. Has the body been stripped?
Yeah, it's just sort of wrapped in a shroud or something.
All right. I got a nice job for you, Johnny. I'm going back to the opera house. I think I know who did this. And I think I know how. You got to make sure for me.
Me? How'd I do that?
You go over this corpse with a fine tooth comb. Somewhere, more than likely on the face, there must be a scratch where the poison went in. Clean the makeup off her face and have a look. Then come across to the theater and let me know. Miss Harmer, did Mr. Marchant send you out for something just before the show tonight?
Why, yeah, he did. How did you know?
Yeah, that figures. That's the way he did it. What happened exactly, Miss Harmer?
Well, he doesn't have a dresser, you see, and he's in the dressing room next door. He was here early tonight, before Miss Del Fuego arrived.
Is that usual?
No, come to think of it, it isn't.
Go on.
Well, he asked me to slip back to his flat. He'd forgotten his wallet. He said he'd tell Miss Del Fuego, explain where I was.
And by the time you got back, Maria had arrived and was nearly finished with her makeup. Is that right?
That's right.
Fine. Yeah, I think I have the complete picture now. Just wait for Johnny to get back from the morgue to confirm things. All right. Now, we aren't going to keep you very long. I know you all want to get home. But my motto in this sort of thing is clear it up right away. Now, within a very short while, I hope to have the killer. Yeah, and the rest of you will be able to go home. Right? Now, first of all, I must apologize for the inconvenience tonight. I'm afraid all the dressing rooms had to be sealed off, and you all kept in this rather drafty green room. But you'll see the reason for that as I explain. All okay, Johnny?
Yeah, Lee, and everybody's here.
Right. Now, Mr. Del Fuego, you were my prize suspect.
Me?
Yeah.
But I love my wife.
You loved her dough. If she'd gone ahead and gotten a divorce from you, you would have lost a tidy sum.
But that is ridiculous.
You had the strongest motive and the opportunity.
Nonsense.
Tonight, she forgot her throat spray. You could have arranged that. Taken it out from her purse and put curare into the spray.
What?
Yeah, first squeeze she gave and a spray of deadly atomized poison could have gone down her throat.
But now you were saying
Look, I know you didn't. We checked on the glass splinters for traces of poison, and there weren't any. That lets you out. Then, Mr. Valero, you sent her chocolates.
That's right, yes.
Yeah, an assortment. You might have known that the only one she wouldn't have been able to resist would have been the cherry liqueur.
I didn't know that.
You might have introduced the poison into only that one. It would have been difficult to prove that you did it.
But I didn't do it. I don't tell her no lie. I don't like her, see, but I don't kill her.
No, I know that now. And you were so honest about the whole business that I didn't really suspect you. Which leaves us two suspects. You, Miss Harmer.
What?
And you, Mr. Marchant. Both got motives, and both of you could have done it.
Now, see here.
Now, this won't take long. Just bear with me, will you?
Oh, very well.
Fine. Right. Now I want to tell you what happened tonight. Miss Del Fuego arrived at her usual time, and she found that her dresser, Miss Harmer, wasn't there, right? You'd sent her out, Mr. Marchant.
Yeah, that's right, I did. I told Maria.
Yeah, quite. She finds her dresser isn't here, and you tell her that you sent her out. Now, yours are the only 2 dressing rooms on this level, right, Mr. Marshall?
Right. Although I can't see
Then Maria del Fuego starts to make up. Well, she's old-fashioned in this respect. She doesn't use pancake makeup. She uses the old grease paint sticks. Now, when I was going over the contents of her dressing room, it struck me as rather odd that she had no number 5.
Well, not everyone uses the same sticks, Mr. Masters, I mean.
No, but some things you can't avoid. Like in a Japanese makeup, you would achieve this effect with number 5 and a yellow. Whatever that number would be, wouldn't you?
Oh, well, that's what she used, yeah.
Exactly. So why no number 5 in her dressing room? I'll tell you why. It took me some time to figure it out. The reason why there wasn't any number 5 is that someone made it their business to take it away. Both the stick in use and the full spare one.
Well, her dresser, she had the chance.
Right, yeah, I know. She's the obvious one to suspect, isn't she?
You're mad. I didn't do it.
I didn't say you did. I said you were the obvious one to suspect. The murderer hoped that if investigations did get that far, that we would suspect you. Now, but let me go on. Why would anyone want to steal 2 sticks of grease paint? You got any ideas, Johnny?
Well, if she had to use that color, that number, then she'd have to get some more, wouldn't she?
Exactly. Good boy. Now, tell us what you found on the deceased's face, will you?
Sure. A deep scratch with something very sharp. A pin, maybe.
I don't have to stay and listen to all this.
I'm afraid you do, Mr. Marchant. You see, the murderer stole the 2 sticks of number 5 grease paint to make sure that Maria del Fuego would have to borrow another stick. And where would she obviously borrow that stick? Why, from her next-door neighbor, of course. From the dressing room of her no longer so keen lover, you, Mr. Marchant.
Why, you can't prove this. It's all just theory.
Stick around, Buster. That's why I had the dressing room sealed. The proof of your guilt is in your dressing room still. It must be. You haven't had a chance to get rid of it yet.
Why, you...
Get him, Johnny.
Okay, Lee. I got him.
Fine. You better hold him there till I finish. This won't take much longer.
But how was she poisoned? I don't get it. What does all this business of the sticks of a makeup prove, huh?
Our friend Marchant there at this moment has on his person or in his dressing room a stick of number 5 grease paint. The stick has been impregnated with curare poison. He stole Maria's sticks to make sure that she would ask him if she could borrow his. He lent her the stick he'd prepared, the poison stick.
You're going to prove it, Buster.
And that's how she was murdered. All right, Johnny. Hand him over to the boys outside. They can take him and book him. You and I had better find that stick of makeup. That's the only proof we've got.
Makeup business, Lee.
What's eating you, son?
You said yourself that the poison makeup wouldn't explain it. That curare had to get into the bloodstream, not through the pores.
That's right. But you yourself found the scratch where the poison got into the blood.
Yeah, I know. That I understand. But how did Marchant know? I mean, he didn't cut her. Someone would have known if he'd scratched her or something.
That's right, Johnny.
Then how did he know she was going to scratch herself? Well, how did she scratch herself anyway?
You still don't know, huh?
No.
You know, I had a girlfriend who was a chorus girl once, many years ago.
Oh.
She told me that the real broads in the business, if they didn't like one of the other girls, had the nasty little habit of sticking pins into their makeup, way down out of sight.
Yes.
The girl would use the stick, it would wear down, and the pin or needle would leave a very nasty scratch right down her face. Now do you get it?
You mean Marchant had a stick of 5 impregnated with poison?
And with a pin in it. When Maria used it, she scratched herself badly. She would have stopped the bleeding with a septic pencil or something.
Yeah.
Then she would have made up over the scratch so that it wouldn't show, right?
Right.
That way, the poison gets into the cut and into her bloodstream. Next thing she knows, she's suddenly paralyzed and she dies of suffocation.
And the dresser was out of the way. Marchand sent her out.
That's right. Any argument about the pin, he would have had an explanation for Maria. And there was no one to overhear. She had to borrow from him, you see. He was right next door.
Yeah, but, motive?
Like I said, his wife just inherited 20 grand. It wouldn't have looked so good if Maria had told her that Marchand was her lover. She might just have divorced him and left him without a cent.
But, how did he get onto this in the first place?
There's just as much a clue when something's missing as when it's there, Johnny. Don't forget that.
Okay.
And that stick of 5 was missing from her dressing room. That's what started me into thinking.
So ends tonight's Sounds of Darkness, presented for your entertainment by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, makers of world-famous passenger tires, truck and tractor tires for every requirement in South Africa's farming, commerce and industry. Join us next Friday and every Friday night at 9:30 when Goodyear will again present the blind detective Lee Masters in The Sounds of Darkness.
Time 9:30.
There are, for example, two distinctly divergent schools of thought on the question of whether there is an essential difference in kind between one entire group of mental disorders, which are called neuroses, and another, which we know as psychosis.
Dr. Lincoln.
Yes, Lee?
Surely, in practice, this distinction is a useful and convenient one. I think we all should know that under its terms, neuroses are those disorders of emotional and also intellectual functionings with no loss of contact with reality. Psychoses, on the other hand, as you'll agree, Doctor, are...
Lee.
Yeah.
A phone call for you. Tony Carpet has been knocked off narcotics, won't you?
What? Who's phoning?
Johnny Bridges.
All right, I'll come. If you'll excuse me, Dr. Lincoln, gentlemen.
Goodyear presents The Sounds of Darkness. Good evening. The Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, makers of passenger, truck, and tractor tires for every requirement in South Africa's farming, commerce, and industry, bring you Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges the sounds of darkness. In tonight's Sounds of Darkness, you will hear Tony J. as Lee Masters, James White as Johnny Bridges, and Elaine Lee as Samantha Darlington. Others in the cast are Hugh Rouse, Brian O'Shaughnessy, and Gordon Mulholland. And now let's join the world of Lee Masters in tonight's Sounds of Darkness, The Smell of Death.
Hello, Johnny. Sam?
Hi, Lee. You got my message?
Yeah, I got it, Johnny. During the lecture. Dry your eyes, Sam. All the crying in the world won't bring him back.
I'm sorry, Lee. I wasn't really crying.
Well, stop sniffling, then. I heard it the moment I came in. That's how I knew you were here. Sorry, honey, but take it easy. All right, Johnny. When, where, and why?
Well, I don't know all that much about it, Lee. He was out on a case, as you know. Either a junkie or a wheeler got him. Broken neck outside a small speakeasy, about an hour back.
How long dead?
Killed about 4 this morning.
And he lay there outside until 9 this morning?
It seems so, Lee. It was a back joint on 5th and 27th. Even if they saw anything down there, they wouldn't talk about it. You know how they love cops.
Who's on it, Johnny?
Neil Bates. He rang here. Wants your help.
Feeling better now, Sam?
Yeah, Lee, I'm sorry. It's just that we've known Tony a long time, and, well, he was a nice guy. Oh, it all seems so senseless.
Yeah. I knew him about 10 years. And 10 years is a long time to live in narcotics. He could have got bumped off a long time ago. For, say, about 5 years, Tony's been living on borrowed time. Look at it that way, Sam, and it won't hurt so much.
Gee, thanks, Lee. I'm sorry I'm so snivelly. You want me to get Bates for you?
Please. And a cup of coffee. Black, like Johnny's there on the table.
Oh, Bates first or coffee, Lee?
Coffee, Sam.
Okay.
Johnny, did they circle off the area?
Yeah, Lee. Bates said to tell you it's being held that way until you look at the scene.
Why not homicide?
They're onto it as well, Lee, but this is narcotics, don't forget. FBI work. Our work, Lee.
Plus the fact that Tony was an old friend, in a way. McDonald must miss him. He was one of Tony's takers. They shared an apartment and a mother. It's true. He's Tony's half-brother. As volatile, as precipitate as Tony ever was. But who killed him? A junkie? Denied a fix? Desperate? A wheeler? Stopped by Tony from selling the smoke? I wonder.
It's not going to be easy, Lee.
No. And when things aren't easy, look under the obvious. Even look inside a dead man, if you have to.
The perk's not working, Lee. I made you instant, okay?
Thanks, Sam. No milk, just like I said. So, Tony Carpetti. You want to know something, Johnny? Something worth remembering? Death smells. Before it happens, as it's happening, after it's happened. Smells like burnt milk. Sharp. Acrid. Sam, get me Neil Bates, will you?
This is where it happened, Lee.
No one disturbed the place?
Oh, the guy that saw the body land out of here as quick as he could. Didn't touch a thing.
Okay, Johnny, tell me what you see.
Just this little alley, Lee, about 15 feet across. It stretches from here to 28th. About 40 yards at the most. High walls both sides, about 8 feet high. Garbage bins down the bottom. Tarmac in the center of the alley. A bit of muck and gravel both sides for about 2 feet in.
Thanks, Johnny. Neil, the body?
Just about over here. That's where he found it.
Was it found facing up or down?
Facing down, Lee. Head my side, over here, this side.
Okay, tell me about the prints, Johnny.
2 sets, Lee, close together. One small.
Yeah, that would be Tony. He took size 6. He was small, like his I-type forebears. And?
Bigger prints next to his, walking parallel. No, maybe a 6-inch stretch behind the others. No more prints. the depression in the ground.
So they were walking off the tarmac. Tony inside, right?
Yeah, but how did you know?
Tony was a careful man. He'd walk close to a wall any time. Well, let me see now. They walk together, then stop. Here. Yeah. Let me feel. The larger prints circle round behind. That's how he was chopped down. By someone he knew, who stopped with him in this alley. Probably asked for a cigarette. Took out matches and dropped them behind Tony. Then he stood up and struck with his fist at the back of the neck. Neck broken. Tony dies.
Now, look, Lee, this is all very clever. Homicide can deal with this. I told you across to give me a hand on the narcotic side, not to...
There's a small depression here. It could have been a box of matches dropped by the killer. No, more likely a lighter. Neil, you were saying?
Leave this to homicide, Lee. You and I got a lot to talk about.
All right. Let's go to your office and talk. Was Tony still mucking about with women, by the way?
No, I heard he'd stopped that.
I want to talk to your informant first. Then we'll go to your office. Take me to him, Johnny.
That's all I see this smaller man leaving. We have a talk. I remember him. His people come from Milano, same as mine. He eats a hamburger, then he goes out. I did not see him again until I walk out. I go through the alley to 28th Street where I live. I see the body. I ring the police. Alice, mister. That is all I know.
Take it easy. I believe you. He spoke to no one else?
No, I am sure of that. No one at all.
But he was killed by a man he knew. Okay, Franco, if that's your name. You won't be booked. But I think the cops will want you to stick around.
But you are the cops, mister.
Yeah. Once removed. Don't try and work it out. Neil, let's go.
They haven't got the strangler yet, Lee. Should strike soon, so Kearney says. It's after the 24th.
What does Kearney know about crime, Johnny? Or the phases of the moon? Or the meaning of killings on the 24th of each month?
Well, he is the DA, and boy, are they kicking at him. Why don't the police safeguard the lives of every citizen? Why don't they do something about it? Yeah, I should hate to be in his shoes.
The stranger's a nut. You'll get him in the end. No description, though. Clever nut. In a way, I admire him. Don't get me wrong on that, please. He's bumped off 4 people. They can't even begin to find him.
Admire a maniac, Neil? Possibly. Schizoids live in a world of their own. I can understand that. Is he schizoid, I wonder? Or just psychopathic? Hebephrenic? Catatonic? Paranoid? Well, that's the killing stage.
Lee, you been attending FBI lectures again?
Yeah. Doc Lincoln. He knows his stuff.
Yeah, changing the subject. Any hunches on Carpetti yet?
No, not yet. No hunches. Just a few deductions. He was onto something big, wasn't he?
Yeah, heroin. Gonna crack it, too, he thought. Yeah, he thought.
I hope you don't mind our using your radio room like this, Bob.
Well, no, sir. Glad to see you on the team. When's Johnny reporting in from the car?
Should be any moment. He's watching Carter and McDonald, 2 of Tony's best boys.
Trying to make contact with Tony's lead, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Car 42 calling in. Car 42 calling in.
Come in, Pete.
You got Lee Masters there. Johnny Bridges wants to talk with him over.
Got him right here. Hold on. Okay, Lee, it's yours.
Thanks. Johnny?
Lee, we haven't got much. We're parked out of sight down here. Carter and McDonald are on the corner. Now, I'm watching them, like you said I should. This place was Tony's last connection with the drug boys, but nothing's happened so far. And those poor guys have been standing out in the rain for over 2 hours. Over.
Right. Now, you check that speakeasy again?
Yeah, Lee, nothing. Actually, Lee, we're in a bit of a fix. Carter and MacDonald don't know who Tony made contact with. It's like working in the dark. Oh, but...
That's something I'm used to, Johnny. Now, listen. He was onto something. Heroin, smoke. Someone was buying and squealing. Whoever squealed to Tony, if it happened that way, will still want his dough. Okay, keep looking, Johnny. Call me back in 20.
Okay, Lee, we'll go. Over and out.
You know, Bob, it's the wrong way round.
What is, Lee?
Who gets killed when someone squeals? The cop? Seldom. More often, the squealer by his own rats. But Tony gets slugged. He's a big boy in narcotics, well known. Why?
Yeah, it's odd, isn't it? Unless it... Oh, I don't know. I try to work it out since it happened. You got any hunches?
No hunches, Bob. A deduction. The beginnings of a deduction. At a tangent. A rather crazy tangent, Bob.
You are listening to The Smell of Death. Tonight's Sounds of Darkness brought to you by Goodyear, the greatest name in rubber.
Is MacDonald on duty?
Yeah, Lee, he won't disturb us. You know, for someone so close to Tony, he seems mighty unconcerned.
Fatalist, maybe. They happen in our business.
Yeah. You want me to check the bookcase again? And what about telling me what we're looking for?
Now, just look for something small and innocent, Johnny.
Nothing.
Well, that painting's still in the middle of the wall. Tony always kept a painting. You know, reproduction, old master. In the middle wall of this apartment.
Yeah, it's still there.
Johnny, if you were trying to hide something small in this place, where would you do it?
Maybe behind that picture.
Help me get it down, will you?
No, nothing behind it, Lee.
Cardboard at the back.
Mm-hmm.
We press down like this. Yeah, a slight flat projection. And a slit in the cardboard above it. Get it out for me, Johnny.
All right.
A diary?
Right.
All right, don't confirm it. He always kept a diary. Recorded his life in it, as it were. When Neil told me they'd found nothing, Read it to me, Johnny, slowly from the beginning.
This one, Lee? Mm-hmm. 24th. I saw him. I know him. Someone close to me. Carter and MacDonald weren't with me this night, nor on the others. But I have seen him.
That's interesting, Johnny. Very interesting. Now, here's a lesson in observation for you. Take a well-known date. Attach to it something you've read about. Think of someone who attracts to himself that which he fears most. And think of someone who goes beyond the meaning, the implication held in this diary.
Ooh, that's a real Lee Masters puzzle. Hi.
Oh, I saw the light. I thought maybe the place had been broken into, huh?
It's MacDonald, isn't it?
Yeah. And you got permission to bust into my apartment, huh?
It was Tony's, too. Don't forget that. Sorry, MacDonald. We were just putting out feelers.
Oh, well, the guy's dead. Leave him be. All right, so we find his killer, then we think different. But leave him be. He was a great guy.
Yeah, he was. An unhappy man?
Unhappy? Well, who's happy? He's dead, that's all.
All right, MacDonald. Sorry we broke in.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's all right. Forget it. I could do with a rye. You won't join me, huh?
No. We'll be going.
Homicide was told someone was in the flat. This is before McDonald gets to you. 10 minutes after you leave, Homicide arrives. Thinking maybe a mob was breaking up the place. Why didn't you get my permission first? What are you doing anyway? Casing the joint?
Like we told McDonald. Just checking, Neil.
Well, don't check without me in future, get it?
Why so angry, Neil? Obsessed by something?
I don't like being roasted by a half-baked, trumped-up chief of homicide, that's why. Well?
Well, what, Neil? You know, you're confusing poor Sam.
Aren't you gonna apologize or something?
All right, I apologize.
Yeah. Well, I guess you meant well, Lee, but for heaven's sake, let me know what you're doing, will you?
Why didn't you phone through to me, Neil? Here at the office.
Because I wanted to have it out with you myself. In person. I know you're the great Lee Masters, but to me, sometimes you're just a...
Yeah?
No, you're a great guy, Lee. I'm sorry. But head up about Tony's death. The break he was waiting for that just hasn't broken. I guess I'd forgotten, too, how you work. I'm sorry.
Forget it. No news from Carter or McDonald?
Oh, no, nothing at all. You sending Johnny out with him again?
Yeah, tonight. If it's okay with you.
I said I'm sorry. Don't rub it in.
Lee, maybe Neil can explain the diary we found. Lee?
Yeah. Neil, I was going to tell you about that. We found a diary in Tony's flat.
You said you weren't in there looking for anything, Lee.
I wasn't looking for it. I knew it would be there. But there's nothing in it, really. Just a half page toward the end. Something about dates, seeing someone.
I better take it with me, I guess.
I'll give it to him, Johnny. No, let me. Here, Neil.
Thanks.
Your hand's shaking, Neil. You mustn't lose your temper so much.
I'm getting on, that's all. Palsy, you know. I'll hand this over to Baker, homicide, when I've gone through it.
You do that, Neil.
Okay, then I'll be going. I'm sorry I bit your head off, Lee.
Well, it's still there on my shoulders.
Yeah. So long.
Well?
Did I make a boo-boo giving him the diary?
He's FBI, assistant head of narcotics. Wants to find Tony's killer. Wants Tony's contacts followed up. What do you think?
Lee, and I don't know much about psychology, but that was an unnatural reaction of his. He's been dealing with the straight cops for years, so?
Or perhaps he is getting old and palsied, as he said.
I was thinking about that conundrum you told me.
Oh, yeah?
Something I read about. Now, what's of particular interest recently? The Strangler. That's step one. A psychopathic killer may attract to himself what he fears most, being found out. Or the man who's able to find him out. So far,
yeah. Keep going, Johnny.
Yeah, now, someone who seems beyond the meaning of the dates in the diary. Someone untouchable. Someone not connected with the 24th. The 24th of the last 4 months. Someone known to Tony Carpetti, seen by Tony Carpetti, on the nights he was out on narcotics, but Lee, it can't be. It can't be.
Mania is not found as often as we like to think, Johnny. Pure obsessional mania, that is, without a schizoid imprint.
Yeah, tension, irrationality, psychopathic mania.
Johnny, what are you getting at?
It all points to one man, Sam. The man who shouldn't be suspected. The man who killed those people and Tony Carpetti. Neil Bates.
What?
Who killed Tony because somehow Tony had found out.
Are you out of your mind, Johnny? We've known Neil for years. Oh, Neil Bates, the famous strangler. Oh, nonsense.
Well, Johnny, you're doing all right. Except for one thing.
Yeah?
The strangler hasn't killed again. Think about that while Sam gets me a number. Sam?
Uh-huh.
McDonald and Carter, Tony's takers. I'm going to ask them to meet us tonight. Then I'll ring Neil Bates. He'll be along, too.
You're aiming for a dramatic showdown, Lee? With those two along to help? Well, we can do it on our own.
Get me that number, Sam.
Right.
Well, I'm waiting, Johnny, for someone to react. That's all. It'll happen tonight.
Can you beat it? Neil Bates. Well, if he confesses with Carter MacDonald as witnesses, you've got him sewn up.
All right, Lee. Let's get on with it.
Well, you'll wonder why I called you here tonight. And why here. Sense of the dramatic, I suppose. I know who killed Carpetti. At least I think I know. I could be wrong.
Not you, Lee.
Tony was a friend of mine. He wasn't onto anything big. He wasn't going to break a case like Neil here thinks.
Oh, what was he up to then? Did he have to drag us down here to this warehouse to play the brain, Lee?
Tony was up to something in a way. He knew what was going on.
What was that, Mr. Masters?
He knew who the Strangler was. The Strangler who's been filling the city of New York with fear for the last 4 months. That's why he died. You, McDonald, you, Carter, or you, Neil. Who killed Carpetti? Do you want me to tell you, or will you tell me?
Now, look here, Lee. This has gone on long enough.
He's going for his gun. Leave him, Johnny.
You little rundown.
You shut up, Neil.
He was going for his gun, Lee.
I was reaching for my handkerchief.
You were what?
It wasn't your fault, Johnny. I let you deduce a few things, but perhaps you don't know Dr. Lincoln, and that makes a difference. The answer to the poser? First, who killed on the 24th of the last 4 months? I'll tell you. Tony Carpetti.
What? Oh, Lee, all these...
Isn't that right, McDonald?
Yeah. I heard some outside. I better go check. You see, well, you know.
Yeah. Look within a dead man, Johnny. Tony was the killer.
But who killed Tony? The diary, the evidence, Neil here?
Sometimes a psychopathic personality knows what he's done, though he feels no guilt. And such a personality can develop late in life. Lincoln again. Tony kept a diary. He knew he was an insane killer. The him referred to in his diary, himself. His other killing self.
Yeah, Lee, but that still doesn't explain what
Think of someone who might have been tainted, who feared in himself what Tony was doing. Tony, his blood relative.
MacDonald.
And there dies your killer. Don't ask me how he found out about his half-brother, but he did. And maybe he killed in self-defense. It was the 24th, remember? Maybe a mercy killing.
Yeah, but Lee, why kill himself now? He could have stood trial, got off.
Fear, Neil, of what he might one day do. All right, let's go collect the body. Oh, tell me, you don't happen to smell something like burnt milk, do you?
So ends tonight's Sounds of Darkness, presented for your entertainment by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, makers of world-famous passenger tires, truck, and tractor tires for every requirement in South Africa's farming, commerce, and industry. Join us next Friday and every Friday night at 9:30 when Goodyear will again present the blind detective Lee Masters in The Sounds of Darkness.
Johnny, what's happened to New York?
I'm not with you, Lee.
Well, we've been here 2 weeks. 2 whole weeks. And no crime has come our way. I seem to remember statistics to the effect that a major crime is committed in New York every 75 seconds. Well, they certainly haven't been coming our way.
Well, for my money, it makes a nice change.
You know what I feel like? I feel like watching the boxing.
Watching? I'd leave.
Yeah, I know. I can't watch. But that's what I've got you for, isn't it? You're supposed to be my eyes. Well, we'll combine a little business with pleasure tonight.
Okay.
I want to see the big fight at the garden. So we'll go along. And you'll see how good you are at explaining to me exactly what's going on. I want a blow-by-blow description of the fight. And heaven help you if I miss a blow.
Goodyear presents The Sounds of Darkness. Good evening. The Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, makers of passenger, truck, and tractor tires for every requirement in South Africa's farming, commerce, and industry, bring you Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges the sounds of darkness. In tonight's Sounds of Darkness, you will hear Tony J. as Lee Masters, James White as Johnny Bridges. Other than the cast are Louis Ife, Adrian Steed, George Carellin, and Hugh Rouse. Now let's join the world of Lee Masters in tonight's Sounds of Darkness, The Last Round.
Sailor Pavelski's coming down to the ring now, Lee. He's passing around the ring, holding his hands over his head. They've made him favorite. He's 6-4 on the Sailor.
You fancy him?
Yeah.
Well, me, I reckon Tiger Jackson will stop him inside 6.
Oh, you gotta be joking, Lee.
No.
Tiger Jackson's well over 30. This guy's young in his prime.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes, a couple of dozen fights under your belt stands you in better stead than 5 years the right side of 30. This Sailor guy now, he's had 9 pro fights, that's all.
Yeah, I know.
I know. He's won them all. 6 of them on knockouts. But I still like the Tiger.
Oh, here he comes now.
Not such a reception as the Sailor, huh?
He seems kind of, I don't know.
Kind of what?
Well, he's not looking around and smiling the way the other guy was. He's walking kind of slow. His head's down. Sort of looking at his feet. He's getting into the ring now. He's not playing to the crowd at all, this guy. He's going straight to his corner. He's sitting down. He doesn't look much to me.
What's Sailor Pavelski doing?
He's standing in his corner, hands along the ropes behind him. He's sort of leering at Tiger Jackson. His pole act sure looks confident.
Well, when you get a fighting pole, he's usually pretty cocksure. You say Jackson doesn't look so good.
I've certainly seen better.
Ladies and gentlemen, a 10-round contest at the welterweight limit of 147 pounds. On my right, at 140 pounds, Tiger Jackson. On my left, at 146 pounds, Sailor Pavelski.
certainly with the pole, all right.
He's got them both in the center of the ring now. I give him the old routine about breaking clean and so on.
Quiet a minute, Johnny. Huh? I want to listen to that riff.
Oh, now, don't tell me you can't.
Quiet.
Okay, so the horse didn't win. Well, can I help it if the horse I back robbed home by 20 lengths? Since when's a crying to back a winner?
Since you fixed it so the favorite would lose and doped your horse to make sure it won. That's when.
You're gonna have to prove that, Cubby. Me, I ain't saying nothing until I see my lawyer. All right, you bums. Shake hands now. When the bell goes, come out fighting.
That rep, Johnny. Who is he? What's his name? Look in the program.
Oh, now, don't tell me you could hear anything he was saying over the racket going on.
I heard. I can't remember the name, but I've heard that voice before at the wrong end of an interrogation session.
It says here his name is Lucas. Snowy Lucas.
In a pig's eye, his name is Lucas. I remember now. Yeah, his name is Bolt. Piggy Bolt, they used to call him on account that's just what he looked like. A pig. Yeah, this guy looked that way.
Yeah, now you come to mention it, he does.
Johnny, my little warning bell is ringing like crazy. You've got to keep your eyes peeled. Might be a false alarm, but I have a feeling that something crooked is on the program for tonight.
Quick lefts to the jaw. And see, that really looks as if he's in trouble. He's down, Bob. Tiger Jackson's knocked him down. See? They didn't look like knockout punches to me. Just two little taps to the mouth. At first, they didn't seem to do any harm. Then, all of a sudden, the guy drops like he's been poleaxed. Hey, how about that? The poleaxe was poleaxed.
Around, ladies and gentlemen, the winner by a knockout in the first minute of the fifth round, Tiger Jackson.
What is it, Johnny? What's the matter?
Pavelski isn't moving. He's just lying there. They're trying to bring him round. Not a chance. Hey, that guy really is out. How do you figure that? A little tap and he's still unconscious.
If he is unconscious.
You don't mean he's...
I don't know. But with Piggy Bolt around, it's only natural that things should smell. Come on, let's get moving. I want to be in the dressing room when they carry that guy in.
What are you doing here?
FBI. Put the guy down.
Over here, Snowy.
How is he?
My boy's hurt bad. I'm Sailor's manager. He's hurt bad.
I don't feel any pulse here. He's not breathing. Yeah. Somebody's got quite a lot to answer for. This was Pavelski's last round.
He's dead? Are you trying to say my boy is dead?
He's dead. And just to make the party complete, his breath smells of bitter almonds. Potassium cyanide to you.
What is this?
Who does this guy think he is?
Okay, you better sit over there.
What is all this anyway?
To my way of thinking, the murderer must be one of you guys.
What are you getting at, Copper?
You're first, Tiger.
Oh, me? I don't know nothing. I mean, for why should I want to murder the bum? I had him beat anyway.
Sounded like a great fight tonight, Tiger.
Thanks, Copper, but I don't know nothing about it, honest.
You're next, Collie.
This is a lot of nonsense. Why would I want to harm my own boy? Why should I go to...
Name first. Who are you?
Collie Blake. I'm the sailor's manager. I was in his corner tonight, like I am every night. You was talking about Patal, whatever the name was. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Everything went like it usually does. I don't see how anybody could have slipped the guy a Mickey.
Well, we'll see about that. Tell me, Collie, the water bottle.
Yeah?
Did Sailor drink between rounds?
A fighter don't drink between rounds. Very, very rarely. He takes a swig from the bottle and he spits it out. He maybe gargles a bit. But not very often does a fighter drink between rounds. Well, that way he'd get sluggish, you know?
Yeah, I see. You got that water bottle, Johnny?
I got both of them here. One from each corner. And I got the buckets they used to sponge them down.
Good. All right, next.
Well, I'm Snowy Lucas. I was ref for the fight. I can't tell you nothing.
Yeah. Mr. Lucas.
That's right.
Would it have been at all possible, in any way, for anything to have been introduced into Sailor's mouth from Tiger's glove?
Come again. You mean could the guy, Tiger, could he have had this poison on his glove and pushed it into Sailor's mouth?
That's what I mean.
Hey, now listen, I didn't do nothing.
I'm not asking you, Tiger. Well, Mr. Lucas, would it have been possible?
No, not a chance. You see, when they goes down onto the canvas, when their gloves touch the deck, before they start fighting again, it's the ref's job to grab the guy by the wrists and rub the gloves on his shirt, the ref's own shirt. Well, that way you get rid of the rosin, you know. They put rosin on the canvas so the guy won't slip. Well, a dirty fighter will try to keep this on his gloves.
So that at the first opportunity, he can rub his glove in the other guy's eyes and temporarily blind him. Yeah, that I know.
Yeah, well, like I said, tonight's fight was clean. There was nothing like that. When Tiger did go down, I made sure he wiped his gloves clean.
Yeah, I see. Well, there's just one thing that worries me, Mr. Lucas.
Yeah? What's that?
The fact that your name isn't Snowy Lucas.
Huh?
It's Piggy Bolt. And the last time you and I talked, you were dodging a rap for doping a racehorse. Yeah, you won a lot of dough that time.
You know, wait a minute.
Maybe you also won a lot of money tonight. Maybe you backed Tiger Jackson to win. And maybe you made sure he did win by poisoning Sailor Pavelski. Maybe somehow, when you wiped the rosin off Tiger's gloves, you managed to rub some poison on.
You must be nuts.
Maybe. Maybe not. But it's a possibility, isn't it, Piggy? It's a possibility that could send you right to the chair.
You're listening to The Last Round, tonight's Sons of Darkness, brought to you by Goodyear, the greatest name in rubber.
Lab report on the gloves, Piggy.
Yeah. What do they say?
No trace or sign. I had not a thing.
There you are.
What I told you was nuts.
So you did, Piggy. Well, it looks like it maybe lets you out for the time being.
Say, how long have we got to stay here?
Till I find the murderer.
Yeah, but it's 1 o'clock in the morning already.
Yeah, that's right. It is. All right, who's next?
My name's Wilkie, Jess Wilkie. I manage the Tiger here.
And you were in his corner tonight?
Sure, I'm his second, too.
What do you know about this?
Honest, Mr. Masters, I don't know nothing. My boy was doing good tonight, and he would have won anyway. I had nothing against this, sir. I mean, why should I? My boy was the better boy, and he was all set to win. So why should I follow it all up by giving him poison? Anyway, I was never anywhere near him.
So the lab reports show no traces of cyanide in either of the water bottles, or the buckets, or on the sponges, or the gloves. That right, Johnny?
That's right.
So how in the heck can somebody give a fighter in the middle of the ring, in Madison Square Garden, in the middle of the 5th round, a fatal dose of poison?
Can I talk to you a moment, Lee?
Well, I wouldn't leave this bunch alone with the body. All right, I'll tell you what. You got a guard outside?
Sure, I got 4 fellas from the Central Precinct.
Okay. Let them escort this bunch of beauties into the dressing room next door and keep an eye on them. They're not to talk to anybody. And while they're at it, they may as well search them.
Yeah, you can't search us unless you got a search warrant.
Well, now, you're quite right there, Piggy.
I know I am.
I tell you what the position is. Either you let us search you here and now without a warrant.
Huh?
In other words, you cooperate with the police for a change, or else I'll personally see that they tie a charge on you for resisting an officer in the execution of his duty, and you'll do 6 months before we even start.
Well, hang on, wait a minute.
And I'll search you anyway, by force if necessary.
Huh?
So, what do you got to say to that?
Well, look, I'm not beefing. Well, sure you can search me. I got nothing to hide.
That's mighty nice of you, Piggy.
I'll say this.
Open the door, Johnny.
Okay, Lee.
Officer, take this chorus line round into the dressing room next door. And keep an eye on them till I let you know.
Sure thing, Mr. Masters. Come on, you guys. This way.
Yeah, all right.
Well, Johnny, what is it?
I was thinking. Seems like the only way anybody could have poisoned that guy would have been to have given him the poison in the ring.
That, Johnny, is the problem. I know it sounds impossible, but that's just what must have happened.
But, Lee, I'm telling you, it didn't happen.
Look, think back. Think hard. In between rounds, between the 4th and the 5th rounds.
Yeah.
Anything happened? Anything at all?
Oh, Jeepers, Lee, I don't think so. I mean, you know, the usual stuff. You know, like rubbing the guy's muscles, fanning him with a towel, giving him the water bottle, all that kind of jazz. Nothing special.
You sure?
If there had been anything, I'd have noticed. That I'm sure of.
Which leaves us right back where we started. Somebody poisoned that guy while he was in the middle of the ring, watched by 6,000 people. What did you get, Johnny?
Lucas or Bolt or whatever his name is was telling the truth. He backed a grand on Tiger Jackson to win. Nobody else had a bet. But I ran into Droopy outside.
Oh, is that who's with you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's me, Mr. Lee.
Well, you might be just the guy I want to talk to. Guess there's not much goes on in the sporting world, either on the level or crooked, that you don't know about, is there?
Well, I keep my ear to the ground.
Now, what's the word on the killing?
Killing? Somebody dead?
Maybe. How was the money going? What was the betting like on the fight tonight? Last night.
Ah, you mean Sailor Kowalski and Tiger Jackson? Yeah, there was big bread floating around on that one.
A lot of dough, huh?
You asked me, the syndicate climbed in on this one.
As big as that, huh?
Yeah.
And these guys don't open their eyes under $100 grand.
The way I heard it, they stood to win $500,000.
And they won, of course.
Of course. When the syndicate bets, that ain't a gamble. That's a certainty. One way or another, they make sure of that.
Yeah. Okay, Droopy. Thanks a lot. See you around.
Here's something for your trouble.
Ah, gee, thanks, mister. It wasn't no trouble. For you, Mr. Lee, it's only a pleasure. You know that.
Sure. Have a drink anyway.
Yeah, okay, Mr. Lee. I'll see you around.
Well, very interesting, Johnny.
Yeah.
As I remember the fight the way you told it, Sailor didn't look as if he was losing until he dropped in the 5th. Is that right?
That's right.
And in spite of the fact that I fancied Tiger,
Sailor was the obvious one to win, wasn't he?
He started out as unfavored.
Yeah, that's right. You know what I think?
What's that?
I think the sailor was going to take a dive. I think it was all arranged that way. And for some reason, he changed his mind. By this time, it was too late. The syndicate had already laid out close to $250,000. He had to lose. That's why he was killed.
So now we know why, but we don't know how or who.
Just let me think a minute, Johnny. When you've eliminated every alternative, what you're left with must be the modus operandi.
Huh?
Yeah. Now, so far, we've eliminated the fact that he might have been given poison before he came into the ring. He didn't pick up poison from Tiger Jackson's gloves. He didn't get poison from the water bottle.
True.
And there were no traces of cyanide in the buckets. We've searched every one of these birds, and every one of them is clean. Of course. Why didn't I think of that before?
What?
I must be slipping. If I'd seen the fight tonight instead of you telling me about it, I'd have solved this thing before we got up from our seats.
What are you talking about?
Johnny, you know something? I think I know how this thing was done, and I think I know who did it. Trouble is, I haven't got the faintest idea how I'm going to prove it.
What is this guy trying to hang out?
Okay, gentlemen. I've called you all back in here to tell you that in any moment from now, you can all go home.
That's the nicest thing you've ever...
All of you, except one, that is. First of all, I'll tell you why Sailor Powalski was murdered. And this isn't guessing. We've checked, and we know. About 2 weeks ago, the syndicate approached Sailor through a third party and offered $20,000 for him to take a dive. Sailor agreed. The third party clinched the deal and took the $20,000. When he went to give Sailor his share, the Pole had changed his mind. No amount of persuasion on the part of this third party could get the Sailor to throw the fight. Now, our friend, Mr. Third Party, was in trouble. The syndicate had laid out big money. Sailor had to lose. On his form, he was a cert to win. So, Mr. Third Party, the murderer, hit upon a bright little scheme. He got hold of some prussic acid. Yeah, and I know where he got it from. The poison was put into a soluble capsule, long and thin. And then the capsule was put into the sailor's mouth.
What are you talking about, copper?
Your brother-in-law develops photographs, Collie. Bet there's plenty of potassium cyanide lying around his darkroom.
Yeah?
You put the capsule in the sailor's mouth, didn't you?
You're nuts. When did I get that chance?
Before round 5 started. In the ring, in full view of 6,000 people, you slipped the capsule in his mouth.
Oh, the gum shield. Of course, the gum shield.
That's right, Piggy. Who handles a fighter's gum shield? Only his second.
Prove it. I'd like to see you prove it.
Just before the 5th round started, you slipped Sailor's gum shield back into his mouth. Only this time, the cyanide capsule was stuck to it. You knew with a couple of punches to the mouth that the capsule would burst and that the sailor would swallow the poison. And that's the way it happened.
Talk. Just talk. Prove it, copper.
I have proved it. That gum shield went to the laboratory. They found the traces that I need.
Why, you...
Get him, Johnny.
All right, I did it. What could I do? It was him or me. You know the syndicate. If Sailor had have won, they'd have rubbed me out for sure. I didn't have no chance.
Thanks, Collie. I got 3 independent witnesses to your confession apart from the police.
take him away.
Okay, come on, Collie. Come on now. Come on. Okay.
Well, maybe I'm not such a bad gambler after all.
A gambler? What are you talking about?
I didn't have that gum shield tested.
What?
It wouldn't have done any good. In the first place, all traces of cyanide would have been washed off it by the saliva in the mouth. And in the second place, it wouldn't have proved anything in the first place.
You were bluffing?
Yeah, I bluffed him into squealing in front of witnesses. He'll make a full confession down to the central precinct. That's the only way we could have got him, Johnny. Next time I suggest a night off watching the fights, just sock me one, will you?
So ends tonight's Sounds of Darkness, presented for your entertainment by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, makers of world-famous passenger tires, truck and tractor tires for every requirement in South Africa's farming, commerce and industry. Join us next Friday and every Friday night at 9:30 when Goodyear will again present the blind detective Lee Masters in The Sounds of Darkness.
Past 9.
I'm sorry, Lee, but we have to go.
I'm not a socialite, and I'm not a politician. Why do I have to rub shoulders with the so-called elite?
Boss's orders. Senator Hardy is a personal friend of a guy right at the top of the FBI, or very near the top. Now, Senator Hardy has sent an invitation to you. You have to attend.
I'll send Johnny and you along.
No good, Lee. No, better get along home and change. Black tie. We're expected at Senator Hardy's home at 7 for cocktails, the three of us.
Goodyear presents The Sounds of Darkness. Good evening. The Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, makers of passenger, truck, and tractor tires for every requirement in South Africa's farming, commerce, and industry, bring you Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges The Sounds of Darkness. In tonight's Sounds of Darkness, you will hear Tony Jay as Lee Masters, James White as Johnny Bridges, and Elaine Lee as Samantha Darlington. Others in the cast are June Seymour, John Hayter, and Hugh Rouse. Now let's join the world of Lee Masters in tonight's Sounds of Darkness for 2 pins.
Charles? Where'd you get that from?
Lee is short for Charlie. Charles. Where he got it from, I wouldn't know.
good evening, Mr. Masters. I know you so well that I feel I should call you Lee. Know you by reputation, I mean. You mind?
Not at all, Senator. My secretary, Miss Darlington.
Hello, Miss Darlington.
Assistant, Mr. Bridges.
How do you do, Senator? May I present my secretary, Miss Duncan? She's acting as my hostess tonight. Unfortunately, my wife is not feeling well. She had to miss the party. She's most disappointed.
How do you do?
Senator and Mrs. Blackwell.
If you'll excuse me, the bar's at the other end of the room.
Go right ahead, Senator. Miss Duncan. We'll look after ourselves.
I need the way to the bar. Follow me, Lee. Something soft for you, Lee?
Please, but you go ahead. We're off duty for once.
I'll have a bourbon. You, Sam?
I think I'll be a real Southern belle and have mint juice.
I'll get the barman's eye.
What does this place look like, Sam?
Well, like I told you as we came up the drive, it's more like a castle than a private house. Built, well, I guess you'd call it Moroccan, Moorish style, you know. Pointed windows, big dome to the room, and on a very grand scale. We're in what is obviously the banqueting hall. Grand stairway curves down from the upstairs.
Really? How many stories?
Ground floor and one upstairs. Very, very expensive, the whole set.
Here you are. Mint julep for Madam and a root beer for you, Lee.
Oh, thanks.
Wow, see the band that's playing? Must have cost a fortune to lure them away from Las Vegas. Hey, Sam, would you care to?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, don't worry about me, children. Go ahead and enjoy yourselves. It's later than you think.
How about it?
Oh, Johnny, I'd love to.
And I hope you put on your dancing shoes. Daddy's really going to jump tonight.
Jump by all means, Daddy, but not on my feet.
All alone, Mr. Masters?
I'm enjoying the music and the company, Miss Duncan.
The company?
Yeah, I've been eavesdropping into some very interesting conversations. Lucky for the people concerned that I'm not a gossip columnist.
Senator Hardy was so pleased that you were able to come.
What's the shindig in aid of?
Well, in the world of politics, nothing is done without a good reason. This particular reason is to introduce the man that the senator's backing for the district attorney of New York in the next election.
Oh, who's that?
His name is Meredith, John Meredith.
Yeah, I heard the name.
Oh, so now you know the reason for the party.
But I don't know the reason for inviting me.
Oh, why, Mr. Masters, you're a celebrity. That's the only reason. The price of fame.
That's good for my ego, Miss Duncan. But I wonder if that is really true.
Why, what do you mean, Mr. Masters?
Oh, nothing. Maybe I just have a suspicious mind.
Thanks so much, Johnny. I enjoyed that. Whew, but that's enough.
What do you mean enough? Not tired, are you, old lady?
4 dances in a row is enough to remind me that I'm closer to being an old lady than I was 5 years ago.
What's the time, Johnny?
5 after 10.
You think maybe we could make a duck for it? I've had enough socializing to last me for 10 years tonight.
I suppose you could.
Look, if you and Sam are enjoying yourselves, just find our host for me, and I'll make my apologies and phone for a cab. You two don't have to tag along with me.
Oh, here comes the senator right now.
Well, Mr. Masters, I'm sorry that I have neglected you all evening. Have they been looking after you?
Oh, fine. No. Everything's fine, Senator. But I think if you'll excuse me, I'll call it a draw. My bed is calling me.
You want to leave? Oh, I wouldn't hear of it. The party's only just starting.
Well, Mr. Bridges and Miss Darlington will stay on, but I think if you don't mind, I'd prefer it if you'd excuse me.
But it can't be 10:15 yet. Have another drink.
I've had so many root beers that it's coming out of my ears.
Well, some more to eat then. The buffet is scheduled to run right through till breakfast.
Really, Senator, your hospitality overwhelms me, but I think...
What was that? What was that? It sounded like a shot. Good heavens, I hope... Well, it came from this side of the house, I think.
Let's follow him, Johnny. Don't lose him.
Okay, Lee. Hang on to me. I'll push it out. Excuse me.
Good heavens, I hope I'm mistaken. That shot seemed to come from my wife's room. This is my wife's room. Celia! Are you all right, Celia? Locked. She must have locked herself in. Oh, dear heavens, I hope there's nothing wrong.
Have you any reason to suspect that there would be, Senator?
Why, she was very depressed this evening. It has been for the last couple of days. And then the shot we heard, of course.
Yeah, of course, the shot. Johnny, take a look through the keyhole. Does the key seem to be on that side?
No, Lee, it's not there.
All right, break it down.
Okay.
Senator, I must ask you to allow my assistant to go into the room first.
Oh, very well.
Go ahead, Johnny.
Looks like she's been shot. She's dead, all right.
Right. Now the fingerprint boys have been over the place and the body has been removed. Let's start from the beginning.
Right. It's the smallest room compared to the others in this mausoleum. Just the one door which we came through. 2 windows, both in the wall opposite the door.
Open or shut? The windows, I mean.
One's closed, the other's open. Oh, but these ain't ordinary windows. You know, this place is built sort of like a Spanish castle. They're very narrow pointed windows and they're burglar-proofed. Absolutely impossible for anyone to have got through either of those.
The body?
She was sprawled over her writing desk, to the right of the door as you come in. A suicide note on the table. A gun found on the floor beside a chair. A .22 Italian pistol.
And the key to the door was found on a small ornamental table right in the middle of the room, huh?
Oh, that's right. Oh, look, Lee, what's bugging you? It must have been suicide. The key was on the table inside the room. The door was locked. No other way out of the room.
Yeah, I know. Classic sealed room. Like a darn detective novel.
But it must be suicide, mustn't it? I mean, unless it was an accident.
I don't like it, Johnny.
But it can't have been murder. If it had been, the murder would still have been in the room when we unlocked the door with the other key, wouldn't it?
Well, that's what we're supposed to think, Johnny. That suicide note. Where is it?
Oh, the fingerprints boys took it with them. See if I can remember it. It was oddly worded, I remember. Yeah, hang on, it's coming back. Yeah, I remember now. I can't take it anymore. This is the end. Celia.
As you say, odd. Very odd.
But its meaning is very clear.
Is it? What couldn't she take anymore?
Well, life, I suppose.
Yeah.
Well, what is it, Lee?
This is murder, Johnny.
Huh?
I'm sure of it.
But how? I mean, a room locked and the key inside, no way out?
That shot. Did you hear it?
Well, sure, we all heard it.
Doesn't that strike you as odd?
No, should it?
Sure it should. This house is built like a castle, thick walls. We were in the ballroom, the other side of the place. There was a band playing, people shouting, talking. And the murder weapon is supposed to be a .22?
Yeah, now I get you, of course. Would we have heard it?
No, we wouldn't. For sure we wouldn't.
But we did.
Well, that's what first made me think there was something screwy. What we heard was a high-powered rifle shot, not a pistol. A rifle, Johnny. And it sounded to me at the time as if it was fired outside. How about that?
The open window?
Yeah, have a look outside. I'll bet you'll find a couple of footprints outside the window. And maybe, if we're lucky, a cartridge case. A cartridge case from a rifle.
You are listening to For Two Pins, tonight's Sounds of Darkness, brought to you by Goodyear, the greatest name in rubber.
You're right, Lee. You're absolutely right.
Cartridge case?
Yeah. And in the soft earth of the flower bed under the window, a couple of perfect footprints.
So, very interesting. How big are the footprints?
I phoned the lab boys to get down here again, but they look pretty small to me. Well, come to think of it, very small.
What size feet has the senator got?
Hardy? Oh, no, he's got pretty big feet, I think. He's a pretty big man.
Well, it doesn't always follow. Have a look next time you talk to him.
Yeah, okay. Now, wait a minute, Lee. The senator was with us when we heard that rifle shot. He couldn't have fired the gun.
That's right, Johnny. He couldn't.
So the suicide was a fake job. She was shot through the window. Is that the score?
It would seem like it, wouldn't it? But who? And why? Like you say, at the time the shot was fired, Senator Hardy was talking to us. You know something, Johnny? It struck me as a bit odd at the time. But didn't you think that the senator was very disappointed at the idea of me leaving?
Yeah, come to think of it...
I mean, what am I in his young life? Why the heck couldn't I go if I wanted to? But he was most insistent that I stayed. Unnaturally insistent, I thought. Didn't you, Johnny?
Yeah, I suppose you could say that, yeah.
I've been puzzled from the start as to why we were invited to this joint in the first place. I'm no politician. I'm no use to the guy or of no interest to the guy. Not in the normal course of events. But supposing he wanted to establish an alibi. How about that, then? What better alibi could he have than the fact that he was standing talking to me at the time the shot was fired?
You're right, of course. But it is an alibi, a perfect alibi. He was standing talking to you. So he couldn't have fired that shot, could he?
So what did you get, Bob?
Oh, I got a couple of good casts from outside the window. Very small foot. Must have been a very small guy.
Or a woman?
Yeah. Could have been a woman.
From where you found the footprints outside the window, would it have been possible for someone to have fired and hit the woman where we found the body?
Oh, sure. It was in a direct line of fire.
Yeah, I see.
Oh, Lee, I just spoke to the police.
Close the door, Johnny.
Oh, sorry. I spoke to the police surgeon.
Yeah, so you said. Let me make one of those inspired guesses that fill you with amazement, shall I?
Oh, you can't guess this.
The theory that she was shot from a rifle outside her window doesn't hold water anymore, does it? I mean, now that you've heard the doc's report.
No, that's right, it doesn't.
Because the doc has decided that the little 22 was the murder weapon after all. Am I right?
For Pete's sake, yeah. Yeah, you're right. She was killed by a bullet from the gun that we found on the floor beside her body. But how, Lee? How the heck did you work that out?
At the risk of sounding like that famous detective, it was elementary. You see, a rifle fired at that short range would have blown her head half off to begin with. Second, the bullet would have emerged from the back of the head, and we would have found it in the room. We didn't. The wound was small, so it couldn't have been a bullet from a rifle that killed her. You follow me?
Yeah. But where does that leave us? You mean it was suicide after all?
Oh, no, Johnny. It was murder, all right.
I don't get it. Then that shot you heard. I mean, the shot we all heard wasn't a rifle shot after all?
I didn't say that. I said she wasn't killed by a rifle shot. A rifle was fired, all right. And it was fired from outside this window. But Mrs. Hardy was killed by a bullet from the Italian revolver, which was found by her side.
But that's impossible, Lee. You're forgetting that the room was locked, and the key was found on that table over there. And there's no other key. We had to break the door down, remember?
I remember very well.
Then what you're saying proves that she committed suicide.
Johnny, at the moment, I don't know how. But Mrs. Hardy was murdered. Murdered with that .22 pistol which we found in here.
But how in the name of Judas's priest was it done? You trying to tell me that somebody shot her, faked it to look like suicide, locked the door, put the key on the table, and crawled through the keyhole?
The windows, you say, are too small.
By a mile. They're little more than slits. In any case, they got burglar proofing on them, and the bars ain't been touched.
Fanlight over the door?
Yeah, there is that, I told you, but that's also tiny. Also a little more than a slit, horizontal one. But a kitten couldn't have climbed through there, let alone a man or a woman.
Why the rifle shot? That's what bothers me. Why the rifle shot?
Search me. Nothing makes sense to me in this business.
Hey, I've got it.
Huh?
The rifle. Wait a minute. The rifle was fired to establish an alibi, all right?
Yeah, but we've been through all that.
No, we haven't. No. Phone the doc. I want to know time of death. Exactly, I want to know it. And I'll tell you this before you phone him. What time did we hear that shot?
About 10, 15 minutes after 10.
Yeah. Yeah, we got to the party at 7. Let's see. The time of death must have been before 6 this evening.
Yeah, thanks, Doc. Bye. Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle.
Well?
Time of death between 4 and 6 this evening. That's what he figured. But how the heck did you know he was going to say that?
The rifle shot, Johnny. What other reason could there be for someone firing that shot? We had to hear it. That's why a rifle was used. We had to hear it over all the noise. And the reason was to establish a time of death.
Yeah.
So we would think. A time of death when the senator was talking to me. So he couldn't be the murderer.
That's right.
Again, we're supposed to think that. But it's him, all right.
Huh?
He's the murderer.
Well, I'll be...
He shot his wife. He shot her before any of the guests came to the party, and he rigged it to look like suicide. He couldn't shoot her too much before the party, otherwise rigor mortis would set in and everyone would know that she wasn't killed at the time she seemed to be.
Now, hold it, Lee. Hold everything. You're forgetting one important fact. The room was locked. The key was on a table in the middle of the room, and there wasn't another key. We had to break the door down to get in. So, admitting your theory for the time being, Senator Hardy planned the whole thing, killed his wife, shot her early this evening, and then either took the body to her room or shot her there. It doesn't matter which at the moment. But then what? How then did he lock the door and leave the only key inside?
Well, that's just one little problem we have to solve. That and the suicide note. That table. The table where the key was found. Where is the key, by the way?
It's still there on the table, right where it was when we came in here. No prints on it.
Anything else on that table?
No, nothing. Oh, hang on, wait a minute. Yeah, a pin.
A pin?
Yeah, an ordinary pin. That's all, nothing else.
Wait a minute. Take me over to that table.
Oh, it's right here. Here you are.
Thanks. Uh-huh. What do you see here, Johnny? Here. Right here where my fingers are.
Nothing. Oh, I see. Wait a minute. Looks like pinpricks.
Try again. They're not pin pricks.
No, that's right. They're deeper. Two little holes. I'll tell you what they could be. They could be the holes that would be made if somebody stuck 2 pins in the top of the table.
Or stuck 1 pin in twice, huh?
Of course.
That's it. 1 rehearsal. And 1 when he actually did the job. Johnny, I want you to get Senator Hardy and his secretary, Miss Duncan, here. They did it. He killed her, and she fired that rifle shot to establish a false time of death. Bring them here. And I only wish I could see their faces when I tell them that they'll go to the chair for this.
Now, look here, man.
Don't interrupt, Senator. I want to tell you a little story. But first, how long has the love affair between you and your secretary been going on?
Masters, you go too far. I'll see you're busted down so low that they won't even use you for garbage collection.
We found the rest of the letter. You should have burned it.
What are you talking about?
The letter that started the whole thing. The letter your wife wrote to Miss Duncan, telling her that she wouldn't put up with things any longer. She showed it to you, and you realized that the last page could be used for a suicide note. That's when you got the idea.
You can't prove a thing.
Oh, yes, I can. I knew that note was screwy from the start. You see, if a suicide leaves a note, then he's very much aware that this is the last thing he or she is going to write. They spread themselves a little. They always do. And they nearly always sign their full names. A note reading, "I can't take it anymore. This is the end, Celia," might have sounded like a suicide note to you, but not to me. Not even "forgive me" or "love." No, it stank from the start.
That's nonsense.
She wrote to Miss Duncan and told her she couldn't stand your love affair with your secretary any longer.
It's a lie.
This was the end of the marriage. But that didn't suit you at all. So you rigged the suicide. You shot her, left the gun and the note beside her, and locked the door of her room. so that the body couldn't be discovered until you were ready.
You're talking nonsense. Anyway, you've got no proof.
I haven't finished yet. You arranged with Miss Duncan that at 10 after 10, she would fire a rifle shot outside your wife's window. At that time exactly, you would be talking to me. Your only reason for inviting me to this affair in the first place. No one would miss your secretary, and you hoped that no one would realize that the shot was a rifle shot and not a 2-2. It had to be a rifle so that we would hear it over the noise.
Lies. It's all lies.
We found the shoes that Miss Duncan wore. They fit the footprints.
You're guessing. The key was inside the locked room. It was suicide. You can't prove otherwise. You can't even advance a theory.
You killed her, locked the room from the outside, and put the key back inside, and I can prove it. Take him away. And, Senator, I hope you burn for this.
How did he put the key back inside? It don't make sense.
The pin, Johnny. The pin and the slit over the door. That's how he did it.
I still don't get it.
Look, he shot her. He went out of the room and took the key.
Yeah.
He locked the door.
Uh-huh.
But before he did that, before he went out and locked the door, he took a pin. An ordinary pin, and he tied cotton to it, just below the head.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Then he stuck the pin in that table where we found the key. The other end of the cotton he led through the slit over the door.
Yeah.
Then he went outside the room, locked the door, stood on a chair or something, threaded the cotton through the handle of the key, and let it slide down.
Of course.
Through the slot and land on the table inside. Then he pulled the cotton free. But the pin was left behind on the table.
Yeah.
You know, if it hadn't been for that pin, I wouldn't have known how it was done. And our friend, the senator, might have got off.
So ends tonight's Sounds of Darkness, presented for your entertainment by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, makers of world-famous passenger tires, truck and tractor tires for every requirement in South Africa's farming, commerce and industry. Join us next Friday and every Friday night at 9:30 when Goodyear will again present the blind detective Lee Masters in The Sounds of Darkness.
What sort of position I'm in? Well, it's getting dangerous. You know what kind of a man Max is.
Yeah, I know. But you don't have to be afraid of Max, honey. And anyway, that doesn't alter how we feel about each other, does it?
Oh, I'm sorry, Bob, but, well, it does. I've been thinking about things for some time. I guess this is as good a time as any to tell you.
Tell me? Tell me what, Belinda?
You know, I'd had a pretty good life with Max. Okay, I hate the guy now, but, well, you know how it is. Girl kind of gets used to the creature comforts, the easy things that money can buy. Well, I got used to the good life Max has provided, and, well, I've been thinking.
Thinking?
About the sort of life we've had together, you and I. Oh, I know you're talented and your paintings are getting recognized, but, well, your money would hardly keep me in cigarettes for a week, let's face it.
Come to the point, Belinda. What are you trying to say?
Oh, listen, Bob, don't think it wasn't fun while it lasted, but all good things come to an end.
Belinda, what is it? You promised. You promised.
Oh, that's a laugh. Promise this little boy a maid to be broken. I've decided that it would be safer to stay with Max.
You think you can give me the quick brush off just like that? Well, I'll show you. You rotten tramp. Just who you're pushing around.
The sounds of darkness. Lee Masters, FBI, who wages relentless war against crime. Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges the sounds of darkness.
Well, that's all the newspapers have to say about it, Lee. I know that non-committal expression of yours. Something's bugging you, right?
Not exactly bugging me, Johnny, but I'm always a little suspicious of textbook cases, especially when homicide's involved.
Yeah, but there are such things as open and shut cases. The DA thinks this was a straight first-degree killing. It all adds up to it.
Maybe. Tell me, Johnny, what do we got for real fact?
Okay, I'll give you a rundown on what happened. This guy, Bob Cyrax, an artist, is accused of shooting dead Belinda Sullivan, the wife of Max Sullivan. You know, the big real estate man, and ex-drug trafficker. Incidentally, that's why Harris wants you on the job.
Yeah.
Now, it's pretty well known that she had a reputation for getting around, and Cyrax was the last of a long line of boyfriends. By right, she could have been bumped off at least 4 times before, on the way she acted. Anyway, this time it was curtains for dear Belinda. It seems she went to this guy's studio and told him that their friendship was over. That much we know from Cyrax's statement. So he got mad, lost his head, shot her 3 times.
Okay. But I understand that Cyrax denies shooting her.
Oh, Lee, don't they all?
Nearly all. But in this case, why should Cyrax admit all that business about quarreling with Belinda Sullivan, thus making himself the #1 suspect, and then deny the shooting?
But he couldn't deny that she was in his studio that night, and that the police were called by a neighbor who heard the shots.
And the girl was found lying on the floor.
Exactly, with 3.32 caliber slugs lodged in her chest and stomach.
And the gun?
Yep, they found that next to the body. Cyrax must have dropped that when he panicked and ran out.
So, where did they finally pick him up?
Pick him up? They didn't have to. He ran screaming into the 17th precinct, hollering about murder. As the DA said, the oldest trick in the business, playing it innocent.
What else would an innocent man do?
Huh?
Open and shut case, Johnny. Open and shut case. Morning, Cyrax.
Who are you?
Lee Masters, FBI. This is Johnny Bridges.
So, must I thank you for visiting me here in jail? What do you want?
A few questions, Cyrax.
Yeah, more questions. I've answered all my questions. I don't know anymore.
Well, we'll see. Now, just give us your version of the story about what happened in your studio night before last.
You've seen my statement. Why should I go over it all again? What do you want me to say? That I didn't kill her? Is that what you want? Well, I'll tell you something, Masters. I already tried to tell him that, and it didn't work.
So, tell me one more time.
Okay. Belinda Sullivan came to my studio around 9:30. As you probably know, we've been seeing a lot of each other, and I got quite serious, I guess. I told her often that she should get a divorce and that we should maybe get married. I suppose I didn't realize what kind of a woman she was. Just playing it for laughs.
She gave you the brush off her?
Yeah, that's what she came to see me about. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I didn't want to believe it, I guess. She acted so cool, so indifferent, and then I...
Go on.
She laughed at me. That made me mad. Real mad.
And so you shot her?
No, that's not how it was. That's what I keep telling everyone. Sure, I was pretty mad, you understand, but kill her. Not me. I don't know what I was going to do, but I certainly wasn't going to kill her.
Well, then what happened?
Then... That's all like a nightmare. There were 3 quick shots. And then Belinda sort of spun round and was thrown against the wall, a look of utter disbelief in her eyes. By the 3rd shot, she seemed to be drenched in blood. And her scream. I'll remember the look on her face on that scream to my dying day. It was horrible.
Yeah, it must have been. Tell me, Cyrax, about the gun.
Gun?
Yeah, the one they found by the body.
I don't know anything about a gun. I haven't even got a gun. I've never owned one in my life.
And what were you doing at the time that Belinda Sullivan walked into your studio?
Doing? What I'm always doing, painting. I'm supposed to have an exhibition in a week's time, and... a week's time. That's just when my trial comes up.
Well, no promises, mind, but you might just still make it.
What?
Lee, what are you saying?
Cyrax, do you live alone?
Mostly. Except when my sister Penny shacks up there now and then.
Your sister?
Yeah, Penny. She's an air stewardess with the Trans-American Airlines. So when she's in this part of town, she sleeps at my place.
And is she in this part of town at the moment?
She should be, tonight. Always right about this time of the month.
Right. Well, that's all for now, Cyrax. Okay, Johnny, call the cop. Johnny, did you have Sam make the appointment with Max Sullivan?
Yeah, I remember it well because it was right after one of the rare occasions when I ate lunch.
Oh, good afternoon, gentlemen. Come in, take a chair. You must be Lee Masters. Who's this with you?
My assistant, Johnny Bridges.
Okay, let's get down to business. I can only give you a short while. My time's valuable.
At least you've got time. Your wife's time ran out.
Yeah.
How do you feel about it, Mr. Sullivan?
How do I feel? I'm heartbroken, naturally. What sort of question is that? Well, what do you want?
Look, Mr. Sullivan, I'll be as brief as possible. How long had you suspected that your wife was having an affair with Robert Cyrax?
Well, that's history. And he wasn't the only one. Wasn't when a guy's married to a girl like Belinda was. He learns when to look the other way. That's the way it was with her and me. Oh, we were husband and wife in name only. Certainly for the last 3 years.
How long were you married, Mr. Sullivan?
8 years, the hardest 8 years of my life.
So you just let things right, huh? The Cyrax and the other boyfriends?
Yeah. Oh, I guess I still loved her. Must sound pretty crazy, Masters.
No. Tell me, Mr. Sullivan, did you ever visit Cyrax's studio?
No, I was never there. It was Belinda's idea to sponsor him, help the struggling artist. She paid the rent for the studio till Cyrax got established. Long ago, I got used to paying her bills, financing her little whims.
So you weren't jealous of Cyrax in any way?
Jealous? I didn't think they still used that word. That's kind of quaint.
Did you ever meet Cyrax?
Oh, why, sure. Yeah, Belinda brought him here several times. We had a couple of parties for him, introduced him to a few of the right people. Sold a few pictures that way.
Mr. Sullivan, what do you think of Cyrax as a man?
Oh, it doesn't matter what I thought of him. Killed my wife.
Could be.
How's that?
In this business, Mr. Sullivan, nothing is certain.
Well, I don't mind telling you, Masters. I hope he goes to the chair.
Okay, I guess we've taken up enough of your time, Mr. Sullivan. Oh, there is just one more thing.
Yeah?
Did you know Cyrax had a sister?
Oh, well, yeah. Penny. What about her?
You ever meet her?
Sure. Guess so. Oh, you know, when she was in town, she came around here with her brother once or twice, I guess. And what about her?
Just checking, Mr. Sullivan. Just checking. Well, what did you make of that one, Johnny?
Seemed a pretty cool customer to me.
Tell me, what did Sullivan look like? Can you describe his physical appearance?
Well, he was about 5'10", around 180 pounds. You know, big guy. Gray hair, close-cropped, you know. Distinguished in a tough kind of way. Typical business executive. Clean-shaven.
Okay, Johnny. I got the picture. Now, over to East 59th Street. We're going to take a look at the studio.
Okay. Might as well see this thing through.
That's what you're paid for, Johnny. You're my eyes, remember?
How can I forget? Say, when do we get to eat, huh?
You know, Johnny, you're always hungry. They call you the eyes, but I shall always remember you as the mouth.
figuring on getting into the studio, Lee?
We knock on the door, Johnny.
Huh?
Yeah, remember, Penny Cyrex is due to be here about this time. If not, we wait until she shows up.
Yeah. Maybe fill in time buying a couple of hamburgers, eh?
Johnny, a hungry stomach makes sharper eyes.
Oh, sure. She's nodding, Lee. Let's go grab something to eat.
Yes? What do you want?
Lee Masters, FBI.
Oh.
I'm sorry to have to call on you, but there are one or two questions we must ask you. May we come in?
I suppose so.
Thank you.
I guess I know why you're here. It's about Bob, isn't it?
You've heard what happened.
Yeah. As soon as we landed this afternoon, I went straight to see Bob. This is a terrible thing to have happened. But she had it coming to her, sooner or later. You'd know that if you'd ever met Belinda Sullivan.
You met her then?
Yeah, I met her.
Where?
Over at the Sullivan apartment. A few social evenings, you know. But the pleasure was all theirs. The real society setup. Cocktail gossip. What attracted Bob into that set, I'll never understand.
Well, the answer to that is Mrs. Sullivan's charm. Or her money. In a way, I guess you could say she did your brother a lot of good.
A lot of good. So good that right now my brother's behind bars with a grand jury waiting to send him to the electric chair. I warned him, but he wouldn't listen. You don't know my brother. Sure, he's talented. He did well at college, but... Oh, when it came to women, he had a talent for picking the wrong ones. And Belinda Sullivan was a wrong one, believe me. They didn't come any wronger than her.
Tell me one thing, Miss Cyrex. What time did your flight touch down this afternoon?
3 minutes after 5, exactly. As soon as I got in, I went to see Bob, like I told you.
Miss Cyrex, what flight were you on?
The New York-Los Angeles flight. I'm with Transamerican. It's all internal routes. Not very exciting, really.
How do you get on with Max Sullivan?
All right, I guess. He's just a guy. I met him 2 or 3 times.
To your knowledge, has Max ever come here, to this studio?
Why, yeah. Come to think of it, he was here once. Bob and I gave a little sort of studio party. Max and Belinda stopped by for a while.
Miss Cyrex, do you think your brother killed Belinda Sullivan?
Well, what can I say to that? You're the guys who know the score. You think he did it? What difference does my opinion make?
Miss Cyrex, you haven't answered my question. What do you personally believe, deep down?
What's the use? I've got to be honest with myself. Bob is a very complex character.
Okay, Miss Cyrex, that's all I want at the moment. Do you mind if we go into the studio?
I guess not. If you'll excuse me, I'm pretty tired. I think I'll go to bed.
Thanks.
I guess the studio's through here, Lee, if I can find the light switch. There we are. That's better. What do we do now, Lee?
Well, I want you to describe the room to me, Johnny.
Well, it's pretty big, about 40 by 25, I'd say. Large windows occupying one wall to catch the light. Pretty bare. Easel, a couple of chairs, an unfinished portrait on the easel. Oh, down the far end, there's stacks of canvases, big ones against the wall. One small window, I guess that's the fire escape. Blood on the side wall. Just about where you're standing, Lee, that's the outline of the body drawn in chalk that the cops did.
What's that? Oh, yeah, linseed oil, of course. Strong smell. Well, that figures. Now, Johnny, take me over to the far end, where the big canvases are.
Okay, Lee. This is where they are, Lee. Gee, this guy sure painted big stuff. Real king-size art. 3 or 4 pictures as big as the wall.
Take me to the biggest.
You're standing right next to it, Lee.
Okay. I'll put my hand on the edge, the left-hand edge. You know, looking at it.
Surely, but... What you doing, Lee?
Very interesting.
What?
There are 3 distinct smells here, Johnny. Linseed oil, perfume of some kind, and cordite.
Cordite? Over here, you mean? But she was shot over the far end by the easel.
Wait, Johnny. Now, if I run my fingers over the edge of this canvas... Yeah. I can feel a distinct trace of... Could it be powder burn? Take a look, will you?
Okay, Lee. Yeah, it could be. It's so small, I can just see it. So what does it mean?
It means, Johnny, that someone else fired a gun in this room within the last few days.
So what are we doing back here at Max Sullivan's apartment, Lee?
Well, I just want to satisfy myself on 1 or 2 points.
Okay, I call the elevator. Here it is. Oh, excuse me.
Sorry, sir.
Here we go, Lee.
Wait a minute, Johnny.
Huh?
Who was that guy who came out of the lift?
Oh, it's just a guy, probably the janitor. For what?
Is there anything unusual about him, Johnny? Quick.
No, just an old fella. He's got a parcel under his arm. If that's unusual, well,
Get him, Johnny. Fast. Get him back here.
Okay. Hey, excuse me, I'd like to work with you.
What you doing?
Have word if you could come back with us, huh?
Can't say what if this. I ain't done nothing.
That's just fine. You got nothing to worry about. Here he is, Lee.
It's okay, fella. Relax. We're from the FBI.
FBI?
Who are you?
Fred Bennett. I'm the janitor here.
Okay. What's in the parcel?
There ain't nothing in here, honest.
Open it.
Now, look here, you got no right to do
Okay,
this.
Johnny, open it up.
Country, and that's my parcel.
It's an overcoat.
Uh-huh.
A very expensive overcoat. Pretty new at that.
Give it here. Where did you get this coat, Bennett?
Look, I didn't mean no harm. I just found it. It didn't seem to belong to nobody, so I just...
Where did you find it?
It was thrown in the trash dump, ready for the incinerator. I sometimes pick up little things that the rich folks here don't want, you know. You'd be surprised at some of the expensive stuff I found. I mean, a guy on my pay was
Okay, Bennett, okay.
Out of it, yeah.
Push off. Without the coat.
Yes, sure, sir. Didn't mean no harm.
So you got a nice coat. So? Now you'll be warm this winter?
Warm inside, Johnny. Warm inside.
Well, Lee, I sure gotta hand it to you. I wish I was dead.
Don't feel too badly about it, Johnny. Just accept it as another chapter in the book of experience. When something appears obvious, always try to ask yourself, what is reality?
Yeah. And maybe I gotta be blind first.
It helps.
Anyway, the result's very pleasing. Cyrax released and the DA with a red face. Yeah, but tell me, Lee, what made you suspect Max Sullivan in the first place?
He always had a motive. The strongest motive. Jealousy. When you read me the report from the laboratory on the murder weapon, I was surprised to find that there was not a trace of paint on any part of it.
Oh, yeah, but Cyrax could have cleaned it off.
What do you clean paint off with, Johnny? A solvent like turpentine. Well, there was no trace of that either. If Cyrax had shot her, he would have left paint on that gun, since he was painting when Belinda Sullivan visited him.
Yeah, that's true.
The next point came when we called on Max Sullivan. According to him, he'd never been to Cyrax's studio.
Yeah.
Well, this is exactly what he would say. But Penny Cyrax contradicted that statement. Then, as soon as we entered Sullivan's apartment, I smelled a certain kind of perfume. It was the same perfume that I detected later when we went to the studio.
Uh-huh.
Also, it was clear that whoever really shot Belinda Sullivan was concealed behind those big canvases. Remember the powder burn and the smell of cordite?
Yeah, I remember.
Finally, we had a lucky break, running into that janitor in Sullivan's apartment block. As soon as that guy came out of the elevator with that parcel containing the coat, I immediately smelt linseed oil. So whoever wore that coat had been near linseed oil recently.
Well, that figures.
As you know, the coat belonged to Max Sullivan, who had tried to get rid of it quietly.
So there it is, Johnny.
Yep, there it is.
By the way, what's that note you're reading there?
Oh, gee, I can't hide a thing from you, Lee.
So what is it?
Well, it's an invitation. Robert Cyrax requests the pleasure of the company of Mr. Lee Masters and Mr. Johnny Bridges at a private showing of his most recent paintings. Signed, Robert Cyrax, with the deepest gratitude. Hey, say, that's kind of nice, isn't it?
Okay, Johnny, I'll leave it to you to represent the FBI. You can describe each picture to me afterwards.
Huh? Oh, now, Lee, you know I don't know anything about paintings. Look, what do I know about art? And anyway, I don't see why I should be the only one to suffer by going along to this exit.
You have been listening to The Sounds of Darkness. Join the world of Lee Masters, the blind detective, in The Sounds of Darkness. The Sounds of Darkness is produced by Gerry van Beek.
You can see the river from here. It is wide, eh?
Yeah, I remember it as being wide, Luis.
Of course. Well, it is still the same. My countrymen will still cross it and try for America.
Hopeful Mexicans.
Do you blame them? We are a poor people. Tequila, chili con carne, when we can buy the meat or steal it.
Your heart's still with them, Luis.
Of course. I have made the grade. I am an agent of the big, beautiful United States government. But my people, I pity them. And I hate the men who take money from them. Bring them across the Rio Grande, then turn them into the police. Or make them swim back to Mexico at the gunpoint.
Luis, there's not much I can do. I'm not normally a field agent. You know the ground here. You know what's going on.
Perhaps I am a good agent. But like many of those who would seek money, good clothes, escape from poverty, I have no brain. You have brain. The car comes too fast.
Lee, I've had a tip-off. There's another batch trying to get across. Will you climb in here?
The Sounds of Darkness. Lee Masters, FBI, who wages relentless war against crime. Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges The Sounds of Darkness. Sounds of Darkness. Tonight,
Pion Double Cross.
There wasn't much in that, Johnny.
No, but Menderes gave me the tip-off a batch was coming over, Lee, so I thought I'd come up and give you a shout.
And when we get there, there is nothing. It happened this way sometime. Do not be disappointed, Mr. Bridges. There will be fun and games yet. In the meantime, enjoy the hacienda.
Yeah, at least so far it's been a bit of a vacation. Well, let's hope it stays that way.
Sometimes things start quietly, then they develop, you know. Do not be misled by a quiet beginning. The sleepy ways of this part of America, huh? A Mexican can be a violent man. He can kill for money. He can kill to keep money. No, do not be misled, Mr. Bridges.
Johnny is in the process of reading Steinbeck, Luis. Give him a few more days, and he'll be with it.
Do I get the feeling that I'm being taken for a ride?
Here is the food, senors.
Chili con carne, tortillas, pickled peppers, and red wine.
That's right, but
Now, don't worry, Luis. You'll get to know Lee, Master. He knows. You smell this time, huh?
Yeah, and no.
Huh?
An association of things. You go to any place this side of the Mexican border, go to any place here that's run by a lucky Mex, a Mex who's allowed to work here. He knows already the value of a satisfied tourist's stomach. He serves typical Mexican food.
You wish to pay now, senor?
Later, Anita, let us enjoy our meal. Then you can come and join us, eh?
Oh, yes, Luis. Let go of my arm.
Of course. You would not believe that she is in love with me, eh?
With Anita's father over there, 7 feet broad across the shoulders, I wouldn't let on I loved you either. Do you mind if I tuck in?
Carry on, Johnny. Take a bite of the tortilla first, not the pepper, and have the wine ready.
Okay. While we eat, you going to give us the lowdown, Luis?
Yes. I shall tell you all that happened here, Mr. Masters. You see, he was right. Not the peppers first, please. No matter how brave you are, the Mexican pepper is something to be endured. That is briefly the story. The Rio Grande is wide, but the Mexican is forever hopeful. The fact that he is not a strong swimmer does not worry him. Many have died swimming across, you know.
Yeah, that's very sad. But no matter how it hurts, how repugnant it seems, the law is the law. America is a big country. It, too, has labor problems. That's how the federal judiciary of my country sees it, Luis.
Perhaps. Well, that's how I see it, too. I am paid to see it that way, but, well, it does not matter.
But there are other ways of getting across, surely, Luis.
Yes, there are other ways. But between here, the Rio, and the Big Bend National Park, this is the most popular way.
What do these people pay to get across?
Well, $100 each. It is a fortune to them.
Then they're ditched, this side of the border. Turned in or sent back?
Sometimes one, sometimes the other. Sometimes I am telephoned and I go to a certain spot at a certain time. As I wait there in the night, the boats come across. I arrest them. There is weeping, arguing, and they are sent back.
The guys that are making a fortune out of this, the guys that take the money and then squeal on the cargo, so to speak, any idea who they are?
No. They are never on the boat itself. They collect the money on the Mexican side, send the boatload off, and disappear. They cross back at someplace like Piedras, Negras, and come into Texas again, and wait until their contact in Mexico comes through to them again. It is simple and very much money-making. It is Pedro Mendez. I do not like him. I do not trust him.
Because he orders Anita around?
You are aware of many things, Mr. Masters. Perhaps you are right, but I speak also as an official, not just as a man.
Mr. Masters and Mr. Bridges and Louis. I am sorry the information was wrong.
Some other time, maybe.
Where did you get the information, Mendez?
From a source, a peon, just a little peasant who heard something in the wings, but he was wrong. Anita, bring the tequila here. I will drink with these gentlemen.
We have asked you to drink with us, Mendez?
No, but you shall ask, because I wish to talk with these gringos, these superior officers of your very department.
Sit down, Pedro. Take it easy, Luis.
Here, are, senor.
Thank you, my little chicken. Tell your esteemed father to write it down in a book for me, eh? Now, gentlemen, how can I help you? I am at your service always. Sometimes my information is good, sometimes not.
Give him a match, Johnny.
Huh? How did you know I was going to smoke?
You have in your hands a very dry cigarillo, 4 inches in length, probably Pacos. You're running it between your fingers. It crackles. And you've sucked your lips, licked them, ready to put it in your mouth. Give him a light, Johnny.
Surely. But... Thank you. You are a formidable man, Mr. Masters, eh? I should have to cross you, huh? Lucky, Luis is on our side. Or we are on his, eh?
Oh, how are you, Sam?
Oh, great, Lee. Just great. Missing you and Johnny. How's the vacation going?
You're right. It is no more than a vacation at the moment. Wish you were with us?
Oh, Lee, you know I do. And it's not fair to say that to me.
Well, get yourself down here.
Hey, you mean it?
I do. We'll be down here for some time yet. You might as well join us.
Oh, gee, Lee, that's great.
We'll pick you up in San Antonio tomorrow morning.
How will I know where to find you?
Get to the New Texas Hotel.
Uh-huh.
Wait there for us. And, Sam, I might have some work for you to do down here.
I thought there was a catch to it.
Oh, you'll enjoy it all the same. Before I ring off, did Cornelison get hold of you, the income tax evasion?
Oh, yeah, Lee, he did. He left me a lot of notes for you. Shall I bring them down as well?
Do that. But tell me roughly what he found out.
Lee, hang on a second.
Hold it, Sam. Johnny's got something to tell me.
Okay, Lee.
Are you going to be long in that call?
Could be.
Well, I think I'll go out and do me some legwork. You never know. I might see a boat coming over. I'm getting tired of sitting around.
Okay, Johnny, you go. Don't get your feet wet. And look out for a Texan 7 feet high, 3 feet across, with silver rowels on his high-heeled boots.
You joking or something?
Half and half. You think the mixes are behind this illegal immigration. Beat it, Johnny. Sam will think Del Rio's gone dead on her.
Okay, Lee, I'll report it back.
Fine. Sam, you still there?
Uh-huh, surely. What's Johnny beefing about? Lack of action again?
Well, he's gone out to do some legwork for me. Maybe he'll strike something.
Lee, I made notes of what Cornelison said, apart from the docket he brought with him, I mean.
Oh, let me have it, Sam. Read it to me nice and slowly, will you?
Let's have a look. They're shouting and arguing down there. And now they're sending them back across the river. Stay and get killed. And there they go. Back across the Rio Grande. Having paid $100 each to set foot in American soil. Yeah, it's an expensive $100. 2 feet down on the ground, they're back in the boat with slugs whistling around your ears to see you don't come back. Another reminder not to come back. Yeah, that guy there seems in charge. Max? I can't see from here. I'll watch him and follow him when he leaves. I can either pick him up or maybe he'll lead me to someone. 7-foot Texan. What a break. Leave back at the hotel, and by luck, I come down here. Now, I stay where I am until that guy down there makes a move.
Senor Master, if you are enjoying sitting on the veranda in the sun, sitting in the sun is almost a national pastime with my people. And yours, the North Americans, eh?
Anybody ever tell you talk too much, Pedro?
It is true. I do talk too much. I drink too much. I fight too much. I love money too much.
You seen Johnny?
Johnny Bridges? No, I have not seen him. Why?
Just asking, Pedro. It's after 2. Johnny's punctual in reporting back to me.
Oh, well, perhaps he has run into a little trouble, eh? It can happen, you know, when you stick your nose into things you should not see. And this Johnny, he has a long nose, perhaps.
No, he hasn't seen me yet. And there he goes, down to the trees. Yeah, that's where he's parked his car. Can I get back to mine in time to follow him? No, I can't. But I can watch him go. What is the car and get the number? Yeah, 43562. Wait a minute. Yeah, that rings a bell. I've seen that number in Del Rio.
Yes, you have seen it, Johnny.
What? Luis, you gave me a scare. Oh, lucky you came along. You can give me a hand.
Where is Mr. Masters?
Back at the hotel. He was ringing New York, talking to Sam, his secretary, when I came out here. By chance, I saw a boatload coming across.
Nice work. You saw them go back again?
Yeah, I did.
And you saw the man leave in the car?
Oh, that's right. But come on, we're wasting time. I'll give you a lift back to Del Rio in my car. Yeah, while we're at it, you can tell me maybe whose car number this is? I've got it written down on the back of my hand.
It's mine, Johnny.
Yours? Oh, Johnny Bridges, you've put your foot in it.
See, it would seem you have. It is my car. We do not use it often, but you were lucky. We should have seen you coming, but the peon was asleep in the sun. Nacional pastime.
Yeah, I heard that before. Okay, Luis. I'm taking you in.
Despite the shotgun in your back?
What?
Amigo, you are a fool to be caught by an old twig like that. Sanchez, help me take him away.
Johnny hasn't phoned in yet. Johnny, wherever you are at the moment, I hope you've remembered some of the things I taught you. I got a feeling you'll be needing them. Now, let me think. I could have seen a crossing. That's the first promise. Could have gone in and been clobbered. Or he could have waited, which I would have done. Observed. And come back here to report. So, he's been caught. Menderes was with me all the morning. And he's nothing. Luis Bonfega? Oh, maybe. A man that carries his heart on his sleeve. My poor people kind of thing. Yeah, maybe. Yet he called in the FBI. Oh, well, that's an oldie. Covering yourself. I'm not going to use Sam after all. Johnny's queered the pitch. Anita? Yeah.
Reception?
Get me Harry Bridgman, chief of police here.
Yes, sir. Oh, put the phone down, sir. We'll ring back.
your brief stay at the hacienda, Johnny. Now I talk. You see, you came in at the end, Johnny. I was about to retire with my honor clean.
Who's behind it all?
That is of no matter. The man behind it was moving to another field as well, in Mexico. The poppy, you know. There is good money to be had working the poppy.
And you called us in to cover you? So when you packed it, no one could finger you?
That's right. A clean record and money in the bank. You and that blind fool would have gone back to New York having found nothing. Or perhaps we would have arranged a diversion, paid some peons well to arrange a crossing. You would have caught them, and they would not have squealed. So your honor satisfied, too, you would have gone back to New York.
But the crossings would have gone on.
Of course. But in other hands, the principals are not only seen any longer, but receiving a cut. It's clever, eh?
Yeah, well, do me a favor. Light me a cigarette, will you?
Of course. You will have to stay tied up like this until tonight. Then I am afraid the Rio Grande. We could not afford to have you talk.
You and the 7-foot Texan.
What? You joke. I admire you. You Americans can joke in adversity.
Yeah, give me a cigarette and I'll smoke and joke.
Here.
Thanks, pal. That's for tying my hand so tightly. I was always good with a pointed shoe.
Oh, you gringo. Oh, no. Something better. Anita!
Louis?
Bring me chilies. Peppers, quickly. I have a talkative man here. I will make him wish he never had a mouse. Quickly, woman.
Even she's in on it, huh?
She hates her father. She loves me. I have money. That is your answer. Now, Johnny Bridges, I am going to make you very uncomfortable to pay you back for the kick. It is an old Mexican torture. Very simple and very effective. You see, one takes the chili. You are going to enjoy the peppers, Johnny Bridges?
Not particularly.
Luis, it is not necessary to do this. He's a policeman. There can come much trouble from this. Oh, please, Louise, let us leave Del Rio. Let us go, please.
Leave this one to talk. Do not be stupid, Anita.
And after the chilies, you will kill him.
Leave men's work to men, Anita. Now, hand me the ball.
No.
Yes.
Because it is wrong.
No.
This is wrong to cause pain and later to kill. And the business you have done with our people crossing the border, it is sinful.
Pass me the bowl of chilies now and shut up, Anita.
You say you love me. For my sake, do not harm this man. Luis, please do not do it. Let us go now. They will never find us.
Madre mia, Anita, you are annoying me.
Please, Luis, listen to me.
Let go of my arm.
Oh, Luis.
Now, that will teach you to annoy me. I'm sorry, Anita, but this is a man's work. Go now.
Yes, Luis. Luis, you will regret this.
You're real chivalrous, aren't you? You're a fool, you know. Lee knows what's going on. You can fix me if you like, but we'll get you in the end.
You think so? Then he dies too. Now, to crush the chili and to force you to open your mouth. There you like, eh? Now to tie the mouth up so you cannot spit out the chili. Now you must swallow or in pain. I told you, the Mexican chili is something to be endured. Mr. Masters.
Yes?
Luis Montega. There has been some trouble. Johnny Bridges. I will take you to him.
Is he all right?
Yes, I think so. But I know where he is. They have caught him. Into the car, Mr. Masters. We will go there now. See, it was very simple. Bridges will die tonight, and you will die now. Push over the top of this cliff.
You're a fool, Luis.
A man with a gun in his hand, money in the bank, a fool. You are the fool, Lee Masters.
You know where Harry Bridgman is. He's gone with Menderes to talk to Anita. My idea. I thought Menderes might have been the one, but then your too obvious sympathy, your heart on your sleeve.
Ah, you suspected her. Oh, clever. But with Bridges tied up and now doing killings, your sight was taken away again, so to speak. As you say, you were too slow. Anita will not talk.
Women always talk. I was going to have my secretary, Sam, get into her confidence. When I first started suspecting you, Harry Bridgman can do as well, if a little brutally.
I do not wish to kill you, you know. I admire you. You have the brain, but it must be so. Stand up, Lee Masters, and walk backwards.
No.
It will be less painful just to fall, then finish. But a bullet, you will feel it all the way down as you fall. Stand up, Masters. Ah, good. Now I don't have to use the gun. Walk backwards. Or I push you. Now.
You all right, Lee?
Yeah, Johnny.
Harry's with me and Anita. That's how we got to you. Don't move. It's rugged up there. We'll come up and bring you down.
Okay, Johnny. Glad you didn't use the car right up to here.
Oh, we couldn't. You'd have heard us coming. You stay there, Lee. We're coming up to you.
When you get here, Johnny, we'll drive to San Antonio. Pick up Sam. All the way down here for nothing. Poor Sam.
You have been listening to The Sounds of Darkness. Join the world of Lee Masters, the blind detective, next Tuesday in The Sounds of Darkness. The Sounds of Darkness is produced by Gerry van Beek.
Ever been to a concert?
Concert? Oh, why, sure. Been to all of them. Dave Brubeck, the Count, the Duke.
Johnny, I'm talking about Beethoven, Brahms, Mozart, Bach. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but those guys are dead, Daddy, but dead.
I've got these tickets for tonight. An acquaintance of mine plays in the State Philharmonic. Sam's coming along, and by the merest chance, I happen to have a third ticket.
Well, I hope you can get rid of... Oh, no. Not this baby. Thanks for the opportunity, which I'm sure is golden, but I'm strictly for lowbrow.
Oh, come on, Johnny. Live a little. Feed your soul. See how the other half lives. It'll do you good, I promise.
You make it sound very temptingly, but I'm awfully sorry. The answer is still definitely no.
The Sounds of Darkness. Lee Masters, FBI, who wages relentless war against crime. Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges the sounds of darkness. Sounds of Darkness. Tonight...
Say it with music.
Isn't this just wonderful, Lee? Gee, it's such a a long time since I've been to a really good concert. What a great auditorium. Don't you think so, Johnny?
Great, just great. Sounds like a full house.
Oh, it is, Lee. Really packed. And the seats are perfect, right in the middle. Say, which one's your friend?
Acquaintance, Sam, not actually a friend.
Oh.
He should be in the second row of horns. Short, dark, stocky guy. Gold-rimmed spectacles. Black hair, gray at the temples.
Oh, yeah, I see him, I think. Yeah. Red face?
Yeah, that's Tom Stacy.
So that's the guy I got to thank for my cultural uplift tonight.
Hold it, kids. I think I hear the conductor's footsteps approaching the rostrum.
Gee, you can hear the footsteps from all that distance?
In precisely 3 seconds, the audience will see him. See what I mean?
He's Russian, isn't he, Lee? With a name like Marievich?
That's right. People of Soborin. You know, the great maestro who died here in New York a week ago.
Well, take your partners, ladies and gentlemen, for the first dance.
Shh, Johnny, they're about to start.
Big deal. Hey, Lee, you didn't tell me there was a second half.
I can hear the orchestra coming back to their places.
Oh, they're all back there now, I guess. Hey, all that is except... Hey, wait a minute, Lee. I can't see your friend anywhere. It looks like his place is being taken by someone else, another horn player. Tall, fair guy.
Oh? You sure, Sam?
Positive. No, he's definitely not there.
Well, that's very odd.
Maybe he took sick, huh?
Maybe. Look, Johnny, before they start the second half, do me a favor. Go backstage and see what you can dig up. Remember his name, Tom Stacy, horn player. Got it?
Okay, Lee. Even though I hate to be deprived of this musical treat, I'll go see.
And hurry back.
And when you do get back quietly.
What did you find out, Johnny?
Precisely nothing. Nobody's seen him. Stage doorkeeper, manager, a whole load of other guys.
That's not like Tom at all. He wouldn't go off like that even if he was taken sick or something.
I've checked everybody, but no dice, so what shall I do now?
I don't know, but we're going to find out. It came from somewhere over by the north exit. Definitely outside the auditorium.
Yeah, you're right, Lee. No sign of damage in here.
Sam, Johnny, take me in that direction. Let's get round there.
Okay, I'll lead the way. Sam, you bring up the rear. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Harry.
Sorry, we gotta get through. Excuse me. Here we are, Lee. Through this door. Okay. Keep calm, everyone. Who's in charge here? You the manager?
Yes, who are you?
FBI. Lee Masters. What's the damage? Did you see what happened?
No, I just got here. I was in my office like everyone else. I just heard the bang. Some kind of bomb, I guess. Went off over there.
Where's he pointing, Johnny?
Just 10 yards to your right, Lee. Doesn't appear to be much harm done. Big black mark on the wall, smallish pile of debris, plastic, you know. Nothing that couldn't be fixed up inside a couple of hours.
Well, that's the funny part. Well, what is this? Some kind of crazy stunt? I mean, who would want to blow up a quiet corner of the opera house?
Anybody hurt?
Apparently not. There wasn't a soul nearby. They were all in the auditorium.
Johnny, put Sam in a cab, will you?
Oh, I don't want to go, Lee.
Look, Sam, we might be here quite some time. There's nothing you can do right now. Better go home. Johnny, call a cab.
But Lee...
Come on, Sam. Boss's orders.
Oh, okay. Good night, Lee.
Good night, Sam. Oh, and next time we'll all go to the movies.
I'll be right back, Lee.
Now, Mr. Preston, who are the people around here at the moment?
People? Why, there's a few musicians, some of the audience, backstage assistants.
And Tom Stacy, the lead horn player.
Who?
Tom Stacy.
Well, I don't know the names of the guys in the orchestra. We have several different orchestras here in a week. I'm just the house manager. You better speak to Art Mason. He's the orchestra manager.
Okay.
Sam said on the way home, Lee.
Good boy. Now, Johnny, before I start talking to these people, I want you to take me in the exact opposite direction from where we're standing, through the auditorium, and out the other side.
What do you want to go there for? There's nothing over that side, just a museum.
Museum?
Yeah, but that's where we keep the musical curios, relics of the past. You know, old manuscripts, costumes, instruments, artworks.
Well, that's where I want to go. Mr. Preston, have everybody wait outside your office in 10 minutes. Shall we go, Johnny?
I guess this is the place, Lee.
Well, what are you waiting for? Describe the room.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's a large room, rather like a ballroom, with a lot of old glass cases, papers, funny-looking violins, I guess they are. Pictures hanging on the walls, a few stage costumes, all kinds of things. Masks, statues.
How long is the room?
Oh, all of 50 feet, I'd say.
Then let's walk down it and tell me if you see anything unusual.
Okay, Lee. But would you mind telling me what we're doing here anyway? The bomb went off the other side.
Yeah, but why? Why? That's what I'm trying to figure. You see, Johnny, I heard something else, a breaking or smashing sound. It was hard to tell, I admit.
And you think it came from in here?
We'll see. Now, let's take a quiet stroll through this room and keep your eyes peeled.
Right. Yeah, like I said, there's these paintings on the walls both sides. Then there's a row of statues again down both sides. Then in between these figures, there's another line of maybe 20 to 25 pedestals with just head and shoulders. Sort of sculpture, I guess. They stretch all down the right side.
I'll go through them, Johnny, one at a time.
Okay. The first one is a bust of Beethoven, Ludwig van. Then comes Brahms, Schubert, Tchaikovsky, Mozart. Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Here's what made the sound you heard.
What is it?
The next character is Rachmaninoff, but the one after that was Bach. This bust is bust, in pieces.
Understand just how it could have happened. Surely a bomb going off on one side of a large theater couldn't smash down something all that way anyway. Other things would have been broken, too. What's the connection, Mr. Masters?
I'll let you know when I know. Tell me, Mr. Preston, how long have those busts been in your museum?
Why, only 10 days or so.
Oh?
Yes. They were the most recent addition. They were a set of famous composers donated to the Opera House by Ivan Saborin, the eminent musicologist who died only last week.
Yeah, I know. Came over here from Moscow on a cultural visit, and 2 days before he was due to return to Russia, he died in the street of a heart attack.
Oh, that's him. When he presented those busts, it was his last public appearance.
Shall I ask the orchestra manager, Mr. Mason, to come in now?
No, Johnny. Mr. Preston can ask him as he goes out. Would you mind?
Not at all. I'll call him.
Anything beginning to make sense, Lee?
Hard to say, Johnny, at this stage. Figure it out from what we know. In the middle of a symphony concert, 2 horn players change places. Then, just after beginning of the second half, an explosion is heard in a particularly quiet, unused part of the building. 1 horn player has disappeared. In a museum on the opposite side to where the explosion took place, a plaster bust of the composer Bach is found shattered on the floor. Only that bust, none of the others.
Which means?
Which means that the bomb, which was fixed with a time mechanism, couldn't possibly have caused that sculpture to smash.
So where does that leave us?
Alongside all those facts, consider the incident of the late, great Mr. Saborin, the Russian musician who died only a few days ago of a heart attack on 52nd Street, and who, strangely enough, donated those plaster casts to the museum.
I see. I think I see. That is, I don't know what the heck you're talking about.
All I can say at the moment, Johnny, is that this had more potential explosive power than any time bomb.
You want to see me, Mr. Masters?
That depends on who you are.
Oh, sorry. Name's Mason, Art Mason. I'm the orchestra manager.
In that case, come in and take a seat.
Thank you. Well, now, what can I do for you?
Mr. Mason, you're personally acquainted with each member of the orchestra?
Oh, I wouldn't say personally acquainted, but I know them, yeah.
You know Tom Stacy?
Huh? Lead horn player, sure I know him.
So do I. Probably better than you. That's why I can't figure out his disappearance.
That's right. He appeared on stage in the first half of tonight's concert, but in the second half he didn't show up.
Oh, yeah, I know, Al, but I wouldn't have called it a disappearance exactly.
Oh? Well, what did Tom Stacy arrange with you?
Oh, well, he asked me about 2 hours before the concert tonight if he could miss out the second half. He said he'd arranged for a substitute player, and although I didn't know the new guy from Adam, I took Tom's recommendation. I don't normally have this kind of request, you understand,
And what excuse did Tom Stacy give you as to why he wouldn't be available for the second half?
Well, he said something like, not to pry too deep.
All very improper procedure, don't you think, Mr. Mason?
Huh? Well, like I said, I don't normally...
I know what you said, but it's still highly irregular, especially as you didn't even know the substitute player.
Oh, well, that is true. Yeah, you see, but, you know...
How much were you paid by Tom Stacy to allow this exchange to happen?
What do you mean?
No, Mr. Mason, it's not good enough. No professional manager would do such a thing unless there was something in it for him.
Well, that's not true.
How much, Mr. Mason?
Well, I just took the money, $1,000, but... Well, I don't know any more than that. I saw no harm in it.
$1,000?
Yeah.
Well, that must have been mighty important business Stacy had to attend to.
Well, yeah, that's what I thought, but I didn't ask no questions. I mean, you don't turn down $1,000 every day, now, do you?
Some people manage to, Mason.
Well,
Okay, get out.
Yeah, sure, Mr. Masters. You'll go easy on me, won't you?
Out.
Yeah, what a creep.
Still, we now know that Stacy is in the middle of a pretty big scene.
It sure looks like it. But what was he playing at? To give $1,000 to some guy just for an hour off seems screwy.
Screwy, all right. But then again, logical if... Wait a minute.
You got something?
Could be. Say, Johnny, this time bomb, what do you suppose a bomb is for anyway?
Well, to blow up something.
And what did this particular bomb blow up?
Well, nothing in particular.
Exactly. But bombs also make a big bang when they go off. And big bangs attract people. And people cause confusion, and confusion diverts attention. Yeah, that's it.
Well, I get it. So this bomb was just a decoy, distracting attention away from the real business at hand?
Right.
So what was the real business?
Something connected with that broken bust of Bach in the museum. Okay, now let's think. Why should he want to break that particular figure?
Well, maybe he didn't like Bach's music. I can understand that.
Quiet, Johnny. These figures are solid. I've examined each and every particle of the smashed one. Nothing was hidden inside. There would have been a cavity in that case.
Or perhaps whoever broke it didn't know for sure that it was that particular cast that was hiding whatever it was. In other words, maybe he made a mistake. Picked the wrong one.
Oh, that's good thinking. Get that substitute horn player, you know, the one that changed places with Tom Stacy. Mason's got him all waiting outside.
Okay, Lee, I'll go and get him.
And Johnny, while I talk to him, I want you to get onto the technical boys at headquarters and have them come over with an inspectoscope. We'll need that little box of tricks. Then I want you to go over to the hospital where Saborin was taken after his heart attack. When you get there, I want you to ask some pretty pertinent questions.
Will do.
Dead men can't talk, they say. We'll see. We'll see. Well?
It appears that when Saborin collapsed on 52nd Street, it was right in the middle of a sightseeing tour organized for the Russian cultural delegation by the Arts Council of New York.
That much I know.
Yeah, but what you didn't know is that Saborin didn't actually die on the street. Somebody called an ambulance and they took him to Central Hospital. He was unconscious, but several people accompanied him to the hospital. 3 of them were members of the Russian delegation. You know how these guys keep their eyes on visiting VIPs? But there was a 4th guy, and that was...
Tom Stacy.
How did...
Who else? So?
Oh, well, so according to the casualty ward sister, Stacy somehow managed to be alone with Sabourin when he died a little while later.
And did anyone hear Sabourin say anything just before he died?
I asked that question, Lee. It appears that some mumbling was heard by the doctor and the sister, but apparently it was a heck of a busy time they were having, and that's how come they weren't with Sabourin at the time of death. He must have gone quicker than they thought he would.
All the same, Johnny, he could have said something, some small, vital thing that made sense to Stacy. To do with Bach. Bach. Come in.
Mr. Masters?
That's right.
Julie Russell, technical department. I brought you a stethoscope.
A technical dame? You gotta be kidding.
Oh, you must be Johnny Bridges. I've heard all about you.
You have?
Okay, you two. Let's get over to the museum. We got work to do.
What exactly is it you wish me to examine, Mr. Masters?
Well, you see on your right a row of pedestals down the entire length of the room.
I see.
On top of each pedestal, with one exception, is a plaster effigy of a composer. Now, I want you to take this machine here and X-ray each one of these heads in turn, starting at this end.
Oh, you're looking for something that might be concealed in the plaster.
That's right, Miss Russell, or may I call you Julie?
Why, sure you may. Off-duty, Mr. Bridges.
How'd you like that, Lee? We should never have given them a vote. Suddenly they're technical.
Okay, Miss Russell. You ready with that thing? Start with the first one. Beethoven, I think.
All right.
Nothing there on the screen, Lee.
All right, next one.
Brahms.
Well, Schubert has nothing in his head either.
Shall I go on to Tchaikovsky, Mr. Masters?
Yeah, I think... Johnny, I've just got an idea.
What is it, Lee?
Miss Russell, you just continue doing that all along the line. Johnny and I'll go on ahead.
Okay.
Johnny, let's walk along, and as we go, call out the names of these composers in order.
Right. The first one is Mozart. Then Rachmaninoff. That was Chopin. Only 3 more left, Lee.
Carry on.
Sibelius. Last but one is Rimsky-Korsakov. And the last one is...
Bach.
See, that's right. How come there are 2 of these Bach guys?
There had to be. Now, Johnny, look at the name again. The whole name.
Bach, C.P.E. What does that mean?
Carl Philipp Emanuel, son of Johann Sebastian.
I get it.
Miss Russell, would you bring the machine down here, please?
Why, coming, Miss Masters.
So this guy, whoever it was, picked the wrong Bach.
Yeah. Quite naturally, he went to the first sculpture of Bach he would have seen as he came into the room. When he found it was empty, I guess there was no time for him to look further. He must have scrammed out of here fast.
Stacy?
Looks like it. Who else?
Okay, Miss Masters?
I think we can save some time here, Miss Russell. Switch the inspectoscope on this last bust. Now, this time, you should get an interesting picture on the screen.
Okay. Here we go.
There it is, Lee. There it is.
Quite a pile of documents there, Johnny.
Yeah, and all that from one tiny microfilm.
Are you through reading it?
Just about.
Well, give me the general lowdown on what it says, will you?
Sure. There's a lot of detail. It's not military information, but it's sure interesting to the United States political boys. Briefly, it's an expose on the private lives of some of the most important Soviet leaders. Sure dishes the dirt. These commissars and marshals have a high old time in their off-duty hours. It seems like most of them are more off-duty than on. Gee, there's enough material here to keep a blackmailer in comfort for a lifetime. Happy days at the Kremlin.
Well, that figures.
So much for the microfilm. But how you worked out the leads, I'm not at all sure.
Well, I want you to imagine an old man, an eminent Russian musician.
Sabourin?
Exactly. Now, here was an old man who had dedicated his life to music and to communism.
but who, as the years went by, became disillusioned and grew to despise his country's regime. So much so that he decides to do something about it. Well, he must have done that over a period of several years. Then one day he sees the opportunity of putting this information to use, and at the same time saying goodbye to Russia for the rest of his life. He planned to defect, Johnny, and bring this evidence with him.
And the opportunity came with this cultural visit.
That's it. The only way he could get the information out was by means of an ingenious stratagem. Those busts were all commissioned by him and were molded in Moscow, perhaps under his supervision. He took the chance of dropping the microfilm containing this vital knowledge into the liquid mold of one of these busts, the cast of C.P.E. Bach. So he came here to the States, but he was surrounded by his own people, you know, the KGB boys.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he didn't have a ghost of a chance to see the proper authorities here, let alone approach them.
He must have been a very frightened old guy, huh?
Yeah, that was probably what killed him. Now we come to Tom Stacy. We found out that he was the last person to see Saborin alive at the hospital. We can only conjecture as to what Saborin's last few words were, but they were obviously enough to give Stacy the idea that here was something that had to be recovered.
Well, what do you mean recovered? What made Stacy get involved?
Tom Stacy, Johnny, has been under suspicion of having slight communist leanings. He's been watched, but until now, clean. Saborin, thinking that Stacy must be a true-blue American citizen, told him with his last breath where the microfilm was hidden. He died in the belief that Stacy would deliver the material to the proper authorities. He thought Stacy was his friend. The one kind of man Saborin wanted to avoid was there with him when he died.
I never heard of such horrible luck in my life.
Well, you're young yet, Johnny. You'll learn.
Yeah, I know. It's wonderful what a little culture can do.
You have been listening to The Sounds of Darkness. Join the world of Lee Masters, the blind detective, next Tuesday and every Tuesday night in The Sounds of Darkness. The Sounds of Darkness is produced by Gerry van Beek.
Hello? Is that Assignments Unlimited, s'il vous plaît?
Mason speaking.
I want you to come to Switzerland.
Really, Mr.
Well, Laurent. Guy Laurent. I am Swiss-French. But I think the peeps will go before I can tell you why I want you to come to l'auberge.
Well, you'd better come and see us then. Will you come today?
Yes.
Hello, Lee.
Hi, Johnny. Sam around?
Oh, she went out to get some chow, Lee. How did the Washington trip go?
Fine, Johnny, just fine.
I was sorry I couldn't come along with you. I guess even for those 4 days we felt kind of lost without you.
Thank you, Johnny.
You get the guy, the income tax evasion, Lee?
Yeah, we got him.
Well, looks like you got something else, too. A cold.
Yeah, it was wet. I went out without a raincoat. Stupid of me.
Yeah, you want to watch it. Tellis rang. Wants you to contact him. You know the new space rocket scare?
I know. When does he want us to go down to Cape Kennedy?
Well, I'm not sure, Lee. He said for you to ring him. The thing's not due to go up until next week. But he reckons there's something funny going on somewhere.
I spoke to him from Washington. I'll ring him again from here. Why are you drinking tea all of a sudden, Johnny?
Oh, some quack told me I was doing my liver no good with all that coffee. I miss the smell of it, though. So will you, huh? Yeah, I reckon Lee Masters is back in office again.
The Sounds of Darkness. Lee Masters, FBI, who wages relentless war against crime. Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges The sounds of darkness.
Blind lead blind. Fellas?
Simon, Lee Masters.
Oh, hi there, Lee. You're back in New York, obviously.
Right. I told you I'd phone you.
Yeah, thanks, Lee. Look, can you get over here? I want to get me down to Cape Kennedy tomorrow.
Why the hurry?
Like I told you on the phone when you rang me. This business is urgent. Galaxy 1 with 4 astronauts and a Saturn rocket must go up. And if we don't get down there, the chances are it won't go up. You know what that means.
You're thinking in terms of publicity.
No, Lee, not just Commoner Garden publicity, but prestige, national prestige. This is our biggest attempt yet. 4 astronauts and a rendezvous with Gemini 3 now in orbit. Galaxy 1 has got to go up.
We've canceled shots before, Simon.
Do me a favor, Lee. Get with it. Saturn 8 has got to go on Wednesday. Russia's Chopla 4 sort of that.
Okay, Simon, just checking. The urgency. You still reckon we have an enemy agent down there?
Lee, I don't know. I just don't know. But the timing's right. If we make fools of ourselves over this one, it'll take us months to live it down, plus putting us right behind in the space race.
I'll come over, Simon. Expect me in about 20, will you?
Uh-huh, okay. Oh, and I'm glad you can join the team. For the last 3 months, we've checked, rechecked, nothing. No one suspect, and yet the signs are there. The discontent on the base, the unvoiced feeling that Saturn 8 is going to make a boo-boo. This is where you come into it. Frankly, your almost extrasensory perception.
And a flair for deduction, Simon. Don't forget that. Be right over.
Yeah, okay, Lee. Pete, come over here, will you?
Yeah, what's eating you?
Get me clearance to go to Cape Kennedy tomorrow. Lee Masters is coming with me, and I want no red tape, no hitches.
Okay.
Full access to all personnel down there. Check with Colonel Ridge.
Okay, sir. Hey, looks like you've got the jitters, huh?
Well, haven't we all? And with reason. The first blast off you've seen, Sam, huh?
That's right, Mr. Telephone. I understand it's very exciting.
Oh, yeah, it is. The most exciting thing in the world. Brave men, those guys. You wouldn't get me on top of a Saturn 8 if you paid me all the money in the world.
And when did we get there, Lee?
2 hours. Right, Simon?
Yeah, just about it. I've got clearance on you and me, Lee. I have to do some arguing when I get there. For Johnny and Sam, I mean.
Well, whenever I can, I take them with me. That's how I work.
Well, sure, I know that, but this is no ordinary investigation, Lee.
Johnny comes with me always. Sam, when I need her. I may need her this time. The Cape Kennedy personnel have wives.
Oh, yeah. That's an angle I didn't think of. Oh, I'm sorry, Sam. I wasn't meaning to be rude, by the way.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Tiller.
I'll tell you something, Sam. With your looks, we'll have trouble keeping the astronauts in the capsule.
I told you not to use that favorite perfume, Sam. You'll have even Colonel Jack Ridge climbing trees.
Well, maybe I have an ulterior motive. You're so used to it has no effect. And I've always wanted to get me a colonel. And thanks again, Lee, for bringing the perfume back. It was sweet of you. You must have worked Washington flat.
Lee, you mentioned this Colonel Ridge. Suspect?
Not sure, Johnny. Maybe you'll see when we get there.
Yeah, how come he's still in charge there?
Because we got nothing on him, Johnny. And we can't fire experienced rocket men until we have something concrete. I was just conjecture on my part. If any man's been got at to file up the works, it'll be something on top, like the colonel. We'll talk about it later, Johnny. Oh, again, no offense, Sam, but this should stay between Lee, Johnny, and me. Huh?
Okay with me. I'm just there to play buddy-buddy for the astronauts' wives. Oh, a fat lot of good this perfume is going to do me there, I can tell you. Well, it's so deserted around here.
Well, what did you expect, Brooklyn? Hey, when do we pass through the first check gate, Simon? They should be coming up now, huh? I reckon.
That, gentlemen, is the picture. Mr. Tellis here has been in contact with us these past 4 months. He's been down here, and so have many of his men. Mr. Masters, you're new to me, but I'm prepared to go on your reputation and the fact that Mr. Tellis here has vouched for you.
Thank you, Carl.
course, you have free reign while you're here. I'll liaise with you personally and see there are no hitches. And keep out of the way of the blast-off when it comes.
If it comes, Colonel.
Mr. Tellis, the blast-off will take place as scheduled, 7 a.m. Wednesday. There will be no hitches. I think, frankly, that your department of the FBI is wasting its time. However, I'm a fair man. You do your investigating, but please don't step on our toes.
You'll find it hard to believe an enemy agent is at work here, Colonel.
I find it very hard to believe. However, I've told you my feelings on the matter. Do what you have to, but obey orders, gentlemen.
We have access to all the men here from the top down.
You have full access, Mr. Tillis. I happen to know that I shall be on the top of that little list of yours. Am I right?
Everyone is sitting on the top, Colonel. It's kind of crowded up there.
Oh, fair enough. Ask all you want. See all you want. Dig up as much as you want. And next time, Mr. Tellis, get prior clearance before coming here on Mr. Bridges here. And that woman.
Yes, Colonel. It was an oversight. I'm sorry.
There must be no oversight, Mr. Tellis. Isn't that what the FBI preaches? However, your next move, gentlemen?
I'd like to reconnoiter a little, Lee.
I'd like to ask the Colonel a few questions, if I may.
All right, go ahead.
Well, I'll see you later, Lee. Johnny.
Pick up Sam on the way out, Simon. Introduce her to the wives. You know the spiel. Newspaper representative. Special clearance. Tell them they can talk to her.
Okay, Lee, will do. Thanks, Colonel.
All right.
Now, Colonel, I suggest you quit paring your nails with the clippers. I'd like your full attention. You'll allow me this?
I'll allow you second sight, masters, and some impertinence. However, I have orders to indulge your questioning, so go ahead. You don't mind that I smoke during the session?
I reckon we're getting nowhere fast, Lee.
You, Sam?
Well, I haven't heard a thing, Lee. If one of the astronauts is up to something, his wife sure doesn't know anything. I talk to the lot and ask questions till I'm blue in the face.
Tell me their names again, Sam.
Mrs. Gressman, Turner, Shafter, Phillips.
Not a thing from them, Sam?
Not a thing. But, Johnny, you were telling me about Colonel Ridge.
Correction. I told you about Colonel Ridge. He's clear, Sam. My reputation goes on that.
And you're never wrong, Lee. So you reckon one of the ground staff, or one of the astronauts themselves?
That's what I reckon, Johnny. Oh, pour some milk in my coffee, Sam. And in yours and Johnny's.
Okay, Lee.
You're taking milk, Lee. Hey, what's the matter? You must be worried you're not going to crack this case.
Sometimes, Johnny, one has to change habits. So, milk, please, Sam. That's enough. It's near the rim of the cup, right?
Right, Lee.
Just checking. In my world of darkness, Sam, sound is an important thing. You cut short pouring the milk. Cut it sharply. You'd reach the rim of the cup.
Johnny, did you say Lee's worried he's not going to crack this investigation? Oh, you'd better think again and fast. Oh, hi, Colonel Ridge.
Oh, Colonel. How's it going, masters?
Slowly, Colonel. Slowly.
The blast off is in 2 days' time.
I know. 2 days is time enough, Colonel.
Well, I still think you're wasting your time. This base is 100% patriotic. If you turn up an enemy agent here, I'll eat my ribbons.
Just one little defect. In the gyro rockets, anywhere. I'm no technician. And Saturn VIII may never leave the ground.
I'll blow to smithereens before it reaches orbit, Lee.
Forget it. It won't happen. Not on the technical side. The astronauts themselves, well, I don't know. But I'd trust them with my life. Maybe. No, it's not possible. Mind if I join you for coffee?
Colonel Ridge.
Yeah, here.
Sorry, Colonel. There's some nut on the phone, wants to talk to you. Lieutenant Stivers rang through from checkpoint 20. Said to get you to come and talk to this nut.
Well, thank you, Sergeant. Excuse me, please. Sam, if you'd hold that coffee for me.
Yeah, sure, of course, Colonel.
You know, I don't like that guy, Lee. For my money, if anyone's up to anything, it'll be Colonel Ridge.
I've told you often enough to avoid precipitate conclusions, Johnny. Colonel Ridge is A1. I'm sure of that. I've told Tellis this. He's told Washington and the Pentagon brass.
Well, the Colonel thinks maybe one of the astronauts, Lee.
Yeah, I think he may have something there. Now, let's see. Gressman. Phillips. Shafter. Turner.
Ridge?
Colonel, I've got this nut here. He wants to talk to you. He won't identify himself to me. Shall I shove him inside?
Now, let me talk to him, Lieutenant.
Okay, hold on, sir. Colonel Ridge.
Yeah?
Colonel, I've got to see you. The name is Lee Masters.
I'm telling you, Colonel, I am Lee Masters.
And who is sitting in the PX having coffee?
I don't know. My double, planted on you.
I've met some nuts in my time. I said, it's fantastic. It's quite fantastic. The resemblance, I mean, the voice, posture, everything.
Colonel Ridge, Simon Tellis rang me in Washington. On my way to New York, I was drugged.
Oh?
Taken to a house. I was there until this morning. For some reason, my captors, 2 men, had left the door open. I walked out. I've come straight here.
I must hand it to you guys. Clever, huh? You thought you'd just walk into the base here at Cape Kennedy just like that.
Colonel Ridge, I can't impress on you the importance of your accepting me as Lee Masters. Identify my papers. Ask me questions. But accept me, and fast.
Oh, this sure beats the movies. How come the urgency?
I was abducted by 2 men I believe to be enemy agents. I heard their conversation. They mentioned the Saturn VIII blastoff. They mentioned Lenny Gressman, one of the astronauts, a traitor. He'll blow up the space capsule before it reaches orbit. He'll commit suicide, taking with him the 3 others.
Like they just left the door open to the house for you to walk out and come here?
Even experienced men make mistakes, Colonel.
And you want me to stop the flight because Gressman is a traitor, eh?
Yes.
Tell me, why didn't these 2 men, your captors, pursue you?
And place themselves in your hands? Risk capture? Colonel, you've got to believe me.
I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll let you meet the real Lee Masters.
Colonel, you're making a mistake. Whether it's Gressman or not, I don't know. But you're wasting time.
You reckon Johnny Bridges and Samantha Darlington will know you?
Of course they will.
Lieutenant Sailors. Sir. Get him in here first. You get all the Tellis for me, by the way?
Sure did, Colonel. He's getting here to double.
I don't wonder. Well, bring him in.
Okay, sir. Come in, Mr. Bridges. Ma'am.
Jeffrey! What's this?
Who is this man, Bridges?
Well, if I didn't know that Lee was waiting outside that door, I'd say...
Okay. Darlington?
I've never seen anything so fantastic in my life. He's just like Lee, exactly like him.
Sam, Johnny, tell this idiot who I am. And stop fooling around. There isn't time.
Lieutenant, bring in Lee Masters.
Colonel, this charade has gone on long enough. Now listen.
I'll say it's gone on long enough. Bring him in, Lieutenant.
Mr. Masters, would you come in, please?
But this is fantastic.
He's just like you, Lee.
Yes, he is. The commies will try anything.
Lee, I'm scared. This is uncanny. The resemblance, I mean.
Sam, Colonel, I know you think I'm the fake, and I agree the resemblance is uncanny. The voice, the lot. However, I want that man to sit opposite me. I want Johnny Bridges and Sam to ask questions of me and him. He'll trip somewhere.
Lieutenant, get this fake out of here. Chuck him in the cooler.
Yeah, before we get even more confused.
Well, Colonel, what... Why, hell, that's holy. Well, Simon, have a good look at an enemy agent.
Yeah, but which is which? I mean, I don't believe it.
Lee Masters is standing.
Huh?
This guy here is a reproduction. So good that it beats everything. Okay, Lieutenant, take him away. And don't let the press get it, right?
Yes, sir.
Colonel, get Johnny and Sam to ask me questions. Get Simon as well. That'll prove who I am.
Oh, you cheap rat. I guess you learned it all by heart, huh? Probably know Lee's life to an inch. Clever.
Now, hang on, Johnny. I'm as puzzled as you are. Yeah. Just for the record, ask the questions. You and Sam. Only for the record, though.
You might as well do so, Johnny. Just to make your own mind quite clear. This character sitting there looking at us will probably have the ground cleared. Know my life backwards, as you say. But for the record, fire ahead. And then ask me. Anything you like. Just anything you like.
Oh, Geely, that's not necessary. He's a fake, all right.
I agree. Gentlemen, I don't know about you, but I can't waste time. I'm a busy man.
Hang on, Colonel, hang on. I have overriding authority here. Submit them to questioning, Colonel.
Okay. And if this not is Lee Masters, then Gressman is the man to watch. Yeah, maybe he could be, too. All right, Ellis, it's in your hands.
Thank you, Colonel. Johnny, we've got to work fast. Fire your first question. Anything the real Masters should be able to answer. Don't know. Both of you know all Johnny, Sam, and I know of Lee Masters. And so help me, I just can't tell you apart. We got less than 24 hours before Galaxy 1 goes up.
Simon, a blind man has no fear of heights.
So?
There's only one way to settle this, to tell us apart. Get us onto something high. Make us walk over a drop.
What?
Simon, if Galaxy 1 is to go up, you need the help of Lee Masters.
Yeah. Colonel, get the rocket gantry run out. Do like the other one did. Walk outside the rails on the 2-foot wide edge plate. Between you and the rails in the center of the gantry, there's a 4-foot empty space.
You have told me this.
Walk from here to the fixture. You'll feel it. And then walk back. You're 40 feet up and keep your eyes closed. The colonel on the fixture will watch your eyes, and so will I here when you come back.
I'm blind, Simon.
Just keep your eyes closed. Now, if you make it too, I'll hold both of you in tight and try and get the enemy from myself, huh?
Yeah. Height shouldn't worry a blind man.
Okay, Johnny. Like before, start calling the steps.
Okay, Johnny. Start calling the steps.
Okay, both make it. Then we're back where we started.
Can you hear me up there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Left leg. Straight in front. Yeah. Now the right foot. Good. Left again. Slowly. No. Place it more to the right. Slightly.
Okay.
Now the right again.
No. Wait. No. I can't stand height.
What?
I'm full. I can see you all down there.
You can see.
Get me down from here.
Close and very clever.
Yeah. Which country they're working for, I don't know, but we'll find out. You get the colonel?
Yeah, he's behind bars, Lee.
Good. Yeah, clever. A fake Lee Masters. Clears the colonel whom you suspected, Simon. Then I'm released. The door that was left open. By accident, I hear two men talk of Gressman. Deduction? Gressman will blow up the works. Both ways, the colonel is clear. He argues against my being the real Masters. Then he agrees. Clever. Focus now on Gressman, not on him. Except that I did some quick thinking. Has he talked?
Oh, surely. Yeah, he talked all right. Money. Pure money. For that, Colonel Ridge would have pressed the abort button before the capsule had got clear.
Oh, it's just horrible, Lee. And to think that we didn't know which was you. Lee, I just can't apologize enough.
Don't try. The other Masters was using makeup, built-up heels.
Yeah. But where did they find a guy like that?
They found him. Each of us has a double somewhere. They must have cased my life.
my office for a long time.
Yeah. Hey, it's almost blast off, Lee.
With Gressman alongside his fellow astronauts, as it should be.
203, well on the attitude. Then you might see some other light in that part. 81.
Back in the space race, Simon, with a vengeance.
You have been listening to The Sounds of Darkness. Join the world of Lee Masters, the blind detective, next Tuesday and every Tuesday night at 7:30 in The Sounds of Darkness. The Sounds of Darkness is produced by Gerry van Beek.
This is the painting here. You will see it is very lovely, not so?
Oh, look, Mr. Kratzner, I know very little about painting. I know what I like, and that's about it.
That's a pity. They might have sent someone across who was more informed. However, this looks like a Sepanzini, painted in the year 1604. It is entitled Year of the Muse.
Oh, that? Oh, that's just great.
I said it looks like a Sepanzini, but it's a fake.
Well, that's why you called us in, huh?
That's why I called you in, yes. This painting cost us around $750,000.
Oh, that's some summer.
It is not the only fake hanging here. There are two other Sepanzinis, or so we thought. They also are faked.
Mr. Kratzner, I may not know my art, but I know my business as an FBI agent, And I know the chief of police was wrong in calling me in. This is a civil matter.
Is it? This gallery did not pay for the paintings, Mr. Rickson. The government did. So is it still a civil matter?
The Sounds of Darkness. Lee Masters, FBI, who wages relentless war against crime. Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges the sounds of darkness. Sounds of Darkness. Tonight,
Cry Fake.
Masters.
Lee, there's a Mr. Rickson here.
Tony Rickson.
Yeah, Lee, that's right.
Okay, send him in, Sam.
Okay, Lee.
You understand it now, Johnny?
Yeah, I reckon so, but Forrest is not going to like it.
The DA? When I worry about him, I'll tell you.
Yeah, Lee, I know, but he is the DA. He reckons he's got a watertight case against Manning Davids.
He hasn't, Johnny. Take my findings to him. Come in.
Hi, Lee. Johnny.
Hello, Tony. Haven't seen you in a long time.
I've been on vacation. You busy with this egg, Lee, or can I come in and talk?
No, you can come in and talk, Tony. No. Take the chair on the left of my desk. It's more comfortable.
Well,
the sound of your footsteps, Tony. Okay, sit down.
I guess I've kind of forgotten how you work.
Well, why are you here, then?
Oh, because my bosses haven't forgotten. And apparently I'm not educated. I don't dig art. So, the ball comes your way.
Johnny, get Sam to bring us some coffee, will you?
Surely.
Sam Russell up 3 coffees. 1 black, 1 white, and... Oh. You, Tony?
White.
I'll make it 2 white, Sam, huh?
Okay, Johnny.
Well, like I said, I don't dig art.
Yeah, well, cut the conundrums, Tony. Get to the point. I'm a busy guy,
Okay. You're buying the coffee. Lee, I was called in by a character called Hiram Kretzner, owner of the new gallery, East 25th. Strange guy, egghead. Seems that some wise guy's been planting fakes on him.
This is it, Lee.
Thanks, Johnny. To the left, up 2 stories.
You been here before?
Yeah, I used to come here often. Lunchtimes. Kretzner wasn't the curator then.
Well, this looks pretty tame to me, Lee. So, a fake picture or 2. Anyone in the FBI could have taken the case.
Perhaps. Walk ahead of me, Johnny. I'll follow.
Say, what's this painter's name again? Sabanzini or something? Sounds like a hair cream. You know, Lee, I reckon Tony Rickton's so darn stupid, he didn't want to take it.
And now we come to the third, all by Sabanzini. A total of $1,750,000, and all for fake pictures, Mr. Masters.
May I feel this one?
I don't see why not. It's of no value to us now. It comes down with the others tonight.
The craquelure induced by rolling around a canvas, rubbing with the fingers, like Van Meegeren.
Yes, it must have been the same way. I see you know art, Mr. Masters.
I know enough. Who sold the paintings to you, Mr. Kretzner?
A certain Mr. Marquette, Raoul Marquette. He's in New York. Your men have been on to him. He knows nothing, apparently.
And where would he have got the Sabanzinis?
It is said they were found here, Mr. Masters. I'm not concerned where they came from. But I've been made a laughingstock, and our government has wasted its money, a lot of money.
Yeah. I remember we played up these paintings. Recognition of an Italian master whose works had long been lost.
Yes, that's right. So I can take them down now?
Yeah, take them down. Store them in your dry room, Mr. Kretzner. I'll want to examine them again. Johnny, get Raoul Marquette's address from Mr. Kretzner and take me there now.
A most disturbing situation.
Who authorized payment?
Senator Lexbridge. He is a scholar.
So I've heard. And then?
Once the money was in my hands, I approached these men again and I handed the money to them. I took the paintings, the senator was with them, and they were placed in the new gallery.
When did you suspect they may have been faked?
Not for a long time. They had been hanging for 2 months. Then one of the paintings fell from its hanging. The paint cracked. It showed an overwork. The area around the crack was cleared. Underneath we found the traces of an old painting. Sabanzini painted on fresh canvas. And instead of causing a fuss immediately, we left the painting hanging. But again examined the 2 others. The second was a fake, and the third.
Didn't you give them a scientific test before you put them on the wall?
Frankly, Mr. Masters, we did not. You'll remember the Italian government was standing for re-election. The Communist Party was strong, but they lost 4 seats.
Yeah. And under cover of spreading goodwill, we suddenly bought these 3 Sabanzinis. and went into a spiel about how they'd be lent to a free, democratic Italy one day so that the Italians could see their own painter again.
Yes, something of the sort.
Yeah.
A goodwill gesture. It did nothing but to create publicity. But publicity, good publicity between nations, is invaluable.
Especially when a new air base is going up near Rome. Ours. Well, what happens now?
Well, the paintings will be stored at the new gallery. And then, I suppose, they will be destroyed. You will have a drink?
No, thanks.
Mr. Bridges.
Yeah, please.
You have been slightly bemused by our discussion.
No, not entirely. I was just smelling a rat. You were taken for a ride, all right, Mr. Marquette. You have no idea where to find these men who sold you the paintings? What were their names again?
Lingman and Terrence. No idea at all. Rye?
Yeah, please, on the rocks. You checked their address?
Well, naturally. They had gone. But this was to be expected.
Well, how come?
Yeah, your drink.
Oh, thanks.
Well, their manner of finding the Sepenzinis, which we took to be genuine, was illegal.
Yeah, it's happened before, Johnny, you know. Maybe not with paintings. Articles brought back to the States from Italy, perhaps picked up via Germany. Our boys are in Berlin, remember? Smuggled in here and sold at a profit. So it was with the Sepenzinis.
With the fakes, you mean, Lee? Well, we put a search out for Lingman and Terrence?
It's out already, Johnny.
Huh?
When you left me to get the coffee, when Tony Rickson called, I asked him to do it.
Oh, well, I better check on it all the same. Okay if I use the phone, Mr. Marquette?
Oh, go ahead.
I'll take a slug of this first. Ooh, you have a mean hand. This is powerful.
A drink is a drink, Mr. Bridges.
Yeah, sure. And a fake is a fake, right? I'll get on to it, Lee.
Hiram tells me you are a connoisseur, Mr. Masters.
No, I have a fair knowledge, and I know about Van Meekeren and others.
Yes, a clever man that fooled the world.
And a very good painter in his own right.
Yes. The Christ at Demers is a masterpiece. Again in the manner of Vermeer, but a masterpiece.
The senator in town?
Lexbridge?
Yeah,
I think so. Must you see him?
Yeah, he authorized the purchase. He saw the fakes with you and Kretzner.
Yes, he did.
Nothing doing, Lee. No sign of them. Tony's beefing.
Well, what about?
Said to tell you he wants to get down to some real work.
He'll get it. Thank you, Mr. Marquette. I'm going to see Senator Lexbridge.
Thank you. I wish you luck. This is a very bad thing to have happened. I feel a fool.
You and Kretzner both. Okay, Johnny, finish your drink. Stop the car, Johnny.
Okay. What gives?
As we drove away from the senator's house, I heard a car approach.
I sure didn't hear it.
From here, you should be able to look back up the drive without being seen. Take a look.
Okay. Yeah, there's a car, all right. Who's getting out of it? Go on, ask me.
Right, you're asked.
Well, from this distance, it looks kind of like Hiram Kretzner.
Yeah, it fits. Okay, Johnny, start her up back to the office.
Look, Lee, I may be dumb sometimes, but
a fake is a fake is a fake, right? Except when it's not a fake. You ever sleep?
Oh, hi, Lee. I had some work to catch up on. How'd you know?
The light was on. There's a change in temperature when a light has been on. For a long time. I came in from the dark. The difference is slight, but it's there.
Oh, all right, Lee, I give in. Hey, weren't you and Johnny going straight home?
We were, but there's work to be done. Sam, you care to get me a number?
Oh, surely, of course. I'm not finished here yet anyway. Who'd you want?
Professor Roland Stanchevsky, Richmond School of Advanced Art. His number's in my file, on your right.
Huh?
Okay, Sam, don't gape. You're wearing silk at Russell's. I know where you are. Okay, ring him for me.
Okay. Stanchevsky. Oh, here it is, Lee. Say, where's Johnny?
Parking the car.
You want to speak, Lee?
Yeah. Hand me the receiver, Sam.
There.
Stanchevsky?
Lee Masters, Roland.
Oh, Lee, you were lucky to find me in. I have a class at 7. How are you, by the way?
I'm well, Roland. I trust you're the same.
Yes, I am. But busy, you know.
Well, I won't keep you long. Tell me, Sebancini.
The painter? What do you want to know?
It's said he painted on fresh canvas each time. I'm not sure this is correct. I've heard he sometimes overpainted on his own stuff.
Oh, more than that, Lee. He sometimes overpainted on other works. You must not forget that in his time, the early 17th century, most painters were kept by patrons. He was the exception, because he was something of a rebel, I think. He was also a poor man. But why the questions?
So poor, he'd snitch used canvas and use it?
Sometimes. He was a poor man, as I say. One would think canvas was easily obtainable and cheap, but in those days, not entirely so. Raphael and others were different, of course.
I'm not interested in Raphael, Roland. You got time to fill me in on a few more details? Faking? I want to know... Yeah, carry on.
So it would be easy to do. Apply the brown varnish on the canvas, remove it, and the ink stays in the craquelure.
Yeah, in the tracery of cracks on the painting. So I could take a genuine Sebancini, make it appear a fake, if I found overpainting especially.
Yes. Apply fresh varnish and more ink, and you would confuse an expert. If you were thinking of making an old master appear a fake, that is.
Roland, thank you. You've given me the answer I need. Thanks.
Not a bit. Oh, but one day you will tell me what you are wanting this information for, eh?
You'll read about it, Roland. So long. Johnny?
Yeah?
Get me Tony Rickson. We're going to the new gallery.
Right now?
Yeah, right now. I want Tony Rickson to meet us downstairs. 20 minutes, no more.
Well, what about Hiram Kritzner?
I don't want him around.
Okay, I get it. Yeah, where are you going right now, Lee?
To wash my hands. Ring him, Johnny.
Okay, I think this keel died.
Open the door, Tony. No, wait. Okay.
What were we waiting for?
Just listening, Tony. Open the door. I'll lead the way.
Well, I've got the pencil torch, Lee.
You'll need it. I won't. The Sebancini painting is here.
Yeah. The Year of the Muse. That's what it says.
What you gonna do, Lee?
Why do you think I wash my hands, Johnny? My fingers are sensitive, but I want them extra sensitive.
That's why you were rubbing them against your pants as we walked in?
Yeah. Warmth. Circulation. Cold fingers don't feel. Yeah. Well-hardened paint as it should be, but an over-varnish. The craquelure stretching from left to right. Yeah. Well, it cracks right across. Oh, wait. Slight softness. Johnny, What have I got on my fingers?
Well, let's have a look, Lee. A shiny torch, you tell me, huh?
Yeah? Oh, well, I just hope you guys know what you're doing.
We know what we're doing. Well, Johnny, what do you see?
I'd almost say that I'm back in school again, Lee. That could be ink. Comes from the large crack in the center, where you had your finger a moment ago.
Yeah, that's right. Tony, shine the torch onto the part I scraped away a moment ago.
Oh, okay.
Well, what do you see?
Oh, just a scraping. Johnny says it could be ink.
It is. What else is there?
Huh? Oh. Well, underneath, that's in the crack. It's very fine, Lee, but...
Yeah, keep looking.
Yeah, well, here, check with me, Johnny, will you? Take a look. It seems like dirt underneath. Pretty hard in there. It could have been there for centuries.
As it has. And the ink above it?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so, but cracks are very fine. I'm not sure.
Don't worry, I'm sure. Okay. Again, it fits. The painting's still in the gallery. Why? Because the cold room is always double locked to the new gallery by curator and attendant.
You told me you asked Kretzner to put them away.
Correction. He told me they'd be put away and destroyed later. Perhaps. But these weren't going to be destroyed.
Lee, I know we're on the case and we maybe have a right to be here, but...
Kretzner, Marquette, and Senator Lexbridge, plus the two men that sold the paintings to them. All in on it.
Lee, please, this could cost me my job.
When is a painting not a painting, Tony? And when is a heist a heist?
I don't get it. Lee, for heaven's sake, quit the kidding. Look, if you found something, let's do something about it. But what gives?
When I came here and saw Kretzner, I felt the painting. I felt then a slight softness in the craquelure. Sevancini often overpainted on other works. Kretzner should have known this. He said this was why he knew they were faked, because they were overpainted. He was lying.
You mean...
The paintings are original, Johnny.
Yes, the paintings are original, Lee. Yeah, very clever. I'll stay where you are, all of you. And a good shot.
Who's that there?
Someone known to Lee. Now you can see. But I have forgotten. The two others do not know me. Professor Roland Stanchevsky.
That's right. I made one mistake, Roland. I didn't expect you to be in on it.
Can you imagine? You phoned me, asked my advice. I knew what you suspected.
You heard us talking?
Yes, and you were right. The others are waiting downstairs to take the paintings and hold them for ransom. Yes, $1.75 million to buy the originals, which were proved fake. Marquette takes the money, he shares it and leaves the country. Yesterday. I leave tomorrow, as does Kretzner.
And Lingman and Terrence were to keep the paintings, holding them for ransom?
Yes. A letter to Senator Lexbridge. The United States government would look fools, wouldn't they not? So they would buy them back. Again, at $1.75 million. And if they didn't?
The world would laugh. Because for a while they believed them to be fake.
Correct. Then the senator would take a long trip to Europe, collect his share, and not come back. But even if he did, he could not be prosecuted. Again, the risk of laughter. That the government was taken for a ride.
Why are you telling us all this?
I am a professor. I like to expatiate. Tonight, the paintings will go. We saw the light of your torch from below. Your accomplice was careless, Lee.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry, Lee, but, well, don't you get it? Perhaps if you'd explain...
The others are downstairs?
Huh?
Yes, they are waiting for me to give them the all care. Now, I shall have to tie you up, I'm afraid. Yes. Now, any trouble, and I use the gun. And you know about guns, hey, Lee? A gunshot lost you your sight.
All right, Roland. I'll just step off of the carpet and you can tie me up.
Now, great lead, the old carpet pulling trick.
Naturally not too. How'd you like that?
Almost as much as a genuine Sebancini. Ring the office, Tony. Take him in, and the others downstairs. If you're quick, you'll get him.
You have been listening to The Sounds of Darkness. Join the world of Lee Masters, the blind detective, next Tuesday and every Tuesday night at 7:30 in The Sounds of Darkness. The Sounds of Darkness is produced by Gerry van Beek.
Yes?
That you, Doc?
Yes, who is this?
Koretsky. It worked.
Of course it worked.
I was standing outside. I saw you come out with him and walk straight to the curtain. You know,
Shut
Doc...
up, Smiler, and get off the phone.
Now, look, Doc, I only rang to tell you
Now,
that...
don't ring me again. I'll contact you.
Doc. Hey, Doc. He's hung up. Nervy, that's what he is. Pays me to report on what he does just so that he can... yeah, maybe I'll get down to Joe's.
The Sounds of Darkness. Lee Masters, FBI, who wages relentless war against crime. Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges the sounds of darkness.
Fire down below.
Oh, hi, Lee.
Hi, Sam. Johnny?
No, not here yet, Lee. We had a call from Andrews, though.
But no word from Johnny?
Not yet. Make you some coffee?
Please. On second thoughts, forget it. You're comfortable in the easy chair. Don't make too much of a habit of it. Doesn't look good for callers.
At which I'll get up and make you that coffee. I don't want a reputation for taking it easy all the time.
Okay. And get me Andrews, will you?
Sure, Lee. You get anything from Peter Savage, Lee?
No, nothing.
Uh-oh. I'll get you a headache pill, too.
Why, am I in a bad temper?
You sure are.
Sorry. Look, Sam, when you come into my office, tell me what Savage said in the evening paper, will you? The one you're holding in your hand. It doesn't fit. Just doesn't fit. And Johnny... Lee Masters.
You wanted me, Lee?
I wouldn't ring you if I didn't want you, Eric. Well, anything new?
No, not a thing. We had him. You know we had him. What happens? He gets away. Police is cased, everything. There's no one there. At least no killer.
And what did the woman say, the witness?
What could she say? Place was crowded. He got away. That's all there is to it.
The manager give you a hard time?
What do you think? Cops bust into his theater. On go the lights. While the audience isn't amused. And they have to sit there while she goes up and down the aisle trying to pick him out. He's threatening to sue us, the manager.
Well, you know how to counter that one, Eric. You had the exits covered?
Of course we did. Well, I don't think he was in that audience. Savage needs his nut red.
Yeah, well, maybe. Okay, Eric, thanks.
You getting off the case?
No. You city cops haven't caught him yet.
The FBI hasn't helped either. Look, you can tell your boss that we'll get him. We don't need help.
The FBI as such isn't helping you, Eric. I am. And you know why.
Yeah, the spectacular amuses you.
The workings of the mind amuse me, Eric. Of a mad, twisted mind. And that's why I wanted in on this.
The coffee, Lee.
Thanks.
For what?
For my coffee.
Ah.
No, don't let it worry you. I'll call again.
He in a bad temper, too?
Put the coffee down and quit analyzing, Sam.
Okay.
Savage?
The usual. The entire police force of New York can't catch the arsonist, even when they have him surrounded in a city theater. Fire Police Chief Andrews, that sort of thing.
And praise for himself for having seen the man. Yeah, I know. He sounded off when I saw him this afternoon.
You think they'll get him, Lee?
I think we'll get him, Sam, before he strikes again.
Got to. That school burned down with... Oh, that was horrible.
Yeah, those poor kids burnt to death.
And we just sit and wait?
No. Oh, the man must be mad. One. He's clever enough with it to act sane, look sane, and walk through a cordon of cops without being recognized. Two. What's the third proposition?
He give himself away?
No. You know how I work, Sam. I look for the angles. One man or two. A cover. How else can he lie low for so long? Be kept in control by someone?
You talk as though there were a mastermind behind the killer, Lee.
Or a killer who isn't a killer but would like to be. Or admires the taking of life, even that of a child. You ever seen a burnt body, Sam?
Ooh.
No, don't. You go on home. I want to think.
Oh, I can stay on, Lee.
Go on home, Sam. I'll wait for Johnny.
Okay, thanks. I'll be at the apartment if you need me.
Thanks.
So long.
Yeah, it doesn't fit. But it does. I wonder. Maybe I'll go down and talk to Savage again.
Look, I'm not panning you know that.
Look, jumping down Andrew's throat doesn't help him work.
I know, but he should be fired. He's too old for the job. No energy. I said that in my column.
Yeah, I know what you said, but the whole city force is out looking for the arsonist. Don't tell me every man on the beat's too old for the job. No energy.
Look, Lee, I'm not getting at the average cop.
Well, what are you getting at then?
The force as an entity. The lack of public protection. The lack of results. Look, I see this guy go into the theater. From the witness's description, this is the killer. I phone Andrews. 20 minutes later, 20 minutes, I tell you, the cops get there. Of course, the guy's gone when they arrive and hold up the show.
What made him leave the theater, Peter?
Oh, I must have known something was up.
You think so? No. He was by himself, you said.
Well, if I've said it once, I've said it a dozen times. I'm not sure. I saw him in the queue outside, stopped the car, went back at the double, about then he got inside the theater.
And no one but you recognized him.
I have sharper eyes than most.
Must be. Tell me. Public reaction still strong?
Like every mom and dad won't let the kids go to school. That's how tough it is. New York's never known anything like it. Can't blame him. It's about time you pulled something out of the bag, too, Lee.
And if I don't, I get a penning from your column, huh?
Oh, one day, yeah. What has to be? Won't be against you as such, of course.
Just the FBI in general. Well, we've been knocked before, Peter, and we've taken it. Come up with the goods as well.
Lee.
Oh, hello, Johnny. You know Peter Savage?
We haven't met, but I've read your column.
Oh, thanks, son.
For nothing. I think it stinks. Huh? Lee, I want to talk to you. I think I may
what was
have
that you
something.
said?
I was talking to my boss, Lee Masters. Let's go for a drive, Lee, huh?
Interesting enough to make me leave behind the only martini Peter Savage has ever bought anyone.
Now, look, you guys,
I'm right with you, Johnny. Well, thanks, Peter. Happy writing.
Oh, now, look, Lee, if you're onto something, it's your duty as a public...
Come on, Johnny. Car downstairs.
but there's a big maybe, Lee. I got back to the office about 6:30, sat me down and did a bit of thinking, and reckoned you were probably tangling with Savage again.
And a call to the paper confirmed where he drinks.
Uh-huh.
Okay, now tell me about Koretsky.
Well, not much I can tell, Lee. I was doing a bar crawl all day, as you know. Then I heard a whisper that Koretsky was suddenly in the money, like I told you, and doing a bit of big talking. Something about a guy who was clever enough to shield a wanted man, or something like that.
Oh, Johnny, turn left soon. Smiler Koretsky's hangout is about here.
How do you know?
Simple. The time since we left Savage, the turns you've taken, stops, a lot. Well, am I right?
Yeah, just about there. Yeah, Joe's place. I'll park the car. Yeah, I'm lucky again. A parking place right in front of Joe's. You want we should go in together, Lee?
Yeah.
Yeah, look, before we go in, this is a long shot.
Let's go, Johnny. What do you see, Johnny?
I haven't seen Koretsky since he went inside the pen.
Small, wizened, big nose, nervous hands. Usually in the corner of a bar.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, that could be him over there.
Is he, with anyone?
Talking to a guy in glasses, well dressed.
Okay. Hello, Smiler.
Dad. Hi.
Who's your friend? On your right.
Hake's the name. Dr. Raymond Hake. Why do you ask, Lee Masters? You wanted to see me?
No, I wanted to see Smiler Koretsky.
Oh, is that his name? I've been drinking with him for half an hour, and I had no idea who he was, or what his name was. Ah, dear, maybe I'm not making contact anymore.
Doc, maybe I better shove, huh?
Well, suit yourself.
You guys know each other?
What are you, cops or something?
No, this is the first time we've met. I came into the bar for a drink, and as usual, I've struck up an acquaintance with a local. You know.
Yeah. Written any more books, Doctor?
No, but I have one in the offing about the criminal mind, which is why I frequent the dives. I talk to people like Smiler Koretsky.
Now, look, Doc,
Perhaps you better run along, Smiler, if you're going somewhere, somewhere special.
Huh? Oh, yeah, sure. Well, yeah, be seeing you.
Letting him walk out here?
Why not, Johnny?
Okay, hold on.
Interesting character, that. An example of the subliminal mind. A mind not sharp enough to initiate crime, but certainly to follow it. To follow orders, regardless of the nature of the orders. Like a trained animal. But his reaction to an event is worth recording. Don't you think so, Lee?
Depends on what event.
Oh, yeah, of course it does. But the analysis of a criminal mind is centered not only around such a mind itself and its workings. Other minds are involved, too. For crime is wide-reaching, you know. To commit a crime, there must be involvement with another person or persons. And the interaction of such involvement is interesting.
Interesting enough for a book?
Yeah.
Well, Lee, if we're going to stand there doing nothing, let's at least have a drink, huh?
In a moment, Johnny. Tell me, Dr. Hake, how does an arsonist escape detection?
How do I know? Oh, you're referring to the Lewiston College killer.
Yes, I am.
Well, purely clinically, I see escape from detection as the easiest part of crime. It requires certain subtleties, perhaps use of the imagination, too.
An ordinary criminal?
No. An ordinary criminal hasn't the subtlety, perhaps. Now, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I must go. I have a dinner appointment.
Be seeing you, Doc.
Oh, remind me to give you a copy of my book when it comes out. It might help you in detecting criminals, I mean. Being sightless must be a handicap.
No, it's an advantage. Without eyes, I can read. Funny as it sounds.
Good night to you both.
Now, listen, Lee, what the...
Patience, Johnny, patience. When he leaves, we'll follow.
Lee, Koretsky's the guy we should have followed, not this quack.
Oh, you think so? You know where Koretsky went to, don't you?
No, I don't know.
Amazing how people can give themselves away. The very human desire to boast. Of course, he could have been meaning something else.
Look, I know you have these hunches, Lee, but...
I never have a hunch, Johnny. I deduce. Sam and I were talking in the office about the arsonist, the killer. How he's escaped detection.
Because he's clever.
Or aided by someone who thinks he's clever.
No, wait a minute.
I first met Dr. Hake 2 years ago. His books on criminology make good reading. But he has an ego the size of the Empire State Building. He knows criminals, he knows the law. And he dallies with both of them.
He's still about 50 yards ahead.
No, he'll keep that distance.
Why?
Because he knows he's being followed.
Huh?
You were clever, Johnny, or lucky, I'm not sure which. Barroom gossip led you to Koretsky. So to Dr. Hake.
You don't think he's shooting the killer?
Could be, Johnny. Johnny, where, for the fun of it, would you hide a killer?
Oh, in a dungeon or something?
Or an apartment? No. That would be too simple. Ever read Victor Hugo, Johnny?
Well, who's he, newspaper?
Not quite. Les Miserables. Under the City.
Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah, but what are you getting at, Lee?
I heard Hake mention sewers. Okay, we're getting close to his home.
Yeah, but... Come on. Come on, Lee.
Easy, Johnny. You know, one thing I've learned about crime is that the incredible is often the credible. One man goes into a theater. 2 men walk out. Together. In conversation. Police ignore them.
Lee, do you mind?
An apartment. And a dungeon. Maybe. Johnny, get Andrews on the phone. Get squad cars to Dr. Hake's apartment. It'll be in the book. Then come back here fast with Andrews. After they've checked for sure he's not there.
Where are you going, Lee?
Walk around for me, Johnny. Just here. Walk around. Stamping your feet.
Okay, but,
Hold it. Manhole cover. Sewer.
Yeah.
Okay, Johnny. Lift it up for me. And go get Andrews, just in case Hake has doubled back to the apartment.
You know, Lee, there are times when I don't quite know what's on your mind.
Doctors, like scientists, often hold themselves to be human beings apart, immune from law. Special beings allowed freedom of movement, denied an ordinary member of society. Or at least, a doctor like Raymond Hake, criminologist with a nutty record to boot.
You going down there?
Yeah, that's right, where I don't need eyes. Close it over me, Johnny.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll close it.
Well, Lee, why don't you?
Close it, Johnny, over my head.
I guess I better be going to Andrews. I hope Lee knows what he's doing.
No. Walked along the edge for 5 minutes. I remember Hake's apartment is city east. So. Dr. Hake, you're down here. I know you are. Doctor, stop playing the fool. The arsonist is a killer. The law must take him. Stop shielding him. Dr. Hake, Police Chief Andrews will be coming this way shortly. Every exit from the sewer will be covered. The joke's gone on long enough. If you hand the arsonist over, I'll see you get a reduced sentence. Must be further ahead. The voice carries. He knows I'm behind him. Doctor, for once you've been too clever. You gave yourself away. End it now.
Interested in the criminal mind, too,
Yeah, you led me quite a way.
Walking's good for the figure, they say. Especially in the sewer where it's hard to keep your feet. But this is interesting. The criminal confronted by the man that catches criminals in the subterranean passages of a city.
Quit the jokes, Doctor. The fun is over.
You think so? You know how my work when it's faced with death, please. I have my protege with me. He believes as I do that water carries burning gasoline. You prepared to start running, Lee?
Now listen.
Oh, I'll listen. As you run, with the flames lapping about your feet. And then you slip. And I'll listen as you fall into the water and the flames. Or will you escape?
Doctor, I can understand you're shielding the killer. For you, it was fun. An experiment. But you're not a killer yourself.
No. He is. And he's grateful to me for hiding him. Slider Koretsky told him to get down here, of course.
Hand him over, Doctor.
No. He's so grateful to me that he'll obey every command. The criminal mind again, mastered by a better mind. Mind!
You're mad.
Am I? Nothing now. Say hello to the detective, then.
I want to light the fire, Doctor. Now.
Of course you do. And you shall.
Oh, thanks.
I wouldn't come forward if I were you, Lee. Start going back before you put the match to the gasoline. Pour the gasoline on now, Dennis.
Lee, where are you?
Down here, Johnny. Hurry.
Dennis,
Yeah.
I'll throw it on the gasoline.
Doctor, the water's running from me to you.
What do you say?
The water's running from me to you.
Come on, get out of this. The flame's dying, but the smoke we could...
Yeah, poetic justice for the arsonist. The doctor, he won't be writing books where he's gone. Okay, let's get out. We can pick up the bodies at the other end.
You have been listening to The Sounds of Darkness. Join the world of Lee Masters, the blind detective, next Tuesday and every Tuesday night at 7:30 in The Sounds of Darkness. The Sounds of Darkness is produced by Sheriff Van Beek.
Now listen here, Inspector. We're visitors in your country, I know, and we're aware of public feeling. But this affair is my concern.
Colonel, forgive me, but I think you're more concerned with reputation than with facts. The American servicemen in Britain don't antagonize the native kind of thing. Stars and stripes forever, you know?
If you're trying to annoy me, Inspector Crisp, you're going the right way about it. Any black marketing on my base, and I deal with it.
I'm afraid it's gone beyond that. Intelligence have asked us to hand the case over to them.
I see. Look, I didn't ask you guys to get in on this in the first place. You cops, I mean. Before I know, a bit of malarkey on the side has blown up into an international incident, and...
Colonel, I'm giving Wheel of Intelligence a ring right now. I want to know his impressions.
You can rest assured, Inspector, that this will go further.
I'm sure it will. Oh, get me, Wheel, military intelligence, please.
Goodyear presents The Sounds of Darkness. Good evening. The Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, makers of passenger, truck, and tractor tires for every requirement in South Africa's farming, commerce, and industry, bring you Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges the sounds of darkness. In tonight's Sounds of Darkness, you will hear Tony J. as Lee Masters, James White as Johnny Bridges, and Elaine Lee as Samantha Darlington. And now let's join the world of Lee Masters in tonight's Sounds of Darkness.
Birds for sale.
The happy group it should be. De Gaulle wants us to supply him with atom bomb warheads, and West Germany wants the same.
Yeah. France finds making its own warheads expensive. But I meant the major ramifications, Johnny. U.S., Britain.
Oh, I thought that had died down now.
We're still resented in England, in many ways. That's why we've been called in, to catch a criminal.
Oh, I get it. To show that the good old U.S. shows no partiality, that only justice counts.
That's right. You know Colonel Baker, Johnny?
Texas man, talks big like them all. Can't take being criticized. He thinks this black marketing is peanuts?
He won't let himself see the implications. Projectile equipment is finding its way over the channel. From there, not just to NATO-aligned countries, but others. Yugoslavia, East Berlin.
And maybe we could include a trip to Paris, too, huh?
Maybe. Fasten your seatbelt, Johnny.
What for?
We will be landing in approximately 5 minutes. Kindly fasten your safety belts, please, and extinguish your cigarettes. We shall be landing in approximately 5 minutes. Kindly fasten your seatbelts, please.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I see you've arrived safe and well. I'm Colonel Baker, Tex Baker.
My name is Masters. Lee Masters.
We've heard of you, Mr. Masters.
Johnny Bridges.
How do you do, Mr. Bridges? How's New York?
I'm still there.
Remind me to take a vacation sometime. I haven't been out of England for close on 2 years now. Must say I'd like to see the States again. A good trip?
Yeah.
Let me say at the outset that I don't think your presence here is necessary. I referred the matter to our intelligence officer, and he suggested we call in you gentlemen. For my own sake, I'd rather have left it and dealt with it ourselves.
Don't apologize, Colonel. Johnny and I would much rather have stayed in New York.
Oh, hang on, Lee.
But we were called in to represent our government. And represent it we shall.
You speak your mind, Mr. Masters. I like that. You know the setup?
I know that the English police called in their intelligence, and that you resent this.
Of course I resent it, wouldn't you? Look, there's always a bit of selling on the quiet. I know this, you know this. As commanding officer of this base, I shouldn't admit it does, but I deal in facts. It exists, so I can talk about it. I don't jump down on it because the boys will get up to something else if I do.
Like selling warheads instead.
Say that again.
Someone from this base is selling projectile parts, Colonel. How and when and where, I don't know. That's very different from black marketing cigarettes and candy from the PX.
Sure, I know that. But you're one jump ahead of me, Mr. Masters. I was about to say that nothing is missing from this base. Everything can be accounted for. I know what's happened. These parts have filtered into France and elsewhere from another source. My boys have a bad name for themselves. We're being made scapegoats.
You think so? I'd like to meet your projectile officer.
Is that necessary?
It's necessary. And I want to speak with Wield.
Okay, I'll lay it on. Wheels a honey, tough as they come. And so anti-U.S., he's fighting the War of Independence all over again, and imagining his side's winning.
Ring him for me, would you?
Will do. You'll be staying at the base. I have quarters for you.
No, we'll move back to London later.
Well, that's my boy, Lee.
Seems like you think this is a waste of time, too, Mr. Bridges.
Wrong, Colonel. I just want to see London town, that's all.
Who is your projectile officer, Colonel?
Major Max Tierson.
I want to see him now. Arrange it, please.
You guys like to get things done, huh? What about after lunch? He's busy now.
I'd like to see him in 10 minutes, Colonel.
You'll forget I'm commanding officer of this base, Mr. Masters.
I haven't forgotten. As such, you have the authority to get him here, fast. Arrange it, please.
What's going on over there? That's what we do every day. Move the rockets out, move them back again. Prime them, elevate, stand by to fire, then remove the essentials. Take the birds back inside, bring them out again.
And what for?
Just to keep our hands in.
If you receive a go signal, what happens?
Oh, we're prepared for that. The rockets are never dismantled en bloc. Half the assembly section is left standing and ready to fly. You see, that half covers the amount we're supposed to have in agreement with the British government.
The other half? The half you play around with?
Well, just a precaution, but don't talk about it, please. If John Bull got to know how many rockets we got standing by, he'd swallow his pipe. That is, if he smokes a pipe. Okay. Anything else you want to see?
You keep inventories of projectile parts?
Well, naturally.
What's missing?
Nothing.
Well, how come this investigation, then?
Well, nothing's missing that's essential. By itself, I mean. Oh, we have the odd part going, frame replacement, wing girdle, parts like that. But each part we've ever missed won't help anyone build a projectile.
The other half is needed.
Well, of course, that's right. So far, nothing big has gone. Say, I don't know why you guys were called in.
If certain parts found their way overseas, they could be duplicated, copied?
Why, sure. But a whole rocket could be duplicated by anyone sitting on that hill over there. Just looking down here with a pair of binoculars. Now, the point is, nothing has gone from this base that merits the fuss the police here are raising.
They seem to think an investigation is merited. So does Gridley, your intelligence officer.
Oh, him. Yeah. He'd ring Washington if he lost his ballpoint. You want to see my inventories?
Please.
Okay, this way.
Yeah, I sure wouldn't like to be on the receiving end of one of those birds, Lee. Just one of them and bam, finish, huh? Major,
Yeah?
who's that civilian over there?
Hang on. Oh, with the colonel. Uh-oh. Oh, that's Wheel, I think. Yeah, it is. I'll take you there first. Knowing him, he'll want to have a look-see at the inventory, too.
He is to be allowed to see what you have, Major.
Now, look here. Okay, if the colonel says so.
He'll say so. Come on, Johnny, quit gawking. You're 5 paces behind us as it is.
Don't smoke, eh?
Occasionally, but not a pipe. And not 3 kings.
How the devil did you know what I smoke?
Easy. We have that brand in the States, too. And you've been digging at that pipe for the last 2 minutes. With matches. You break one in half and scrape. has a small bowl. The pipe.
Right. May I confess something? I hadn't heard of you, but when I heard that you were, well...
Blind.
As you will. Blind. Well, I wondered what the FBI was coming to. I'll take it back.
How far have you got on this?
Oh, not far at all. Frankly, projectile parts have turned up in Europe. They've been traced back to England, and the base concerned. That's all so far. Well, I've not questioned anyone here. It's obvious who the culprit must be. Oh, when the hue and cries died down, I'll move in on him.
Who?
Well, frankly, the police here could have dealt with it themselves, you know. You chaps could have saved yourselves the expense of a trip. It was obvious that...
I've been looking for you, Limey. What do you think you're up to? Seeing my girl, asking her questions, making accusations? Listen, I'm going to punch
Stop
you right
him,
in...
Johnny.
Okay. Thanks, old man. Wasn't necessary. Well, I suppose I'll have to make the rest now. It's a pity. I'd like you to come with me, please, Major Tierson. I'm taking you into custody.
Still think I'm wasting time, Johnny?
Yeah, Lee, I do. Look, Wield has handed Tierson back to us for a court-martial and imprisonment in the States. Okay, he's doing it the easy way. The Major could have found himself on maybe an espionage charge if Wield hadn't intervened on his behalf.
Wield is complacent. Case buttoned up. Show mercy to the guilty. Shove him back to the States.
Morning, gentlemen. You're still anxious to see the Major?
Yeah.
Must say, Kay was a surprise to me, too. A nice guy, Max. Wouldn't think he'd get involved in a thing like this.
He was a prime suspect, though, Colonel.
Yeah, maybe. But a commanding officer gets to know his men quite well. I'd have laid down my life that Max Tierson wouldn't do a thing like this. I mean, why?
Money, obviously.
Must be. That's what Wheels says. Yet I don't believe it.
That's the evidence, Colonel. Lee here doesn't agree with me.
No. Not with Johnny, nor with you, Colonel. Look behind the obvious.
Yeah. Anyway, it's over and done with now. Max will be shipped back to the States after court-martial. Of course, he'll be given the boot. I reckon his life's over, in one respect. You think maybe he'd yell his head off if he were innocent, I mean.
And yell his head off, too, if he were guilty. I would, knowing I'd be sitting in a prison for a good few years. And what's he made out of it? A few measly bucks.
I don't think he made anything, Johnny. I don't think he did it.
You won't get anything out of Tierson. He's clammed up. Like he knows something but won't talk.
Well, I still want to talk to him, Colonel.
Sure, go ahead. I must leave you now, gentlemen. I have a conference. That's Sergeant Wheeler approaching. He'll take you to the Major. Sergeant Wheeler is another of the guys who'll be sorry to see Max go. Anyway, I'll see you.
Oh, I'm sorry I'm late. I'll take you to the Major.
Okay, lead on. What do the men think, Sergeant Wheeler?
Well, they're sorry for the Major, but, well, got what he deserves. Selling projectile parts is no joke. Oh, well, here we are.
Who is it?
Lee Masters.
Hold on. What do you want?
I want to talk to you, Major.
Look, Okay, company's company.
Oh, thank you, Sergeant.
Oh, that's okay, sir. Everything fine, Major?
Yeah, on your way, buddy boy. Well, take a seat, gentlemen.
I'll stand.
Well, at least you're not in a cell. That's something to say for protective custody.
They don't need bars to hold me in. Camp's well guarded. Tomorrow, they'll let me out. For the court-martial.
You, didn't do it, did you, Major?
No, I didn't. Like I told Wheel, the others, and you two. Only I'm tired of saying it now. Watertight case. Access to the projectiles. My girl's evidence. Money, all that jazz. I told Will as well that she lied, but, well, who cares?
You do. Because you know the implications behind this. Small-time black marketing, but dangerous. Two reputations. Britain's, ours.
You think there's an agent behind it, Lee?
No, I don't. Just a guy crazy for money. Maybe something else. Major, I'm not leaving here until you're cleared.
Look, I go on trial tomorrow. Forget it. It's nice of you guys, but don't knock yourselves out. I've always been something of a philosopher. Just leave it be, will you?
I want your permission to talk to Linda Fairsham.
My girl. You can do it without my permission. Why do you ask?
I think Lee's wrong, Major. I'll be frank. I think maybe you are responsible because you don't protest your innocence. If I were innocent and heading for a
Save it, Johnny. Your wife know about Linda, Major?
Seems like nothing's private, huh? Okay, you can't rile me. No, she doesn't know. Luckily, nothing was in the papers, and I can cover when I get back.
Can you? Why don't you want the guilty party caught?
I want him caught, all right, but, well, like I said, I'm a philosopher.
Your girl, your mistress, lie to the police. To wield.
Yeah.
Rumor has it you wanted out from marriage. You wanted to marry Linda.
Yeah, that's all in the past now. Maybe I'm not such a quiet guy after all. Go on, beat it.
Come on, Johnny. You got the address?
How long are we going to sit in this car, Lee, huh?
Until the light in her apartment goes on. I would have spoken to her before, but I wanted to see Tierson first. The light on yet?
No, not yet. I was going to ask you, what makes you think the Major isn't behind it?
A woman lies. Why? To save a man, if she loves him. To sink him, if she doesn't. Major Tierson is a serious man. He doesn't consider divorce lightly. So, he loves Linda, wants to marry her.
He told us that much, Lee.
Okay. She sinks him. Why? Another man. From the base? Well, why not? Friendly with the Major and his mistress. Trusted by the Major, with the woman, and the projectile parts. Frames him, using the woman. Simple.
Like heck, it's simple, Lee. You're gonna... Hey, the light's on now.
Lead me up there, Johnny. Fast.
You have no right to ask me these questions.
Haven't I? Major Tierson will get 5 years inside. He'll be a broken man. But he'll go through with it, for your sake. For what was between you.
I love Max still, but I had to tell the police the truth. I wanted to lie for his sake, but that thin man wheeled something. He made me tell the truth.
Where were you tonight, Miss Fairsham? Celebrating? You smell of brandy.
Why, you... Actually, it's quite funny. I could call the police, you know, and have you thrown out of my flat.
Go ahead and do it.
I will. I promise you. I will.
No, you won't. Because there's no need to, is there? You could throw us out right now if you wanted.
What do you mean?
The room smells of tobacco. You haven't lit a cigarette in how long, Johnny? 20 minutes?
Yeah, Lee, exactly.
So you don't smoke.
I do. Heavily.
Smoking goes with drinking. Goes with being questioned, being nervous, on edge. But you haven't smoked. So?
What are you getting at?
Look,
another thing. You've paced the floor once or twice. Light steps. Women's steps. When we knocked, there were heavier steps. They stopped. Then yours, to the door. I'll tell you what I'm getting at, Linda. I think you framed the Major. Because your new boyfriend was close to being found out. And he didn't want his dollar line cut.
You can't prove...
There is no one here.
And the Major won't voice his suspicions for fear of ridicule. He'd rather take the rap than be laughed at. The girl he loves, two-timing him.
Oh, I've had enough. Get out of here. Get out!
You should have waited, before inviting your new boyfriend back to your apartment. Don't you know no case is ever really closed? Johnny?
Yeah, Lee?
I kind of think the bathroom door's shut, right?
Yeah, you want me to...
Look out, Lee! The light's gone out! Ooh. Lee! Lee, are you all right?
Okay, men. I'll let Masters take over now.
I was assaulted last night by a man who I know ran the black market from your base. The colonel tells me each one of you, Sergeants Wheeler, Felixson, Polensky, Smith, Davis, is a projectile detachment sergeant. Each one of you worked in close liaison with Major Tierson, had almost as much access to the projectile stores. One had more, the Major's girl. Johnny, bring her in.
Okay, Lee.
Hi, Linda. We'll talk to you?
Yes. It told me what would happen if I withheld information.
Who was with you last night?
I can't tell you. I can't.
Okay. Take it easy. I expected as much. Johnny, get each man to hold out his right hand in front of him. Last night, I collected a right-fisted punch. On the fourth finger was a signet ring, square in shape. I felt it. Okay, who has a ring, Johnny?
Only one man on the right hand, Lee, but it's small finger.
Okay, hang on. So whoever it is has taken it off. Any marks on the fourth fingers, Johnny? Sunburn, then white?
No. No, Lee.
Let me feel your hands, each one of you. Felixson? No.
Huh?
Polensky? No. Smith? No. Davis? No. Wheeler? Didn't anyone ever tell you that a ring leaves an indentation, Wheeler? You've got it on the fourth finger of your right hand.
You can't prove it, Masters.
Can't I? Look at Linda. She'll break in time. Won't you, honey?
So ends tonight's Sounds of Darkness, presented for your entertainment by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, makers of world-famous passenger tires, truck and tractor tires for every requirement in South Africa's farming, commerce, and industry. The Sounds of Darkness. The Sounds of Darkness is produced by Sherry van Dyke.
This is the Internet radio service of SpringbokRadio.com.
Enjoy the best of both worlds. Only 2 hours drive from Johannesburg and Pretoria and half an hour by air. The magnificent Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park, just 10 kilometers from the Pilanesberg Game Reserve and Sun City Resort. It offers an exciting escape from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. Reasonable rates, excellent food, friendly service, and comfortable air-conditioned rooms. It will ensure a memorable stay. Activities include tennis, squash, horse riding, the Lion Park, and much, much more. Call now to make a reservation on 014-573-1000. That's 014-573-1000. Or visit their website at www.restinations.co.za/Sundown Ranch. The Sundown Ranch Hotel and Lion Park. 2 worlds in one.
Okay, everyone, stand where they are. Hello. Now, you two get those sacks filled and fast. Now, come on, hurry up. Right, now the rest of you keep very still. Okay, that's it. Right. Now, we just back out towards the doors, real easy like. Yeah, that's it. You'll excuse me. Hey! Get in the cars, quick! Quick, get those sacks in the car. It'll be too late. Get out of the car!
The sounds of darkness. Lee Masters, FBI, who wages relentless war against crime. Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges the sounds of darkness. Sounds of Darkness. Tonight,
Blind Man's Bluff.
Hello, Pasco. This is your last chance. Come clean with us now. You want to see that 20-year term drop to 10, maybe 8? You want to spend the rest of your life in the pen?
What I said 6 months ago still goes. I ain't talking.
Now listen, Pasco, just as closely as you can, and think about what I'm saying. As captain of detectives, I'm authorized to tell you officially, but off the record, that if you cooperate with us, you'll be a free man in 8 years, perhaps less. These things can be arranged, you know.
Free man. That's a laugh.
We want to know who masterminded that bank job 6 months ago. We know it wasn't you. We also know that the one guy who got away with the $200,000 must have hidden out and then taken the dough straight to, well, let's call him Mr. X. Only a big wheel would know how to get rid of bread that size.
You never give up, you guys, do you?
That's it, Pasco. So?
So?
Well, there were 6 of you at the bank, including the driver who got away. 4 were shot to death on the steps of the bank. You were the one who survived, but only just.
And you think that I should be grateful to the prison surgeons for allowing me to live like this? I'll tell you something. I'd rather be dead.
You're a fool, Pasco. Do at least one good thing in your life. Tell us the name of the man who masterminded the job and who obviously has the money now.
I can't hear you, and I'm not talking.
Well, that gunshot wound evidently made you deaf and dumb, too, as well as blind.
Hi, Sam.
Morning, Johnny.
How's my favorite doll this morning, huh?
Well, so-so.
Not so hot, huh?
Well, this is a day to remember.
Oh?
Yeah, you arriving at the office before Lee.
Ah. Hey, Sam, how about some coffee, huh?
Well, I thought we'd maybe wait till Lee gets here, like we
He
always
won't
do.
be coming in this morning, Sam. Maybe not for quite a while.
Huh?
Oh, nothing to worry about. Had to go out in town on a case.
But how come you're not with him?
Well, it's a kind of special job. Didn't need me around. The coffee, Sam.
In a minute, Johnny. Now, look, let's get this straight. Lee's on a special case out of town, right?
So what?
So how come he doesn't need you?
Look, Sam, you've been working for the FBI long enough to know Lee. You could never say that his methods were exactly orthodox.
Johnny Bridges, there's something funny going on here. I'd stake my last nickel on it.
Now, don't give me that feminine intuition bet, huh? Make with the coffee. Dames.
Dames, indeed. Who was it helped Lee when you let yourself get kidnapped on that horse doping deal?
Okay.
And who is it that looks after everything when you and Lee go rushing out like crazy all over the country?
All right already.
And what do I get at the end of the day? A 2-bit subway ride to Dulceville.
Finished.
Not by a long chalk.
Sam, there's only one thing I got to say to you.
What's that?
Go easy on the sugar in the coffee, will you?
Ha, ha. Big joke.
Is this coming in the mail?
No, that envelope.
Yeah.
No, it arrived by special messenger from the registry. It's coded personal for you.
Oh. Yeah. Well, I guess it is too soon to expect results.
Johnny, what are you talking about? Here's a coffee.
Oh, thanks, Sam. I'll give you a bet, Sam. I'll bet Lee isn't getting coffee like this right now.
That's what I always say. Yes, sir, if you're going to serve time, then make sure they send you to a federal penitentiary. Not one of them state pens. Pigsties, some of them are. They don't know how to feed a man. Right. No, sir. I know I've been in a good few.
You know, that guy Gabby talks too much. Already I hate that voice. Lucky we're all blind on this table. At least we can't get sick of each other's faces, too.
Blindness can be an advantage. You'll learn that soon, like the rest of us.
Listen to the philosopher. Say, I don't recognize your voice. You're new around here, I guess, huh?
Pretty new.
What's your name?
Thompson, with a P. Joe Thompson.
Well, I'm Al Pasco.
The Al Pasco? The city bank job?
That's right. But we don't talk about that.
Gee, it was tough luck you're losing your sight like that.
Yeah. How about you? How long have you been blind?
All of 5 years. Blew a safe in an office Miami way. Guy who mixed the soup brewed the stuff too strong. I got a face full of little pieces of cast iron.
And how come you're up here now in a New York pen?
Well, I started into thinking. Thought I'd make some dough, but, make some dough.
Oh, I get it. Counterfeit bills, huh?
Uh-huh.
Say, that must be some trick to pull with no eyes.
It wasn't easy. After a while, you learn to live with it. You'd be surprised, Pasco, at what a blind man can do with practice. In time, you don't even notice it.
Yeah, that sounds kind of encouraging.
Oh, sure. At first, you're bitter and you're not thinking straight. Then you realize that life's got to go on. So you concentrate on your other senses like smell, touch, hearing, you know.
Say, George, do you think that'll happen to me?
Sure it will, Al, if you help it along a little.
Say, you two, what are you doing the fight over? Doing you want your pork and beans? Give it over here. Oh, Gabby will eat it, sure enough.
Oh, why don't you shut up?
Any news today from Lee?
Oh, the usual. Yeah, it's a slow business getting friendly with a guy like Al Pasco.
Yeah, and avoid suspicion at the same time.
Today's note is certainly short and sweet. Just good friends, no dice. And that's it.
Johnny, how does he hope to get the information out of a guy like Pasco? He'd never give a thing like that away to his own mother.
Oh, you may be right, Sam. But this is the only way we could hope to break this Pasco guy down. If anybody can do it, Lee can.
Yeah, but it's such a long shot. Isn't there anything we can do?
Yeah, stop worrying. That's what we can do.
Johnny, I can't stop worrying. Why, if anything happened to Lee,
He means quite a lot to you, doesn't he, Sam?
Well, he means quite a lot to both of us, doesn't he?
Yes, Sam, that's for sure. But that's not what I mean, and you know it.
Let's just agree that he's a very special kind of guy. And leave it at that, shall we?
Sure, Sam. Let's leave it at that.
Okay, you two. Pascal, Thompson, coffee. Hurry up and drink it. Lights out in 10 minutes.
Yeah, good old coffee, just what I need.
Call this coffee muck.
Hey, take it easy, Joe. Don't need to get sore about it.
Sore? I'll show you who's sore. This rotten, lousy cell. Filthy food. Those guards. Ugly bulls, a lot of them. I'll show them.
Hey, save it, Joe. You'll get us both up before the warden on a discipline charge.
So what? I demand my rights. Guard, bring me a decent cup of coffee and hurry up.
Hey, what's going on here? Who's causing this disturbance? Oh, it's you, Thompson. What are you beefing about?
This coffee's a disgrace. Not fit for a pig.
Well, you're the only one with a complaint. Now drink it and fast. I'm shutting off the cell lights in 2 minutes.
Drop dead.
Okay, Thompson, but one more squawk out of you and you'll be up before the warden.
Now sit down, Joe. It's not worth it. What you acting so crazy about a cup of coffee for?
These guys think they can get away with it. I know my rights.
Okay, Thompson, out you come. Now you come on. Harry, Tom, take this guy up to the warden. Wouldn't keep quiet, as well as being insulting, refractory, and generally undisciplined.
I see. All right, officer, wait outside. I'll call you if I need you.
Right, sir.
Phew. For a moment there, I thought he wasn't going to bring me up to you.
Well, we can't rely on stratagems like this too often. This is the third time you've pulled the lousy food gag.
Yeah. I'm running out of new ideas.
Anything new on Pascal?
Slow. Very slow. In fact, too slow.
Tight, huh?
Like a clam. We've talked about everything under the sun. Except what I want to know.
Well, you remember what I told you. People like Pascal don't reveal their secrets even to a friend of a lifetime.
He thinks I'm the cat's whiskers. That I know. We're great pals. Yeah, we've even discussed what we're going to do when we get out of here. He's even... got it.
Well, what is it, Lee?
It's the only way. Yeah, it has to be. But it'll need the cooperation of you and your entire personnel.
So what did the warden say this time, Joe?
The usual McGilla. Seems I gotta learn to adapt to my surroundings. Adapt? Hogwash.
Now, look, Joe, it ain't none of my business if you want to get in bad with everyone here, but if you don't play it cool, you're never going to get out of here.
Oh? Is that so? Listen, I'll be out of this dump faster than I came in. That's for sure.
You got something on your mind, Joe?
Plenty.
A break, maybe?
What's it to you?
Well, you and me, we're buddies, ain't we? Anything you plan, I want in.
How do I know I can trust you?
Listen, Joe, I got friends on the outside. One particular friend, anyway. That bank job, remember? He's holding my share of the dough for me. With that kind of a Zuma, the world's a small place.
And, who is this guy, this friend?
I ain't saying. But if you'll let me on in your break, I'll take you to him afterwards. He's a big wheel, I'll tell you that. Schemed up the whole works on that bank raid.
The brain, huh?
That's right. They've been trying like crazy to get me to sing. For the last 6 months they've been trying. But I held out on them all the time, figuring I'd get a chance to break. Then I could go to, my friend with a clean nose, see?
So what's in it for me?
I got $50,000 coming to me. Your share's half, okay?
Good. Now I got it all fixed. My information is that precisely 11:43 every night, the guard on the west wall changes watch. Now, between him going off duty and the new guard coming on, there's approximately 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
It's enough.
Yeah, Joe, but look...
Shut up and listen. Now, just before that time, say 2 minutes before, we'll be at the exit leading to the west wall. There's only one guard on duty there. He doesn't change his watch, but he gets mighty sleepy around that time. Shouldn't be too difficult to grab him through the bars from behind.
The arms round the throat, huh?
Right. We take his keys, let ourselves out, then get ready to run to the wall at exactly the same time as the guard changes duty. Now, simultaneous with us reaching the wall, my contact outside will be waiting with a car. He'll drop a knotted rope over to the inside. Then it's up to us. It's about a 15-foot drop the other side. Think you can make it?
Well, I don't know, Joe. I'm still not used to being without sight.
Well, I am. I've been blind a long time, remember. Hang on to me and it's a cinch. I know this joint like Braille.
We made it.
So where to, Joe?
Is this the guy you told me about?
Yeah, Pete. Tell him the address of this friend of yours.
Sure. 1152 Park Towers, East 49th Street.
I know it. Good. Drop us there, Pete, and then blow. I'll see you later. Usual place.
Okay, Joe.
Yeah? What do you... Pascal. What is this?
Quick, let us in, Schulte.
Well, sure. What happened, Pascal? How's this?
It's okay. Everything went like clockwork. This is Joe Thompson. He planned the break.
Break?
That's right.
But you might have been followed.
Nah, not a chance. I told you it was smooth. Well, what's the matter? Ain't you glad to see me?
Huh? Oh, sure, yeah. You don't know how glad, huh? Who did you say this was?
Joe Thompson. That's how we got to be buddies. Both of us blind, see?
Uh-huh. Well, glad to know you, Joe. Any friend of Al's is a friend of mine.
Hi, Mr. Schulte. It's good to have friends.
Yeah. Say, haven't I seen you around somewhere before?
Possible, but not very likely. I usually work down south. I came up here on a job only a few months ago.
And that's where you got picked up, huh?
Right.
That's tough luck, Joe.
Schulte, the thing on my mind right now is...
That's all right. Well, don't worry about that. It's safely hidden just as it was the day I got it, huh?
That's good, Schulte, because we're going to be needing it pretty soon.
Oh, sure, later. Now, how about a drink, huh?
Now,
huh?
The money.
Oh, well, you sure are in a hurry, aren't you?
Joe mere figuring on skipping the country. So, where is it?
Oh, not here. If you like, I'll drive you to where it is, but... Joe, no hard feelings. You better stay here. After all, I've only just met you, and, well, can't afford to take chances. You understand, huh?
Yeah, that's okay with me. Just make sure Pasco gets back here with my share.
Don't worry about that, Joe. Without you, I wouldn't be here.
And you better remember that.
Okay, Schulte. Shall we go?
Shouldn't be long now. If I had my way, we'd go right in there now and net the two of them.
You know Lee, Captain Webb. He wants to follow this thing right through and recover the money, too.
Yeah. If you ask me, that's tempting. What?
Here comes someone now.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's Pasco with the other guy. That must be the gentleman we want.
Get in the car.
But where's Lee?
Let them go first. I'll have car number 2 follow them. Then we'll go in after Lee.
Okay.
Calling car number 2. Car number 2. Follow black sedan. Registration number 781376. Keep your distance. I repeat, keep your distance.
There goes Pasco's car now, Captain.
Yeah. We'll wait just a few seconds, then go into the apartment.
All right. Hey, there's someone else coming out of the block. Yeah, it's Lee.
Yeah.
Lee! Lee!
Okay, Johnny. I'm all right.
Quick, get in the car, Lee. Pasco and his friend left just a few seconds ago.
Glad to see you, Lee.
Hi, Captain. I'll tell you the name of Pasco's playmate as we go. Step on it, Johnny.
I can just see the taillights of the car following Pasco.
Good. Now, don't get too close, Johnny.
Hey, what's the name of the big boy?
Schulte. I think it's Alex Schulte. I seem to remember the name from way back. He's a pretty shrewd operator.
Schulte? Nope, that doesn't mean a thing to me.
Nor me.
For a moment, back there in the apartment, I thought he was going to remember me from someplace. He mentioned the fact, but luckily it passed.
Well, let's hope it stays that way. At least until after we nail him.
Where are they going, Lee?
Pasco wants his share of the money from the bank raid. Schulte's taking him where it's hidden. Mind you, I didn't like the sound of Schulte's voice when Pasco reminded him of it. I got a feeling that Pasco's going to get more than his share.
Well, here we are, Al.
Yeah, but where?
Of course. I forgot. You cannot see. We're in the little wood, Al. You know, trees.
Trees?
That's right.
You mean... you mean the money's among the trees, Schulte?
As a matter of fact, in a tree.
Oh,
Al.
I get it, then. In a hollow.
You got some fast, Al. That's what I've always liked about you.
In a tree. Very neat, Schulte. Very neat indeed.
I kind of like it, too.
Yeah. Well, if you let me have my share, and then we can go back.
You stupid fool, Pascal. You think I'm stupid, too, huh? I know what your game is.
Game?
Suddenly you turn up like a bad penny out of the blue. Give me my share, Schulte, you say, so I can get out of the country, huh? What do you think? I just come over in the boat? You want to chicken out, sure. But I know why. Because you squeal on me, didn't you?
No, you got it all wrong.
Have I? I don't think so. You bring this other blind guy... Hey, now I remember where I see this creep before, yeah.
What you mean?
Joe Thompson, huh? Joe Thompson! In a pig's eyes, Joe Thompson.
Who is it, Schulte? Who is it?
It's Lee Masters, sucker!
No, it can't be. He's my friend. He helped me to make the break, and I... No.
You got the jackpot.
Give me what's due to me, and let me get out of here.
Okay, Pascal. Here it is.
Hold it, Schulte.
What?
You were right, Schulte.
Huh?
It is Lee Masters, and we're both in the dark.
You won't get me, I swear it.
You haven't got a chance, Schulte. We're all around you. Okay, headlights on.
No.
Drop your gun.
No.
Drop it.
He shot himself.
Happened so quickly we couldn't do a thing.
Okay. Well, maybe the best thing for both of them. You better set your men recovering the money, Captain. Must be pretty near here.
Well, that's that, huh?
Yeah.
Well, what's up, Lee? You don't sound happy about it.
No, it's nothing. It's just that... sometimes I think I'll quit the FBI. Gets a little too rough.
You have been listening to The Sounds of Darkness. Join the world of Lee Masters, the blind detective, next Tuesday and every Tuesday night at 7:30 in The Sounds of Darkness. The Sounds of Darkness is produced by Gerry van Beek.
Oh, there it is, darling. Anyway, how was the theater tonight?
Oh, okay, I guess.
Only okay.
Well, you know, I would have enjoyed it much more if you'd been able to come.
Yeah, I know, Julie, but, well, that's how it is. Maybe another time, huh?
Sometimes I wish that my husband wasn't Undersecretary for Foreign Affairs and paid more attention to domestic affairs.
Well, it's not that I don't want to. It's simply that I have no time. But I love you all the same.
Kiss me and prove it. Coming to bed, darling?
Oh, not just yet. You go ahead. I've got a few minutes reading to catch up on.
Okay, honey. But not too long, huh?
Right. Hey, it's gone. It can't. Julie! Julie!
The Sounds of Darkness. Lee Masters, FBI, who wages relentless war against crime. Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges the sounds of darkness.
You'll never know with women.
Say, what is this, Lee? What's the big deal, huh? Everything's nice and quiet for a few days, then pow, suddenly you act as though the world's coming to an end.
Could happen, Johnny.
Huh? But it's 3 o'clock in the morning. What's so important?
I'll tell you if you quit beefing.
I'm sorry, Lee. It's just that around this time I get to feeling a little hungry and...
Only around this time?
At this time in the morning, I'm laughing, but only for you.
Oh, Johnny, listen. You may think you've had to observe strict secrecy on other cases, but they were child's play compared to this one.
So what gives?
Well, I don't know much myself. Everything's so hush. Even Harris knows only the barest details. There's a document missing, either mislaid or stolen. Probably stolen.
And we've got to find it at 3 o'clock in the morning?
That's right. Apparently, this one piece of paper is so important and valuable that if it gets into the wrong hands, well, Third World War.
Wow. If this piece of paper is so loaded, how come it went missing? I mean, who'd be stupid enough to lose it?
Not necessarily stupid, Johnny. Could be plain bad luck. After all, I wouldn't call Edwin Strang stupid.
Well, I guess not, since you... Say, is he the guy who lost it?
Mm-hmm.
Is that this address you gave me?
Yeah.
The undersecretary for something or other?
Foreign Affairs.
Yeah, we sure mix with the best people, don't we? We might even get to have breakfast in the White House yet.
Keep driving, Johnny boy.
Well, there it is, Mr. Masters. It just vanished. I can't understand it.
What was this document, Mr. Strang?
No, that I dare not divulge.
Why not?
Because it's... Look, Mr. Masters, is it really vital that you know?
It helps if I know what I'm looking for.
Yeah. Oh, well, whatever I tell you two gentlemen, I want you to understand that it must never go beyond these 4 walls.
You know, both Mr. Bridges and I understand that.
Okay. Well, this document was in the form of a letter. Now, you understand the difficult situation in the Middle East at the moment. You'll appreciate that the balance of power between the Soviet bloc and the West is very delicately maintained by 2 or 3 small, so-called unaligned nations.
Playing one off against the other, huh?
Yeah, in simple terms, yeah. Well, the slightest shift of allegiance, even by a tiny, seemingly unimportant state, could upset the equilibrium, give one side or the other a decisive advantage. Potentially explosive, whichever way you look at it.
And this letter is involved in some way?
More than that. This letter was received by me 3 days ago. It was addressed to me personally.
Who was it from?
Well, now I come to the crux of the matter. It was from the leader of one of these small states. A key state, I might add. It was a very unusual letter, Mr. Masters.
Oh?
It was obviously written in haste and on impulse, in his own hand. It was a frightening and revealing letter. Because it showed me that a foreign government with whom I believe the United States could advantageously negotiate would and could, under the personal influence of this one man, betray our interests entirely in that part of the world. A move like that would definitely and profoundly affect the whole world.
So if it got into the wrong hands, this letter could blow us all up.
Exactly.
But, Lee, how can we possibly find this letter? It could be out of the country by now. Maybe in the Soviet embassy.
Oh, that's true. We can only work on the assumption that whoever stole it still got it. Some of these guys sell to the highest bidder. That could take time.
Yeah, so what are we going to do, Mr. Masters? You know that if it's not recovered, the effect on me personally will be disastrous.
What time did you actually discover the loss?
Oh, it was around 10 minutes before midnight. My wife had been to the theater with some friends. She arrived back about 11.
And what were you doing?
Well, I got home late after conference. My wife had already gone. I went up to my dressing room, had a shower, changed, came down to dinner. I dined alone.
Where was the briefcase, Mr. Strang?
Oh, it was in the closet in the dressing room.
Was the closet locked?
Not only the closet, but the room, too.
So, altogether, you were away from your dressing room approximately 2.5 hours, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
How many servants have you, Mr. Strang?
Just the two, general maid and a manservant, Peters, but they're both trustworthy, been in my employ a long time. Besides, if the room's locked, they can't get in. I don't give them a key.
So only you have a key to the dressing room and closet, huh?
No, and my wife, of course.
But she was at the theater.
Yeah, that's right.
So the letter was taken in the 2.5 hours that both you and your wife were not in the room.
And by someone who knew it was there.
Mr. Strang, is there a copy of this letter?
Oh, we always photostat documents of importance, of course, for filing purposes.
Uh-huh.
But the missing letter is the original?
Yeah, that is so.
Yeah, well, that's about all for the moment, Mr. Strang.
Well, what are you going to do?
Get that letter.
Looking for a needle in a haystack, Lee. How do we know where to start?
Well, there's one avenue open to us.
Oh, what's that?
Well, this kind of job, Johnny, is typical of the modus operandi of two separate characters who do this strictly for cash.
You mean you know these two guys?
Well, they're on our index. Multiple agents who sell choice morsels of information to whoever's prepared to pay the most. Everybody's friends, including ours and the CIA. That's how they manage to keep alive.
So what are their names?
Adam Clayton, British. Melvin Soames, known as Playboy Soames, United States citizen.
Melvin Soames. Yeah, I remember, 1961, the model in the bat scandal.
I knew you'd remember that particular case.
Well, who could forget it?
Anyway, we got no time to lose, Johnny. I know it's a shot in the dark, but I think a call on Mr. Soames may prove useful.
And the other guy, Clayton?
Out of the country at the moment.
Well, it's still only 5:30. I guess we can grab some breakfast then.
Pretty hungry, huh, Johnny?
No. My stomach's only yawning like the Grand Canyon.
Well, then, think how much more satisfying it'll be when we have breakfast after we've called on Mr. Soames.
Yeah, like hitting your head up against the wall because it's so nice when you stop.
Okay. Stop at the first pizza stall.
Yeah, just by the merest chance, I see one right now. Morning. 4 pizzas, please.
4? You having a party?
Yeah, me and my friend. 1 for me and 3 for him.
Okay, Mr. 4, coming on.
And make it snappy, will you? We got a lot of... Hey, what's this? Hey, boy, give me one of those papers.
Yeah.
You are. Wow. I better get back to Lee.
Hey, mister, don't you want your pizza?
Lee.
What is it, Johnny?
You were going to interrogate Melvin Soames?
Why?
Nothing, except that somebody rubbed him out a few hours ago.
What?
Found stabbed to death in his apartment.
Yeah, that's right. If you would, please, Lieutenant. He'll be over in 30 minutes. Right. Bye. Well, everything's okay, Lee. Lieutenant Anderson's in charge of the case.
Oh, Andy.
And he's promised to leave everything as it is at Soames's apartment till you get there.
Yeah, what I still don't understand is why we're bothering with the dead guy. Surely Soames rubbed out equals Soames in the clear. We've got to start looking somewhere else, haven't we?
You mean to tell me, Johnny, that an important letter is stolen from the briefcase of Edwin Strang, and a few hours later, our most likely suspect, Melvin Soames, is erased? All this is coincidence?
So, there's a definite connection?
Well, nothing's definite yet. But it's a very interesting starting off point for us.
Want a cup of coffee, you two?
Do we want a cup of coffee? I'm dying.
Well, you look in pretty good shape for someone who's dying.
Look, hurry, Sam. We've got to get moving.
2 strong cups of coffee coming up.
But, won't the cops know all about this business of the missing letter?
No, Johnny. Only we know of the 2 incidents, the letter and the murder. They only know about the murder.
And you see a connection between the two?
There's got to be. Yeah.
There's a Mrs. Julie Strang to see you, Lee.
Edwin Strang's wife?
I guess so.
Right. Have her come in.
Well, what does she want?
Well, we'll soon know.
Mr. Masters?
Yeah, that's right. Mrs. Strang, come in, please. Take a seat.
Thank you.
This is Johnny Bridges, my assistant.
Hello.
Well, what can I do for you?
Mr. Masters, you investigating something about a missing letter from my husband's briefcase?
Has he told you that we are?
Yes.
Then I can't deny it.
Well, first of all, Mr. Masters, I must ask you not to tell my husband when I've come to see you.
Why?
I can't explain that.
Why are you here, Mrs. Strang?
Well, this document, whatever it is pretty important, isn't it? I mean, the fact that it's missing could have terrible repercussions for my husband.
For the world, if it's not found soon.
Oh, then I think it's important that I share my husband's predicament and know what was in that letter.
Mrs. Strang, surely you understand that you're asking the impossible. If your husband wanted you to know, he himself would have told you. I can't.
Oh.
Why is it so important that you know the contents of the letter, Mrs. Strang?
I've told you I love my husband deeply. I must know how much he's involved and how much is at stake. Well, that's what a wife's for, isn't it?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Strang, but I can't take this conversation any further.
I see. Oh, well, I suppose you're only doing your duty. At least promise me that you won't tell my husband I called.
Well, I'll try, Mrs. Strang, but in this business we don't make promises of any kind.
Very well. I'm sorry to have wasted your time, Mr. Masters.
Not at all, Mrs. Strang. Mr. Bridges will show you out.
Just through here, Mrs. Strang.
Goodbye, Mr. Masters.
Mrs. Strang. Hello, Andy. Everything exactly as it was?
Yeah, I haven't touched a thing. Camera boys have been down. We've taken certain fingerprints, that's all. Body's been removed.
Okay. What happened?
Oh, yeah. Well, it's pretty ritzy, this room. Soames was stretched out on the sofa. It's a big sofa. Lying on his back with an Indian or an African-type dagger through his chest. Curved, you know, like a saber. Obviously, the weapon was snatched from the wall since there's quite a few hanging up there. In groups of 3, huh? Except that one group only has 2 plus a space where this one should have been.
Any suspects, Andy?
Yeah, well, we've arrested Soames's manservant, Jenkins, but it's purely circumstantial.
Oh, face-saving, huh?
Yeah, that's about it, Lee. And he's sure to be released, nothing to hold him.
Anything else?
Oh, funny you should ask that. There is something, well, kind of screwy.
I'm listening.
Well, you know, Lee, that after a killing, nothing is moved. Officer left on duty day and night.
So,
Soames is lying on his back with the dagger deep in his chest. The blood was pretty profuse, as in all killings with a knife. It pumped out of him by the quart and spread quickly onto the cushion underneath him.
So what are you driving at, Andy?
Johnny, come over here to the body, will you?
Sure.
See what I mean, Johnny?
Hey, what is this? I don't get it.
What, Johnny?
Lee, The blood from the body soaked through the cushions he's lying on. But underneath the cushion, there's no trace of blood.
Now, let's get this straight. The cushion absorbed the blood so that it soaked right through. It came out the other side of the cushion. So there's a stain on top and underneath that cushion.
Yeah, but the part of the sofa directly under the cushion Soames is lying on is as clean as a whistle.
Mm-hmm. I knew that would interest you. Well, there's another cushion on that sofa. That's clean, of course. However, under that one is a mark of blood corresponding to the first stain.
So the cushions have been changed round.
With due respect, Lee, we don't need you to tell us that.
So now all you want to know is who and why.
Right.
Andy, has the officer outside in the hall been on duty without a break?
Johnson? Yeah, why?
If you'll take my advice, Andy, you'll interrogate him closely. Now, take him into one of the other rooms. Ask him who he allowed in here earlier this morning.
You mean Johnson? Yeah, you may be right, Lee. I'll go and see him right now.
Mm-hmm. Quick, Johnny. Over to the sofa.
Oh, what are you going to do?
Quickly. Don't ask questions now.
Okay.
I'll be as fast as I can.
Wow. A secret compartment just in the back of the cushions.
That figures. That also figures. It's gone.
And they'll be back soon.
Okay, just a second. Right, Johnny. Just in time, too. I can hear Andy coming back.
All right, Johnson, come on. In here.
Yes, sir.
Well, you were right, Lee. Go on, tell Mr. Masters, Johnson.
Gee, I'm sorry. I guess I...
What happened?
Well, a dame comes to the door this morning just before Lieutenant Anderson arrives, see? Seems she came to the wrong apartment. She really wanted, like, next door.
Carry on, Johnson. Come on.
Yes, sir. She seemed very friendly, this dame, see? Like, cute, too, you know. Said I reminded her of Jack Lemmon.
Yeah, Lemon is right. Get on with it, Johnson.
Yeah. So she wants to see where the murder was committed, see? She said she just read the papers. Well, she was pretty educated and nice-spoken, so I sees no harm in letting her have a peep, see? So, like, in she comes. But when she sees the blood, she drops, pow, in a dead faint like that. Well, I guess I can sort of lost my head, and I ran out to the elevator to call for help.
And when you got back, she was gone?
That's right, sir.
Okay, Johnson. Luckily for you, nothing was missing. I'll ignore this breach of conduct with a caution this time. You've just been plain stupid, that's all.
Before you go, Johnson, do you know this woman's name?
No, sir. I never laid eyes on her before.
Okay, thanks, Johnson.
All right, Johnson, get out of here.
Yes, sir.
Just one more thing.
Yes, sir.
How was this lady dressed, and what did she look like?
Well, I suppose you might say she was very well dressed. Light brown overcoat, good cut, well-tailored, hair done real nice, you know, and she was kind of cute, too.
Uh-huh. Okay, Johnson.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, boy. Some mothers do have them.
What are we doing back here at Strang's place, Lee?
Patience, Johnny, patience. Ring the bell.
I'm completely in the dark.
Well, not for long, I hope.
It's the Masters.
Good morning, Mrs. Strang. May we come in?
Why, yes. Please do. Mr. Masters, I thought you were a gentleman. You promised that you would keep my calling on you a secret. And now you come here and prove to everybody that you know me.
First of all, Mrs. Strang, I didn't promise anything, if you remember. And secondly, I have no alternative but to come and see you. I have, after all, been asked to recover the missing letter.
Well, then why come here?
Because, Mrs. Strang, you have that letter. And I must ask you to give it to me immediately.
I beg your pardon.
The letter, please, Mrs. Strang.
Oh, you must be mad.
Look, I'm trying to avoid embarrassment on everyone's part. You're not helping any. Give me the letter, and discretion can be used. Fight me, and the whole matter will be blown wide open.
Well, Mrs. Strang, I'm waiting.
How much do you know?
I know of your visit to Melvin Soames. I know also that you delivered the letter to him and that you tricked your way back into the room after Soames's death.
No.
And I know that you took the letter back from the secret compartment in the sofa, but you put the cushions back in the wrong places.
No.
Mrs. Strang, don't you think it's about time you face the facts?
Oh, don't tell my husband, please, Mr. Masters. That's all I ask. Don't tell him. I love him. I love him.
Where's the letter?
It's here. In the room. In my desk. Here.
Thank you, Mrs. Strang. Give it to Mr. Bridges.
I suppose you'd better hear everything.
You can say that again.
We're listening.
You must understand that whatever I did because I love my husband dearly.
I believe you.
Sometime before I married Edwin, I had a schoolgirl, infatuation. It was nothing. Although at the time it meant everything to me. I wrote a letter, a passionate letter to the man concerned. And then in time, I forgot about the man and the letter and married Edwin. The next I knew was that the letter got into the hands of Melvin Soames.
And he tried to blackmail you by threatening to show it to your husband, huh?
Yes. Edwin is a very jealous man, Mr. Masters. It would have hurt him deeply to know of such a thing. Anyway, Soames contacted me and said he would exchange the letter for a certain document, which I would find in my husband's papers.
Yeah, but how did Soames know of the existence of the document?
Probably from somebody working in the photostat department. Go on, Mrs. Strang.
Well, as you know, I have a key to the dressing room and to the closet in the room. I pretended I had to go to the theater. I knew Edwin would be dining alone. I waited till I was sure the room was empty. Then I let myself in the back way, went into the dressing room, unlocked the closet, saw the briefcase, and took the letter Soames had described to me.
Then you went to see Soames?
Yes. He gave me my letter in exchange for the other one. He then went over to the sofa, and I saw where he hid it.
Yeah. Later on, when you read about Soames's death, you realized what terrible consequences could come out of this. So you went back to Soames's flat and faked your way in, took the letter, and got out fast.
Yes.
You were very lucky that the letter was still there and that the murderer didn't find it.
Who was it killed Soames, then?
That I don't know, Johnny. But no doubt Andy'll solve that problem. We've solved ours.
Oh, Mr. Masters, any news? I'm worried sick.
Your worries are over, Mr. Strang.
Huh? You mean you found the letter?
Give it to him, Johnny.
Here you are, Mr. Strang.
But I just don't believe it. I can't be. I don't know what to say. Well, how'd you get it? Where was it?
It's a long story, Mr. Strang. But I'm not going to tell you. After all, even the FBI has its little secrets, too.
Well, all I can say is you don't know how good I feel right now. Thank you, Mr. Masters. How about that, Julie? Isn't that wonderful?
Wonderful. May I also add my thanks, Mr. Masters, for everything?
Not at all, Mrs. Strang.
You have been listening to The Sounds of Darkness. Join the world of Lee Masters, the blind detective, next Tuesday and every Tuesday night at 7:30 in The Sounds of Darkness. The Sounds of Darkness is produced by Sherry van Beek.
It was nothing. A starving dog or a cat. Of course. No human will try to cross the wall now. Yeah, Schmidt here.
Schmidt? Yes.
Yep.
You have read the directives sent to all guard posts at the wall?
Yep.
Well, keep your eyes open. It is believed the Americans may try the diversion. Expect.
There's nothing, Colonel Yassin.
That's the lady.
Vera!
The sounds of darkness. Lee Masters, FBI, who wages relentless war against crime. Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges the sounds of darkness.
Just a bunch of nuts, that's all.
You think so?
Look, there's a new Nazi-type political party in West Germany, but they're being watched. They've brought up a few of the old antagonisms, but they're being watched. And the same kind of guys here in the States, like I said, a bunch of nuts. Beefy guys with armbands. Hitler salutes jackboots.
They're being watched. Yeah, I know. But Pedersen was beaten up. He squealed.
Yeah, but what did he squeal on, Lee? You're not telling me anything I don't know, Lee. And I know these guys are for nothing. So they want to rule the world. Oh, 20 of them. Here in America? Oh, Lee, please.
Johnny, don't try whiskey sours again. They tax your brain.
Look, I only had a couple last night.
You're not thinking clearly.
You asked my opinion, Lee, and I gave it. Whiskey sours, hangover and all.
Pedersen squealed. You read the police report, as I did. Something big's coming, Johnny.
Oh, yeah, sure. Such as what? Another night of the long knives in Manhattan?
Yeah, Lee.
Sam, bring Johnny a pick-me-up, will you? Something strong. He needs it.
Oh, now, Lee, hang on.
Make it double strength, Sam. Coffee, too. Black.
Okay, Lee. Will do.
What for? You treat me like a kid, Lee?
I feel like making you think, Johnny, that's all.
So, I'm thinking, and it hurts.
Exactly. Read the morning paper?
Yeah, sort of.
Sam gave me the gist of it, Johnny. Read out to me the bit about the Berlin Wall last night.
Yeah, hang on. Yeah, here it is. Series of well-timed attacks on border posts last night. No official statement from East Berlin of injuries or deaths, but 10, 15 men killed, says West Berlin's mayor. Evidence left at scene indicates American intervention.
Yeah, read on.
Diplomatic notes passing between Moscow and Washington. East Berlin guards doubled. Would shoot at anything. Tension. Third World War. Yeah, looks bad. Yeah, but there's always trouble there, Lee.
Sure, yeah. Men and women and children fleeing from the east to the west. Harrowing stories, bullets in the back. But not until now. American intervention.
You know and I know that we had nothing to do with it.
Sure. But Moscow?
They know it, too. It's nothing.
Pedersen says it's something.
Pedersen's here in New York? The Nazi Party?
Mm-hmm.
American money to Berlin. Tie up with the new Social Democrats there. They bust up on the border guard.
I've brought in the necessary, Lee.
Forget it, Sam. Johnny's thinking.
All on his own?
All on his own. Okay, put him down, Sam.
Okay.
Tie up with the West Berlin and our troops there. Not Third World War, but fighting in Berlin local.
Keep at it.
Yeah. Oh, I can't. These whiskey sours.
Well, you've done all right. I'll just add to it. The Nazi party in Berlin steps in. Confusion, new mayor elected. Nazi. America threatens Russia with full-scale war. Russia withdraws East Berlin armed forces. What's left?
The new Social Democratic Party in power in West Berlin. From there, a new militant West Germany.
You've been snitching that black coffee, Sam.
You want to talk to Lester Ames again, Lee?
Who's he?
Only our new boss, Johnny, that's all.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. Well, what do we do now?
You go down to Captain Richardson, get Pedersen sprung, bring him here. I want to talk to him.
Will do.
Come on, move it, Johnny, move it.
Okay. big hail.
That wasn't funny, Johnny.
No, I guess it wasn't. Boo-Boo Bridges, they call me.
That guy. Some coffee, Lee?
Yeah.
Lee, this so-called Nazi party, is it really big here?
No, but one man in it is big. I don't know him. I must find out who he is. Routine calls at the party headquarters reveal nothing. Or maybe Pedersen will tell me. So far, he's told of something big, but no names. I want names. One name and one man.
Hunch, Lee?
Nazi ideology was based on serving the boss, Hitler. American Nazis serve a boss. They must do. They like saluting.
And you're going to find him?
Yes, Sam. Gonna find him. Before there's any more nonsense in Berlin.
I know.
Obedience is the only law in life. Without obedience and without discipline, there's no control.
Yes, Father.
Dale, my child, you do not understand me, huh? I'm not the usual American parent giving in all the time, huh?
I don't mind, Dad. I just wish you weren't going away, that's all.
It will not be for long. Then I'll come back. But, business, not that you will understand the business. Huh?
When do you go?
In the morning. It's now decided.
You know, can I say something?
Of course.
I wish I could see you more often.
Yeah. I wish we could be together more often. But the school is away from here, and my business is here. Without my business, we will be starving. Understand me?
Yes, I understand, Father.
A few moments ago, it was bad. Make it bad, huh?
All right, Dad.
And you will stay as the Connaughts. But from you I must have obedience. You read things. Tomorrow, the day after, they will not be true. Discipline yourself to believe they are not true. When I return, I shall explain everything.
What kind of thing?
You will read, but they will not be true.
I wish I knew more
In
about
time, Dale, you will understand everything. And you will realize what I am doing is for the good of you, of me, and perhaps of the whole world.
Who's the boss? Oh, sorry, the Fuhrer.
Well, it doesn't matter. I told you where we meet. I told you everything.
Who's the boss?
I don't know who he is. All I know is that something's cooking. Something big. Now, can I go, please?
No.
I've done nothing illegal. The American Nazi Party is not illegal.
Well, let's just say we need you around. All right, you don't know the Fuhrer, the American head of the party. But your whole system is based on the Nazi system.
Yeah, I told you that.
Well, tell me again.
Oh, yeah, it's the same. We've got the SR, the SA, and the SS.
The Schutzstaffel.
Yeah.
Himmler commanded that in Germany.
Yeah, both sections, the SS and the Waffen-SS, that's the military wing.
Gestapo?
Oh, in time they'll have that, yeah.
They?
Yeah, I want out now. I believe in them, but I got beaten up. You know why? My uniform wasn't clean, and they said I was insolent, and they beat me up.
And they beat you up. Oh, this is unbelievable. In modern-day America, that this should happen.
Pedersen, you're in love with a girl called Dale. Well, what connection with the party?
I don't know. Dale Eggert's her name. I never met her, Father.
You sure?
Yeah, sure, I'm sure. Okay, I can talk about the divisions in the party, the various groups, but no more. And I want to get out of this.
After yourself, Dale.
I shall. See you soon, I hope.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Connaught.
Yeah, okay. Bye-bye.
I will pick her up when I finish the business trip, huh? Now to contact my Sturmbannführer and arrange the eclipse of Walter Egert.
We may need Pedersen again sometime. That's obvious. You know what time it is, Lee?
About 9:30.
You're wrong. A whole 5 minutes wrong. You're slipping.
Sam, you run me home? Got some thinking to do.
Yes, surely.
Take it, Johnny.
Okay. Bridges. Yeah? Oh, yes, sir. Lee, it's the boss, eh? Yeah, sure, sir. Uh-huh. Yeah, I'll tell him. What's the name again? Eggert. Yeah, okay, sir. You don't want to talk to him yourself? Okay, ciao. Thanks, sir.
Eggert is dead.
Yeah, shot himself. Who is he anyway?
Eggert? He was a Nazi. Cleared by the military tribunals after the war. Settled here. So he's dead. Pedersen and Dale Eggert. Well, this much we know. Now, old man Eggert dies. Why?
Don't ask me, Lee.
I'll tell you, Johnny. Dead men don't travel. They stay 6 feet under. Unless they're visiting Germany. Tonight, London, then Frankfurt, and across.
You really reckon it's as big as you say, Lee?
Been at the whiskey sours again?
Oh, come off it. You know I haven't. And I had a reason to get stinko. My mom's moved in.
All good FBI agents are supposed to love their mothers.
They do, from a distance. Oh, heck, I'm only kidding. But lay off the gags, will you, huh?
Go next door. Find out how Sam's doing with Dale Eggert.
Okay, Lee.
Now, look, honey, it's...
Doing all right, Sam?
Yeah, I think so. Come on, honey.
Please, I don't want to answer any more questions.
There may not be any more. Now, come through to Mr. Masters, please.
Oh, all right, but can I go home soon?
Oh, we'll look after you, don't worry.
Hello, Dale. I'm Lee Masters.
Hi. Oh, can I please...
Sorry about the interrogation. Please sit down, please. All right, Johnny. You know what to do.
Okay, Lee.
Sit down, Sam. Chairs to the left of you.
Yes.
Why do you have metal tips to your high heels?
Sexy. Bad for hangovers, though.
Okay, Sam.
She doesn't know where her father is. She says he's away on business.
He is. I know he is.
And she knows he's not dead.
But he is. He was killed outside her house. After I left with a convict. The police rang me and told me.
He wasn't killed, Dale. You know he wasn't. He told you not to believe what the papers would say, right?
I don't know.
Why was Pedersen beaten up? Because he's in love with you? Because you're Walter Eggert's daughter? A no brown shirt is allowed to mix with the Fuhrer? Commoner and aristocrat kind of thing, you know?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I believe you don't know where your father is. I believe you don't know what he is. Head of the American Nazi Party.
That's not true.
All I want from you is this admission. That before he left, he demanded from you complete obedience. And he instructed you not to believe what the papers said. His death, right?
Please let me go home. My father's dead.
He is not dead. You know he's not.
Johnny?
Yeah?
Bring him in.
Hey, Dale!
Yeah. Your girlfriend. Know why you were beaten up, Pedersen? Because you fell in love with her.
Nick.
No, but...
Nick, you don't know where he is, do you? The police said he was killed and they showed me a body.
Okay. You don't know enough to help us, Dale. I thought you might have been more in it. At least he's in it, Pedersen. A blue-eyed American would-be Nazi.
I told you I'd left the party.
Do you know your father's history, Dale?
Yes. No, He comes from Germany. I'm half German. My mother died 4 years ago.
Yeah, she was American.
What you guys got Dale in here for?
Easy, buddy. I can break your arm if I have to.
Your father is not dead, Dale. He was known as Walter Meglund. He was a Nazi. A member of the Sicherheitsdienst, Heydrich's mob. After the war, he was taken to court, faced trial, and was freed. How, I don't know. Faked evidence, maybe. He came here to the States, was cleared, settled, Married your mother, you were born. I think he's the head of the Nazi party here. I think he's on his way to Berlin now to foment trouble.
I don't know. I'd never know. He's always asked me to keep quiet about things.
Okay. Patterson, Eggert is the boss, right?
I don't know.
Dale Eggert or Dale Megland will be held by us on warrant until you talk. You've squealed, but not enough. You've tried to protect her. Congratulations. But for your sake and hers, tell the truth.
Okay. Eggert is the Fuhrer. I don't know where he is, though.
It checks. I examined the body found outside the Eggert home. It doesn't tally. Body marks. Question. Where is Eggert?
In Berlin.
Right.
And the body?
Some poor guy, same build, weight. The face was smashed in. 45 bullet, close range. Johnny, let him go. Dale can go, too. Patterson, look after her.
Yeah, but where? Her
Take
father...
her away, Patterson. Take her away and marry her. She won't see her father again, except behind bars.
No. Oh, no, please, no.
Get him out of here, Johnny. Fast.
Oh, bring my father back, please, Mr. Master.
Come on, doll. You too, Patterson.
Okay.
Fix the car, Sam. We're going to the airport.
I still reckon you were a rough one, old lady.
Yeah. I could have soft-soaped her. Useless. Eggert will die in Germany, where he lived 20 years ago. No man of his position in the SD was guiltless, Johnny.
Yeah, I know, but it's a bit hard on her. And you knew Eggert was the boss.
Confirmation, that's all, Johnny. Confirmation to act in the best interest of the United States.
He's got to be killed?
If necessary. If we find him. This jet will get us there soon enough. Berlin. City of music. Laughter. When we get there, tell me how many people are laughing, Johnny. Just for the record.
Lee, I've been expecting you. Jump in. You're Bridges?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Pete Kramer.
All right.
Eggert's arrived, we think. Where do you want to start looking, Lee?
Near Checkpoint Charlie. Friedrichstrasse.
Okay. You want us to act as your eyes?
Yeah, you and Johnny. I'll listen. I know his voice. Voice of America transcripts of the trial.
Lee, that was years ago.
Oh, yeah. Well, Pete, how's Berlin looking?
Great. Just great.
Okay, well, move this crate, will you?
We ain't gonna find him, Lee.
If we don't, Johnny, we're in trouble. Pete tells me another series of disturbances is arranged for tonight. Midnight. Again, men in American uniforms, American guns.
Berlin is a big place, Lee.
Well, I've got a lot of men out. We'll find them. With luck. It's near midnight, isn't it?
Yeah, 10 minutes before.
Johnny, you're wondering.
Yeah. If they know something is coming up, a gun battle at Checkpoint Charlie, why doesn't American occupation step in, huh?
Well, they step in and it starts. Instead of 100 men impersonating Americans, you have 500. 400 of them genuine. Great. For the Russians. Gunfire, Russians retaliate, capture an American boy. He talks.
Yeah, I get it. So we need Eckert to stop it all.
What does a man do when he's nervous, Johnny? Reverts to habit. Eggert must be nervous. Maybe he'll be drinking. It's Eggert. Walter Wolfgang Eggert. Megland. Sicherheitsdienst. Fond of women, food, coffee, and Küchen. Well, that's cakes Berlin style. Big man. Florid. Cakes, food. Yeah.
that's it. Maybe that's it. Take me to the restaurant down the road, the nearest to Checkpoint Charlie. We passed it on the way.
Yeah, but Lee, hang on.
Fast, Johnny. We've got maybe 5 minutes.
Okay, at the double. Follow me, huh? Here it is, Lee. Vellums.
All right, get inside quick. You got his description. Look for him.
Can't see much in here, Lee. It's too smoky.
Use your eyes, Johnny. Interests of mine. Walk around. I'll follow.
Good evening, Lee Masters. Eggert is here with me.
Yeah?
Please sit down. His name is Yasmin. Igor Petrovich Yasmin. Colonel Yasmin. We too are interested in Eggert. We do not really believe the Americans were behind the attacks.
Hand him over to us, Yaslin.
No. It is 2 minutes to 12. I have handpicked men watching every one of Eggert's little tin soldiers. They will allow these Nazis to attack the border guards only if I say the word.
How did you know about all this?
We knew. Tell me, Lee Masters, of whom I have heard so much. If the attack came and there was much fighting here, the West Berlin government might fall. Eggert thinks they will be supplanted by his party, the new Social Democrats. But what if a communist were elected? What then? More power to us, Lee. I can make it happen.
But you won't, Colonel. Your espionage ring in New York is known to us. We've done nothing, but we will if we have to.
I thought as much. It's too much trouble all around, eh? Very well. You protect us. And in a way, we protect you. That is how the Cold War works, huh? Yuri, imprison the men under surveillance. Take them through to East Berlin.
And Eggert?
I shall be allowed my freedom. Lee, let me show you our latest automatic pistol. To the man with you, it is good, eh? What a pity. It went off. Not so good a pistol, eh? Heroba, take away the body.
Tough. But neat, Yaslin. Like the Soviets don't like ex-Nazis either. Okay, Johnny. Pete's waiting for us. Let's go.
You have been listening to The Sounds of Darkness. Join the world of Lee Masters, the blind detective, next Tuesday and every Tuesday night at 7:30 in The Sounds of Darkness. The Sounds of Darkness is produced by Sherry van Beek.
I've been through hard times. Oh, come on, Ben. Do it for a pal.
I'm sorry, Joe. Really, I am, but you're asking me impossible. Apart from the fact that your kind of act went out with high-button shoes, you're expecting me to lose money. Joe, get wise. Who pays to see vaudeville today? I'm telling you, television's killed the business. I've even got trouble filling half the theater these days. Unless I get the young kids with their rhythm and blues or country and western or whatever they call it, I go out of business. And those acts come pretty high. Can't always afford them.
Yeah, well, listen, Ben, I'm not asking to get back into the big timing, you know. I know them days are gone for good, but... well, can't you fix me up in between two big acts? You know, just 6 minutes.
Sorry, Joe. I'd like to help out, but frankly, look, nobody pays good money anymore to see a clown.
Oh, Well, at least take a look at my act, will you? I've worked out a pretty snappy routine. Brand new, I promise you. And
Okay, Joe, okay. Drop by some time, but it's still no dice. Now, if you'll excuse me, Joe, I'm pretty busy right now.
Why, sure. Yeah, sure, Ben. I'm on my way.
The sounds of darkness. Lee Masters, FBI, who wages relentless war against crime. Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges the sounds of darkness.
Playing with fire.
Johnny, would you mind waiting till you finished eating before you say something?
Well, how'd you like that? Dames. I bet Lee heard what I said.
I wasn't listening, Johnny. I know from experience that when you're concentrating on food, anything you actually say can't be all that important.
Oh, look, you two. I'm not the only guy with a normal, healthy appetite.
Normal?
Okay, so above normal. So what? I eat a lot on the count. I've got to make the best of all the all-too-rare occasions.
Oh. Say, Lee, you've hardly eaten anything.
I've had enough. Besides, my pleasure is in knowing that Johnny's happy.
Don't you want the rest of your steak, Lee?
Johnny.
No, but I have a feeling it won't go to waste.
Well, I was only thinking.
Just a moment, Johnny.
What is it, Lee?
Eddie Koenig. I can hear his voice.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there he is, just talking to a few other guys.
Yep. Anybody who's anybody's here. Only the best clients in the FBI restaurant.
Invite him over, Johnny.
Sure. Say, Lieutenant Koenig. Eddie.
Huh? Oh, hi there. How's it, Lee? Johnny?
Fine, Eddie. And you?
Oh, great. Oh, Sam.
Hi, Eddie.
Still pretty as a picture, huh?
Oh, gee, thanks, Eddie.
Quit fooling around, Johnny.
And you're still bouncing, I see, Johnny.
That's right. Same old lovable me.
What's new, Eddie? Sit down.
Oh, thanks. Oh, usual grind, you know. You still dazzling us all?
As a matter of fact, it's pretty quiet at the moment.
They have solved everything.
Well, that suits me fine. At least we can relax over a meal now.
Say, Eddie, aren't you on the Arena Theater case?
Huh? Oh, yeah, that's right. So now that we can do much about the theater itself burned to a cinder. All that is except Ben Samuel's office and 2 dressing rooms.
What's this, arson?
Oh, no doubt about it. And we know who did it.
Oh? Who?
Oh, it's an old hoofer. Well, clown, really. You know, vaudeville, burlesque, all that stuff.
I thought Vaudeville was dead.
Yeah, it is almost. But you get the occasional old trooper who won't believe it. They go around from theater to theater begging for work. Still optimistic that the good old days will somehow come back.
So who's your suspect?
A guy called Caroli, Joe Caroli.
Joe?
You know him?
I met him way back. He must be pushing, 75? I remember being taken to see him when I was a kid. As far as I know, he's a harmless old pro. What makes you think he burned down the Arena Theater?
Well, it's got to be him. We were called in by Ben Samuels. Oh, he's the owner. According to him, Caroli called on him the other day asking for work. Well, things not too good for Ben Samuels at the moment. He's struggling. Said he was sorry, but nobody was exactly breaking the door down to see clowns these days. He couldn't use him, so...
So you reckon that Caroli burned down the theater in revenge?
Looks like it. Anyway, with a drunk like Caroli, anything can happen.
What do you mean, he's a dipshot?
Oh, yeah, no. Most of the time smashed out of his mind. No, he's been known to get violent before.
Have you made the arrest?
No. I put a net out for him, but so far I haven't located him.
Ben Samuels told you all this, huh?
Right. Oh, and something else. Apparently Caroli asked if Samuels would at least take a look at his act. So, out of courtesy, old time's sake, if you like, Samuels asked Caroli to call back some other time. So, according to stage doorkeeper, a guy called Simpson, Caroli turned up next afternoon, stinking of booze, and all dressed up in his clown's outfit, demanding to see Samuels as promised. Well, Simpson explained that Samuels wasn't in right then, so Caroli pushes past him, says he'll wait for him. 20 minutes later, Caroli rushes out in a hurry. A few minutes after that, the whole place is going up like the 4th of July.
And Caroli hasn't been seen since.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, anyway, I got to blow. See you soon, Lee. Johnny.
Bye, Sam. I'll look you up sometime, eh?
Oh, why, sure, Eddie. Anytime.
Bye.
Bye, Eddie.
Hey, did you see Eddie making with the eyes at Sam? What's going on, Sam? Come on, tell Uncle Johnny all about it.
Ah, you kill me, Johnny.
Yo, life in the police can be fun. What say you, Lee? Lee? Say, Lee, I'm talking to you. Boy, what a meal. I couldn't eat another thing.
I'm glad to hear it.
For at least 3 hours.
Not even a cup of coffee?
Well, now, if you're making for everyone, I'll be sociable and join you.
How about you, Lee? Coffee.
Coffee. Sure, Sam.
Well, I'll take that as an affirmative.
Okay, Lee, what's on the agenda this afternoon? I thought we maybe start with...
Get me Eddie Kernick, will you please, Johnny?
Eddie? But we've just seen him in the restaurant.
I know. Get him.
Well, what's the matter, Lee?
Joe Caroli.
The guy who burned down the Arena Theater?
I can't believe he did.
So he didn't. It's not our baby.
Get Eddie, Johnny.
Okay. So you don't think he did it, huh?
Well, let's say I think Ed is jumping the gun a little. That is on the evidence he has. Caroli may be a drunk. He may have some kind of a record, but arson, that's something else again.
What? Lieutenant Kernick, please. It's Lee Masters. Right. They're just getting him, Lee.
Right.
Hello, Eddie. Lee for you. Here, Lee.
Thanks. Hello, Eddie. Yeah. Listen, Eddie, the arson case, Arena Theater. I know it's not our baby, but would you mind if I did a little investigating? Kind of interests me. Yeah, I know. Looks like it, but... Oh, you haven't found him yet? Yeah. Okay, thanks. Sure, Eddie. Yeah, thanks again. Bye.
I guessed it. Just because we're not particularly busy right now, so we have to stick our fingers into something. Well, it's not even our baby.
But justice is our baby, isn't it?
Yeah, but...
You know, Johnny, you remind me of the waiter who's asked the time by one of the customers. The waiter says, I'm sorry, I can't tell you. You're not on my table.
Okay.
Look, Ed is a great guy, a good policeman. But he's known to be a little impulsive on occasion.
And you think this might be one of those occasions?
Right.
Right. So where to?
Arena Theater.
Here's your coffee. I've just got
You've just got time to drink our coffee before
Afterwards, Johnny. Let's go.
It's a great pleasure to meet you, Mr. Masters, even though it's under such tragic circumstances.
Thank you, Mr. Samuels. This is my assistant, Johnny Bridges.
How do you do?
I know. Naturally, I've heard of you. Who hasn't? But I don't quite understand why the FBI...
We sometimes take an interest in a case that doesn't technically fall into our domain. Lieutenant Kernick suggested that this was one of those times.
Oh, I see. Well, do you want to see the theater or what's left of it?
Well, later, Mr. Samuels, if you don't mind. I understand that Joe Caroli called on you day before yesterday and asked you for work.
That's correct. As I told Lieutenant Kernick, naturally, I couldn't give him anything. Clowns, well, you know how it is. I got a big enough struggle keeping in business without taking any chances on the acts. Television, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, well, I felt sorry for Joe. He's a nice old guy. And Okie, sure, but then... He must have been having a pretty rough time. He's 74. I explained that I just couldn't use him. It hurt me to say it, but wow, what could I do?
Do you believe he burned your theater?
Well, let's say I find it hard to believe. I know it wouldn't be easy to tell Joe there was no work for him, but, setting fire to my building, well, I don't know.
Didn't you ask Caroli to call back sometime and you'd take a look at his act?
That's right, Mr. Masters. But I made it clear that it was only out of courtesy. I still couldn't use him.
So he came back yesterday in full clown's getup, told your stage doorkeeper you were expecting him, went round the back of the stage and made with the matches.
Used gasoline. I always keep a supply of this stuff for winter.
How come?
Well, I'm not a rich man, Mr. Bridges. The dressing rooms and offices are heated by those gasoline burners. Old-fashioned, I know,
Mr. Samuels, you are insured against fire, I presume.
Well, as a matter of fact, funny you should ask that. I always keep the theater adequately insured, of course, but the policy had lapsed about a week ago. Slipped my mind, I guess, what with one thing and another.
So you're not insured?
Oh, yes, thank goodness. About 4 days ago, I had a visit from Dick Garner. He's an insurance representative. And it was him who reminded me that my premium was due.
Which you remedied immediately.
That's right.
For the same amount?
Well, no. I intended it should be for exactly the same as I'd had all these years, but Mr. Garner persuaded me that a new theater would cost about double if I was ever forced to rebuild through fire damage.
So you doubled your premium?
But you know what these insurance salesmen are, Mr. Masters. How does that saying go? There's no one with endurance like the man who sells insurance, eh?
Boy, whoever did this job made sure of it. That's for real.
A mess, huh?
Well, no. Still, it'd make a good open-air theater.
Everything burnt?
Almost. Curtains in shreds, seats just empty shells. All the scenery charred, and a great burnout hole in the middle of the stage.
Can we get round to the back?
Just about.
The fire was apparently started from the back of the stage, somewhere in the wings to the right. Take me across there, Johnny.
Okay. Just to your left, Lee. No, straight on, Lee.
Right.
It's around here, I guess.
Yeah, it must be. The gasoline fumes are strongest here.
Well, that's it. Those cans over there must have contained the stuff.
Can you see anything of interest, Johnny?
Well, what am I supposed to be looking for?
Something unusual, strange, out of focus.
Nope, nothing. What can you smell, Lee?
There's another smell besides gasoline. It's very faint, but it's there, okay.
Well, what is it?
Brandy.
Oh, yeah, well, that figures. Caroli's a drunk, isn't he?
Yeah.
And he was drunk when he came here to do the job.
Okay, Johnny, if there's nothing else, we'll blow.
Right. Where to?
To speak to the stage doorkeeper. FBI.
Yes, sir.
Your name, Simpson?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been stage doorkeeper at the arena?
18 years, sir.
The name is Masters. Lee Masters.
Yes, Mr. Masters.
I believe that somebody, assumed to be Joe Caroli, came here yesterday.
Oh, it was definitely Caroli, no doubt about that.
How can you be certain? I understand he was all dressed up in clown's rig-out, grease paint and all.
Sure, but there's only one Joe Caroli. I've seen him hundreds of times. Besides, you don't have to see his face to know Joe Caroli. His voice is easy to recognize.
So this guy comes up to you, and then what?
Well, this guy, Joe, comes up to me and tells me that Mr. Samuels is expecting him. He wants to see his new act. Whew, you could smell the booze a block away.
Loaded, huh?
Loaded. He was smashed to here and gone. Aggressive, too. I was in two minds whether to let him in or not, but Mr. Samuels had told me he was expecting him. Well, in the end, he pushes past me kind of rough. I was about to stop him when I thought, oh, what the heck, it's only old Joe.
And then?
Well, then I settled down to read variety. I always like to read it. It keeps you up in the world.
Yeah, sure. What happened?
Oh, yeah, well, 15, maybe 20 minutes go by, and suddenly Joe comes rushing downstairs, and as he goes past me, he mutters something about he's not going to wait around all day for some two-bit producer, and the next moment he's gone. Well, it can't be more than a minute later, and I smell this burning, see. Well, it gets stronger and stronger, and then I see smoke coming up from the stage. So I run over there, and the whole place is going up like we were rehearsing for Quo Vadis, only for real, see.
Tell me, Mr. Simpson, how long have you known Ben Samuels?
Oh, must be 25 years now.
That long?
Oh, must be. I remember him when he was in vaudeville.
Samuels was in vaudeville?
Sure, high wire artist. Good, too. But for some reason he lost his nerve and changed his act. Well, I lost touch with him for a few years, and then I think he went to Europe, touring the halls there.
What did he change his act to?
Well, like I said, I lost touch with him. Next thing I knew of him, he was going to open the Arena Theater and wants me to be stage doorkeeper. I was glad to take the job. Things weren't going too good for me at the time.
Can we use your phone?
Oh, sure. Help yourself.
Johnny, get Sam for me, will you? There are one or two things I want her to do. Mr. Garner?
Yeah, that's me.
My name is Lee Masters. This is Johnny Bridges, my assistant. We're from the FBI.
FBI? Oh, come in, take a seat, won't you?
Thank you.
Well, how can I help you?
We're investigating the fire at the Arena Theater yesterday.
I didn't think the FBI worked on arson.
Normally, we don't.
We're standing in for a friend.
Huh?
Now, we understand that you're the representative of the insurance company who calls on Mr. Ben Samuels.
Yeah, that's right. Have done for a number of years.
According to him, you visited him about 4 days ago to remind him that his premium had become overdue.
That is so. It's my job, yeah.
Yeah, quite. Tell me, Mr. Garner, did you always have to remind Mr. Samuels to renew his policy, or was this the odd occasion?
Well, to tell you the truth, it was a pretty regular thing for me to jog his memory every year.
So he wasn't an ideal client. Slipshod about these things, huh?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Obviously not a wealthy man. A rundown variety business. Not really the kind of man who could afford heavy premiums.
No, I guess not.
Then why did you talk him into not only renewing his fire policy, but doubling it?
Hey, wait a minute. I didn't say he didn't pay. He paid all right, but not always on time. Oh, just need a little chasing up, that's all. In any case, my job is to sell insurance and as much as possible.
So you high-pressured him into it?
High-pressured? What is this? I'm trying to earn a living. What's wrong with that? I'm a salesman. I sell.
So now Mr. Samuels collects, right?
Certainly, yeah.
Unless, of course, he hasn't paid his premium as usual.
Well, it's funny, that. This time he did pay. I wasn't taking any chances with him. I made him sign a check there and then.
So how much does he get?
$100,000. Perfectly in order, arson or no arson.
Talking of arson, Mr. Garner.
Yeah.
Suppose you know that the police think Joe Caroli did it.
Yeah, I did hear, yeah. An old clown, I believe, yeah.
That's who the police think did it.
But you don't?
Well, somehow I can't bring myself to believe that a harmless old guy like Caroli did do it.
Well, if you ask me, you never can tell with drunks.
No, Mr. Garner, you never can. Okay, Sam, thanks. You've done very well.
I hope it's what you wanted to know, Lee.
It's exactly what I wanted to know.
Oh, Johnny.
I've just seen Eddie Koenig, Lee. Joe Caroli's been brought in an hour ago. They're holding him there. Eddie said it's okay if you go and see him.
Did you get the medical report on Caroli?
Yep. Apparently he was picked up in L.A. this afternoon and flown to New York on the first plane. This is the report the L.A. police took.
Thanks. I'll read it. Aloud.
Okay. Joseph Caroli, subject, age 74. Use of all faculties, although certain weakness in eyesight due to age. No disease apparent. Alcohol test shows... Hey, what's this?
Alcohol test shows what, Johnny?
Shows no trace of alcohol in bloodstream.
According to subject himself, he's abstained from all forms of liquor for 6 months, but probably nearer 4 months. Say, I don't get it.
That information, Johnny, plus what Sam found out for me, just about clinches it.
But clinches what?
That Caroli is no firebug. Get Eddie Koenig on the phone, but fast.
Well, this time, Lee, at least I was right with you in your deductions. I understand every phase of your reasoning.
Oh, good, Johnny. Perhaps you'd like to put Sam in the picture.
If you finish the last of those 4 hamburgers.
Very funny. As I see it, the first thing that made you sure it wasn't Caroli was the fact that he hadn't touched a drop of booze for months.
If I may interrupt you, Johnny, that fact was actually the last link in the chain. That clinched it. You remember that Samuels had told Simpson, his stage doorkeeper, that he was expecting Joe Caroli to call on him that afternoon. Well, according to Caroli himself, although Samuels had promised to look at his new act, no definite appointment had been made. And even if it had, why should Samuels be out of his office at that precise moment? At the moment he knew Caroli would be calling.
Yeah, it's true.
You listening, Johnny?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Another thing was what Garner said. You know, about Samuels being slow on his yearly policy premiums. Yet this time, he had paid on time. Why? To make sure he got the payoff.
After he started the fire.
Correct. That point also showed a remote connection between Samuels and Garner. After all, Garner was in a perfect position to make sure the claim went through.
But tell me, Lee, what was in it for Garner?
20% of the proceeds. He knew he had Samuels in a corner. His theater business was fraying at the edges. He needed cash in a hurry. That was the only way out. And Garner knew it. So he devised the arson frame and then sat back to wait for his share.
Oh, a clever scheme, too. Caroli was a great fall guy.
Right. Samuel started the fire, sprinkled brandy all around to pin it on Caroli, but neither Garner nor Samuels knew that Caroli had been on the wagon for 4 months.
But, Lee, who was it who spoke to Simpson? I mean, the guy in clown's getup.
That was Samuels. You remember Simpson telling us that at one time Samuels was a high-wire artist, but that he lost his nerve and changed his act?
Yeah, sure, I remember.
Simpson didn't know what Samuels had changed his act to. Said something about Samuels going to Europe soon after. Well, that's where Sam came in. I asked her to check with Ziggy Malone.
Ziggy Malone?
Yeah, a theatrical agent from way back, a friend of mine. He told Sam that Ben Samuels became a clever impersonator. Got quite famous in Europe.
So it was Samuels himself, dressed up like a clown, who spoke to Simpson. He impersonated Caroli.
Yeah. And as a final artistic touch, made sure that Simpson believed he was drunk. Hence the smell of booze.
Why was Caroli picked up in L.A., though?
Oh, he simply went there looking for work. Summer gig, you know.
I would like to say here and now that I knew everything you just said, except I couldn't explain it.
What?
Sure, Johnny. Yeah, we believe you. Don't we, Sam?
Oh, sure we do.
Hey, you two wouldn't be sending me up by any chance, would you?
Johnny.
You have been listening to The Sounds of Darkness. Join the world of Lee Masters, the blind detective, next Tuesday and every Tuesday night at 7:30 in The Sounds of Darkness. The Sounds of Darkness is produced by Gerry van Beek.
How you doing back there, honey?
Okay, thanks, Dick. We're high up, huh?
Yeah. You stop swinging around in that seat, Haver. You fall out of that darn thing, you'll lose me a million things, like Bucks.
Ah, forget it, Earl. I used to scare me when I was in knee pants. This ski lift's safe.
You're a big boy now, so behave yourself.
Ah, go on.
Now, you take it easy, too, Diane.
Okay, Earl.
Okay, here we are. Let me help you out, honey. Come on.
Oh, thanks, darling.
Oh, darling, now?
A figure of speech, that's all, darling.
Yeah, give me a hand, Earl.
Yeah, thanks.
Here we are.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, back, everybody, back!
What?
Girl, if you'd been that ski still, you'd have dropped 200 feet.
Yeah, boy, I know. I got a feeling someone don't like us. Or the film we're making.
The Sounds of Darkness. Lee Masters, FBI, who wages relentless war against crime. Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges the sounds of darkness.
Snow White and 7 Accidents. Okay, Tony. Yeah, like I told you, we're leaving. Yeah, I know the place. So it's urgent. What's wrong with the cops there? Okay, yeah, interstate. In come the FBI. What? Yeah, I said we're leaving. 2 p.m. Sure. Look, Tony, get off my back. I haven't let you down yet.
And you ain't starting yet.
Look, can it, will you? What, Tony? No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Paul Newman here. Bye.
Now, what's he beefing about?
He wants us out there as soon as we can.
Yeah, I wish you could see this, Lee. Yeah, I reckon I'd make the poor man's Rudolph Valentino. With practice.
Will you stop playing film stars, Johnny, and get over here?
Sorry, Lee.
We're going to Utah like we arranged?
Yeah. Ames is worried.
Well, so what?
So he's still my boss. And yours. You got the car fixed?
Yeah.
Look, stop combing your hair, will you? It's noisy.
I got me a partying on the side again. I don't want to be mobbed by thousands on the way to the airport.
Johnny, this case is serious.
So is being a film star. I wonder who's trying to knock Earl Carter off.
Earl Z. Carter and his 2 stars, Lorraine and Haver, plus a cameraman, plus 2 stunts.
Okay, I'll be on the ball. You know what I think? I think someone's sore, that's all. Wants to have them call the film off. What's happened so far? Nothing serious.
Oh, you think so? Ski lift wire parts. Earl misses death by inches. Richard Haver has a car accident, brakes got it. Diane Lorraine is attacked in her room. Attacker punches her, then runs. Filming held up 4 days.
Well, like I said, it's just someone who wants the film stopped.
And the 2 stuntmen, 1 broken arm, 1 broken leg. That's nothing serious, huh?
Okay, so they're having trouble. Triumph Films always have trouble. This is a cop job, not FBI.
It's FBI. Trouble started in California. More trouble in Nevada, en route to Salt Lake. Then trouble in Utah. Get it?
Yeah, but no one's been killed, Lee.
No, not yet. That's why we've got to get there fast.
Gee, I wish Sam were here.
Why?
Now, I'm doing me too much legwork. Phoning cabs, booking air seats, perusing dossiers on this, that, and the other. I'm tired. I think I'll take up acting instead.
Sam will pick it up again when she gets back from vacation. And you'd be a very poor man's Valentino, Johnny.
Sam thinks I'm real pretty.
Yeah, she thinks I am a genius, which I am not. Just methodical. Like knowing that's the cab you called? Come on, Johnny, let's move.
Utah, here we come.
Okay, you kids got it now?
Yeah, Earl. Don't let's over-rehearse it, huh?
Can we shoot it now?
Okay. You okay, Bob?
Yeah. Now you come into frame first, and you follow close behind, Dick. And don't block her. She's prettier.
Okay. Come on, let's get on with it. It's cold up here.
All right. Right, everybody.
Yeah.
Roll it.
Sun rowing.
Action.
No, Roland. I cannot let you see me again.
But, Desiree, My heart bleeds for you. I must see you. I love you, you know I love you.
Do you, Roland, truly love me?
Of course I do. Let me take you away from here. I know he's rich and I'm not, but I can give you so much more. The excitement of it. The excitement of being loved and...
No. Got it! I know where you're going to end up, Dick, if you're not careful, on the cutting room floor.
So what? I boo-booed. So what? It's only take one. Now, come on, we do another one, huh?
No, I gotta change the magazine.
Well, right now?
Right now, while the star of the picture goes over his lines of deathless prose once more.
Well, listen, what?
Now, take it easy, Dick. Bob's right. You get with it. Take one or not. Okay, fellas, 5 minutes break.
Yeah, we might as well take lunch while we're at it, Earl.
No, we'll knock off this scene first. The light's still right, okay?
Yeah, it's good. Okay, then.
Mr. Earl Carter?
Earl Z. Carter, yeah?
I'm Bridges. This is Lee Masters.
I don't know any... Oh, yeah, of course, FBI.
Yeah, FBI.
And you're the detective that can't see, always needs help.
You're the producer that hasn't turned out a good film yet.
Don't give me that, Masters.
Well, don't give it to me either. Ames phoned you?
Yeah.
I want to talk to you. When you're free.
Look, I know the local cops here call in you guys, and like I'm having trouble, but I'm doing a scene right now. We're behind schedule.
Then we'll watch. After we talk.
All right. You got that new mag, Bob?
Yep, okay.
Okay, you guys, get with it. Now, you, Diane, look, you stand closer to that pillar. I want to see something on the railing here. Like it's wood, huh?
Like it's a romantic chalet.
Yeah.
Okay, I got the message.
You got it now, Dick?
Yeah, sure. Come on, let's get in the camera.
All right, then, take up your first position. Quiet on set.
Okay, quiet.
Okay, roll it.
Rolling.
Take 2. Action. How it is, Lee. Sorry I sounded off a bit outside on the veranda.
Okay. Now, again, no suspects?
Heck, no. Sure, I got enemies. Who hasn't? They don't work this way, busting up my crew.
Could be coincidence?
Oh, no, Johnny, no. 5 accidents in a row. The attack on Diane Lorraine was the 5th. Maybe, I don't know.
The 6th?
I don't know. Somebody bumped off, maybe.
That's what I figure. You owe money still, Earl?
What do you mean?
Well, your tax evasion 2 years ago, you pleaded financial embarrassment. Said you owed 2 backers.
Yeah, I did, but I paid up in the end, the backers and Uncle Sam.
Yeah, I know.
And I'm backing this film myself, no complications.
And, who wrote the script?
I did.
It stinks.
Yeah, sure, but the film's gonna make money. Lorraine and Haver are heading for big time.
You engaged the crew?
Yeah, through Len Pollitt, production manager. He's in Salt Lake right now, fixing up for tomorrow's shooting.
Camera?
Bob Newley. I engaged him. He's good. Yeah, he's good, let me tell you. We worked together before. He's straight. They can't see him doing anything to bust up the film, no, sir.
Where's your wife now, Earl?
Which one?
Your second and last. You know, the one that ran out on you?
Do you have to bring her into this?
Where is she? Does she hold a grudge against you?
No, I don't think so. Where is she? I don't know. She ran out on me 2 years ago, as you may remember. It was in all the papers. I haven't seen her since. Let me tell you, I don't know whether I love her still or hate her guts. Maybe a bit of both.
It hurt you, didn't it?
Yeah, but I'm over it now. Even film producers can be mature sometimes, Lee. Like growing up, realizing some things can't ever be.
Sorry.
Nah, it's okay. No, Betty's somewhere. But I'm sure she holds no grudge against me.
The story goes you and Diana Lorraine are getting hitched.
Well, we've talked about it. I've known her maybe a couple of years, a bit more. She's a sweet kid. With luck, she'll be Mrs. Earl Z. Carter III.
And Betty?
In the past, Lee, in the past.
2 years is a long time to court someone. Diane Lorraine, I mean.
That's a very personal statement, Mr. Bridges. But I'll excuse it. And I'll add to it. Diane's very young still. And I don't want to cramp her style. She wants a career. Okay, she knows if she marries me, she'll be in all my films. But I don't want another wife to run out on me. I want to let her live a little first.
You're a wise man, Mr. Carter.
Oh, maybe.
Earl.
Huh?
Can we get it rolling again? Bob thinks the light's going.
Yeah, that's right, Earl. I'll shake up the unit, huh? Now, come on, you guys.
Okay, if you say so. How you feeling, honey?
Oh, great, thanks, great. Oh, can we go now, please? I'm getting sick of this location. And I live with you always because I love you. Love you, Roland. No woman has ever loved a man as I love you.
Cut! That was great. Just great. Wow, honey, you really acted as though you were in love then. Ah, that was great.
Only so.
Quit beefing. I'm satisfied from the camera side, so let's keep it, huh?
That's all that interests you, isn't it? Your camera. Only your darn camera.
Well, and why not?
My God.
What's the matter?
What's wrong?
Hey, what goes on here? I don't know. Wayne. Here.
Oh, Len.
Hey, come, somebody, quick.
Okay, Richardson, we'll call you if we need you.
Okay, Lee. Thanks.
Well, Johnny?
Like the ski resort of Alton now has a murder on its hands.
Right. I didn't know Salt Lake City had so many newspapers. See them all?
Yeah, like ghouls. I'm glad you got rid of them, Lee.
Had to. Bring in Diane Lorraine, will you?
She ain't gonna like it, Lee.
Bring her in, Johnny.
Okay.
Hey, Miss Lorraine, please.
She's sitting there like she's struck dumb, Lee.
Miss Lorraine. Close the door, Miss Lorraine.
You cops are old things. You think you can order us around?
Close the door and come in. All right. Come in and sit down. Johnny, go to the door. In a moment, you'll have young and romantic Dick Haver bashing on it to protect Miss Lorraine's virtue.
Okay, Lee.
Miss Lorraine, I have to ask you questions, I'm afraid. Just as I've asked them of all the crew, and of Earl. After I've talked to you, I'll talk to Dick, so you're not being singled out for persecution.
Oh, I know. I'm sorry. But it was too horrible. Bob was young, Mr. Masters. He wasn't old. He shouldn't have had a heart attack. And now...
Now he's dead. Accept it and try to think clearly.
Yeah, I'll try.
How long was your affair with him?
What?
Okay, I'll play it your way. How long were you in love?
We were...
Look, tell me the truth, will you?
For about 6 months. But how did you know?
I just observed your reaction before he died. Earl commented on the scene. Bob said it was only so-so. You told him he thought only of his camera. Should he have been thinking of you?
I don't know.
He'd given you the hoof, hadn't he? Told you it was over?
No. Yeah.
Would you kill your ex-lover for that, Miss Lorraine?
No, I wouldn't. I loved him. He wanted out, said he was tired of me, but I loved him. I wouldn't hurt him.
And you didn't kill him? No, I know. Okay, Miss Lorraine, you can go. But don't leave the chalet.
Will you find out who did it? Please.
I'll find out.
Quiet out there, Haber.
Out you go, Miss Lorraine.
You want me to let Haber in?
It's Sam, Johnny. Open the door.
Sam, but she...
Open it.
Hi, Johnny.
Let Miss Lorraine go past you, Sam, and come in.
Well, I'll be...
You got it, Sam?
I think so, Lee. I have it all here in my bag.
The ski lift works at night, Lee?
Yeah.
So Newley was behind it all, huh?
Seems like it. Earl Z. Carter is it, all right. But not because Diane Lorraine was having an affair with Bob Newley.
It was one of the reasons.
Sure. But the first was most important. Earl still loves his wife. And he must have found out what Sam found out first. That Newley was the co-respondent, although not named as such. So, on 2 counts, Newley has to die. Sorry I cut short your vacation, Sam.
Oh, that's all right, Lee. Gee, but I had to do a lot of talking and charming before I got the information you wanted.
Who did you get it from in the end?
The caretaker of the apartment where Newley stayed 2 years ago.
That's in San Francisco, Johnny.
Yeah, I read it.
Earl's wife used to visit Newley at the apartment.
And Newley paid him to keep quiet?
Uh-huh, that's right, Lee. $1,000. He didn't say a word, not even to the cops, the private dicks, when they investigated.
The caretaker knew she and Newley had taken off?
Well, seems so. But he kept his mouth shut until Sam paid him. How much, Sam?
$2,000.
Poor Uncle Sam.
What?
The U.S. government, honey, not a relative of yours.
You sure you want me in on this, Lee?
Sure, Sam, yeah. But get in the chair as it comes past. Johnny and I'll take the double behind you. Get out of the station at the top.
Okay, Lee.
Hold it, Lee. Okay, here it comes now. Hang on. In you get.
Thanks, Johnny.
I'm in, too. Okay, here we go. You sure it'll be up there, Lee?
Give your hand out.
Thanks. Get ready to pile out, Johnny.
Here we are.
Thanks. Okay, Johnny?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Here we are. Let's move away from the machinery. I can't hear myself think.
We're going to walk in the snow, Lee?
Yeah, got the skis.
Now, don't tell me you didn't feel them digging into your back.
Lee, where do you think you'll be,
On the highest point of the ski run. Johnny tells me there's a drop of 4,000 feet on the other side. The side away from the Alta Chalet, right?
Right.
Well, then he'll be waiting there. To kill himself. If he hasn't done it already.
Then what the heck are we doing up here?
Justice, Johnny. To see it done, we need Earl Carter. If he's alive. Okay, let's go through the snow. Johnny, lead the way, will you?
Shall I put the skis in?
No, not yet.
Lee, you think Carter suspected Newley?
Must have. That's why he engaged him. To have him around while he built up evidence to kill him.
And he found the evidence?
Not the kind you found, Sam. He found out that Newley was having an affair with Diane Lorraine. This confirmed in his mind what Newley was like. So he acted.
And the heart attack?
One of the barbiturates, maybe. Newley had a weak heart. Carter knew this. Substituted a pill or two that Newley took after lunch. Slow acting, but fatal.
But the record would show Carter bought the barbiturates. He had himself hooked when he started out.
He should worry. He wants to die anyway, but not the rope. Utah's old-fashioned. Doesn't like gas or the chair.
And all the other accidents, Lee? Just pure accidents, huh? Even the snap cable?
Something's moving in the snow, in the direction of the station.
Hey, I can see him, Lee. I think it's Carter.
He's going to go down the ski lift.
Come on, quickly. I'll take your arm, Johnny.
Got you. Now, going to jump on me, right? Let me go. Let me go.
Hold him, Johnny.
All right.
Okay.
Let me go now.
I've got him now. But get out of the chair.
No.
Not Lee. The chair's going out on the downright.
Lee, let him go. He'll take you with him.
Lee?
You'll let me go.
Get your hands off me. Why should you stop me? Why? Let me go.
No, you don't. I'm holding you in this chair until we get back to the chalet. Then I'm going to hand you over.
Look, Masters. I got money. My room. You can take it. Take all of it. But you gotta let me go. Please, let me go. I have the right to die. Well, of course I got the right to die if I want to.
No, you haven't. Quit struggling, Carter. My left arm's strong enough to hold us into this chair. My right's not going to let you fall.
I only deserve to die. I know I'm gonna die.
That's right, buddy boy. Or go to jail. Look, will you quit swinging?
Oh, no. You can't stop me doing this. I'll swing this chair until we both go out.
Don't be a fool, Carter. Face the courts. You'll maybe get prison instead. He was having an affair with your wife.
I know he was. You can't hold me, Masters. You can't hold me. And I'm glad.
What's going on out there? Nothing. Only the 7th accident. That's all.
You have been listening to The Sounds of Darkness. Join the world of Lee Masters, the blind detective, next Tuesday and every Tuesday night at 7:30 in The Sounds of Darkness. The Sounds of Darkness is produced by Sherry van Beek.
You know where I'm taking my vacation this year?
You're taking a vacation?
I sure am, come December. I'm going to San Francisco, where the climate is warm, but not too warm. Where the grapes are sweet and the wine sweeter. And all them movie stars, too.
Francisco has fog.
So who says I'm going out anyplace, huh? Gee, Lee. I wish you could see how far they got with the new Kennedy Center. It goes up about 4 stories a day, it seems.
Are we under it now?
Yep. Man, but it's going fast. Lee, you should come along with me. A break.
Look out! Look out!
Lee, that girl that let you by in is that stupid dime.
You were saying, Johnny, about San Francisco?
The Sounds of Darkness. Lee Masters, FBI, who wages relentless war against crime. Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges the Sounds of Darkness.
Oh, hi, Lee. Johnny?
Sam.
Everything go all right with the Arcady case, Lee?
Yeah, Sam.
Hey, what's the matter, Johnny? You look like a girder almost fell on you.
It did, almost.
Yeah, sure. Coffee, Lee? Oh, I've got a couple of telephone messages for you. Colonel Baxter phoned, and also Mr. Ames. Oh, and then there's Robert Wales waiting for you to phone him. Seems important. But I'll fix that coffee first. Say, what's the matter with you two, huh?
Bring me my coffee in my office, Sam, please.
Right, Lee. Say, what's biting him, Johnny?
Well, nothing but a girder, falling from 13 stories up and missing us by inches.
You serious?
Yeah, I'm serious. I'm still shaking. Sam, tell me something.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you're closer to the boss than I am. I mean, you have his confidence more than I do on occasions. Has he ever told you that someone's gunning for him?
No, Johnny. Johnny, you don't think...
I don't know what to think, Sam. But I've learned a few lessons in deduction from Lee Masters, and one of them is to observe a man under stress or an emergency. Just about 20 minutes ago, a girl fell from the Kennedy Center and missed us by inches, as I say. I pulled Lee back, and the darn thing hit dirt about, close enough to have us killed if we'd been under it. I got the shock of my life.
Yeah, I'm sure you did, Johnny.
You think I'm joking, Sam? This is on the level. But, Lee, we were talking about San Francisco. You know I want to take my vacation there. Without so much as a shout, a cry, or anything, he picks up the conversation, like normal. Well?
Well, I kind of reckon you need some coffee, too, Johnny.
Sam, the boss won't give. I quizzed him all the way back, but he's playing stum. You remember the threat the Big Jules mob made when the Arcady drug case blew up?
Mm-hmm, yeah?
I got a creeping feeling that someone's gunning for Lee. I know it, you know it, and he knows it. But he's doing nothing about it.
Johnny, why don't you talk to him? I mean...
Where's the coffee, Sam?
Oh, coming, Lee, sorry.
And quit talking about girders. They have a habit of falling. Sometimes.
See what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, fix me some coffee too, Sam. If he wants to play this cool, it's okay by me.
Carter Reynolds for you, Lee.
Thanks, Sam. Put him through.
Right.
Lee Masters?
Yeah, Carter.
Like it.
I thought you might like to know that I missed death this afternoon. It may have been an accident, probably was. But I'm telling you all the same.
Well, heaven's sake, man, what happened?
The Kennedy Center. A girder fell. Almost collected me and Johnny.
Anyone hurt?
No, luckily. I just thought I'd tell you.
Yeah.
You asked me to tell you.
Yeah, I did, Lee. Look, I think maybe this was an accident, pure and simple, but well, if you're worried, I'll get some of the boys to check.
Forget it. I've already had that done. Had the report 10 minutes ago. The girder slipped from the crane cradle. Accident. But
it seems like just too much of a coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm glad you phoned me, Lee. The sooner the Arcady case is buttoned up, the better. Yeah, it looks like they mean to put those threats into operation. But Big Jules Fratelli isn't a nut. He knows he made the threats. He knows we're watching him and watching you. Without your evidence, the case is a goner. So who's aiming to have you hurt badly? Fratelli? Oh, maybe. Using maybe a muscle man?
I just thought I'd tell you, Carter.
Uh-huh.
You've got the state case to present, and I thought maybe you'd like your chief witness around for the rest of the trial.
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay, Lee. Well, whether it was an accident or not, I'll tell the boys about it. Who'd you speak to, by the way?
Lieutenant Markovsky.
Uh-huh. I'll take it from there. Take it easy, huh? Oh, you've told Johnny about this?
Not in so many words. No.
Oh. Look, Lee, I know how you work on your own, but, well, you've more than just yourself to consider. Tell him. He's with you most of the time. He's got eyes. You haven't.
Yeah, I know.
Well, okay, then. Stop playing the last of the Mohicans. You tell him?
Sure.
Good boy. You're a valuable man, Lee, like I said. You cracked this case. We need your evidence. I don't want you cracked in turn.
Yeah, I'll pick it up with Lieutenant Markovsky, will you?
Yeah, I will do. Oh, thanks for phoning.
So long.
And look after yourself.
Sure. Bye now, Carter. Yeah?
Do you want anything else before I push off for the night, Lee?
No, Johnny's still with you?
Yeah, kicking his heels and chewing popcorn.
Well, tell him to get in here. And shove off, Sam. It's late.
Right, Lee. Night.
You heard that Todd Davies hit 2 home runs this afternoon for the Red Sox?
No. Did he?
Yeah, I saw it on TV, me and Sammy watching it. Waiting to do some work, you know? You heard of that small thing called work, Lee?
Quit beefing, Johnny. Take a seat. And pass me the popcorn.
It's sugared.
Yeah. Thanks.
You just phoned Carter Reynolds, didn't you?
Yeah, that's right.
Lee, do me a favor. Come clean, will you? Okay, the girder fell by accident. Lieutenant Markovsky cleared that.
You dating Sam by any chance? You're checking all my calls.
But the other things weren't accidental, Lee. The shot that took your shoulder padding off 2 nights ago. The car that forced us into the lamppost at East 23rd. I've asked you about it, Lee, and I reckon you'll have to square with me, okay?
Okay, Johnny. I'm sorry. It's not that I don't need your help. Today's accident was an accident. But Carter was right. You are my eyes, Johnny. I should use you.
Now you're talking. Why the silence so far?
Well, just feeling my way, Johnny. It's a sort of vanity to believe people will bump you off for the sake of suppressing evidence in a case. I don't like vanity.
So until you phoned Carter, you didn't want to believe that someone's gunning for you?
Right. When Sam was making coffee, I thought about it. Maybe I do need your help after all.
You've always used me in the past. What can I do? I'm getting quicker on the 45, so they say.
Now get quicker with the index finger of your right hand, Johnny, in another way. Ring me Big Jules Fratelli.
What?
Ring him, Johnny. Make an appointment for us to see him this evening. He's in the book. Do it. Now.
Sure knows how to pick a Richie joint, Lee.
Well, wouldn't you if you were a billionaire? Come on, Johnny. Out.
We just walk up to the front door and say, hi.
That's right, Johnny. Guide me to it. This is something I should have done a long time ago.
Take my arm, Lee. Real Richie.
I have an appointment with Mr. Fratelli. Masters.
Oh, yes, sir. Come in. One moment, sir.
Don't say it, Johnny. This is essential. Fratelli wouldn't live long otherwise.
I'll have to keep this 45, Mr. Bridges.
Hey, you do that. Say, how'd you know me?
You and Mr. Masson is very well known here, sir. Mike Catch. I've got it. It'll be returned to you, Mr. Bridges, when you leave.
Thanks. It's the one I cut my notches on. The sentimental value, you know?
Straight through, Mr. Masters. Mr. Fratelli is alone.
Thanks.
Who is it?
Masters and Johnny Bridges.
Come in, please. Come in, both of you. It's good to see you, eh?
Yeah, quite a place you got here.
But, of course, a drink.
Well,
no, thanks.
A man after my own heart, Mr. Masters. Well, this is an honor. The most renowned man in the FBI, calling on a simple man like me.
Baloney. Fratelli, what gives? You gunning for me?
You will want the truth, see?
I always want the truth.
You did not have to come and see me to demand the truth. A telephone call would have confirmed it.
I like to hear a man speak. I know when he's lying or not.
I am not lying, Mr. Masters. I seldom lie. The Arcady fraud case, threats from several of my employees. Forget them. I assured Carter Reynolds, the DA, and I assure you I am not the killer, Mr. Masters. No matter what happened in this case, I am personally not threatened in any way. Therefore, you are not threatened either. I rather think the newspapermen went to town on a misguided remark or two. The window. There was someone at the...
Johnny, get out there. Get out there fast.
What a night, Lee.
Yeah. Fix yourself a drink, Johnny. Sound as though you need it.
You don't? That shot was meant for you. Big Jules was standing close to you. He got it instead. And then them gorillas came running in, waving their equalizers. I thought it was curtains first.
Well, it wasn't. Fratelli got it instead. Fix that drink, Johnny.
Okay.
Okay. Now, let's both take a seat, Johnny. Tell me what you saw.
Okay. You're not sitting, Lee.
Hang on. You hear anything? Scrambling sound?
No.
A tabby cat. Can you beat it?
Put the gun away, Johnny. I know you've got it in your hand. Here, Kitty. Come on. Come on, Kitty. You join me on the couch and stop giving me heart attacks.
You want me to close the bathroom door?
No, leave it.
Who's the friend, anyway?
It gets in through the window sometimes. The advantage of having a first-floor apartment. Okay, Kitty. Take it easy. Kitty? Describe what you saw at Fratelli's, Johnny.
Yeah, well, I heard the pane of glass go. I spun round. I couldn't see much. Mostly just the rod before it went off. The man behind it seemed biggish, dark hair, wearing no hat. Had a raincoat on, I reckon. And that's all, Lee. You know, it happened so fast.
Tell me something, Johnny.
Mm-hmm.
Fratelli's house was well guarded. We were expected there. Hence the reception and the frisking when we got in. But we wouldn't have got in if we hadn't been expected. He had guerrillas waiting in the garden. That was his habit. They'd have bumped us off if we'd been up to anything.
I sure didn't see them.
Of course. They're paid not to be seen. But tell me, can a killer just walk in the grounds, go round, and shoot at Fratelli through the window?
I get you. If he can, he's one of the big jewels mob.
Which he wasn't. I'll bet my life on that. So?
An ex-member of the mob, or someone who knows the underworld so well. Knows that Fratelli sets up so well that he can walk in, do the job, and get away without the guards seeing him.
Right. You say the shot was meant for me. Maybe. If so, it narrows the field.
You know how many ex-cons hate your guts, Lee?
Yeah, I know. Okay, Johnny, finish your drink. I want to do some thinking.
About tonight?
No, about the Wilkinson kidnapping. Ames wants our help.
Listen, Lee, you forget about that for the moment. You're in danger. Worry about that. Think about that.
Never ponder a problem too deeply, Johnny. The answers won't come. Sleep on it, or think of something else. Didn't you do that as a kid?
Yeah. When I was worried about not getting a bicycle from Santa Claus, maybe. But not about being bumped up.
Drink up, Johnny, and good night to you. It was a good case, Carter. Nice work. Arcady, sewn up.
Oh, I wouldn't have done it without you, Lee. Yeah, thanks. All the public exits down the corridor.
Yeah, I know. Nice work, too, Mr. Masters. As efficient as always, huh?
Oh, thanks.
Remember how efficient you were when you threw Bob Nielsen inside for 15 years?
What? Who are you?
A friend of yours. At least, I'll be paying you a call.
Come back here.
Hey, what's the matter, Lee? Want to stand talk with all your admirers, huh?
Did you get a close look at the man that spoke to me?
No. He's mixed up with the mob at the end of the corridor. Why?
Doesn't matter.
Oh, okay, then. Well, let's get ourselves some coffee and wait for the press to skedaddle, huh?
Hi, Lee. I heard it on the radio. Arcady goes up for 20 years, huh?
That's right. Where's Johnny, Sam?
Oh, he went running out to Tuxedo Park, like you told him.
Oh. Yeah. Sam, you pushing off now?
Mm-hmm, just about to, Lee. Can I give you a lift somewhere?
I should be offering you that. No, go on home, Sam. Have a nice night.
Well, I should clean up the office a bit.
No, you go home.
Okay. Got my bag. So long, Lee. Now, don't work too hard, huh? Bye.
Neat. Telephone call to get Johnny away. The Wilkinson kidnapping at Tuxedo Park. Yeah, at least Sam's out of the way. Now, how would I track down and kill a blind man? Easy. Don't get too close to him till the last moment. Watch him. Decoy his men away. Then move in fast. Yeah. I'll put the gun here. I may not can't be able to see what I'm shooting at, but I can hear. He'll be coming to me in this office. The odds are in his favor. I need darkness. Yeah, the garage basement downstairs. The elevator button's about here. Take that stogie out of your mouth, Rascati. You had it when you spoke to me at the trial.
You're a cool one. I've been waiting for you. I've got a 38 pointed at you.
38 revolver, cigar in mouth. You see all Clint Eastwood's films, huh?
Funny man. We're going down to the basement, huh? Very good. It is easier there.
Nielsen?
You sent him up. He was framed. The best body I had.
He was guilty. How old are you, son? Think you're going to like the electric chair?
Shut up. Papa Nielsen was like a brother to me. You framed him, copper, and I am going to kill you. I've been waiting for a long time. When we get to the basement, don't play no tricks. I'll deal with the attendant. One move, and you'll die.
Looks like I'm going to anyway.
Yeah. But I don't want to mess up the elevator, see? Give me your gat. But first.
Here. You rub out big jewels for Tommy?
No. Only one man I'm going to rub out. You. Through there.
Oh, Mr. Masters, I've been waiting for you. You want me to drop you at your apartment now?
I'm taking Mr. Masters home. Turn around, buddy boy.
What's that?
Turn around.
Hey, that's... okay, but don't shoot me, mister. I ain't done...
Okay, Masters. Stand in the light where I can see you nice and clear. Lean up against the wall. Oh, the funny man, huh? The lights, you've turned them out. Well, I've got time. I will get them on again. Now, you see, huh? The lights, they are on again, Masters. Try running to the end of the basement. It's darker there. And I'm coming in.
What time do the basement lights go out? The automatic switch. Soon. Must stay away from him till then.
Nick your shoulder padding again, Masters. Hey, what the... Oh, I get it. Automatic light switch. Could have saved yourself the trouble a few minutes back, Masters. But it does not help you none. Of course, you can't see what's happening, but this car's got good lights, shining down your way, too.
It's over at the left bank of cars. Must be at the third or fourth car down. I must get there. Get those lights off.
I'm coming down the middle, Masters. I'll get you.
Now, must be about there. He's behind me now. Must feel those headlamps. Oh, must be the next car. If this is the one, I'll get the lights off. He'll come running. Wait. No, I won't run again. He'll come at me down the middle and jump the guardrail to get into the car with me. I must jam him against the rail.
to you, masters!
Keys. Yeah. Now the starter. She's in gear.
I've got you where I want you! Ah! My legs! Oh, my legs! Master's get the car off me!
Throw your gun down. I'll reverse the car.
Okay, but get it off my legs!
Okay, Nick. They'll mend. In the prison. Here, let me help you up.
You have been listening to The Sounds of Darkness. Join the world of Lee Masters, the blind detective, next Tuesday and every Tuesday night at 7:30 in The Sounds of Darkness. The Sounds of Darkness is produced by Sherry van Beek.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Region International Chess Club here in New York. A very important day indeed in the annals of chess history, being as it is the day of the grand final contest between the holder of the title from the Soviet Union, Alexander Dimitrov, and his American opponent, Quentin Baxter. Now, the contest is due to commence in just a few moments, and of course...
Things are really humming here, Lee. Not a seat left.
Well, you just keep your eyes on the match when it starts, Johnny. I don't want to miss a move.
You reckon it'll be a close thing, huh?
Well, not really. My money's on Dimitrov. But with chess, who knows?
Now, in a few seconds, the grand final chess contest will be underway. When you hear the bell, there will, of course, be absolute silence.
The Sounds of Darkness. Lee Masters, FBI, who wages relentless war against crime. Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges The Sounds of Darkness.
Jump it.
All right, Sam, baby.
Well, look who's here. The two little boys who played hooky today.
What are you complaining about, Sam? We take an afternoon off, which means you catch up with your manicure.
I might have known I can't put anything over on you, Lee.
Oh, nothing particularly clever about that. I can smell that potent nail varnish myself.
Anything come up this afternoon, Sam?
Only confirmation of departure time tomorrow. You take off from Sutton Camp Military Airfield at 9:17 a.m., Cape Kennedy direct, no stops.
Well, it's certain camp, eh? All the top brass.
Yeah, but that's only to be expected in view of the nature of the mission.
So, who won?
She means the chess league.
What else?
Nobody won.
Uh-huh. Nobody won.
So, now you know.
Yep. Coffee, anyone? Okay, you found me out. I never did graduate beyond checkers. Somehow I felt I never needed to.
Well, what it means, Sam, is when nobody wins, the match cannot progress beyond a situation known as a stalemate. Neither contestant can move decisively to a definite conclusion.
I see. So what happened?
They fixed a return match 2 weeks from today.
Well, that's nice.
You know, Johnny, I still can't figure that move.
Yeah, which move was that?
Well, you remember. The one that brought on the stalemate.
Oh, yeah, I remember. I must admit I was wondering about that, too. It seemed kind of screwy to me.
I mean, Baxter had Dimitrov in a very defensive position at that stage. In fact, if he'd pressed home his advantage with his castle-queen combination, I think Dimitrov would have folded in about 3 moves.
But he didn't, so there it is.
Now, if I remember correctly, the sequence of moves was something like this. You say something, Sam?
No. It's just that if you don't need me for anything right now, I'll just go and finish filing these reports.
Yeah, sure. That'll be great.
Looks like a girl's got to be boned up on her chest if she wants to get anywhere these days.
Dames. The fatal move sequence Baxter made, as I recall, was bishop to bishop's 4, knight to queen's 5, and finally pawn to, what was it?
Pawn to castle's 3.
That's it, yeah. Bishop to bishop's 4, knight to queen's 5, pawn to castle's... No, I don't get it.
Anyway, Baxter will have another chance in 2 weeks.
Sam said 9:17, didn't she?
Huh?
We leave for Cape Kennedy at 9:17 tomorrow morning, correct?
Oh, yeah.
So you'll be here at 8. Arrange for a car to take us out to the field.
Okay. Boy, I'm sure looking forward to the fight.
Johnny, I think I ought to tell you that they don't have air hostesses on military flights.
Now he tells me. Hey, Lee, this is kind of comfortable. Any chance of some food on the trip?
Didn't you eat breakfast?
Well, yeah, but that was 2 hours ago.
I can hear Colonel Madison talking back there.
Huh? Who's he?
Well, he's the G2 officer, military intelligence and security. Should be coming over to give us a briefing in a moment.
Yeah, what do we know about this project so far?
Not much. The only thing... Here he comes now.
Why, hello there, Lee. Good to have you with us. I heard we'd have the pleasure of your company as FBI representative.
Morning, Joe. Nice to hear your voice again. Have you met Johnny Bridges?
How do you do, Colonel?
Mr. Bridges? Yeah, well, gentlemen, we've got a while yet before we make Cape Kennedy, so I'll just fill you in on a few details about this exercise. How much do you know?
Treat us as beginners, Joe.
Oh, okay. In a few hours, we're about to witness a rocket launching. To all intents and purposes, a routine operation. But this rocket is different.
In what way, Colonel?
Well, 3 boffins at Cape Kennedy have developed a completely new method of controlling the rocket in space by coherent beams.
Oh, you mean the frequency is set beforehand and the rocket is controlled within a certain range, give or take a cycle either way?
Correction. Give or take 0.005 of a cycle either way.
Gee, that's no tolerance at all.
I know. But unless it's that tight, it doesn't mean a great deal to us.
I get it. Jamming?
Exactly.
Russians?
Anyone who benefits by lousing up the works. With their modern jamming devices, they can scan the board. If our tolerance is wide, then they've got the whole of the Grand Canyon to choose from, and they need only be roughly accurate. But with 0.005 of a cycle, the oscillating scanner will simply glide over us. Perhaps it'll interfere, but it'll be negligible.
Unless they get wind of the actual frequency figure.
Well, not much chance of that, Lee. There's only the 3 scientists who developed the system know that, plus top brass, but real top brass, and, of course, myself. And I'll tell you something else. You 2 aren't going to know either.
Yeah, nice to know you trusted.
It's not that, Johnny. It's just that it isn't necessary for you to know. And if it isn't necessary, what's the point in taking chances?
Yeah, I quite agree, Joe.
Oh, well, it won't be long before touchdown. We'll liaise in the control room at Kennedy. See you, boys.
Sure, Joe.
A swell canteen they have here, Lee. Ham and eggs sure prepare a guy to watch a rocket launching.
I might have guessed that's where you've been for the past 20 minutes.
When's the balloon due to go up?
Well, any minute now. Everything seems okay.
Smooth, huh?
Yeah, I think this is...
Attention, please. Attention. Countdown will begin in precisely 10 seconds from now.
Boy, that sure is a sleek job. I can see everything perfectly from here, Lee.
5 seconds. Countdown begins now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Like it was going out of style. What a wonderful sight. Wow, straight up and... He's not rightly. It's keeling over. It's coming down. It's coming down.
Yeah, I never want to go through an experience like that again. Including that meeting I just had with General Downing. Boy, the old man's out for blood. Probably mine.
Yeah, it sure was a horrible sight seeing that beautiful machine just turning a heap of scrap metal.
Most expensive heap of scrap metal you ever saw.
So if the tolerance of the radio frequency was so tight, as you explained earlier, Joe, then it must have been a breach of security, no less.
Well, that's about the size of it, Lee. They couldn't have got hold of the right frequency by mere chance, by just blanketing the waveband. Somehow the exact figure leaked out.
So they jammed it and put the kibosh on the whole operation. Yeah, but who?
Well, Russians or Chinese. That doesn't matter. What is important is that we're responsible for establishing how the information got to them.
We got to find out fast.
Oh, what's the hurry, Colonel?
Well, the next launching, what was to have been the second phase, is fixed for 2 weeks from today.
Yeah, it must have been the Russians. Only they would have the sophisticated kind of devices to effect the precision jamming involved.
So, where do we go from here?
Well, obviously somebody's been talking out of school.
Joe, you told us in the plane that you couldn't give us the exact cycle figures. I agreed with you then. Now it's something else again.
Well, now, look, Lee,
Look, Joe, if I'm going to get anywhere near helping you, I must know every detail.
Okay. There's no point in withholding it any longer, I guess. The actual figure was 45.3 gigacycles.
So the commies must have jammed on exactly that beam?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Slightest deviation would have had no effect on our control of the rocket.
45.3. I presume you have a list of all personnel who had access to that information?
Yeah, I do. It's right here.
How many names?
There's 11, including myself.
Comprising senior military and Air Force personnel, plus how many scientists?
Only the 3 radio-electronic scientists who developed this system.
And that's all?
That's all.
Read me the names, please, Joe.
Okay, Lee. General J.T. Downing, General L.M. Painter, Colonel R.A. White. That's all the Air Force officers. Then there's the 3 Boffins, Dr. Max Honeycutt, Dr. Louis Stevens.
Well, let's hope this launch is successful.
Lee, I don't have to tell you how worried I am. In 2 weeks, we haven't had a single lead on how that previous information leaked out.
Don't worry too much, Joe. We got a good chance this time.
By changing the frequency reading.
Yeah.
So the way I see it, the position is this. Up to half an hour ago, all the key personnel on that list had been told that the frequency figure for this launch was still the old figure, 45.3. Then we have this last-minute switch to the figure, what was it again, Lee?
47.9. Dr. Honeycutt, one of the 3 scientists, should be attending to that right now. I told him to do so 10 minutes before takeoff.
This means that whoever is giving that information hasn't got a chance to pass it at such short notice.
Okay, so the rocket gets launched finally, we hope. But that still doesn't give us the identity of the spy.
It may, Joe. It may.
I really see no precedent for military and FBI personnel interfering in this way in my scientific work.
Yeah, I see your point, Dr. Honeycutt.
Yeah.
But I do assure you that sometimes the demands of security must override other considerations.
Oh, that's all very well, but I resent this not having been explained to me. The purpose of this last-minute switch in the frequency figure. As senior scientist in charge of this project, I have a right to know, surely.
Strangely enough, Doctor, you have no right to know.
Huh?
No, this is purely an FBI top security matter. That is why Mr. Bridges and I are present.
Well, I hope you know what you're doing.
You talk to me after the launching, and I'll answer that question.
The countdown will begin in precisely 10 seconds from now.
Yeah, I got my fingers and my toes crossed, Lee.
5 seconds. Countdown begins now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Flight patterns normal. Lifting off as per schedule.
There she goes. Oh. Seems okay. Well, it's going higher than the other one. No indication of jamming.
Altitude, 20,000 feet. Stand by for first alteration, of course.
How's she going to make it? That looks great on the TV screen here.
Retracking successful. All flight patterns normal. 60,000 feet. Still climbing as per schedule. 75,000 feet. All flight patterns normal.
Looks fine this time, Lee. If anybody got this new frequency, we'd have known by now.
Johnny, ask the scanner operator if he's spotting any attempts of jamming on any other frequency.
All right.
That's beautiful. Most successful. Our system works.
Oh, Doctor. Still wondering what I'm doing here?
Yeah, okay, Mr. Masters, point 7.
Still tracking on 47.9.
On the button.
Hey, Lee, I've just spoken with the scanner operator, and there's jamming taking place, but big.
Oh?
Yeah, on the old wavelength, 45.3.
Well, that figures.
Now, our anonymous friend had no time to pass the new figure to the Reds. Yeah, great idea to stage a switch at the last minute.
I think I'm beginning to understand everything.
Good.
I owe you an apology, Mr. Masters.
Forget it. Just don't say anything to anybody until further notice.
Oh, you have my word. This is a great personal triumph for my 2 colleagues and myself.
Oh, your 2 colleagues. Yeah, I'd like to meet them. Congratulate them.
Oh, certainly. Louis Simon?
Not Louis Stevens, Doctor.
Huh?
Just Simon Baxter. It's him I want to talk to.
Oh, it's okay, Louis. Simon, would you come over here a moment? Right, coming.
Johnny, stand by. Huh? Stand by. Do as I tell you.
Okay, man.
Well, hello, Simon. Now, how do you feel?
Oh, great, just great.
Yeah.
After that perfect launching, anyone will feel great.
Simon, I'd like you to meet Lee Masters and Johnny Bridges, FBI. Colonel Madison, you already know. It's Simon Baxter.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Masters, Mr. Bridges.
Hello. Well, Dr. Baxter, you must be having quite a celebration in your family today.
Celebration?
Yeah, 2 events to celebrate. Your invaluable participation in the launching today, and your brother, Quentin Baxter, winning the grand final chess contest yesterday against the Russian Dimitrov.
Oh, yeah. I'm very proud of him. He's a wonderful player.
But unorthodox.
Yeah, well, that's Quentin, you know.
Some of the moves he made when I attended the stalemate 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Most unusual.
Well, as I say, Quentin always did have it in him.
Tell me, Dr. Baxter, do you play chess?
Oh, badly, I'm afraid.
Uh-huh. Did you see your brother's first contest against the Russian Dimitrov 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, I saw it.
And what did you think of it?
Come again?
The move sequence.
Oh, like I said, I'm a very poor player.
You're a very poor liar also.
Hang on there.
Hold on.
Simon Baxter, I'm arresting you on a charge of espionage, sabotage, and subversive activity.
There must be some mistake.
Of course there's a mistake.
No, I assure you, gentlemen, there's no mistake.
Oh, what is this, some kind of joke or something?
Am I laughing? Johnny, hold him.
Right.
Colonel Madison will place him under arrest.
Lee, are you sure? Because
Just hold him in custody for an hour or two, Joe. That's all I need.
Okay, Lee. This had better be good, though. Come on, Baxter.
Now, look here, this is an insult. I'll throw the book at you, Masters. Just you wait.
Now, Baxter, that's enough.
Come on, Johnny. We haven't got time to discuss anything.
Where are we going?
Arrange a car quickly, plus a small detachment of military police, say 6 men.
Yeah, but...
Fast, Johnny.
Well, this is it, Lee. This is where Baxter lives when he's in this part of the world.
And now, let me get this straight. This is the chess-playing Baxter. Quentin, the scientist's brother?
Right. Don't worry, Johnny. I'll explain it all later.
You can count me in on that.
Yeah, you too, Joe. But right now, are the military police detachment with you?
Yeah, 6 of them, as you said.
Good. Now, which floor does Baxter live?
18th.
Right. Let's go. And I only hope we're not too late.
Now, this way, Lee. Just over here.
Here's the apartment, 1810.
The military policeman standing by?
Yep.
Right, Johnny. Knock.
Okay.
Try again.
Oh, it looks like they're...
What is it?
FBI.
Huh? What the heck do you want?
We want to talk to you. You are Quentin Baxter?
I'm not letting anyone in.
Now listen, Baxter. This is Colonel Madison, military intelligence. Open up.
Why?
We feel your life is in danger.
All right.
That's it, mister.
How do I know you're from FBI?
You expecting someone else?
Oh, go away, will you? Leave me alone.
Baxter, we know all about you and your brother. Now, come on, open up.
No. No, you can't know.
Your brother, Simon Baxter, is in custody right at this moment.
I don't believe it.
Your little plan went wrong today, and it won't be long before the KGB boys tumble to it. When that happens, I wouldn't give a tin dime for your life.
KGB. Kind of gone wrong. Looks like I got no choice. I'll be with you in a minute. Won't be long. Won't be long.
Yeah, what do you think, Lee?
We'll give him a few seconds.
I didn't like the sound of his voice. It sounded sort of odd.
That's what I'm worried about.
You think he may try to make a break for it?
That's the least of my worries. Quentin Baxter at this moment in time is like a hunted animal, trapped in between 2 enemies. Doesn't matter very much who finally nets him. Either way, he loses. And when that's the case, anything can happen. And often does.
Shall I break the door down?
Plenty of time now. Okay, Joe. Get 2 of your men up here and we'll go in. It had to be the 2 Baxter brothers working together.
Yeah, but what first put you onto them, Lee, huh?
When Joe read out that list of personnel who were in on the top-secret details of the rocket system.
Yeah, it's funny, because when I heard the name Baxter rang a bell, though, I didn't connect the scientist with the chess player.
Yeah, well, after that, my mind went back to that first chess match we went to between Quentin Baxter and Dimitrov. You remember how we were both puzzled at the silly move sequence Baxter made, just as he seemed to have Dimitrov licked?
Yeah, but... You mean that Baxter passed the information about wavelength frequencies through his move sequences?
Right. The sequence was, as I remember it, bishop to bishop's 4, knight to queen's 5, and ultimately pawn to castle 3. Now, if you take just the figures of those moves, you get 4, 5, then pawn, standing for point, then 3. So, 45.3. Well, this was the figure that Simon Baxter was bound to know in advance, and which he passed on to his brother to pass on to Dimitrov, and so into enemy hands.
Boy, that's neat.
And that's not all. That series of moves was certain to end up in stalemate, thus ensuring a return match in 2 weeks' time, just before what was to have been the second phase in the launching program.
And that's why you hit on the idea of changing the frequency at the last moment before the launching?
Yeah, but I got Honeycutt to do it without telling Baxter.
Yeah, so what are we left with? Quentin Baxter shoots himself, and Simon Baxter inside for how long?
15 years.
Well, here we are. Hamburgers for two as ordered.
Well, thanks, Sam. That's very welcome.
Oh, you can say that again. Come here, you lovely little hamburger, you. And here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, munch!
You have been listening to The Sounds of Darkness. Join the world of Lee Masters, the blind detective, next Tuesday and every Tuesday night at 7:30 in The Sounds of Darkness. The Sounds of Darkness is produced by Gerry van Beek.
President Nixon in this chair. Agnew and 2 aides here. Wilson and his foreign secretary here. And here, Kosigan. Is the chair in line with the picture? Check with me.
A little bit to the left.
So, now he's in a straight line with the picture.
We must hurry. Tell me, why do you do this? A woman.
Because I believe also that a certain man must die.
The Sounds of Darkness. Lee Masters, FBI, who wages relentless war against crime. Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges the sounds of darkness. The Sounds of Darkness. Tonight, painted in red.
Smells good. Feels good. Yeah, who is it?
Johnny.
Oh, come in.
Ah, you look real pretty.
Try some of the aftershave.
Is that what it is? I thought maybe you were opening a harem, New York style. Sleep okay?
Yep. You?
Some. I've been down to the office already. The car's downstairs. Are you going to be long?
Only as long as it takes me to fix this necktie. And get my coat on. Nothing come up?
Nope.
Looks like it's going to be an easy day.
Do me a favor, Lee, huh? Don't say that. It's like inviting a deluge. Oh, there's a letter from Sam. Seems like France suits her. Lucky girl.
Hold it, Johnny.
Huh?
Look at the door. Is it opening?
Yeah. The knob's turning slowly. How in the... Whoever's coming in is going to be... Stand where you are or I shoot.
Mr. Masters, I must speak with you. I have heard of you.
What do you want? Frisk him, Johnny.
All right.
All right, who are you? How'd you know I live here?
I have watched. Please, we must talk. It is of most importance, Mr. Masters.
Okay, Johnny, try him again.
Okay. Ames should try getting up in the mornings.
Ames, what do you want, Lee?
Johnny here, Mr. Ames. Eat your crunchies this morning?
What?
Can it, Johnny? Ask him to meet us.
Now, listen, Johnny. At this time...
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Ames. I was just feeling skittish. Hey, that's a great word, huh? No, seriously. Can you meet us at our office? It's urgent.
So what's wrong? You don't come here to my house or to my office?
Give me the phone, Johnny. Ames?
Yeah?
Lee here. It's urgent. We'd come to you, but it'll take longer. And I can't explain on the phone. Get Cavendish of CIA, too.
What's cooking?
We'll be there in 10 minutes. Thanks, Ames. Johnny?
Okay, already. Sorry. But, this is something like from the movies. Enter the villain. Small, dirty, unshaven, wearing his grandfather's suit. Spins an improbable story. Exits fast, the soles of his shoes flapping as he runs.
I'd better write Sam. Tell her to stop describing her vacation to you. Makes you too, skittish.
Yeah, you bet. Lee, if this can be believed, if this guy...
Kennedy was assassinated.
Yeah, by a nut. But this...
You know what it could mean, Johnny? The world war we've been expecting since 1945.
If we can believe this guy.
I believe him.
Okay, so for this you get through to me on the private line.
Ames, can we hear what Cavendish says?
Oh, that's what he's here for. Tony?
Yeah, I reckon you've got out the wrong side of the bed this morning. All right, let's take it from the beginning. This guy comes to you, Lee, tells you the Chinese commies he thinks are going to assassinate Kosygin at the next summit meeting in Paris. Okay, that sounds reasonable. He won't tell you his source of information. Reasonable again. And he does the bunk, leaving you holding the baby, Lee.
Right.
Yeah, so Kosygin gets himself bumped off, huh? So what? Oh, let the communist world knock itself off. It's what we've been waiting for in a long time. We stand back, count the atom bombs as they drop.
Ames, it could extend to the free world.
We're stronger than they are. Our safeguards are better.
But that's not the danger, is it, Cavendish?
Okay, so what is?
I'm on the outside, Ames, like you and Johnny here. I don't know yet what's behind it. But I suspect anything, and I look inside a story. I don't believe it's a straight China-Russia thing. Don't ask me why. I couldn't answer you.
Well, you'd be wise. Ever heard of the true communists?
No.
Nothing's been published about them, but I thought maybe word might have crept down to you in FBI. The true communists are a splinter group in Russia of the Communist Party. They're very strong. They believe that since Khrushchev, Russia has left the path of Marx and Lenin, that China is more truly communist now than Russia itself. They believe Kosygin and his buddies to be too friendly to the capitalist world. Get it?
You mean they could be planning to kill Kosygin?
Could be, Johnny. Incidentally, we have some here, too.
So, we put China to one side. If a new, harder, more insensate party got in Russia...
Perhaps war against the free world. An alliance with China could do that. Just that. Get me?
You serious, Cavendish?
I'm always serious. Like Lee here, I don't yet know, but I don't go for this assassination as being planned by China. They're not strong enough. Yet. One day there will be, but not yet.
And this little guy that came to us?
I don't know where he got his information, but he knows an attempt will be made.
Lee, why didn't you bring him with you?
Possibly because he was out that door and off before Johnny could stop him.
Ames? Huh? Oh? When? Yeah. He said what? Oh, his name, eh? Okay, thanks.
Maybe I could, answer my own phone next time?
Huh? Oh, sorry. Well, that was Hartman. A little guy was run down in the street near where you live, Lee. Larry. Yeah, didn't leave much of him except an imprint on the tar. Before he died, he said your name.
Lee?
I got what's left of him at the mortuary.
Let's go see.
Here you are, sir. This is exactly what you need. Take one now. That's all you need.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
You know, Johnny, it's a matter of willpower. Just tell yourself you won't be airsick, and you won't.
Yeah? Well, after that meal I had last night, I'd rather play it safe.
Can you see our contact yet?
No. Only Central Intelligence can handle this. I mean, I know Cavendish asked if we wanted in, but...
That's exactly why we're going to Paris. Be a change from the usual.
Want to bet we don't get time to see even the leader?
Yeah. The summit meeting is in a few days' time.
Lee, what are we doing helping the Russians? I mean, can't they look after Kasiga?
Mostly, yeah. Maybe they don't know about this attempt.
Look, if we know, they must know.
No, it doesn't follow. Have you ever heard of the true communists?
Not until Cavendish told us.
Exactly. Russia cannot tell the world that they're not united on a common front. They cannot admit they fear an alliance between the splinter group and Chinese communists. So they've kept quiet. And they must be trying to deal with the true communists. But they needn't know of the attempt to assassinate Kasiga. In fact, stands to reason it'll be a job engineered outside Russia by parties in sympathy with the new thinking.
And we're doing their dirty work for them? That's crazy.
Nothing's crazy, Johnny, if it stops the Third World War.
There you are. Jack, see you through all right? I'm coming along with you, by the way. Not that I think you can't handle it, Lee. But someone pretty high up should come by and pick up the pieces.
Sure.
Your plane will be leaving soon. Exactly on time. Have a pleasant journey.
Thanks, honey.
What's the matter, Johnny? Having trouble digesting that pill?
Sitting over there.
High windows.
Medium.
Oh, nothing will get through this window. It's armored glass. And no high buildings around anyway.
I think the attempt will be made just before the summit meeting or just after. Nothing can happen to Kasigan in here. Are you through, Lee?
Yeah, just about. How many Russian bodyguards?
A couple of dozen, I'm told. Same for Wilson of Great Britain, same for Pompidou of France.
Plus our guys?
Yeah, each head of state will be traveling in a protected car. All buildings surrounding this hall have been cleared. The usual precaution, of course.
Cavendish, you said just before or just after the meeting?
When else?
Oh, I reckon we'll pick them up easily.
Unless they've infiltrated somewhere. Our delegation's clean.
Russian?
Who knows?
And if you tell the Russians? And the French? And the British?
Yeah, can you imagine it? We'd step over each other, get in each other's way.
Why not just tell the Russians, I mean? Let them do some work. After all, it's the Reds that are trying this on.
The really red Reds, you mean, Johnny? It's not that simple. There'll be repercussions. How could we possibly know of the attempt? Maybe we planned it, but backed off at the last moment and are telling the Russians only to wipe our own noses clean in case the word leaks out later. No, it's difficult.
So we settle it ourselves.
You settle it, Lee. That's why you're here.
Drive to the front of the conference hall. It won't be guarded. Not yet. Leave me there. You come back in 2 hours.
Lee, what's the matter we don't use Cavendish, huh?
I never let my right hand know what my left's doing. When you get back, go to the room. I'll be there for most of the 2 hours. Tell Cavendish I'm asleep if he calls.
Will he call?
Maybe. And I don't want to be interrupted. Now, Cavendish told me the conference hall was 60 feet long, equidistant from the door in the center. I've walked about 30 feet. Let me feel these wall panels again. Wait. Along the edges of this one. Fits unevenly. Anyone around? Now, push it open. Now, to put the panel back again. And inside, a little compartment at one end of the conference hall, facing the seat to be taken by the Russian premier. Try again, Johnny.
Okay. He should be back by now. Oh, no answer. Tell me again, who is he, Lee?
Rick Davidson. Before you joined me in FBI, Johnny. A good man. So good, he got into Central Intelligence.
Stop knocking the FBI.
No, espionage work excited him. Yeah, he's been here in Paris 3 years.
And you're going to use him?
Yeah. He'll keep his mouth shut.
Mm-hmm. Where do I come in,
You'll be with me. Downstairs, outside the hall. Day after tomorrow. Waiting.
And he'll be inside, in the compartment you found, huh? How did you guess it would be there, Lee, huh?
Stood to reason. You gave me the lead, Johnny. When I asked you back here at the hotel if there were any big pictures in that conference hall.
Yeah, the one of Napoleon crossing the Alps.
By Jacques-Louis David. Napoleon, on a horse, pointing forward, with his eyes burning, looking straight out at you. Forget about the Kennedy assassination, Johnny. Forget about bombs being planted or dropped. Think of one of the oldest ways used since assassination began.
I get it. I shot through the eyes of the picture. The eyes. I thought they looked odd. They'd been cut out, Lee.
Yeah, that compartment is right behind the picture. In the wall are two small holes. They'll correspond with Napoleon's eyes in the picture. Someone will shoot through either hole in the wall. The bullet will travel and kill Kosygin. The picture and the holes are angled that way.
Shouldn't we tell Cavendish? He asked about you. Came up to the room here just before I left to pick you up.
We'll tell him. Later. Try Davidson's number again, Johnny. Okay.
All this has been cleared, Lee, with Cavendish?
Of course. And he wants no publicity.
Naturally. Okay, when you pick me up?
Tomorrow night, Rick. You'll be spending the night inside that compartment. Be armed. And don't forget the two-way radio. Johnny here will call round for you at 8.
Look, Lee, can't you give me some more information? I mean, okay, so you want to stop someone being bumped off there at the summit meeting. But who?
Cavendish wants it. Kept quiet, Rick.
Okay. Gee, I haven't been a strong arm since I left the FBI.
Yeah. I trust you're not out of practice.
Lee, can you hear me? Checking. Come on in, over.
Coming over loud and clear, Rick. Anything?
Nope. The conference is going full swing. Boy, are they talking their heads off. Guess they have to. Not often the heads of state get together to plead peace. Over.
They only have today, Rick. Not that I believe they'll get anywhere. Now, don't forget. When you've taken whoever comes into that apartment, watch inside the conference room. Tell me who leaves. Over.
Okay, Lee. I'll contact you again when it's all happened. How long do I have to stick it out in here? Okay, I'll get back a little. Like this. No, you don't, Buster. What? A dame. Let me get a torch on this. Okay, that's better.
What are you doing here?
Just what I was going to ask you, baby.
Let me go. Let me go.
No, you don't. Guess I'll have to tie you up and gag you like this. Okay. Lee, this is Rick. A dame just came in here with a gun. I've got it tied up. I'm looking through the eye holes like you said. No one's leaving the room yet. I can see Nixon and Agnew, and there's Wilson and Kosygin shaking his head. And next to Nixon is Rick A. and Cavendish. Cavendish is looking worried, mopping his brow like he's hot or waiting for something to happen.
The conference ends in half an hour. Rick has got the trigger. Whoever's behind this will move now, Johnny. You heard Rick say Cavendish has left the hall?
Hang on, Lee. Someone coming out. Cavendish. Standing at the entrance. Wait, he's signaled someone. Two guys. They've joined him.
Start the motor, Johnny.
Cavendish should be inside the conference room.
Exactly. What are they doing?
Crossing over. About to cross the street.
Johnny, run Cavendish down.
Huh?
That's an order.
Okay. That's how it was, Lee. That broad got into the compartment from the corridor like you did when you discovered it?
Yeah. You heard the dame squeal, and we managed to pick them all up. In Paris, anyway.
And Kosygin got back to Moscow okay. Tony Cavendish, huh? I guess he underrated you, Lee.
It happens.
When did you suspect him?
I didn't. Oh, I was a little suspicious, sure. Why should the assistant head of Central Intelligence want to come along personally? But it was nothing to go on.
And yet you knew he'd come out and try and shoot Kosygin down as he walked out after the conference?
Oh, I didn't know Cavendish would come out, Johnny. Whoever came out when the trigger didn't gun down Kosygin from behind that picture had to be in on it. And Cavendish was run down by a hit-and-run driver. Pity. So far away from home, too.
It wasn't pleasant.
What's pleasant, Johnny? Be content. With what that dame gave us, we can get onto all the true communists in the States. In fact, everywhere else, too.
And that little guy who started all this?
He was one of them. He wanted out. He got it.
Oh, Mr. Masters, a message from the captain, sir. New York has radioed through, and Mr. Ames will be there to meet you, sir. It's important, apparently. He needs you for something.
Yeah, like always. Thank you.
Back to work again. Oh, can I have a Ryan soda, please?
Of course.
Make it 2, would you? We're celebrating an event that didn't happen.
You have been listening to The Sounds of Darkness. Join the world of Lee Masters, the blind detective, next Tuesday in The Sounds of Darkness. The Sounds of Darkness is produced by Gerry van Beek.
Come in 2 weeks on a Friday.
The end will come in 2 weeks on a Friday.
I say it. Okay, now. Everything I've said is going to happen will happen. The skies are going to split right open. The earth will break into 2 halves right down the middle, and then into little pieces. Only you who believe me will be saved.
We believe you.
Yes, you believe me. You all believe me except one. And it hurts me. It troubles me that there's a man here that will not see the light. He will betray us. The police will come. Take us to jail. So bring him out.
Don't be a fool. I believe in you.
Take him to the edge of the shaft.
Go and go me with it.
Throw him down into the shaft. No one betrays me.
The Sounds of Darkness. Lee Masters, FBI, who wages relentless war against crime. Lee Masters, the blind detective who challenges the sounds of darkness.
Sounds of Darkness. Tonight,
Doomsday Man.
Okay, maybe he was drunk.
I don't think so, Chief.
Oh, give me a minute, will you? Williams.
I'm sorry. I just thought I'd phone. I was sitting here, and I thought it's been so long
That's
now.
Mrs. Neagle, isn't it? Mrs. Neagle, we have no news for you. I mean, the whole state's out looking for your husband. In fact, the whole country's looking for him. We've heard nothing positive from anywhere. I'm sorry, we're doing all we can.
I know you are.
I know how you feel, Mrs. Neagle. I can only repeat that we're doing all we can. We'll contact you as soon as we hear something.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, what does she expect us to do, Chief?
We'll find him. That's what she expects. Has every right to expect it. A man of his caliber. Vietnam, war hero, standing for the Senate, disappears, goes, just like that.
Saw's got a doll somewhere, shacked up with her.
No, Bob, I don't think it's that. 1 week now we've been looking. I don't want to call them in. Oh, what the heck can I do, huh? Being police chief is, Give me 10, will you?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Guess there comes a time when you can't cope. But I sure hate calling in the FBI. Makes like we don't know our jobs. Yep, maybe we don't.
How's the countryside?
We're getting drier, Lee. More rugged. A mountain range over to our left, reaching way up.
That'll be it. Time?
12:20.
You're traveling at 70.
74. Well, 75, just.
Yeah, the motor sounds contented at that speed. I know this model. That means 1 hour and a half to Beaver, and 3 hours from there to Richfield.
Lee, stop making like a computer. It unnerves me.
Nothing can unnerve you, Johnny.
Except maybe a redhead. 38, 22, 38. Hey, you reckon they have dames in Utah, Lee? I've yet to see one.
Yeah, they have dames. And wives. Of missing husbands.
Lee, this is a long way to come to deal with something the state police can handle.
They can handle it. Which means us. On the way. In.
So? He suddenly decides he's not going to make it. Takes a powder. Isn't that a match? Big time hero comes home. Popular guy. Wants to get elected to the Senate. Stands and finds the votes are not going his way. So he takes a vacation. Can't stand his own image being kicked around. He'll turn up when Friday's gone.
Oh, do your homework, Johnny. Colonel Alvis Neagle was way ahead. Happily married. 2 kids. Farmer's boy. Voters loved him. They wanted him in.
Okay, so where's he gone?
Maybe somewhere where he won't be coming back, Johnny.
And the president himself expresses his concern.
Right. What bugs a man who's seen war, Johnny?
Oh, the futility of it, maybe?
Yeah.
So?
Peace, Johnny. Neagle was a pacifist who went willingly to Vietnam to fight and come back and tell the futility of it.
With medals, yet.
He read me his speeches. Peace in America, in the whole world. He's seen guys die in agony. It's enough for him. Stands for the U.S. Senate. He's got a conscience, Johnny.
Lee,
He saw and he returned. Where's he gone?
Well, how the heck do I know, Lee? Well, maybe he just got a little sick because of the way we are now, America's in 2 minds. Some for, some against. And nothing he can do can make it swing one way or the other. So he took a powder.
Maybe. But from what I heard tell, he was a man that ran from nothing. Leased off. Himself.
Howdy, Clay.
Oh, hi, Dave. You okay?
Uh-huh. Where you setting off in such a hurry?
Got me a few FBI guys coming in.
Oh, Colonel Neagle.
Yeah.
You won't find him.
You asking or telling?
Telling. I just feel it, that's all.
Dave, you stick to predicting the end of the world, and I'll stick to finding the next U.S. Senator of Utah. You hear me?
When are you coming on over?
Huh? Oh, too busy. Not interested. When's it this time?
End of the week. Friday, morning time. About 10. You got 2 days left, Clay.
Oh, yeah?
All them voters out in the street
You said days before, Dave.
You're wrong, Clay. I've never said days before. I've said the time is coming near, that's all. You best heed me, Clay.
Well, remind me to crawl under the bed come Friday, when I've seen the election done. See you, Dave.
Hal.
Yeah?
Come here. You get on up there, quiet-like. Tell me later what they look like. While they're here, I want tabs on them.
Other than that, I can't say. I checked everything, Mr. Masters. Every lead, he's just disappeared.
Wife?
Oh, broken up.
Friends? Female?
Oh, none that I know of. No, he was a straight guy, maybe too straight.
Explain.
Well, he was a fanatic about peace, you know. Well, I wasn't trying to sell that to us. He was on about increased prices for our cattle, crops, and so on. That's what was getting him popular. We all reckoned they'd listened to him in the Senate there, so the state was strong behind him. And Carter Newman hasn't done anything for us in 4 years. Neagle would have taken it.
Why, too straight?
Well, you know, he kept everything down underneath all right, but you'd almost see it bubbling through sometimes.
What?
Well, he was a fanatic, Mr. Bridges. I knew him. He'd rather see the end of the world come than Nixon sit there in Washington arguing just how many men he'll bring back from Vietnam this time, you know. He wanted an end to it.
The world?
Oh, Vietnam.
A dedicated man.
You can say that again. But he kept it down. I don't know what he would have done had he got in. Maybe then he'd have shucked off his appeal for the farmers and gone right through on, well, you know, peace, disarmament, international treaty on H-bombs. You guys know the routine.
Yeah. I want to see his wife.
Okay, can do. I'll take you down there now. Mind the chair there.
I know where it is, thanks.
Yeah. Sorry, I guess I forgot you can find your way around most things.
He had a fine mind, Mr. Masters. He is a fine man, and I want him back.
Yeah, of course. He left no indication with you? He was under no stress, apart from pre-election tension, maybe?
No, none.
You, happily married?
Oh, how do I answer that?
In words of one syllable, Mrs. Neagle.
Then, yes. We were happily married. Like most couples, we had our fights. Everyone has them. He hasn't gone off with a woman, Mr. Masters.
I'm sure he hasn't. Mrs. Neagle, thank you. We'll do what we can.
Will you ring me? Tell me as
soon as we know. Thank you. We can find our own way out. Wait.
Huh?
No, you're not smoking, Johnny. Someone is. Nearby. Go see.
Okay. Oh, excuse me, is there a drugstore here?
2 blocks down.
Can you give me a light? Can you hold it up a little? Thanks.
Okay. What's your hurry, mister?
A small guy, Lee. Slim, thin. Coat, collar turned up. Hat well done over forehead. Big nose, thin mouth. Local, from his voice. Took off after he let me smoke.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured that, from the sound of it. What's he running from, Johnny? From us, maybe? Or himself?
You gonna sit down?
In a while.
What did you think of him?
Carter Newman?
Uh-huh.
Oh, as honest as a Utah Longhorn. No, Johnny, Newman had nothing to do with it. The old days doing away with a rival a few days before the election, they're gone.
Come Friday, the state votes. Still no Colonel Neagle.
Yeah.
Oh. Bridges?
Johnny, sorry I wasn't in when you guys called. You left a description of the guy that tailed you last night. Well,
better give it to Lee. Williams, for you.
Oh, thanks. Yeah.
Hi, Lee. Sorry I missed you. The tail last night. Hal Orton, a bum, does odd jobs right now. He's sticking around a guy called Dave Prince. Orton's something of a nut, Lee. He must be to stick with Prince. I've got the boys out. They'll bring him in. You coming on over?
Sure. Thanks for calling.
They got him?
They're getting him. Dave Prince. Now, where have I heard that name before?
Who's he?
Dave Prince. Wait a minute, Johnny. Let me think now. Dave Prince. October last year. Given a suspended jail sentence for starting a riot when police stopped a meeting he was holding. A fanatic. Set up his own religious sect, conforming to no churches or beliefs, except what Prince ordains. 3 policemen hurt. 2 women taken to Richfield Hospital, hysterical state. January this year, nationwide prominence to prediction of the end of the world. This week, yeah, Friday.
You got a picture of him?
Yeah. Hal Orton, who tailed us last night, is in with Prince. Johnny, we'll skip breakfast. I want to go see this guy, Orton.
I tell you, I don't know nothing.
Okay. Where does your sect meet?
I'm not telling you. Look, mister, we don't harm no one. That business last October was a mistake. The police shouldn't have tried to break us up.
You were blocking the sidewalks, Hal, and you guys swung the punches first. You know that.
Well, we don't do that now. We're just waiting for the end to come. And if you guys had any sense, you'd start repenting of your sins right now. Because it's like Prince says, on that day...
You gotta be kidding.
No, mister. We're not kidding.
Why were you tailing us?
I live in this town, mister. I can walk nights if I want.
You were tailing these guys, Hal.
No, Mr. Williams, sir, I wasn't.
Yeah. You won't get anything out of him, Lee. Okay, Orton, you can go now.
I sure would like to help. Albus Neagle was a fine guy, a hero. It's not nice when a guy like that gets killed. Oh, be seeing you.
How does he know that... You take it, Lee.
How does he know that Neagle is dead, right?
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Hang on there.
No, Williams.
What?
I'll get a tail on him. Johnny and I are going down to the street. Tell your man to meet us 2 doors up from your office. Get it moving, Williams. Still got him?
Yeah, he's moving fast.
Don't close up. Johnny, figure this conundrum. Neagle is a pacifist. He hates violence. Yet he joins up, goes to Vietnam, fights, comes back hero. The story goes he does this to know and to tell what he saw out there, to preach his message better. What kind of a man will kill, Johnny? Overcome his hatred of killing, enjoy it even, and yet profess he's a pacifist?
Well, he's lying. Or he's a man who believes so much in something that he'll suffer, just to convince others of what he believes.
A man with an immense will, bordering on the unnatural. He's a strange man. Think of his background, Johnny. Strong religious upbringing. Think of Dave Prince. Hal Orton.
Yeah, it fits in a way.
Many ways. Because of what he made himself see and do in Vietnam. It could have destroyed him in a way. Now he sees no hope for us, for mankind. Oh, sure, he's popular. Stands for election. But inside him, maybe he wants an end to everything. Like Prince? Yeah. Yeah, it all fits, Johnny. Orton tailing us and the slip he made.
Sorry, Lee.
Yeah, let's try and get there in one piece, shall we? Still ahead of you, is he?
Yeah.
Over here. They talk to you?
Yeah, I gave them nothing. Only, I think I was followed.
Why did you come here, then?
You told me to report back to you, Dave. I hid the car, ran all the way up to the mine.
You must have given something away. Let me think. It's been told me that the world ends on Friday. I'm a messenger. It is in my power to bring that day forward. You have the cyanide?
In the car.
Get there. Go to Lake Sevier. And we shall do today what we were going to do tomorrow. The lake shall be poisoned, and those that drink from it are sinners. They will suffer because they did not listen to me. They will fall down in pain. In pain they may repent. I shall give them time to repent. Just enough time. As they choke and scream and the skies open up, they will know that I was right.
Sure, Dave. It is gonna happen, isn't it?
It's going to happen, all right. I'll speak to those that guide me. They'll bring the day forward. You get back up there. Come down here, you sinners. You sinners that followed him. Because I'm waiting for you.
It's pretty dark, Lee.
Darkness is my ally, Johnny. Okay, stop. Orton, we know you're in here. We know what you're up to, you and Dave Prince. Come on out.
Ahead of us, Lee. Running for it.
Okay, follow him. I'll follow you.
He's still ahead. He's leading us on. We're way down now, Lee.
Let me listen for him. No. He stopped. Orton.
Ah, the FBI.
Easy, Johnny. Leave your gun. This is a coal mine, remember? Just shine your torch where he is.
Looking up at us, about 40 feet away, watching us. Hey, it's not Orton.
Dave Prince,
How do you know?
we're on to you. Where's Neagle?
Neagle is dead. He chose to spy on me. He wanted to betray me. He didn't really believe the judgment was coming when I said it was coming. He's dead.
Let me take him, Lee.
Not yet.
You'll die here as well. Here alone. I know the way up. You don't.
Let me take him, Lee.
I said this was a coal mine, Johnny. Oh, look, we're deep down. Tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try and anger him. You got a gun?
Yeah. Hanging at his side.
Right. Well, now, he's below us. I want him to fire that gun. There's a chance he'll miss us. When he fires, drop, Johnny. Cover your head, make yourself small, hug the ground, and do it fast. Well, You sure he's below us?
Yeah, about 15 feet down. The ground slopes to him.
Hey, you two there. What are you saying? Are you saying your prayers?
Where's Orton?
What? He's gone. He's gone to Lake Sevier. And I'll tell you why. He's gone to poison the water. And Richfield drinks from that water. And they'll suffer. Oh, how they'll suffer before the end comes. And I want them to suffer. It was Friday. But now I say it's today. Yes, today. Today in 1 hour. The world ends.
Baloney.
I'm a messenger. I am mighty.
You and your grandmother. You think your followers really believe in you? They laugh at you. Just as we're laughing at you now.
No. Oh, no. No. No one laughs at me.
That's just what we're doing.
He's going for his gun.
I'll kill you. Yes, I'll kill you now. Now!
Okay. If you know how to use that gun.
I know how to use it.
Drop fast, Johnny.
It still beats me how you did it, Lee. You got us out of that mine.
Yeah. The feel of rocks changes as you reach surface, I told you. That and the fresh air. And a memory for how long we walked. And how many turns we took.
Yeah, but I thought when the torch broke as we dropped... What was that stuff again? Common to coal and shale?
Methane. Fire damp. Colorless. Ignites instantly. Odorless. I took a chance.
And it came off. It exploded, and the rocks fell on him.
Yeah. Firing that gun set it off.
Yeah.
And he was in a pocket of it. It happens that way. Can you see Orton?
Not yet. Lake Sevier is below us now. There he is, sitting there, looking at his watch. He's got something with him.
Poison. Shoot him, Johnny. Not to kill.
Okay. He's standing up, looking at the sky. Oh, wait, he's seen us. He's reaching down for the container. Through the leg. He's dropped. I'm going up there.
What's the time, Johnny?
1 minute after 10. No end of the world.
No, not today or tomorrow.
Why didn't Orton use that poison?
A sense of timing, Johnny. He was waiting for the skies to open first, I guess. Just in case. Go get him, Johnny. And don't drag him down the hill too hard.
You have been listening to The Sounds of Darkness. Join the world of Lee Masters, the blind detective, next Tuesday and every Tuesday night at 7:30 in The Sounds of Darkness. The Sounds of Darkness is produced by Gerry van Wyk.